Book 6, Prologue. And so dread Emperor Heinous thus addressed his court. Are we not rulers of devils and dead, princes among usurpers? Why then should we suffer another to call himself king of our domain? All agreed in this, and so war was declared upon Kingfisher. Extract from the Scroll of Vainglory, 39th of the Secret Histories of Praise, destroyed by order of dread Empress Maleficent II. Only partial texts remain. They'd had 3 months of reprieve, to the day. Prince Otto Reizenberg, who his people yet called Red Crown, had prepared for the hour the truce would end without pause or rest. He'd slept as little as he could, and when he did he'd found himself plagued by nightmares. Unable to meet the solemn and silent faces of his sisters, of his father, of all the Reizenbergs that had died, keeping dawn from failing for one more night, as they stared at him unblinking. All the shades he had come so close to failing. The Morginter, the last fortress still in the hands of the living in Twilight's Pass, had been mere weeks away from falling when the Black Queen had tricked a truce out of the enemy. Otto Red Crown, last of his line, had done all he could to keep the dead penned up in the pass, but the doom of his people had been writ in the stars. Yet for this inadequacy he had somehow been rewarded with 3 more months to prepare, and knowing the end was coming, the Prince of Bremen had worked himself. Raw. Frederick at his side. They'd squeezed the full worth out of every heartbeat. Soldiers allowed to rest. Yes, but some put to work other than war. Supply lines were opened anew and refurbished, wagons filled with the necessities of war. First, Prince Cordelia herself secured gold and foodstuffs and steel, striking deals with half the continent to secure supplies and reinforcements. She had not forgot. Otto had been moved to see. Renia's favorite daughter had not come home when Kingfisher marched, but never once had she forgot her kin. She'd stayed south to make sure the South would come to their aid. That famously unbending Hasenbach backbone lent to all Proctor. Just as importantly, the young and the old of Lycaones lands had been sent south to safety under the protection of Frederick's cousin and heiress in Lyonesse when the dead ceased their raiding into the lowlands. The future of his people was now safeguarded under the kin of his friend. Then a hard choice had been posed to Otto, as was so often the way in these times. Should he send all soldiers save those holding the Morginter into northern Lyonesse, to ready the fight there for when Twilight's Pass fell and the Lycaones lowlands followed? Or should every sword in the land be brought to Morning's Gate to spit one last defiance in the enemy's eye? It had burned him to even consider it, but he must see to the future of his people beyond the cast of pride. Yet he'd been a fool. Otto realized the first time a war band of haggard souls bearing ill-fitting mail and hard eyes marched into the sprawling camp at the bottom of the Morginter. They had come, alone and in pairs, in bands of 20 or 100, through wind and snow and treacherous mountain paths. Farmers and miners and shepherds, innkeepers and drapers, scribes and carpenters, and 100 other things. Yet Lycaones all, so they came wearing the steel handed down families since the days of the Iron Kings, and there would be no talk of retreat. Twilight's Pass was the last lock on the door that might keep the dead king from devouring the world, and so it would hold until there were none left to hold it. Their numbers had swelled with every band of volunteers to almost 100,000, and though the enemy's might was without question, the Morginter was no less mighty a fortress. It would hold, Otto Red Crown had sworn. It would hold whatever might come. They had prepared, sharpened their steel, and they stood atop perhaps the second finest fortifications in all Calernia. Only the cliff city of Renia or Kingfisher itself might claim to surpass Morning's Gate, now that Hannoven had fallen. Odds were never good against the dead king, but this was perhaps the finest they'd been in Otto's lifetime. Then of the 3 tower fortresses of the Morginter, the 3 peaks, they lost 2 on the first day. If Frederick had not come into his choosing, they might have lost the 3rd tower as well, the central one, and that would have been a disaster there'd be no recovering from. The Kingfisher prince had held a buckling line by sheer dint of refusing to die, and reclaimed the top of the walls from the enemy long enough to set everything aflame with pitch. It had cut off the dead within the fallen towers from steady reinforcements long enough to take them back as well, though it had meant 12 hours of bloody uphill fighting. Otto Red Crown had scraped together an army of 100,000, his people assembled from every corner of Lycaones lands, and on the first day of the dead's resumed offensive, he had lost near 20,000 of them. The Reizenberg would have wept at that, if there were any tears in him left to shed, but there were none. All there was left was duty, and so he let duty devour him whole. The dead came, and Otto Red Crown met them with steel and fire unrelenting. When half an army of ghouls crawled up icy walls like they were treading open road, massive iron sides were freed to swing through the lot of them. When flocks of winged abominations dropped down like a flood of locusts, they were dragged down with nets and kept there for the mages to scour and flame. Plague-seeding rats, clouds of poison, even a rain of fire. Every night the enemy tried a fresh devilry, and the last of the Reitzenberg grit his teeth before standing his ground. The days belonged to Frederick, but the nights were his, though as the siege continued time became meaningless. There was only the sea of death lapping at the walls, the relentless assaults through every hour of every day. And though the cracks were spreading through the army, the fault lines of terror and sleeplessness and a fight that could not truly be won, still every dusk and dawn soldiers climbed up the stairs to fight for the ramparts of the Morgenter. It was an honorable way to die, the Prince of Bremen had decided. If the days of the Lycanese were fated to end, Otto thought, let them end with the last of them standing straight-backed in the enemy's way. He'd been sleeping for barely 3 hours when he was brought out of a forming nightmare, shaken awake in his cot at the bottom of the Herzhaupt, and though bone-tired and bleary-eyed, the Prince of Bremen rose without protest. The captain that had come for him, one of Frederick's men, awaited outside and bowed low when Otto emerged with his armor already being strapped tight. "Which peak is falling?" Otto Redcrown bluntly asked. There were not many reasons why he'd be woken now, and so soon after going to rest besides. "Begging your pardon, your grace, but it is quite the opposite," the captain replied, bowing again. "We have reinforcements." The dark-haired prince blinked in surprise. It could not have been another warband of his people drifting in. It still happened every few days, though the gap was spreading as time passed, and was not so unusual as to require him being awoken. "Who?" he asked, then added, "And where's Prince Frederick?" "Awaiting you at the Prinztopf, so that you might greet them together, your grace," the captain replied. And the simple answer would be that they are from the Grand Alliance. Clapping the man on the back, Otto wasted no more time on quibbling. He trusted Frederick Gothel not to have ordered him roused without good reason, though it had taken some convincing before the Allemann's prince was sold on obtaining a rare bottle of wine and wanting to share it, not being one of these. An escort of sworn swords followed him without a word as he headed towards the massive camp raised in the shadow of the 3 peaks, as they did everywhere since a revenant had been sent to claim his head as he slept. Frederick was not difficult to find, as the man surrounded by the usual swarm of courtiers. Otto could not muster even a speck of contempt for these, however, for though their silks and bonmots were trying, they belonged to men and women he'd once seen savagely fight their way through 2 Bjorns and a crippled revenant merely to snatch the banner carried by the latter. It had emerged 3 days later as a dishwashing rag in the Ossenhaupt kitchens, for the Allemans were making a game of finding the most insulting use possible for the dead king's banners. They were mad one and all, which was undoubtedly why the rest of the host had grown so fond of them. "Otto, my friend," Prince Frederick Gothel of Bruss greeted them. "It has been too long since we shared daylight." The clasped arms, though Frederick's insistence on cheek-kissing as they did remained just as unsettling as it had been the first time the Prince of Bremen was subjected to it. "Your man was vague when I asked who's come," Otto said. "I can understand why," the Prince of Bruss replied, sounding amused. "None of the etiquette we've been taught applies here." They left the large iron-reinforced tent soldiers called the Prinztopf, the Prince Pot. It meant, for it was where they held councils in camp, and the odd shape of the tent was evocative. Behind them, and Otto allowed himself to be led, enjoying the warmth of the spring sun on his skin. When they found their guests, the reason why the Allemans were at such loss was made evident. Of the 5 people in the tent they'd entered, only 3 were human, and only 1 was Proserpine. The gold and white robes of the holies were not unknown ever this far north. His Grace, Prince Otto Reitzenberg of Bremen, styled the Red Crown. Frederick introduced him in Chanton. "Prince Frederick of Bruss," Otto said, returning the favor in the same. "Chosen, the Kingfisher Prince. We share command here." "I am Dash," the priest began, but was immediately interrupted. One of the idiots who figured overthrowing Hazenbach was a good idea, the old woman with painted face said. "You've been sent here to die by Keter instead of Noose. Proserpine, no one cares about your name. I am Lady Idoma Efrekia Vacii. My blood is that of the vengeful brigand, and I bring 10,000 warriors. I am told your people have been struggling with raids on your supply lines, coming down from Hotchaban Heights." She grinned, and it was not a pleasant sight. "I have come to lend my expertise in such matters," Proserpine, Lady Idoma said. The stunning redhead in good armor that was standing by the pair of goblins looked faintly amused, but passed no comment before introducing herself. Special Tribune Killian of the Green Stretch, Army of Callow, she said, her shanton strangely accented. By the order of my queen, I bring 20 mage lines, including some of our foremost warding and scrying specialists. I've been tasked with ensuring the Morgenter is both warded up to Callowan standard and brought into the Grand Alliance scrying relay system. She was in the Black Queen's service? He would not have guessed at a look. We are most thankful for your assistance, Prince Frederick said. Though it appears introductions are not yet complete, one of the goblins, Otto saw, was scribbling with a charcoal pen on parchment. The other one spoke for it, voice narrowly revealing it was male, even though it was the smaller of the two. Special Tribune Robber. The goblin introduced himself, malevolently grinning. I'm told you folk could benefit from a little sabotage of the opposition. As it happens, I'm not unfamiliar with Dash. Sapper General Pickler. The other goblin interrupted, revealing herself female. I'm told some Cretan talk you lot in using dwarven engines for the defense of your fortresses. We make some defenses of our own, Prince Otto replied, unmoved by the rudeness. Though few proper engines. Good. That'll make useful hands to borrow, Sapper General Pickler said, sounding approving. I've been tasked with raising your siege capacity to something that wouldn't make a goblin simpleton weep, as well as crafting apparatuses specifically to deal with the creatures you've named, WIRMS, and Bjornst. Frederick looked uncomfortable, though he was too polite to grimace. His people, especially the highborn, were taught that even subtly referring to coin in conversation was quite crude. Even with our current loans, we don't have the coin to afford this, Otto frankly told the goblin general. Congratulations, the goblin replied. As per arrangement struck with the first Prince of Procur, you've been granted conditional loans by the Crown of Callow over this matter. The Prince of Bremen blinked. And what conditions would these be, he asked. Is this going to be useful? Sapper General Pickler grinned, revealing rows and rows of needle-like teeth. Otto Redcrown, last of the House of Reitzenberg, grinned back. Oh, this would do. This would do nicely indeed. Rosala would never grow to like Gaspard Langevin, she mused as she watched the growing shape of the man's capital in the distance. The Prince of Cleves was prickly, of resentful temper, yet swift to offer insult himself, and seemingly convinced that the ancient beginnings of his line meant that he belonged to a sort of nobility within nobility. The Princess of Equitan knew well her histories and had even, as a youth, snuck in a reading of Princess Eliza Alleger's Ever Contentious, The Labyrinth Empire, so she'd been darkly amused to learn of this. After all, most of the ancient Alamance tribes would have been appalled at the very notion of nobility. Tribes elected their chieftains, whose authority was even then shared with the tribe's high priest or priestess of the hallowed. It was her own Arlazite forebears who'd brought princely rule to the Principate, as before the founding of Procur, the greatest of the fortress-holding reals, had already come to exact oaths of fealty from their lesser kindred, and so arguably become the first princes and princesses as the word was understood in modern parlance. Yet these days it was the Alamans that orated of ancient blood, while Arlesites had been taught the virtues of bringing in the fresh sort onto thrones by the constant warfare on the southern and eastern borders. Rosala's own line, the Melanzas, had not always been royalty. It had been great victories in Levant and a ruthless streak at home that saw them rise to bear a crown when the previous ruling line of Equitan grew weak. That lowly origin was no secret, and so part of the reason that as far as the Prince of Cleves was concerned, Rosala Melanza was still more a general than princess. It was no surprise that during the Great War his principality had supported the bid of Princess Constance of Ain instead of Rosala's own mother. Still, for all the disdain they shared for each other, only sharpened by Prince Gaspard's personal and political antipathy to the faction Prince Amatus had formed in the highest assembly, of which Rosala had openly been part before rising to command it, they were well-bred enough to remain cordial. To his honor, Prince Gaspard had never once been sparing nor stingy in supporting the armies that had come to fight in the defense of Cleves. Though the man rarely took the field himself, he'd charged his eldest son and heir with command of his army, as well as bought the service of every fantassin company north of Cantal not already under contract. Between this and the supplies being brought into Cleves, the prince had gone deeply into debt, though he was keeping up appearances with admirable Alaman's aplomb. He should be able to dig himself out of the pit after the war. Cordelia Hazenbach had wrought some sort of financial wizardry that had greatly lessened the debt burdens incurred defending Procur. Something about bundling together the debts of many principalities and slicing that mixed greater debt apart before selling the slices to the merchant lords and banks of Mercantis, and promised yet more aid to come. Her mind was drifting once again. The Princess of Equitan realized. Perhaps it was only to be expected. The twilight ways invited deep reflections. She felt the eternal starry night sky somehow giving an impression of solitude even when one was surrounded by thousands. Even 2 days out of those eldritch paths, Rosala's mood and that of the forces under her command remained rather restrained. For some, like the princess herself, the disposition had lingered at the thought that after witnessing fresh horrors south, they were now returning to the familiar ones of Cleves. The dark-haired princess had not been able to sleep on a cot since leaving the ways, unwilling to let herself be unconscious without being certain that digging beneath would wake her. For others, though, it would be the first fresh taste of what war against the dead king looked like. Rosala was pleased to have gotten Lord Yinu Marave when the Levantine's armies were split between fronts, and not only for the heavy infantry the Lord of Alava brought with him. His cool, calculating manner would serve him well when the terror began. The other allies she was bringing to Cleves were harder to read. Not that the Princess of Equitan was all that inclined to try. Sometimes she was almost as wary of them as the dead, forcing herself to attend to the present instead of sinking into her thoughts again. Anything to avoid remembering the sound of digging beneath her feet, which she sometimes still heard even though she was hearing nothing of the sort. The Princess of Equitan spurred on her horse forward, and her mounted escorts followed. Clevens called the sparsely paved road beneath the hooves of her horse La Route aux Chandelles. The Candle Road, because of the stone markers on the side of it. Each had been set down at the length it would take for a candle to melt from the last marker, allowing travelers and merchants to gauge how long they had left before reaching the capital. It linked the city to the southern walled town of Juravan, itself a destination for roads coming out of Brabant and Lyonese, and so was rightfully seen as the trade artery of the principality. It was also the largest road in Cleves, made so that 3 wagons at once could use it, one of the reasons Rosala had chosen it for the path of her armies. The last stretch of the Candle Road was nearly flat ground until the foot of the capital itself was reached, if flanked by a low plateau to the east, and so the Princess of Equitan was not surprised when ahead she saw tall banners and a company of riders heading towards her. Prince Gaspard had been warned of her coming by scrying ritual, and by the looks of the tallest banner had come out to greet her himself. The pale unicorn on azure, crowned by a 6-petaled flower, 1 petal for every crusade in which a ruling Langevin had personally fought, was the Prince of Cleves' personal banner, which meant he was of the approaching company. Reining in her horse, the dark-haired Arlazite slowed until she could easily turn back. It would be impolitic of her to meet with the Prince of Cleves without bringing along the other 2 generals of this grand coalition of theirs. Lord Yanu was not difficult to find, for the Levantine lord was himself riding out to meet her, and so was the natural beginning. Princess Rosala, the Lord of Alava, greeted her, reining in his horse. Lord Yanu, the Princess of Equitan, replied with a nod. Our host rides out to meet us. Armies have a way of commanding courtesy, the large man bluntly said. It was true enough, though rather uncouth to voice it. My outriders on the left flank have lost sight of our friends, Rosala admitted. I don't suppose yours had sharper eyes? Somewhere in the hills to the west is the most I can give you, Yanu Marave said. They've proved arduous to follow. Then the 2 of them would proceed without their third peer, the dark-haired woman decided. Lapses in etiquette were unlikely to matter much to that lot regardless. The 2 aristocrats waited for their honor guards to gather before riding out together, going down the road at a brisk trot. They were met by the sound of drums and flutes playing the stirring tune of the roving minstrels famous. Marching on Keter, the banner of the Langevins of Cleves flying high with those of the lesser highborn beneath. Prince Gaspard himself brought his horse out ahead and took the initiative to greet them. Your Grace, Gaspard Langevin said, meeting Rosala's eyes and bowing. It is a pleasure to see you return to Cleves. Our work here is not yet finished, Rosala Melanza said. I look forward to keeping your counsel once more, Your Grace. And even though she held no love for the man, that courtesy had not been entirely untrue. For all his pettier traits, Gaspard Langevin was an able man. Rosala would rather take counsel from a man she disliked but respected than the opposite. It has been 112 years since one of the champion's blood has last honored Cleves by being a guest, Lord Marave. Prince Gaspard continued. I am pleased to end this unfortunate course today. The Dominion honors its oaths. Lord Yanu replied in his very good Shantan. War on Keter, war to the knife. The Prince of Cleves inclined his head in further thanks, not having been given much to work with. Rosala was dimly amused. For once, she had also found it necessary to adapt to the bluntness of the Levantines in such matters. I was given to understand, the Prince of Cleves delicately continued, that there would be a third. It is so, Princess Rosala agreed. Though General Ramina can speak for itself. Ramina the Tomb Maker, and oh, that even the Black Queen named it this has been enough to make Rosala very wary, was the sole visibly old drow the dark-eyed princess had ever seen. Though tall it had grown stooped and its skin deeply creased, disdaining weapons and attired in a long belted tunic of obsidian rings not unlike chainmail. Its long hair was pure white, and its eyes a shade of silver that seemed almost blue in some lights. At the graveyard, that drow had scored a draw against the regicide without even using a blade. Now none of the startled riders, many of which now reached for their blades, had even noticed it approaching. It was as if it had been spat out by the rocks, without warning. You have corpses wandering your lands, Unicorn Prince, General Ramina continued, its Shantan eerily good. Given how the drow were rumored to learn such things, the fact that the old monster had a distinct Bayou accent was distressing. Well met, General Ramina of the Empire Ever Dark, Prince Gaspard said with what she deemed to be remarkable poise. You speak truly. Keter has found unseen paths from the coast, and warbands now wander the land. Rest easy, Unicorn Prince, General Ramina grinned. Now so do we. Lord Yanu let out a bark of appreciative laughter. Princess Rosala Malanza met the eyes of the ruler of Cleves when he hesitantly turned to her and inclined her head. Monsters, Gaspard, make no mistake. She tried to silently convey. They are monsters, and gods forgive us all, but Keter will rue the day they lent their fangs to the cause of our survival. Prince Klaus Pappenheim spat into the melting snow, abandoning the reins of his mount to wipe the wetness from his lips after. Ratbiter was placid horse for a Bremen. Stamfin, to his old rider at least, and so he'd not taken to misbehaving even after the arm Klaus lost in the fall of Hainaut had made him a clumsier horseman. Leaning against his stirrups to remain straight-backed, the Prince of Hanoven, Prince of Ruins, Ghosts and Exiles these days, unclasped his helmet and ripped it off before wedging it into the crook of his arm. Sweat-soaked hair slipped down onto his brow, and the old man let out an exhausted breath before mastering himself. The day was coming to an end, but that would bring no relief. In the darkness his soldiers would slow and stumble, exhausted and blind. The dead would not share those weaknesses, and relentlessly pursue so that dawn would find half his host had been slaughtered whimpering in the dark. It was a favored tactic of the enemy, the reason his ancestors had taken to raising walls and fortresses instead of meeting the dead on the field. Unlike the Rattlings, who were best met and broken on prepared killing grounds before they could cross the rivers and slip into the Hanoven lowlands, the dead king's legions were always risky to confront in open battle. All it took was for the living to lose once, and the enemy would turn setback into disaster before hounding even that all the way to annihilation. One of his own guard rode to his side, as exhausted as he, but hiding it better for her lesser burden of years. My prince, Captain Carolina Leesburg said, I would ask for your permission to reinforce the rear guard. Dirty blonde hair peeked under the rim of her helm as the other soldier forced her words to come out steady, though she'd just volunteered for a duty that was likely to see her and everyone she brought with her dead before night fell. Klaus spat again into the snow, though the taste of blood and grime could not seem to leave the roof of his mouth. No, the Iron Prince replied. I'm not throwing horse into that hungry maw, Captain. It'd be raised and sent back to hound us after dark. I'll not hand Old Bones riders to bleed us. One of the few saving graces of fighting the dead was the thrift of horsemen. Not that Keter had not tried to make up that lack by killing and raising any cavalry it could get its hands on. Klaus Pappenheim had no intention of tossing a good company of 400 Lycanese horse into the embrace of the enemy, even to save twice that in foot. Not when the cost in foot ridden down afterwards might easily dwarf what had been saved, for none had known true pursuit until they'd been chased by riders whose horses did not tire. Not that the retreat from the Hainaut lowlands hadn't been bound to be a messy affair regardless, as abandoning the defenses of the southern castles of the Principality for the sloping plains leading into Brabant had been as good as a written invitation for Keter to strike at them. There'd been no choice, though. Klaus and Princess Beatrice had agreed. They were losing too many soldiers trying to keep the lines of defense standing. It was only a matter of time until Keter ground them to dust by attrition. They'd been in talks with Prince Etienne of Brabant for near 3 months now, arranging the line of hastily raised defenses where they would retreat to, but it looked like the losses in getting there might be more dire than even the Iron Prince's bleakest predictions. Their plan had been sound, Klaus still believed, and nearly worked. A sudden offensive on the dead king's western flank, as if they were trying to break away and join the armies in Cleves, had drawn the enemy's strength away from the fortresses for a time. The wounded had been evacuated from the southern fortresses first, and then the garrisons under the command of Princess Matilda, and so the better part of the military strength in Hainaut would be preserved and able to stiffen the defense of northern Brabant. But the distraction force that Klaus and Princess Beatrice had led west to sell the lie by their very presence had found stiffer resistance than expected. They'd retaken the fortress at Le Chenary easily enough, for the enemy had torn down the walls taking it. But heading into the hilly highlands afterwards they'd found a force Klaus had once believed to be an old legend, the Grey Legion, led by the silent and implacable Prince of Bones. No petty skeletons, these, but undead whose ancient bones had been surrounded by a body of wrought iron and steel. Though slow and lumbering, the 7,000 abominations were near unbreakable by force of arms, a crushing steel fist before which all men crumbled. Their long axes, entirely made of steel, had reaped near 2,000 lives before the Prince of Hanovin understood who it was they were facing, and by then the Prince of Bones had entered the fray. It was said in Lycanese legends that the revenant who held sway over the Grey Legion was an ancient Iron King, slain by the dead king's own hand and raised anew. But in Hanovin the tale was slightly different. It was, Klaus's own father had told him as a child, their ancient ancestor Albrecht Pappenheim, the Lord of Last Stands, the Lone Sentinel. The same man who'd stubbornly held Twilight's Pass with only a bare-bones garrison for a year, even as an Allemann's foray into Bremen was driven out. He'd died, the story said, standing alone as the last of his army on the same dawn the armies that had beaten back the Southerners began marching north for the pass, true to his charge till the last breath. Whatever the truth of who the Prince of Bones had once been, he'd since been made into an implacable servant of Keter. The Silent Guardian and the Blade of Mercy had both sallied out to meet him in battle and been swept aside almost contemptuously. The painted knife had struck it from the back, trying to cut through the neck. A practical girl, that one. Klaus rather liked her, and found that below the armor was only a sea of furious sorcery that had violently lashed out and blown her away. If the repentant Magister had not been able to trap him within a circle of flames for an hour, the defeat they were inflicted that day might have been an outright rout. Not that their retreat south towards Brabant had been anything but a succession of losses since that first defeat. 3 days, that was the worst of it. Another 3 days, and their host would have made it to the freshly raised ford at Ingress and been able to dig in to await reinforcements. The way the day was going, though, it was not to be. Not unless hard decisions were made. A short trumpet call told the Iron Prince that the woman he'd been waiting for had arrived, and Princess Beatrice Vollignac rode in with her personal guard at a brisk trot. The latest princess of Hainaut looked rather ludicrous at first glance. Her considerable girth was coated in mail and heavy furs, and from a distance she looked like a bloated waterskin forcefully strapped atop a horse. Younger sister to Princess Julienne, she had the same green eyes and coal-black hair, but unlike her late sisters they were set on a narrow, pinched face with 2 large lips. Klaus had thought little of her at first, he'd admit as much. For anyone to grow fat as Princess Beatrice would have been considered a shameful thing back home, thoughtless indulgence and selfishness. To eat so much meant that either another went hungry or granaries were taken from. He'd been wrong, though, even in his lazy assumption that her weight meant she'd be a poor rider. She was a better horsewoman than even her sister had been, and a finer lance as well. More importantly, Beatrice Vollignac had a searing fire inside her that made her one of the most driven people the Prince of Hanovin had ever met. She hardly slept, and Klaus had found her so proficient a captain of men, he'd effectively ceded command of all Allemann's forces to her. She had a defter touch with them, and under her command they'd risen to become almost as fierce fighters as his own soldiers. Her Grace Beatrice Vollignac, Princess of Hainaut, the herald announced. The woman in question reined in her horse by his side, gesturing for her escort to withdraw. Klaus glanced at his own riders and nodded. Without a word they did the same. Prince Klaus, the dark-haired woman said. Princess Beatrice, he replied. I'll be blunt. The rear guard is failing, and if we reinforce it, we'll lose our entire host. The Alaman's princess grimaced. I'd begun to suspect as much, she admitted. The lesser dead are slowing them down too much. It's only a matter of time until the Grey Legion catches up. And a pitched battle against that, neither needed to say, was a fool's errand. They'd tried to send for the Witch of the Woods, whose sorceries might be a match for those relentless steel killers, but there was no telling if the riders had made it to a scrying station, or whether she'd arrive in time, even should she be reached. We've 20,000 men to care for, the Prince of Hanovin said, knowing it was likely closer to 17 now. Those soldiers who hold our back have proved brave and true, and this is poor repayment, but we cannot throw away the other 16,000 trying to save that for. The Princess of Hainaut looked disgusted with herself, but she did not disagree. Weeping heavens, she murmured. What ugly creatures this war makes of us all. Klaus's gaze turned to behind them, where the sprawl of their column could be made from atop the hill where they both sat. His own horse had scythed through the packs of ghouls that had sprung from the snow and earth to ambush the flanks of the column's center stretch, freeing it to resume its advance. But Keter had still gotten its due. The temporary slowing had been enough to force the rearguard to fully engage the undead skirmishers that had been pursuing them all day. Though these were little more than skeletons with javelins and swords, wearing not a single piece of armor, the naked skirmishers were damned fast and tireless, and one of the dead king's favorite manners of tying down foot so that his heavier forces could catch up to them. It would be so here, the first battalions of sword and board corpses bearing old ringmail already beginning to emerge above nearby hilltops. The rearguard's shield wall was spreading out, preparing for the brutal melee heading towards it. Someone will have to take command there, Klaus said, else they'll break too soon. There was no contempt in his tone as he spoke, for though the soldiers in the rear were mostly Arlesites, his own brethren would behave little differently. Men often found great courage when they knew there was no avoiding death, but when there was still hope for life, as there would be, should those in the back of the shield wall break and run before too many of the dead arrived. It was only natural to find one's feet itching to flee. It was the duty of a good captain to make their soldiers understand why there was a need to stand and fight, even when there would be no leaving the field alive. Agreed, Princess Beatrice said. A heartbeat later they both began to speak. I'll dash. A twin look of surprise was shared, and Klaus Pappenheim let out a rueful chuckle. I'm at the end of my rope, Vollignac, he bluntly said. I'm an old cripple a long way from home, fading out no matter how much the priests fight it. You've still decades in you, and your sister's sons to raise. You're the Iron Prince, she flatly replied. Your reputation is the reason this is a retreat and not a rout. So long as you still breathe, our host believes it might survive this march. I'll entrust the safety of my nephews to you, and beg you might request of the first prince that she'll allow them to attend her in Salia. Before he could dismiss that for the foolishness it was, how try to trade, to keep alive an old sack of bones like him for a few more years when she might serve the cause for decades yet, when they were interrupted by the sound of swords unsheathing as one. Princess Beatrice's guards and his were all looking at a strange gash in the air. Through the opening, Klaus glimpsed a night sky, and eerily enough felt warm breeze drift out. What came out with it, though, was more familiar a sight. Sheath your swords, the Iron Prince ordered, then inclined his head in greeting. White Knight, it's been some time. Prince Klaus, the Sword of Judgment replied, inclining his head in return. Come to join our little stand, have you? Princess Beatrice said. You're welcome to a few battalions. Plenty to spare. Indeed, the dark-skinned hero agreed. Though I come bearing request on behalf of another, in truth. Indeed, Klaus drily repeated. It is requested that your rearguard pull back by 100 feet, and any spears and pikes you have might be brought to its fore. The White Knight said, impervious to sarcasm. And who requests this, pray tell? Princess Beatrice demanded. It was a sound like cloth ripping, if it were a cloth so large as to cover half the world. Klaus Pappenheim caught sight of the rippling gates and the soldiers that strode out of them. On the left side of the shield wall, painted soldiers bearing hooked swords and shields rushed out. On the other, rows and rows of shining steel marched out in cadence, shields raised and tightly packed. Legionaries. Army of Callow, by the banner. Stark cloth, bearing the Mesan numerals for 3. The Black Queen, Klaus Pappenheim said, and it was not a question. Gates kept opening, some as small as a single man, while others were making room for engines of war being dragged out by wagon, and soldiers kept pouring out. Today it is our turn, Iron Prince, to go on the offensive, the Sword of Judgment smiled. The Prince of Hanovin's remaining hand reached for the pommel of the sword at his hip, clutching it tight. Another gate opened atop a hill to the west, and, banners streaming behind them, a company of knights rode out to form a wedge aimed at the enemy's flank. At their head was a single silhouette in a colorful patchwork cloak, twin great crows perched on her shoulders. A horn sounded, 1, twice, thrice. Lances went down, and the last knights of Callow began their charge, their warlord queen at the tip of the spear. Klaus Pappenheim smiled a wolf smile, fierce and toothy, and so very eager to finally sink his fangs in the enemy's throat. Then let's turn this army around, Princess Beatrice, the Iron Prince said, meeting his comrade's eye. And remind O.L. Bones this war has yet to find a victor. Book 6, Chapter 1, Recommence. In the conduct of war, offense is commonly preferable to defense, for in attacking a general acts according to their own designs, while in defense they act according to the designs of the enemy. Extract from the Ars Tactica, famed military treatise of dread Emperor Terribilis I. The afternoon sun stared down blearily at our backs, banners flapping in the wind, as we watched the soldiers on the field below. These were good flat grounds. My men had had time to set up, and there were fewer than 500 undead facing them. This was as close to a safe skirmish as we'd ever get in a war like this one. I had no intention of wasting such a rare opportunity, even if it had been tragedy that dropped it into my lap. Hakram himself had handpicked the lines that made up the formation of 300 legionaries, with an eye to ensuring they were greenhorns, as much as the army of Callow still had any of those, instead of veterans. We wouldn't always have the luxury of well-trained soldiers to draw on, and if the assault companies were to be a success on the northern fields, then we'd need to plan for the lowest fare of what we'd be able to field, and not the finest. Even after only 2 months of training, though, my countrymen did me proud. Spears were hammered into the ground at a sharp angle, as if a line of long stakes, and behind them the first rank stepped forward in orderly manner, great shield-bearing soldiers in heavy plate and short swords, a veritable wall on legs. Behind them the second rank set up, soldiers in mail coats handling halberds and the long hammers known as raven beaks. The third and fourth ranks wielded the same mixture, though with heavier lean towards halberds, and behind them were kept in reserve our specialists. We might not have the mage numbers the legions of terror could boast of, but we more than made up for that in priests. The house insurgent had absolutely no qualms about using light as much to burn undead as their more traditional colleagues used it for healing. The commanding officer of our trial assault formation was a young man from Ankou by the name of Algernon Beesbury, who'd swiftly climbed up the ranks by virtue of having both a solid tactical acumen and a facility with languages. He'd been fluent in Shantan before even enrolling, as it happened, and served as one of General Hune's favorite vanguards during the Prosperin campaign, only to make it to tribune rank shortly after the prince's graveyard. Adjutant spoke well of his wits, too, which was even higher praise than Hune's several official commendations as far as I was concerned. Tribune Beesbury was not disappointing me so far, as he ordered a spreading of the formation when the undead pack began to splinter. The zombies would keep moving swiftly and purposefully so long as the binds within their number remained unbroken, though compared to the skeleton waves I found the fleshier undead to have a certain feral way about them. Their bite tended to be poisonous, too. The process that saw zombies rise anew made their gums bleed as they died and keep suppurating blood and pus for weeks after they were dead. Though it might take a while to kill, foul blood in a wound was poison all the same. "How many binds in the lot, do you think?" I said. "I'd say no more than 5, Your Majesty," Grandmaster Brandon Talbot replied. Keen-eyed as he watched the unfolding skirmish through his open visor, the commander of the Order of the Broken Bells was careful not to bring his own mount too close to mine. Zombie liked to snap at other horses, and given that she smelled like winter and death, it tended to unnerve even Callowan war mounts. Glancing at the man, I marveled that his beard was still so neatly cut. The aristocrat seemed to make it a point of pride to remain nobly groomed even when out on campaign, as we'd been for half a month now. "They're looking pretty sloppy," I conceded, the two of us eyeing the dead as they closed the last of the distance. When there were more binds, the necromancy, binding the dead together, was tighter according to Masigo, though he'd gotten a little lost in a greater metaphor about how the dead king used necromancy entirely when explaining it. Regardless, in practice the presence of more binds allowed those same undead more control over their lesser brethren, and finer control as well. Given that the binds still had soul bound to their dead frames, hence the name, that tended to mean better tactics for the pack than simply rushing at whatever living were closest. Talbot and I kept our eyes on the zombies as they hit the outer line. To my pleasure, just as they'd been meant to, they staked themselves on the spears. Not all of them did, for some avoided the jutting steel or simply tumbled forward with great enough speed they either broke the spear or ripped free of the point, but it broke the dead's momentum across the line. It would not work as well against skeletons, Captain Carolina Leesburg said, her Shanton accented in that attractively sharp Lycanese way. Where Grandmaster Talbot sat mounted at my right, the Iron Prince's representative sat the same at my left. Prince Klaus Pappenheim had proved very much interested in our attempts to adjust war doctrine to the realities of war against Keter, to the extent that he'd sent one of the captains of his personal guard to have a look at this skirmish after I'd given him advance notice it would be taking place. That, and I assumed he'd wanted eyes he trusted assessing how much damage the dead king's latest nasty surprise had managed to sow behind our main lines. Gods, we were just lucky Tarek had caught the infiltrators before they made it into Brabant. If the fucking things had made it into one of those cramped refugee camps instead of being forced to prey on the isolated towns and villages of southern Hainaut instead, the damage would have been staggering in scope. It'll still slow them by simple virtue of being in the way, I reminded Captain Leesburg. The object is to sap their momentum before the lines hit, not score kills. We'd learned the hard way that a wave of armored skeletons could topple even a proper Legion shield wall by simple virtue of being so damned heavy, if it got enough room for a proper charge. And it seems to be working as intended, Brandon Talbot noted. Eyes returning to the skirmish, I caught sight of exactly what he meant. I'd missed the first exchange, but the results left in its wake spoke for themselves. A long line of zombies, pulped or hacked down by the polearms and long hammers, while the line of great shields anchored against the ground effortlessly bounced off the few dead that made it close to enough to scrabble at the wall of steel. The dead slowly forced their way behind the line of jutting spears, but they were repeatedly butchered as they did until the mangled corpses were tall enough a pile that some of the zombies began using it as a way to leap above. There the halberds proved their worth over the raven beaks, a forest of jutting points that speared the few leapers clean through. Tribune Beesbury barked out an order, and whistles were sounded by the sergeants. The mages and priests at the rear lashed out with flame and light, providing cover to the rank of great shields as it rose, and retreated 5 paces before setting down again. They were adding depth to the killing floor to avoid further leapers, I noted approvingly. Hune's man was living up to her commendations. A pack is splitting off from the rest, Captain Leesburg pointed out. Eyes flicking to the side of the skirmish, I saw the Lycanese was right. Maybe 30 zombies and what must have been a bind within the lot were peeling off from the slaughter on the plain, heading southwest. There were villages there, as I recalled, though not large ones. Likely the reason they'd not been hit in the initial wave of contamination when 2 neighboring small towns had. The infiltrators had aimed for numbers above all else, perhaps understanding that weaponless zombies would require as much to make a dent in a line of proper soldiery. Shall I send out one of the order's wings, my queen? Grandmaster Talbot offered. I mulled on that a moment. Even as the assault formation on the plains continued its methodical savaging of the remaining undead. This might be the least of the infantry the dead king could field, but I was still rather encouraged by the day's results. That village we sent Lord Tanya to, what was it called again? I asked. Pierre Plate, I believe, Brandon Talbot replied. About half a bell away, I said. And the one Lady Osina was meant to get moving was maybe another half bell further west. The Levantines should be returning, then, Captain Leesburg said, quickly catching on to my meaning. Lord Razantanya, who was now truly the Lord of Malaga instead of merely the heir designate. His kin back in Levant had found a technicality that allowed him to claim the title without physically returning to the Dominion, should already have been back, truth be told. I rather suspected he'd waited for Lady Aquiline to finish covering the grounds I'd assigned her and catch up to him before heading back together. I was not one to grudge a young man his fancy for a lithe-limbed whirlwind of swagger and knives, especially when said whirlwind had legs like Aquiline Osina's. But if Tanya was under the impression that he could use our hours on the field to flirt with his betrothed, he was in dire need of instructional sparring. With adjutant, send a pair of riders to warn them, just in case they got sloppy with their own scouting. I ordered Talbot, eyes following the fleeing undead. The Levantines, particularly the Tartesso's foot, were actually better hand at this sort of thing than any of mine save for goblins, so it was likely an unnecessary warning. Still, why indulge in a gamble when a sure thing was close at hand? By your will, your majesty, the Grandmaster said, bowing his head. He guided his horse away, leaving to pass along my command, but I kept my attention on the undead. They were using the shoddy dirt road headed southwest, instead of just running across broken terrain, I noted, so there was definitely a bind doing their thinking for them. Not that it had helped them much, given the region and season. The borderlands between southern Hainaut and northern Brabant were a strange place, to my eyes. Flat stony plains were broken up by valley-like dips in the ground where greenery grew almost aggressively, though the part I'd grown to despise was the damned bogs. They were everywhere, though they always spread like the clap in an army camp after winter snows melted. For a few months, every year the entire region became the favorite piss bowl of the gods, which made campaigning around it deeply unpleasant. The only part that was mildly tolerable about the bogs was the way so many birds flocked to them, which made for good hunting and a change of fare when catches were made. The road southwest was half flooded by such a bog, which had lapped up at a turn already quite cramped up against a rocky hill. It was half expectantly that I watched that narrow passage as the dead neared it. If I'd been trying to lay an ambush around here, that was where I would have done it. Painted faces crested the hill, and a heartbeat later a volley of javelins scythed through the flank of the zombie pack. Wouldn't be enough to put any of those down for good, but it'd pin and tumble quite a few as well as disrupt their formation. I was not the only one looking, though, I noted. That'd be the Tartesso's foot, I told Captain Leesburg. Those call themselves Slayers in honor of the Silent Slayer, the heroine that founded the ruling line of the city. Lady Aquiline herself claimed direct descent from the woman, and for all I knew it might even be true. I'd never seen any people half so obsessed with blood as the Levantines, save for actual Presi blood mages. They are wearing almost as much paint as armor, and most of that leather, Carolina Leesburg skeptically said. Lycanese, I had found, held what I could only deem a very reasonable sort of respect for the virtues of putting on good steel armor whenever it was even remotely possible to get away with it. The way some of the Levantines disdained it was utterly baffling to them, and unfortunately that was one of the least contentious ways their cultures seemed to rub each other wrong. The way the Dominion held single combat as a glorious thing, in particular, had a way of earning aggressive contempt from the Northerners. It was, I'd come to believe, the difference between a people that held war as an honorable duty and one that held war as honorable, period. There were no frills to Lycanese ways. If it worked, it did not matter how ugly or unfair or harsh the way of getting it done was. Captain Leesburg hadn't come across an honor duel, at least. Those always made the Lycanese fall into black temper. There was a reason I'd ensured they were encamped at opposite ends whenever I could, even though it was a headache to organize. These days I sometimes felt more like a juggler than a general or a queen. And the moment I drop a single ball, I thought, people will die? It was a sobering thought, and the source of much of my patience these days. Slayers are monster killers by training, not line infantry, I told her. They're used to fighting things that consider plate little more than the crunchy part of the meal. I expect that when we finally get the Unravelers, they'll be the ones fielding them for our front. The woman's eyes brightened, for I'd said the magic word. Unravelers. The sheer intensity of the lust the Lycanese held for those artifacts surprised me almost every time, though perhaps it shouldn't. We'd been fighting the alchemical monstrosities of the dead king for not even 2 years while their kind had been the proverbial rock in Keter's boot for centuries. I'd heard the workshop deemed them unfeasible, Captain Leesburg said. Unfeasible wasn't exactly the right word. The first few attempts at making artifacts that disrupted necromancy had either been violently explosive failures or run into what Masigo deemed a proportioning problem, namely that those first attempts simply didn't have enough sorcery or light in them to successfully unravel something like a Wyrm or a Bjorn. Our people had eventually succeeded at making an artifact that could hold that much power, but it had been a material solution. As in, the materials used in the making of that thing were about as expensive as arming 2 cohorts in full Legion standard. That had been bad enough, but they'd also been quite rare. In particular, the kind of eldritch lumber they'd used grew only in the southern stretches of the waning woods, which meant importing it in large quantities was a half-baked daydream. The Belfry had since claimed a breakthrough in figuring out a structural workaround, though, and fresh plans had been passed along to the workshop a month past. We'd learn if they were truly functional soon enough, at least in principle. I'd only venture to call it a true success after shoving a spear inside one of those fucking undead dragons collapsed the whole thing, instead of requiring 3 named and a full mage contingent to get that job done. Might not be, after all, I said. Though I'll not count the chickens before they're Razan Tanya. Shit. It had been a beautiful little ambush, pretty as a pearl, javelins first. Then a dozen Malaga foot had emerged to block the road, raising a shield wall the zombies promptly threw themselves against. The slayers had leapt into the chaotic melee and scythed through the lesser undead with almost laughable ease, Lady Aquiline Osina among them. Quick enough, all that was left from the massacre was the bind that had led the pack. They should have killed it first, by my reckoning, since the zombies would regress to almost animal thoughtlessness after it was broken. But the reason why they hadn't had became rather clear when Razan Tanya stepped forward in chainmail and leather, a hooked sword in hand. The Levantines formed a circle around the two, those with shields in front, and took to shoving the undead back into the middle of the makeshift battle circle when it strayed too far from the Lord of Malaga. Foolish, the Lycanese captain said at the sight, and I grunted in agreement. Not that Aquiline was any better when it came to this sort of stuff. If anything, she was much, much worse. The Grey Pilgrim had made clear that the two lordlings were to listen to my orders, so at least they usually obeyed when I was there to keep an eye on them. But when I wasn't, this sort of inanity still cropped up with depressing regularity. It was like someone had chopped out the part of their brains where common sense was and replaced it with glorious single combat. Instead, gods, I supposed I should be glad at least they weren't stabbing each other. Apparently, the sole Dominion aristocrat killed at the graveyard, Razan's own father, had not been slain by one of mine or the tyrants, but instead by the Lord of Alava. I was rather glad that one had ended up on Melanz's front, even if he'd been somewhat easy on the eyes. On the plains, the assault company under Tribune Beesbury was cleaning up the last of the zombies with admirable thoroughness and without much trouble, so I decided the Levantines were due the first visit. I could personally praise Beesbury and his 300 for their work later. Grandmaster Talbot, I called out. Zombie moved under the pressure of my knees almost eagerly, and I could tell she was itching for a flight. I patted her mane fondly. Later, I told her. The leader of the Broken Bells was not long in attending me after the summons, and as a sign that he was getting used to my ways, he'd come riding with 20 knights and my banner instead of a courtier's manners. Good man. I smiled at him, then turned to my knights. Lord Tanya seems intent on putting on a spectacle. Wouldn't it be poor manners to fail to indulge him? There were a few smiles, and even a laugh. Though Levant's soldiery was not hated among my people, neither was it liked. It had not been forgot that a campaign had been fought against them in Isère, or that they'd been part of the Grand Alliance back when it was still just a pack of hounds baying for fresh meat. Calawan meat, at least in part. I flicked a questioning glance at Captain Leesburg to see if she wanted to accompany us, but she shook her head. With a courteous dip of mine, I took my leave. Staff of you laid across Zombie's back as we took the lead on our ride down the hill. I kept a brisk pace and made no pretense of hiding my approach, so the Levantines saw us long before we came. Tanya finished his opponent before I got close enough to hail him, a clean blow that carved through the bind's spine under the throat. The head, still wrapped in leathery but seemingly living flesh, tumbled to the ground. The Levantines let out a cheer. Hiding my irritation, I spurred Zombie onwards quicker, not slowing as I came upon the ring of soldiers surrounding the victorious young Lord of Malaga. The warriors had to hastily scatter out of my way, and instead of pulling on my reins, I let Zombie enter the ring at a trot, circling Tanya. So maybe I wasn't hiding my irritation that much, all things considered. By the time Zombie had slowed to a halt, there was only silence surrounding me. "Hail, Black Queen," Lady Aquiline called out. "We'll get to you in a moment, Lady Osina," I flatly replied. Lord Razan Tanya looked up at me with defiant eyes, his tan skin and coal-black hair framed tight by his helm. It wouldn't do to upbraid him like a child in front of his own men and his betrothed, I reminded myself, even though it was tempting to allow myself to spit out a few scathing lines that had cut him down to size. On the other hand, it wouldn't do to simply let this go either. He and Osina had been testing me more often lately, as if pushing to see how much I'd take from them. If I gave them an inch now, they'd be reaching for another before day's end. I stared down the Lord of Malaga without blinking until, reluctantly, he opened his mouth. "Hail, Black Queen," Razan Tanya greeted me. "And to you, Lord Razan," I calmly replied. "Now, would you care to explain to me why you were tormenting what is most likely the soul of an ancient crusader bound by dark sorcery into unwilling service to the hidden horror?" Ah, the embarrassed silence of someone who'd not quite considered the implications of what they were doing. How nostalgic. I could see why people had done this to me so often, if it was always this darkly satisfying to be standing on this side of the exercise. "Well," I prompted amicably, Do go on. I'm sure your reasons will be enlightening. That was just twisting the knife, but then I wasn't Razan's mother. I had absolutely no interest in caring for his bruises, be they on his skin or his pride. The Volagnac companies are already back at camp, last I heard, I casually said. Because they saw no need to play around with corpses, they're having first crack at the ale rations that just got shipped in from Brabant. I'd ordered some set aside for the assault formation too, as either reward or comfort for the way the skirmish went, but I saw no pressing need to mention that. Knowledge they'd be laying claim only to what the Procerans saw fit to leave behind went over with the Levantines about as well as I'd figured it would. There wasn't an army on the continent that didn't run on drink and brothels, save perhaps the one we were pitted against. It was a good kill, Lady Aquiline said, rallying to the defense of her betrothed. Gallantly, some might have argued. Some but not me. My eyes flicked to her painted face, hardening. Made by a man half a bell late on his march back to camp, I said. I don't suppose you have anything to say about that, Lady Osina? Embarrassment once more, and matching silence. And she should be damn well be embarrassed. They'd been sent out to ensure none of the zombie makers had gotten or could get at villages, not to mess about. And considering they'd gone out with 200 warriors each, and there couldn't be more than 50 here with them right now, they couldn't even pretend with the parchment-thin claim they'd linked up for safety in numbers. For now, I generously assumed the other warriors were left behind to be thorough in ensuring the safety of the evacuating Proceran civilians, though I'd be sure to ask pointed questions about this later. I was making no friends among the Levantines here by asserting my authority so bluntly, but then I didn't need to be liked by these people. Only obeyed, and they'd been growing lax about that lately. Return to camp, I said, eyes sweeping across the ranks. I'll expect a distinct lack of detours this time. It felt like I was spanking unruly children, which was all the more galling for not being entirely untrue. Neither of them were all that far from me in age, though sometimes I felt more like tired old Klaus Pappenheim than the woman of 23 I truly was. I could understand why Tarek wanted me to keep an eye on them, too, to both meanings of that. For all their sloppy habits and general recklessness, the two Levantine nobles made for a very charismatic pair when they weren't straining my patience. Both brave and skilled at arms, and while Aquiline was a finer blade and the most popular of the two, it was Razan I'd found had the firmer grasp on politics. If the Grey Pilgrim was in the market for successors to keep the Dominion stable after he died, then these two were by far his best bet from the current crop of the blood. Sadly, this did not in any way make them less of a trial to deal with. I didn't linger around the Levantines any longer, guiding Zombie out of the battle circle as my nightly escort and Grandmaster Talbot fell in. The man who'd once been the heir to march forward rode up to my side as we returned to the hill that had served as our earlier vantage point. The Levantine fondness for duels truly is a tawdry habit, Brandon Talbot said. It has no place in proper war-making. Duels are useful when they can be used to demoralize the enemy. I disagreed. I'd myself dueled in the past, after all, and sent others to do the same on my behalf. Usually I'd done it to kill a named foe before they could inflict great losses on my soldiers, or eliminate a titled fey before they could unleash a large working. But there was a reason I didn't use that method unless there was no other choice. Fighting on the front bound your soldiers to you in ways that could be hard to explain. It had been my willingness to fight on the front lines that had first won me loyalty in the 15th, but there was a difference between that and seeking out every duel there was to be had out there. One was sharing risk, the other courting death. Even the Lady of the Lake picked her fights and fled when they turned south on her. The dead have no morale, the Grandmaster said, and I didn't disagree. Which makes all this posturing rather puerile. Lord Tanya is young and in need of proving himself to his warriors, I said. Lady Osina's bloodline is famous for such duels, so there is a reputation to uphold. Facts which did not seem to hinder you in the slightest from disciplining them, the older man said, sounding faintly amused. Because if they pull something like that against a revenant after these little victories let them think they're champions, they'll get themselves slaughtered like lambs, I grimly said. And while it might be a fool's errand to expect Levantines to discard centuries of customs, I'll expect them to at least bend those to accommodate the realities of the war for survival we're fighting. Neshama could afford toss 50,000 binds in a pit and forget about them until last dusk, if he felt like it. If half the visions the sisters shared with me of the Drow front in the deep north were accurate, then that was the kind of force he was willing to throw away on a fucking distraction. On the other hand, if either of the Dominion nobles got themselves killed, the Grand Alliance had a damned mess on its hands. Whether it was about succession, command of their armies, or even the casting of blame that'd no doubt follow, there would be no part of it that wouldn't end up a nasty turn. So when I saw them playing duelist with undead, you might say my temper rose just a tad at the sight. Even in the wildest streaks of my days as squire, I'd never been reckless for recklessness' sake, much less acted so blithely unaware of the stakes at play. Doesn't matter, I finally sighed. They're only in my charge until we've swept the region clean. We'll be moving on to other things afterwards, and the pilgrim can shepherd his own cats. Another day's march south, and we'll have reached into Brabantine lands proper, the bearded knight said. We ought to be encountering the first of Prince Etienne's forward patrols come morning, and soon after our duty will be discharged. Looking forward to a stay in a proper city? I teased. A warm bath, Brandon Talbot reverently said, and food not cooked in a cauldron. The heavens smile upon us indeed. I chuckled. It was funny, the way months in the field could turn the simplest of things into luxuries. I was, myself, looking forward to finally getting a decent drink as well as a full night's sleep. Wherever lay diplomacy also lay quality wine, and wards good enough I wouldn't need to sleep with one eye open. Henno was due back from out west, too, which would be nice. It was always easier when he was there to foist off chorzo, share the burdens with. I'd of course meant, in an absolutely equal and unbiased manner. Let's get this business over with, then, I said. I've had about as much as I can stomach of spring in these parts, and the Walking Dead do nothing to improve the scenery. I'd hardly noticed a difference, Brandon Talbot drily said. Let it not be said that one of my people had ever willingly let an occasion to rag on Procker pass them by. We returned to the hilltop only to learn that Captain Leesburg had already taken her leave and headed back to camp, from where she'd be changing mounts and riding straight for Prince Klaus' forces further north by the main roads. While I was somewhat irked she'd not stayed around long enough to discuss her impressions of the day's skirmish and the performance of the assault formation, she was not under my command and owed me nothing save perhaps the occasional courtesy. Odds were I'd need to have that talk with the Iron Prince himself, which truth be told I hardly minded. The first prince's uncle was an old soldier of a breed that was deeply familiar to me. I'd spent most of my life either serving them drinks, fighting them, or leading them in battle. If the man had known a few rebel songs and told a story about some wound he took during the conquest, it might have been enough to make me homesick. It was brisk business after my return, organizing the return of our soldiers to camp and sending out riders to check on the forces we'd sent further out. While we'd be keeping a force of knights here in case an undead force had slipped our notice and reinforcements were needed by one of our detachments, there was no real need for me to stay here to supervise in person. Grandmaster Talbot was perfectly capable of handling this without my breathing down his neck. Consequently, I'd been preparing to ride away with an escort when Zombie suddenly shivered in discomfort. She'd only ever done that around a single man, which meant it was no deep mystery as to who had finally emerged from the wilds again. It was hard to tell how old the man was, or where he came from, though Indrani had once told me he was only a few years older than her. Between the tan and the filth, though he could have been from anywhere from 20 to 40 and past, as anything but Sonic. I'd expected a named of his bent to be athletic, but instead he was built like a bear, tall and broad-framed, but undeniably heavy-set. His clothes were thick leather, save for the fur boots and the beautiful hood he always kept up. Lined in ermine and made of fox, it was beautifully sewn, and it seemed a waste it would be pressed up against long matted brown hair. A long knife and a hatchet at his side. The man might have passed for a warrior of some sort, if not for the most eye-catching thing about him. The two great falcons seated on his shoulders, watching me with unnatural poise. Beastmaster. I greeted him, turning and betraying no hint of surprise at his sudden presence. Black Queen, the man rasped out. I have found you a quarry. My eyes narrowed. I'd not expected there to truly be one born from this crisis, as we'd been swift in crushing it. It was worrying it had anyway, even though I'd known the possibility was there. Events were quickening at brisker a pace than even our worst predictions. Where are they? I asked. The Beastmaster said. East. Where east? I impatiently said. It will be easy to find. The Beastmaster replied, hacking out a laugh. It is the only village on fire. Shit, I thought. Couldn't I, just the once, get an easy name to bring into the fold? Book 6, Chapter 2, Enlistment. My lords and ladies, have I not always been a firm believer in second chances? Dread Empress Malevolent II, announcing her second and penultimate invasion of Callow. This would be the fifth one I brought in, so to speak. The first time I'd come across a new named was maybe 2 weeks after the first proper battle that had followed Callow entering the war, which one of my own soldiers had jauntily named the Scrap at the Gap, only to see the quip tumble down into the pages of history. It had been our first use of a Pharos device, and the proliferation of gates out of the Twilight Ways had allowed us to take the dead flatfoot. The soldiers under Vollignac and Pappenheim had rallied with burning rage in their bellies, and we'd turned the chase around on Keter. We'd forced the dead to retreat, and even dented the Grey Legion. At the time, we believed we could reclaim all of Hainaut if we struck out aggressively enough, so we'd concentrated on reclaiming the roads and strongholds of the western region of Principality. The aim had been to establish a solid defensive line all the way to the border with Cleves, and after solidifying, root out the dead as we moved north in a Hainaut-wide curtain. No one had expected there to be anything still living in the region, for Keter had had the run of it for months, which was why when the Tartessos scouts had begun finding the remains of small undead raiding packs, we'd expected a monster and not a half-feral woman in her 70s. The Stained Sister had shattered Hakram's shoulder and nearly blinded him when we'd gone out to find what might be lurking in the hills. She'd been one of Hainaut's, not mine, for even 3 days buried up to her neck in the corpses of everyone she'd ever known had not been enough to break her faith in above. She'd listened anyway when I laid down the law as it had been agreed on. So long as named were willing to take up arms against Keter, they would fall under the aegis of the truce and terms. Amnesty was offered to all willing to join the war against extinction, and peace would be kept between villains and heroes until the dead king was no more. For those who were sworn to above, the White Knights stood as representative in councils and first among equals. For those that dwelled in below shadow, the same duties fell to me. It was a simple enough arrangement, in principle. In practice, it had been as about as horribly complex and strenuous a state of affairs as I'd expected it to be, and it had been a very long time since I was last called an optimist. I'd picked up 2 more during our offensive to take back the capital late last summer, the 2 of them pretty middling villains. One lowlife gambler who'd managed to survive by stealing other people's luck and using it to avoid and escape the dead. The other a hedge mage who'd slit open her own brother's throat to fuel an enchantment that made her invisible to Dead King's armies, but was now beset by his furious shade. Half-starved and almost pathetically grateful to be given shelter, the 2 of them had accepted the truce and terms without batting an eye. Unsurprisingly, getting them to toe the line afterwards had been more difficult. The pilfering dicer now had 9 fingers to illustrate the point that stealing the luck of my soldiers wasn't something you could talk your way out of, but at least I'd pawned off the mage to Indrani for her roving band and gotten only praise about her since. The dicer I'd sent instead to the first prince, as his talents were best suited for the sort of battles she was fighting on our behalf. The fourth had been both the easiest and the worst, in some ways, for though he'd come to me instead of the other way around, it would be very much a delusion to claim I had any sort of control over the Beastmaster, as I could not help but be reminded when the man opened his eyes, breathing out deeply. There are still a few, Beastmaster said. 3 or 4. Less than earlier. I looked at the great blaze across the half-dug dry moat and grimaced. It was rather surprised anyone, but the fresh named was still living. And you didn't consider helping them flee when you first noticed? I replied, tone curt, and risk the ire of a green named who could already do this. Beastmaster snorted, gesturing towards the village. The falcon that had flown over the nameless village returned to its master's shoulder, undisturbed at having lent him its eyes while it was still up there. The named at my side might not be anywhere as proficient a combatant as someone like Indrani or Hainaut, but his talents were surprisingly broad in application, and it'd be a rough affair to put him down if it came to that. I'd seen some of the creatures the Beastmaster used as mounts, and none of them were beasts to take lightly even without a rider on their back. More than anything else, the man had proved his worth as eyes up in the sky, even in regions where scrying might be disrupted, as was becoming increasingly common. His stable of birds of prey currently had a better record at tracking people than our sorcery, since even young names could sometimes disrupt scrying ritual. There was a reason I kept the man close, and it wasn't his charm or sunny disposition. If he meant to kill them, they'd already be, I said, tone grown sharp. Matted hair pressed against the side of his eyebrow, thick with filth. The man shrugged apathetically. I wasn't sure whether Beastmaster had been born a prick or he'd been taught the ancient ways of prickery by one of the finest practitioners of the art alive, the ranger herself, but his utter unwillingness to risk so much as the tip of his toe for another's sake had a way of raising my hackles. Even when Indrani had been fresh out of refuge and the lady's tutelage, she'd not been this, savagely unconcerned with everything that went on around her. Fine, I said. Tell my knights where the survivors are. They'll help them out. Where's the boy? The House of Light, Beastmaster said. If this was going to be one of the religious ones, I really hoped it had made it this far north that the Salian Conclave had struck down its decree naming me the arch-heretic of the East. If I was lucky, they might even have heard that instead the dead king had been proclaimed arch-heretic eternal. Lucky, huh? That'd be the fucking day. I whistled loudly, Grandmaster Talbot riding up without missing a beat or betraying irritation at the somewhat undignified summons. Beastmaster had eyes on survivors, I told the knight. Have some of your people get them out. Our healers are fresh. Good as, my liege, Brandon Talbot replied. Though I'll caution once more they are not the finest of that trade. Yeah, the house insurgent did tend to have that little defect. You couldn't learn to burn with light without missing out on the deeper secrets of healing, apparently. The Grey Pilgrim had once told me it was more a consequence of mindset than a hard limit of ability, but then there was no one alive who could use light the way Tarek Fleetfoot did. Not even Hanno, who had the shade of near every dead hero up in the library shelves of his head. Have them do what they can, I grimly said. Burns were nasty way to go. I'll be seeing to the hero, I added a moment later. Hurry with the survivors, Talbot. The man nodded, and after a nod to the Beastmaster, who bothered himself to return it, though seemingly with great effort, I rode out. This place must have been a nice little village, once upon a time. How many people had lived here? 100? 200? Couldn't be more than that. There was rarely such a thing as a proper street in places like this, even a dirt one, and this village was no exception. There were a tighter cluster of once thatched houses now blazing up trails of smoke surrounding what might have once been a village market. But aside from that, houses and shops had been raised rather haphazardly. They were scarcer on the outskirts, with the house nearest to the unfinished ditch standing entirely alone. Zombie did not even need to jump over the trench, as a quick walk around the edge of what had been dug accomplished the same result, rather less dramatically. It had been poor sense, trying to dig a dry moat in so wide a circle. The villagers would have done better trying the same further in, or better yet raising a palisade instead. There was no way the work could have been finished in time to repel the dead, not with the numbers they had. What I'd been looking for was a mere 3 steps away from the edge of the finished ditch, slumped and still. I slowed my mount, frowning as I leant down to turn the corpse with the tip of my staff. At first glance the killing looked like it had been done with light, a hole torn right through the chest of the still living woman, but the edges were too blackened. Charred. Light was cleaner than this when used on living people, even those corrupted by curses and sorcery. Light and fire threaded together? Unusual. I would have thought someone more prone into coming a name apt to wielding that if they'd been forged from a great fire, not the source of one. Hooves sounded against the ground behind me, a belated escort of knights. It was still a reflex for me to argue against the necessity of one, but there'd been 23 different assassination attempts against me in the last year. Few had even come close, but I'd been taught the virtues of having eyes other than mine and armored bodies in the way of harm. I'll be entering the house alone, I spoke without turning. I'll not have numbers spooking our friend. If you so order, my queen, Grandmaster Talbot replied, the genteel disapproval in his tone clear. I rolled my eyes. If the boy who'd done this still had fighting on his mind, it was a lot more likely I'd end up protecting my escort than the other way around. I let the body I'd been examining slump back against the ground and spurred Zombie onwards. We passed through the outskirts briskly, though I slowed once more to verify the sort of injuries on other corpses were the same as the first before heading deeper in, towards what should have been the market, as well as the small dirt path beyond it, and led to the sole building in the village that was tall stone with a tiled slate roof, the House of Light. There the named would be waiting, I knew, though I would not cross the threshold before figuring out exactly what it was I was dealing with here. Whether the boy was a hero, a villain, or of those whose role tread that narrow path, where circumstance could cast you, as either did not matter so much as the fact that he'd seemingly butchered an entire village. If he was a hero, as the use of light to kill would imply, he was unlikely to be the kind I got along with. We closed in on the market, where the roar of the flames was almost deafening. Wary of entering the central grounds, where heat had hardened and cracked the muddy grounds, I led Zombie into lingering at the edge of the circle in one of the larger gaps. There'd been an inn among the lot of them, I noted, though it was hard to tell exactly how large it had once been. It had been hit hardest of all the village. The walls had been torn through with great blasts of light, Then the ceiling had fallen and caught fire. Even that rubble, though, was not enough to hide the sheer number of corpses there'd been inside. Those the flames had not yet devoured were close to the door, some even just out into the street. They, I saw, had been hit in the back. The Grand Master of the Order of the Broken Bells caught up to me as I sat studying the burning inn, face betraying utter disgust what he beheld. Gods, Brandon Talbot rasped out. Even the children. Only one of those was untouched by flame. Pale brown hair fanning her face like a veil, but doing nothing to hide the black-rimmed hole that had torn through the middle of her back. There were bones I could see in the embers and flame, though, that even blackened could not be mistaken for those of a grown man. And yet, gods, and yet, do you still remember that skirmish just a week away from the capital, last summer? I quietly said, what happened to that company of Volagnac outriders, when they found that little village tucked away in the reeds? The dead wearing the guises of children, the bearded knights said, tones sickened. I'd heard. I do not blame them for fleeing, your majesty. I am not certain if I could have done it myself, striking down infants with knight's steel. And so Nishamiya's abominations would have torn you down from your horse and clawed out your throat. I thought, the way they did too many of those honorable outriders. Honor has no place on this field, not against the kind of foe we face. My voice came out cool, a warning under the swirling columns of smoke. This is not a war, Brandon Talbot, where hurried judgments thrive. Do not forget that. Yet sometimes I wondered if that was not Below's game, lurking behind everything else. Even if we won against Keter, what kind of creatures would we have become when we emerged from the crucible? Already I'd grown wary of castigating the slaughter of children without knowing more of how it had come to be, and we'd yet to even step into the dead king's lands. There was an old saying about the dangers of looking into the abyss that most peoples of Calernia held some form or another of. It had been taught to me at the orphanage as beware of matching horror's eyes, lest it gaze back into yours. One of those old Misan sentences turned into proverbs only nobles and priests ever seemed to quote. The thing, though, was that horror wasn't sickness. It wasn't something that tainted you from watching it or fighting it, like ink or filth or oil. Horror was a pit. It was a deep, dark hole the world pushed you into, remorseless. Sometimes the only way through was to wade through the deeps of it, do whatever it took, and there lay the trouble. Even if you got to climb out, after, who you'd been in that pit would never leave you. Gods, it'd be reassuring if it was a taint that had made the decision for you, but it wasn't. Not really. It was just you, when you were scared and cold and desperate and didn't want to die. That tended to be an uglier sight than devils, in my experience. Nowadays Calernia was being dragged into the pit, 1 inch after another, and there were nights where that thought kept me from sleeping. Lessons learned in the deeps of pit were long in being unlearned, if they ever were at all. What kind of a world was it that Cordelia Hazenbach and I would end up raising out of the ashes of the old? I sometimes wonder if even heroes are worth it, Grandmaster Talbot softly said, if they must always be born of such grief. Men murder men, I said. They rob and cheat and lie. From all I know, we've done so since the first dawn, and we'll keep on doing it until the last dusk. Don't blame the blade for the heat of the forge, Talbot. I bared my teeth. Blame the fucker who lit the furnace. Though in this case, I thought, the two might just be the same. My gaze had moved on from the inn, swept across the rest of this would-be marketplace, and a story had unfolded before my eyes. It had begun with the inn. There had been a gathering there, with perhaps as many as 100 packed tight inside. The named had let loose his power, moved to violence by something, and then the nightmare had begun. The villagers had been packed too tightly. Panic and stampede began to kill them just as much as the power unleashed. The place had caught fire, smoke and heat further stirring the pot, and even as some tried to escape through the back, the named had left by the front to strike down the few that had successfully escaped. The relief inside was short-lived, as the roof collapsed not long after. From there, the tale grew murkier. I'd wager that the noise and escapees had moved those few villagers with a weapon to try to kill the named, and he'd reacted, harshly. I'd yet to catch sight of him going for anything but a killing blow. From there it looked like the boy had swept through the village, heading to wherever he saw movement, and killing until there was no one left save for a handful of hidden survivors. He'd then limped back to the House of Light, either exhausted or wounded or both. I breathed out, almost comforted by what I'd grasped. I was not dealing with cold-blooded thrill killer or a broken bird-grown dragon's claws. Wildly wandering around striking down those who moved in a panic was a mark of lapsed control. Lack of premeditation, 2. This was too much fear and too much power, not the first atrocity of a great monster in the making. You seem grieved, my queen, the knight quietly said, voice almost drowned out by the blaze. Better it had been a monster, Talbot, I tiredly said. One of those I would have been able to use without guilt. Zombie pulled ahead, answering my mood before my knee gave the order. The breeze shifted. Like raking claws, threads of smoke were blown across our path. We rode through and broke the ghostly shackles, flanked by the unforgiving blaze on both sides as my mount's hooves broke the hardened mud beneath them. And then, quick as a stolen kiss, the heat and smoke were gone. We tread then the path to the House of Light, where flame had not reached. Yet blood had, for it was smeared over the wooden door left slightly ajar. I dismounted smoothly, though not so smoothly that I did not hiss in pain when my bad leg touched the ground, and lay a light slap against Zombie's rump. She left to wander, gait unhurried, and a last look over my shoulder quelled any thought my knights might have held of following me inside. The mantle of woe trailing behind me, leaning on my staff of yew as I limped forward, I cracked the door open just enough to slip in and enter the temple. There was a skylight. That was the first thing I noticed. Though a village like this was too poor to afford glass windows, and so the walls had been full stone, a clever trick of architecture had allowed for the making of a skylight in what I'd taken to be just a lightly angled roof. And it had been cleverly done, too, as it was carved to allow for the sun's journey through the day. The stone floor had been painted with scenes from the Book of All Things, and different times of the day would see light fall on different parts. It had been most ingeniously built for a temple in the middle of nowhere. Procerence, so much to hold in contempt, so much to admire. Light fell from above on the painted scene of gods in black and white, standing on both sides of the wan silhouette of a woman, their hands held out. A choice offered. The drying trail of blood that had trickled down all the what to the woman was one of those vicious little ironies creation was so fond of offering. My staff struck the floor as I limped up, sounding obscenely loud in the silence of this place. At my sides, roughly hewn benches, some of which had been toppled by struggle or negligence, only made it more palpable how empty the house was. At the very back, behind the painted scenes and the light, 2 bodies lay slumped. One was that of a priest, still clad in his pale robes. He was dead, a long cut-like wound opened from one shoulder to the opposite hip, and though it still bled blood, all the way to the painted stone, the outer edges of it were charred. Eyes wide open and unseeing of the sun pouring through the skylight, the back of his head lay against the altar he'd once tended to. Against the other side of the altar, bloodied and burned, lay the young boy who'd butchered more than 100 souls beyond the gates of this place. His face was a charred ruin. Stories, when they spoke of burns at all, delighted in telling of villains whose burn scars were disfiguring marks warning of wickedness. In a few there was even shoddy symbolism attempted, a face half-burned, the duality of a man's soul, good and evil at war. The boy's face just looked like someone had held it down against a fucking fire, and there was nothing elegant or symbolic about that. It was just pain and ugliness and pus, having devoured an uneven 2/3 of the face of a kid who couldn't be more 16. It had taken an eye with it, or close enough, as it had grown a clouded gray instead of whatever color it had once held. On the right side, on the part left untouched by fire, a lone blue eye and closely cut black hair were almost incongruously healthy compared to the rest of the young named. The boy wore a leather jerkin and woolen trousers, both so worn as to be near rags, and his shoes were little more than leather strips wrapped around a flat wooden sole. The wound I'd suspected he might have proved to be a knife slash on his leg, though not near anything that'd kill him. It had still gone untreated and soaked the wool red. Not that infection was likely to kill him, now that he was named. It was exhaustion, pain, and horror keeping him down. "Are you to be my punishment?" the boy rasped out. "I have sinned and do not deny it." "Gods," I thought, stricken. He sounded so very resigned. "Have you?" I said, making myself sound only mildly interested. "Tell me about it." "I am dash. That is yet to be determined," I mildly said, cutting in. "Tell me about the killings." The Alaman's boy, and he must be that, for his accent in Shantan had that lakeside twang to it, forced himself to focus. His blue eye fluttered, and the cloudy one turned to me as well, some thought returning to the gaze. He watched me, and I returned the look, leaning on my dead staff of yew. "You are not," the named said, "an angel." My answering smile was thin and sharp. "Not," I agreed, "in any sense of the word." "Who are you then?" the boy rasped out. The judge child, I said. And if comes to that, the other two as well. The named laughed, though the convulsion twisted him in pain. A fitting end, he said. I took their lives, stranger. I blinded and burned until nothing was left. How do you judge that? Sloppy, I said, tone cool. The inn was the correct place to begin, but to let loose while you were still inside? Sloppy is almost too kind a word. Pack that tight. All it took was a stroke of luck, and any one of them might have caved your head in. You should have left, barred the doors, and only then started the flames. The boy's face twisted with rage at my indifference. I couldn't know if they were all dash. He stopped, biting his tongue. Ah, I thought. There it is. He'd wanted me to splatter him across the stones. Justice swiftly done and harshly meted. But there'd been something more about this, a part still obscured. And where gentleness would unearth nothing this wounded child wanted buried, calculated callousness might just bait it out. You're not from here, are you? I'm used. You've got that lakeside twang, like you're always chewing. It's a long way south, for a boy of no great means. Lack of boots meant his family had never been even remotely wealthy. Refugee, it had me guessing. From one of the later waves, long after soldiery had ceased escorting civilians south. What does it matter? The boy asked. Means either you came with someone, I said, or you were capable of making it alone. Did you not see my work outside, stranger? The named mocked. Confirmed, then, that the power wielded there was something he'd had for some time. I saw your convulsing terror burned across a few hundred people, I agreed. So what is it that had you so scared, boy? The named grit his teeth. I am dash. Meat, until I deem it otherwise. I interrupted once more, tone gone cold. So speak. Boy. I saw anger, in eyes both blue and clouded, and anger was an anchor. I knew that as bone deep as I knew my limp and the sound Lise had made when it broke. It would keep him grounded in the here and now, at least long enough for our talk. It was too late, he snarled. The disease was in them, same as it was in Mamad. And I told them I could see it and they needed to send for a real priest, but they just wouldn't. Listen, dash. His mouth closed with a snap. I do not beg for my life, the boy said. I do not quibble nor defend. And it fell into place, just like that. The ditch begun but abandoned, the way so many of them had been gathered in the same place. They were going to leave, I said. I saw I had the right of it in the boy's eyes, even if he denied me an answer. A makeshift caravan of some sort, most likely, headed further south for one of the great refugee camps. When I'd last gotten a report on the seeded plague from the Grey Pilgrim, he'd mentioned his worry that there might yet be carriers in who the disease would be sleeping, lying in wait. He'd caught the infiltrators headed for Brabant himself, but not even heroes could be everywhere. If the boy was right and the villagers had slipped further south without being caught, thousands dead, should we be lucky? And we'd be putting out that fire for months instead of heading north as we needed to, losing a good chunk of the war season. This might not be the only village where it was attempted. I thought, if it was attempted all, I also considered, and the boy did not simply go mad with enough while it became more. I'd need Acua to study the bodies as well few survivors we'd pulled out. More than that, if this was the plan within the dead king's plan, then I needed to put out a warning there might be other villages like this out there. Villages that had not had the mixed of luck of being stumbled upon by a named. I couldn't let them, the boy said. And they weren't real miracles. I know the priest said so, but they worked. My gaze moved to the priest, dead and cold, the wound that was bloody but hardly mortal. If you could heal, anyway, use the light. The boy was no natural wielder of light, I realized, smiled upon by the heavens, and bestowed some manner of searing holy flame. But he did have a power he'd been born with. An eye for recognizing a magically seeded disease, the ability to wield highly concentrated light and flame in short bursts while losing control of it upon release. Those were the marks of a wild talent, a born mage, and one of great power, to have torn through a village while so unschooled. How badly you must have wanted to be anything but a mage, I thought, for the only magic you ever used to be such a close mimicry of the light. It was heartbreaking that he'd been warped into this, that he'd been broken after even that, and then forced to look a truth in the eye. He had the power to fight back against horror, just this once. So long as he was willing to make a horror of his own. It was, I mused, an easy mistake to make. The blue eye fixed me with burning contempt. It was not, the boy replied. And so mistake is either too feeble a word, or entirely mistaken. I was speaking, I replied, of the mistake I made. I came in here, you see, expecting you to be one of Hanno's. The saint of swords come again. My mind whispered, necessity that bleeds the grip, the hard deed that keeps the night at bay. The bottom of my staff whispered against the stone as I limped forward, and the young name tensed, though truth be told he'd be too exhausted to put up a fight if taking his life was my intent. Instead, leaning against the yew, I knelt in front of him. And, miracles of miracles, the pain in my leg was barely a whisper. Meeting the mismatched gaze, the clouded eye and burning blue, I reached out and gently tipped up his chin. My mistake, I quietly repeated. No, from the beginning you were one of mine. The gentleness, I thought, was what unmade him. A shiver went through his frame, turning into a tortured convulsion, and only then a ragged sob tore its way out of his throat. I'm a monster, the boy wept. Gods forgive, oh gods forgive me. My hand went down to his shoulder, comforting. Of course you are, I gently said. That's what makes you one of mine. We're the wicked ones, you see. I don't want to be wicked, he rasped. I just couldn't. We never can, I softly told him. That's how we end up wicked, I think. Because we can't stand to be good, if it also means we must. Let it go. I didn't want to kill them, the boy whispered. But what else could I do? If I'd had the light, the real one, I could have healed them, helped them. Instead, I drew back my hand and leaned on the yew I'd received in the depths of Lys, born anew under twilight sky. I rose, the light behind me drawing the eye to the snaking crimson blood of the dead priest on painted stone. You are a child, I thought. That is not the gift you were given, I said. My gift is death, he spat. I said. So it is. Either accept that truth or die under the weight of your utter inconsequence. The boy named flinched. He had, perhaps, expected comfort. Maybe a better woman would have offered it. The corpses smoldering outside were good, as much as most people are ever good, I said. What do you think sets you apart from them? Death, he said. Will, I corrected. The belief, deep down, that you know what is right and you'll see it done. He hesitated. It is the mark of named, I said. And why? Even now, some part of you wonders, wasn't I? Right. Didn't it? Need to be done. Did it? The boy asked, prayed, pleaded. You are a child. I thought once more, almost ashamed. What's your name? I asked. I am Tan. No, that is not the sort of name you meant at all, is it? The boy whispered. His fingers clenched. I am the scorched apostate, the boy said. I nodded in approval. Come along then, I said. You have much to learn, and this war won't fight itself. I did not wait for an answer, simply turning around and limping away without once looking back. 1, 2, 3 heartbeats. The scorched apostate dragged himself up to his feet and followed behind me, quickening his steps to catch up. You are a child, I thought once more. But we're in the pit, now, and if Keter is to fall then, this is the least of the horrors I'll need to stomach. We left the House of Light to its dead priest. Neither of us looked back. Book 6, Chapter 3, Standard. The tragedy of our time, of every time, is that while there is power in knowledge, there can be just as much in ignorance. First Princess Eugenie of Lang. I watched the scorched apostate sit in silence, face solemn, as the 2 healers from the house insurgent finished seeing to the wound on his leg and moved to the larger task of his heavy burns. I'd had him brought away from where the last 4 survivors of the nameless village were being looked at by another priest. Grandmaster Talbot spoke with the priestess in question, a fair-haired Lycian girl in her late 20s, before trudging his way to me through boggy grounds. With his helmet removed, Brandon Talbot's neatness was even more apparent than usual, all the more glaring for the contrast with his worn armor. He sketched a bow, and I flicked an impatient hand to tell him to cut it out. I'd made my peace with a lot of the formalities, having put on a fancy hat meant for me, but they had no place out in the field. My queen, the knight said. Sister Cecily says the survivors are physically healthy and without disease. If the boy was right about the seeded plague and his eyes were sharp as I suspected they were, he might have spared them for that very reason. Or it might be he'd simply missed them before exhaustion caught up with him, and he ended up retreating to the temple. Send a rider ahead to Lord Adjutant, informing him he is prepare a quarantine tent for them, I ordered. Then have them sent back on some of your spare mounts, under escort. By your will, your majesty, he said, then hesitated. Though it is unlikely they will know how to ride. Tie them on, if need be, I flatly said. They're in no state to walk, and I'll not have them rubbing elbows with this one. The last 2 words were married to a jerky nod of the head towards the young villain I'd found. Agreed, Grandmaster Talbot said, tone heavy with distaste. I'll see to it. I let him handle the arrangements, gaze lingering on the named. 2 healers from the house insurgent spent 30 heartbeats trying to heal the burns, but to no avail. There was less bleeding beneath the blackened skin, but no other difference to speak of. The charred ruin that had been made of the scorched apostate's face was not something light or sorcery would be able to mend, I suspected. I limped up to the 3 of them, the 2 priests ending their attempts as I approached and falling into deep bows. The house insurgent's priests always seemed to be trying to make up for my significantly more nuanced relationship with the house constant by open displays of esteem and allegiance, which I still wasn't quite sure how to deal with. Over my years of ruling Callow, I'd had good working relationships with a few brothers and sisters of the house, but genuine deference from people sworn to above was still something I struggled with. A gallant effort, I said, but those are beyond Light's ability to mend. The boy's eyes betrayed no disappointment at my words, only a sort of cynical satisfaction. He'd not believed for a moment he'd be freed from the burns. I can only apologize our failure, the older of the priests said, and seemed intent to continue along that line until I briskly shook my head. There is no need for that. It is a natural thing, and not unknown to me, I said. I once had such a scar as well. A long red cut that went all the way across my chest, where the lone swordsman had gutted me before leaving me to die. Once, the boy spoke up, picking up on the implication. No longer. It took a death, but I was rid of it, I agreed. But you're rather too young to be thinking of trifling with angels. It had taken snatching a resurrection from contrition to wipe the scar away, and I was not truly certain it had been the angelic touch, and not the victory before it that had actually done the trick there. I'd asked Tark to have a look at the boy regardless, just in case Mercy might feel like living up to the virtue it claimed, but his name seemed like it might just resist the changed tooth and nail. He wasn't called the lightly singed apostate. Thank you, I told the priests. I would speak with him alone, if you don't mind. Deeps bows once more, and murmurs of agreement. Congratulations, I told the scorched apostate. You are named, and the first of this spring to be brought into a treaty backed by almost every crown on Calernia. He blinked with his blue eye, uncomprehending. There's a proper formal name for it, I idly continued, but most of us call it the truce and the terms. A treaty about what? The boy asked. Not hanging boys like you when we find them, I said. I'm not a boy, the boy insisted. I'm 14. I did not betray my surprise. The burns had made it hard to tell his age, and he was tall for a boy of 14, especially a peasant one. 14, I thought with muted grief. And already hundreds of corpses to your name. There were some among the named he'd be rubbing elbows with that would be impressed by this. They wouldn't even all be villains. That's the part that trips you up? I still asked, dimly amused. Not the hanging, being called a boy. You can call me Tancred instead, the young villain said. Or Scorched. I did not quite have the heart to tell him no one would ever call him the latter save as mockery, though I suspected even Archer would feel a little bad about making sport of someone so painfully earnest. Tancred, I said, a half-hearted concession. You are named, and though there will be an investigation about what took place in this nameless village dash. Marsarak, the boy interrupted, tone heavy. It is called Marsarak. I forced myself not to look at the burning wrecks in the distance behind us. Only a handful of far-flung houses would survive of what had been called Marsarak. Do not interrupt me again, I said, tone calm but firm. Tancred bit the sole part of his lip that was not a blackened ruin, looking like I'd slapped him. I made my heart ache, but it needed to be done. I was not his mother or his friend. I was his patroness, and perhaps on occasion I'd be his teacher. Boundaries needed to be set from the very beginning. As the scorched apostate, you have been approached by one of the Grand Alliance's high officers and extended the chance to sign and abide by the truce in terms, I said. Though what took place in Marsarak will be investigated by my people, and your claim of a seeded plague looked into. Even if you are mistaken in that claim, you'll still fall under the blanket amnesty that comes with agreeing to abide by the treaty. Tancred's soul blue, I burned with indignation, and he looked about to boil over, but he kept his tongue. My lips quirked in approval. Good. If he could master himself on this day, of all days, then he had some promise. Speak, I said. That's rotten. The scorched apostate burst out before I'd even finished the word. That I'd still get away with it if I'd just dash. He shivered, and I could almost see his mind shying away from fully looking at what it was he'd done today. There would be a need to nip that habit in the bud. Failing to recognize what you were was a dangerous thing, for a villain, but even now I still had enough mercy in me to leave that for another day. If it had just been slaughter for slaughter's sake, Tancred forced out. Murder for sport. That's rotten. The boy hesitated. Sir, he hesitantly tacked on, half as a question. That'll do, I said. And it's not a pretty thing, you're not wrong about that. The business of survival never is. The indignation had yet to abate, so I flicked out a hand in permission for him to speak once more. They say we're winning the war, though, the apostate said. Last summer the Black Queen and the Iron Prince almost took back the capital in Hainaut, and since then the attack midwinter was beaten back. Why does there need to be an amnesty for villains? For heroes as well, I plainly said. We've no sole claim on bloody swords. It was somewhat refreshing not to have been recognized, I found. But this perception that we'd achieved anything but a bloody stalemate against the dead king, the ruling champion of wars of attrition, needed to be put to rest. This summer we might just begin turning the tide, God's willing, or out of my damned way. But the sole front that could be said to have truly gained victories until now was the Lycanese one. Those hard fuckers up in Twilight's Pass were making all of us proud. There is a truce, Tancred, because that first summer offensive in Hainaut nearly lost us the war, I said, tone serious. Because the midwinter attacks would have broken through the defensive line if the fortunate fool hadn't sacrificed himself to take out the Lord of Ghouls, or if the Witch of the Woods hadn't flattened one of our own fortresses with 2,000 of our soldiers still in it. Because we need every named, even the worst of them, and each one that hides from us out fear might end up raised into the dead king's ranks instead if he gets his hands on them. The young villain looked at me as if he'd never seen me before. My assessment had been stark, true, but I'd wager that was not the reason. I was not speaking as an officer would, but as someone who had a seat at the kind of table where there were precious few warranting one. So crimes committed before joining the treaty are granted amnesty, no matter how foul, I said. Heroes and villains are to observe the peace of the truce with each other until Keter falls, no matter past enmities. Should conflicts arise, or accusations need to be made about breaches of the truce, they are to be brought to their representative under the terms. I nodded at his inquisitive look, granting leave to speak. Indignation had gutted out, looked like, as it tended to when it was cast against the abstract instead of something you could see or hear. Curiosity was more tempting a mistress than arguing with me, at least for now. And who are they? The scorched apostate asked. The White Knight, for heroes, I said. The Black Queen, for villains. Those who claim to be neither can choose who they would appeal to. A band was assembled under the archer that has a degree of legal authority as well, but they are wanderers. Tancred slowly nodded, seemingly not unfamiliar with the name. Indrani's reputation had made it this far north, then. She'd be pleased to hear it, vain creature that she was. Under the terms are also set out obligations that must be fulfilled to remain protected by the truce, I continued. I'll let you paw through the lot of them later. Actually, can you read? Tancred looked away, then shook his head. Something else to see to, then, I said. They'll be read to you in detail by a sworn representative until you can read them yourself. The crux of them is simple. Follow the laws of the land and serve in the war against the dead king. If there are lesser grievances or breaches, punishment will be meted out by your representative under the terms. Quite a few of the heroes had howled at that last detail. A few like the Blade of Mercy and the Blessed Artificer even threatening to walk if it was upheld, but with both the White Knight and the Grey Pilgrim in my corner we'd had the clout to ram it through. Not that Tarek hadn't had his reservations, but we were all aware that precious few villains would even consider truce if joining it meant they were under heroic jurisdiction. On my side of the deal, the trouble had been making it clear to the name that I was actually serious about enforcing the terms. The pilfering dicer hadn't really believed me, and so Hakram had held out his hand on a stump as I hacked a finger off as chastisement. There'd been another sort of challenge too, unsurprisingly. 2 other villains had lost little time before trying to take my place as representative by force of arms. The Barrow Sword had been pleasantly straightforward about it, telling me outright he intended to use me as a stepping stone to rise high enough he could bargain with the Dominion to be named as the founder of a line of blood. He'd just as straightforwardly submitted when I'd struck him hard enough with Night to blast him through 2 carts and a palisade. We'd had drinks after, and while he was a ruthless bastard, he was also halfway decent company if you didn't get him started on the Silent Slayer's line. The Red Reaver had not been so respectable in his ambition. He tried to slit my throat in my sleep only to be caught by Indrani while trying to slip through my tense wards, and after that I'd made an example. A warning to anyone else who might have similar ambition and lack of sense. There had not been a challenge since, though I'd no doubt that the longer this war lasted the more I'd end up having to face. I will fight the hidden horror, The scorched apostate solemnly said, "On that you have my oath. I will march north and face the dead. You'll be headed to the belfry for a few months, Tancred, unless there's a pressing need for your talents," I drily told him. While the smoldering remnants of Marsarak behind us were testament to the power the young villain was capable of wielding, I had no intention of sending a mage so spectacularly untaught straight into the nightmare of the northern defensive line. That was a recipe for either losing a company to an uncontrolled blaze or serving up Keter, a fresh revenant. Named lost a great deal of power after the dead king got to them. In some aspects Neshama either could not or would not maintain in death, but a revenant spellcaster with this much of a bite to him would be a rough ride to deal with even if he ended up having only one trick. "The belfry, sir?" the boy hesitantly asked. "This isn't the kind of war that can be won with boots on the ground alone, Tancred," I said. The Grand Alliance understood that well before it began mobilizing. There would be a need for fresh sorceries, for unprecedented warding schemes and artifacts. A safe haven would have to be built for those scholars who would study the hidden horror's tricks and learn how to unmake them, too, one beyond his reach. And so the arsenal was ordered raised. I let a moment pass, gauging how much I should truly say. There'd been some of us, at the beginning, who'd argued that the arsenal's existence should be kept a secret. Princess Rosala had been one of the more ardent partisans of that belief, arguing that against Keter the best defense was secrecy, and the Grey Pilgrim had backed her, which meant the Blood had as well. In private with me, Tarek had argued that by keeping the arsenal secret now we would later get the benefit of revealing it when tipping a pivot one way or another, but I'd been unconvinced then, and I was unconvinced now. As it happened, Hazenbach and I had, for once, been in complete and utter agreement. Even if one was willing to write off the effects on morale that knowing such a place existed would have on the rank and file of the Grand Alliance, which neither of us was, the fact remained that practically speaking keeping it secret would be near impossible. Too many people would be involved in its construction and its upkeep. Whether it be building the towers and laboratories, bringing in food by cart, or even something as simple as making the beds in the rooms, there would be a need for workers and servants to handle the labor. That we'd gathered some of the finest magical minds in Procure, Callow, and Levant before going further by bringing in scholars, priests, and artisans meant that numbers alone would make disappearances glaringly obvious anyway. And it wasn't like the dead king wasn't going to expect us to have such a facility. No, better to lay false trails by the dozen and keep the location secret rather than attempt the improbable outcome of utter secrecy. There are two societies within it, the workshop and the belfry, I continued. The workshop concerns itself with the making of artifacts, armaments, and alchemies. The belfry's mandate is broader in scope, study of the dead king's creatures, war magic and warding, experimental research. I let a beat pass so the details could sink in. The part that mattered most I'd consciously split from the rest. The belfry also concerns itself with teaching mages, I told the boy. It had been a struggle to pull away Masigo from his attempts to establish his proof of concept for quartered seasons and the other half-dozen projects he'd picked up, but the results had been well worth the hassle. He'd trained up a few talented Proceran practitioners to what he called acceptable scrying ritual standards, which was maybe 2 decades ahead of what anyone west of the Whitecaps had previously been capable of. That cadre now served as permanent teachers for the hedge talents the first prince was sifting through Procure for, sent in by bands of 20 for teaching. The scrying network for the Grand Alliance was arguably the largest and widest-reaching on the continent at the moment, if likely still inferior in quality and reliability to praise. Communications grew harder the closer we were to active warfare against Keter, too, now that Neshama had begun using disruptive rituals. Adjusting our rituals so that the disruptions wouldn't affect them was exactly the kind of puzzle the belfry had been assembled to solve, though, so we'd see how long that lasted. Getting a training camp running for war magic had been a great deal less successful, unfortunately. Even after lowering the bar of used sorcery to the standard of the Legions of Terror, we'd proved incapable of reliably training up mages in that manner. We were running thin on instructors, true, but at the end of the day the unpleasant truth was that there was simply a limited amount of people in Procure with a gift that was strong enough to be useful for war. The total number of mages living in the Principate was likely higher than that in the Empire, by simple dint of population, but the quality of those talents was the trouble. Mass sorcery remained beyond our grasp for now, though at least training up a handful ritual cadres had proved a workable alternative. Standardization remained the largest issue there, since no two cadres were capable of doing the same things, and there was only haphazard overlap. "Are you not going to teach me?" the boy quietly asked. His face was hard to read, which I supposed was a feeble silver lining to the scorching of his face. His voice, though his stance. He was 14, and, named or not, he'd seen precious little of the world. He might as well be an open book to me. "There are things you'll learn from me," I said. "Magic, however, isn't one of them. I don't have the gift. I do happen to be acquainted with a few of the finest practitioners of it alive, though, so rustling up a good tutor for you shouldn't be all that difficult. Who to send him to would be something to consider." Masego's interest in teaching could best be described as passing, though he was a rather able tutor when talked into it. Hierophant also had so much on his plate the meal could feed too, and he'd lost the ability to practice magic. Roland might be a better fit, anyway, given that his tendency to be a generalist meant he always had common grounds with pupils. The rogue sorcerer was a hero, though, and the way he ended up saddled with the work that no one else was particularly good at meant his days were nearly as filled as Masego's. The hunted magician owed Indrani a favor which I might be able to call in for this, but the Proserpine villain was an enchanter for the workshop and just generally unpleasant. I'd rather the scorched apostate be taught by a named mage instead of a nameless one, but we'd have to see. "But I will be sent to this belfry," Tancred said, hesitant. "Not alone," I replied, taking a measure of pity on him. "I'm to head south myself before long, and I meant to pass through the arsenal. I'll be accompanying you there, at least." Indrani had been writing me about physically setting foot at the arsenal for a few months now, though until today I'd been on the fence about taking the detour there after the council. This settled it, though, since I'd want to settle the boy comfortably under someone able to teach him before moving on. Archer wasn't wrong, either, when she said that it was sloppy of me to have never met so many named on our side, including villains I represented under the terms. How many were there nowadays, between the workshop and the belfry? 10, 12? Less than half of that were of mine, since it was harder to find villains willing to play nice with others than heroes. But even getting a good look at the currents of the place might not be a bad idea. If we lost the arsenal, the war would begin a death spiral downwards in a matter of months. Best to make sure it wouldn't shatter itself from within. "Good," the scorched apostate said, perking up. "I have dash." I wasn't riding zombie this time, so her discomfort could not serve as warning for the closeness of the Beastmaster. But the old trick I'd once taught Vivian still worked. Someone had been looking at me intently, too intently. It had been an attempt to sneak up on me, I decided, and there were few who'd attempt that against me in broad daylight. "Beastmaster," I interrupted, "have you grown shy? Come out properly. Introduce yourself." The man bedecked in furs and leather let out a grunt and circled away from my back, only then catching Tancred's notice. Only one hawk was still on his shoulder. "Your pet witch sent word," Beastmaster said. "She makes haste, as you ordered. Have you called her that to her face?" I asked, morbidly curious. I almost hoped he hadn't, just so he might try it before me. It had been too long since I'd seen Acua flay someone alive with her tongue. The Beastmaster spat to the side. "Better to embrace vipers than speak with witches," the name dismissively said. "So," I thought amusedly, "you've most definitely called her that to her face," and the predictable ensued. Slow learner, was he? Not that he'd been the first. It never ceased to amaze me that some people somehow ended up thinking Acua Sahelian would be an easy prey for Barbs or Bluster just because she did not have a name while they did. It was like sticking your hand in a wolf's maw and expecting the teeth not to wound because they weren't a bear's. "That hawk," Tancred said. "I've seen it before." "She saw you," Beastmaster replied. Since apparently Ranger's education in refuge had not extended to basic courtesies and gods, I'd meant that as a jab, but now that I thought about it, I saw to the introductions myself. "Tancred, this is the Beastmaster," I said. "He's a former pupil of the Lady of the Lake, and now a mercenary in the service of the Grand Alliance. Paid not in coin, which I would almost have preferred." The Beastmaster had instead bargained for certain rights and permissions, as well as guides to be provided to show him paths to ancient places in the depths of Brocelian forest. Coin meant little to the named of refuge, used as they were to barter instead, and the relative modesty of the man's demands meant he'd gotten near everything he'd asked for. He'd simply been too useful an asset to be carelessly tossed aside, and even with refuge having effectively collapsed, it wasn't like he'd not had other places to go. The fighting in the free cities was far from over, despite General Basilia's streak of victories. "Greetings," Tancred said, though he was frowning. "Beastmaster, this is the scorched apostate," I said. "He has agreed to abide by the truce and the terms." The older named looked the younger up and down, seeing no longer the villain who'd caused the blaze in the distance, but a boy of 14 with most his face lost to burns and clothes that were well on their way to being rags. He was visibly unimpressed. Another one plucked out of the mud? Beastmaster said with a hard bark of laughter. At least this one has fight in him. Not half an hour ago, I mildly reminded him. You were wary of him. Did you boldness perhaps travel by foot, to be arriving so late after the rest of you? His face darkened. I met his gaze squarely. Like Archer in the early days, he'd take any attempt at diplomacy as weakness and continue to push his luck. But he wasn't Indrani, and I was not a squire well out of her depth. I'd killed harder men than him and done it with a great deal less power than I could now call on. Confident in his strength as he might be, he'd be looking at the trail of corpses left in my wake and be forced to admit that were named among the lot that would have butchered him without batting an eye. And so he backed down, or at least as close to that as his character could afford to let him. There is nothing left to hunt, the Beastmaster said. I take my leave of you. I could sting him further, but there would be no point to it save passing pleasure. Not that I'd let the retreat pass entirely without comment, lest he take that as relief on my part. By all means, I replied. The conversation was getting stale. Beastmaster's lips thinned, but he strode away without speaking any further. I glanced at Tancred, who'd been following all of it with wide eyes and now was looking at me a little guiltily. I'm sorry, the scorched apostate said. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Trouble? I echoed. Won't he complain to the Black Queen? The boy asked. You've made an enemy of a powerful named on my behalf. He seemed genuinely worried, which was a little touching. You seem to have misunderstood the nature of my relationship with him, I said, smoothing away any trace of my amusement. Tancred looked appalled and a little sickened. I am sorry, sir, he said. I did not mean to insult your lover. I choked. Beastmaster of all men? Gods, I'd rather sleep with the Mirror Knight. The man might be an insufferable prick, but at least he bathed regularly. He's not my lover, he's my subordinate, I said. In the boy's defense, he seemed pretty mortified by the mistake. His embarrassment passed soon enough, though, and left behind only the latest hint in a series of them that had been growing the longer we spoke. Those priests and horsemen, the young villain said. They were Calawan, and yet they bowed to you. So they did, I agreed. My hand reached within my cloak to extricate the long dragon-bone pipe Masigo had gifted me so many years ago, then producing a satchel of Arinseb bitter leaf from another pocket. Sadly, the bitter leaf enough had come to replace wakeleaf as my vice of choice, as it was much easier to get your hands on this far north. The smoke was heavier than wakeleaf's, and it was often mixed with sweeter herbs to take the edge of the sourness off, but it scratched the itch well enough when stuffed in a pipe. You implied you were a high officer of the Grand Alliance, the scorched apostate continued. But that's not all you are, is it? I passed my palm over the pipe, flames flickering within through a twist of the night, and pulled at the mouth a few times before spewing out a steam of smoke. Who are you? Tancred asked. The firstborn named me Losera, the queen of lost and found, I lazily replied. To the wasteland I was the squire, the Carrion Lord's sole apprentice. The Fae knew me by many names, though the last I ever bore was that of Sovereign of Moonless Nights. On this side of the Whitecaps, though, it's a simple name I am known by. The Black Queen, the boy whispered hoarsely. The leader of the woe. I said, with a crooked smile. And now let's find you some boots, because I refuse to keep wincing every time I look at your shoes. Book 6, Chapter 4, Shadowed. By my own hand I have made my enemies, and so own them just as a craftsman owns his craft. Dread Emperor Nihilus I, the tanner. Dusk was shyly peeking over the horizon when Acua, Sahelian arrived. Tancred's exhaustion had caught up to him before long, and he now lay curled under a blanket on the closest thing to dry land we'd been able to find, a large flat stone. The boy was resting his head against a rolled-up horse blanket, two large boots dangling out of the covers, and drooling into the coarse cloth. He was dreaming, though from way he sometimes clenched his teeth it must have been a nightmare. Hardly a surprise, after the storm of fire and death he'd unleashed on Marsarak. It would take a colder soul than this one possessed to sleep restfully after that kind of butchery. I tore away my gaze from the boy, knowing that if stared any longer I'd find it more difficult to resist soothing his sleep. I'd always had a hard time picking my attachments, and though that had saved my life more than once in the past, it would not always remain that way. Though I was only a claimant, even after 2 years in the Crucible, it could not be denied I was once more on the path to being named. That meant an apprentice, a real apprentice, not an occasional pupil or a child under patronage. might just be the first step on the road to an early grave. There were ways around it, at least. The Lady of the Lake was the example to emulate there, for once. Ranger had been a teacher for decades in refuge without ever falling to that peril. In my more charitable moments, I wondered if the way she'd been so harsh with all she taught was not in that sense a way of preserving her own life, but that charity was ever passing. Regardless, there were parts of her methods worth emulating. Teaching many students, teaching a general method more than passing one's own signature talents, not allowing yourself to be drawn into the stories of one's pupils. All were rules to consider when seeing to the youngest villains in my charge, and perhaps even when Cardinal itself would be raised. Much as I intended to be sitting on the council arbitrating the lease accords instead of teaching, I might be moved to dabble on occasion. It might prove necessary, should we be thin on the ground for teachers in the early years. Regardless, I must step carefully until I grasped the nature of the name I was moving towards. I had opponents still out there that would slit my throat through even the slightest of missteps. One in particular had been most noticeable by her absence, though I was not so foolish as to believe that just because I'd not heard of the wandering bard, she'd not been busy weaving her nets. But we were busy too, and though the dead king was our enemy, I'd not forgotten his parting short at the Peace of Salia. There is a place, in the heart of Levant, the hidden horror had told us, where the first pilgrim of Grey slew many men. And there, he'd claimed, there would be a secret buried that would tell us how Kairos Theodosian had saved all our lives. The dead king had claimed that Tarek would know of the place, and that had proved true enough. It was valley in the depths of southern Levant known as the Verdant Hollow. Finding the truths buried there had not been anywhere as simple as the King of Death had implied, though. For one, the White Knight's aspect could not see into what had taken place within the bounds of the valley during the first Grey Pilgrim's life. It had not stopped us following the thread, but it had certainly slowed us down. Soon, though, I thought. Vivian's reports was clear about that. With Tarek's influence backing us, we'd been able to bargain with the Holy Seljun for access to the secret records of the Isbalai, and using those another trail had been found. I'd winced at the number and caliber of named weed had to send to follow it. But the band of 5 under the painted knife had found success in the form of a secret they'd refused to entrust to scrying rituals. A knot of hope and fear had laid nest in my stomach ever since I'd read the report. The truth they were bringing north would not be a gentle one. Yet the grim cast of my thoughts was dismissed by the beat of wings on the wind. I turned, having felt her presence nearing in the night long before either ear or eye afforded the same, and felt the same clench of the heart I always did when I saw the span of those black wings on the wind. Acua had taken to embracing the changeable nature that her strange half-life lent her, in part because emphasizing her unearthly nature helped my reputation, making her seem more as a bound spirit than the doom of Lys, now keeping my counsel. So it had been expected that she would start shape-changing for reasons both practical and entirely dramatic. I'd even expected that it came to choosing a shape that could fly, she would not settle for a paler imitation of Save NOC. Yet I'd expected some mimicry of a wasteland legend, like the rainbirds the Tagreb claimed the Mizans had hunted to extinction, or the red-feathered ibis, whose croaks at dusk were said to be prophetic by sonic myths. What she had chosen, instead, was a black swan. Swans were not native to the wasteland. They were Calawan beasts, most known to nest in the south. Lys had been called the City of Swans, once upon a time. That the woman who'd once been the doom of Lys would take the shape of an ebony black swan was a gesture of many nuances, and one I still had difficulty parsing. The few knights still with me, no more than a score, turned hard gazes towards the nearing bird almost to the last. The revelation that the advisor Kivuel was in truth the doom of Lys bound to my service had been ill-received, though it had been a strangely fascinating exercise to see why and by who. The House Insurgent had in fact praised my efforts to redeem the former Diabolist in their sermons, nearly sidestepping the issue that we were both villains of disputable retirement, and the eastern parts of my armies had been largely indifferent. The Order of the Broken Bells, and indeed most Calawan highborn among my armies, had not been so blithe in their indifference. I'd had petitions to allow her to stand trial before either a military tribunal or a noble one that had gotten increasingly pressing as time went on, and even my blunt reply that I still had a use of Acua had not been enough to put the matter to rest. It was a black mark on my record for a lot of my countrymen, and if not for the constant pressure of Keter to the north, I suspected the backlash would have been a lot worse. As it was, there'd still been desertions. Not many, but given how few of those I'd suffered since the first campaign of the 15th, it had stung in ways that were hard to explain. That was a candle to the bonfire that had been the reaction back in Callow, though. Vivian had appointed Duchess Keegan Iarsmy of Daoin to the office of Governess-General of Callow before leaving the kingdom for the Prosperin campaign, which had been, and in many ways still was, good sense. The Duchess armies were the largest military force left in Callow. She had the clout and pedigree to keep the northern nobles in line, and most of all there was absolutely no doubt that Keegan Iarsmy would reply to secret offers from the Tower by steel and public hangings. Duchess Keegan was also the ruler of the Deer Wraith, whose ancestral spirits had been stolen and used as a glorified fuel for the Doomsday Fortress at the heart of Acua's folly. The news that I now kept the eponymous Acua in my service, even as a shade, had not been well received. What few gains in trust I'd made with Daoin had gone the way of thin air, and there was now little doubt that when the war with Keter was settled, Duchess Keegan would exercise the right I'd promised her when I'd first bargained for her aid, namely, that the freshly elevated Grand Duchy of Daoin would be allowed to secede from the Kingdom of Callow while remaining a military ally and suffering no loss of trading rights or privileges with the kingdom. At least the northern baronies hadn't agitated over it beyond some expected opportunistic posturing. They'd at least felt the taste of both the Presi occupation and Acua's span of folly, so truth be told they'd had little to agitate with. And that was only the reaction of nobles, who as the hierarch had once reminded me were but a few to the many. Though news traveled slow and the shifting nature of rumors gave the Hydra 100 different heads, my reputation had taken a hit back home as well. A lot of my appeal to the people as a ruler, Hakram had noted in that clear-eyed way of his, had come from how harshly I'd dealt with the folly and the Fey incursions. Acua's survival was a complication in what it had previously been a straightforward story, and people rarely took well to such added twists and turns. There'd not been riots, at least, but there'd been open unrest in the growing southern towns. Many of the former refugees settled there had lost kin and lease, and having had my name associated with years of food and shelter in the wake of the ravaging of the South, had only helped quell the tensions so much. The House Constant had stayed aloof, as if usually did when it came to worldly affairs, but the Jacks had made it clear that most of the small factions that had been leaning the way of the House Insurgent now had second thoughts. No, the revelation had cost me a great deal of trust that I would likely never regain. A decade of good rule might see this turn into nothing but a bump in the road, but I didn't have a decade of rule ahead of me. I fully intended to abdicate in the wake of the war against Keter. So at this point, it was more important to gild Vivian's reputation than glue back a few lost feathers onto mine. As a silver lining that had proved almost ludicrously easy. Before my thoughts could wander down that rabbit hole, though, elegant talons touched the ground beneath open wings and darkness shifted from swan to woman. Acua had perfected the process. It looked like she was rising from a kneeling position, sweeping up gracefully. Her first attempts, Archer assured me, had looked a lot more like a kid failing at a pirouette. The doom of Lise rose to her full height, skirts sweeping around her, and tastefully curtsied. "My queen," Acua greeted me. The hard eyes of my knights remained on her back, and, I almost imagined, on mine. It made me feel restless, and as it happened I had decent reason to indulge the urge to move. I'd sent for Acua because I needed answers about what had taken place in Marsarak, and the village in question was ahead. "Walk with me," I said. She did, without missing a beat. We'd had these walks often enough, over the last 2 years, that it felt like a natural thing for her to fall perfectly in step with my limp. There was a lot that felt natural these days about having her at my side, which I needed no warning to know was a dangerous thing. "You heard about what happened here," I said, brusquely gesturing towards the burning village. Unlike me, whose limp was forcing to slog through the wet grounds inelegantly, she was not dipping in so much as a toe. I could probably achieve the same thing by calling on the night, but she needed not such thing. Where once her body had been a soul given flesh by winter, she now used the power of save NOC for the same effect. She didn't need to draw on night, per se, as she was. Mate of night. Changing the properties of her physical shell was child's play to her, like playing with clay. "I did," Acua acknowledged. "And from the looks of that sleeping boy under a Callowan blanket, you have gathered another stray to your hearth." "The scorched apostate," I said. She let out a sigh of sympathy. "An unfortunate name in many ways," Acua said. "Those marks will not be easily shed, even should he stay at your feet." "He won't, not for long," I said. "He's headed for the belfry." "Mage?" she inferred, interest rising. "He does not have the look of one from a wealthy household. Talent is not distributed according to land holdings," I grunted back. The shade glanced at me, seemingly amused. Acua Sahelian was a lovely sight in any light I would care to name, even more so now that she had discarded the veil she had worn as advisor Kivule. But I'd grown partial to the way she looked under spreading twilight. Shapely as she was, tall and full-breasted yet slender, an almost hourglass shape I believe belonged only in stories before first witnessing the unearthly beauty of Wasteland Highborn with my own eyes. There was no time of the day that would do her figure disservice, much less in the tight and high-waisted dress of black and scarlet she'd chosen to wear, but twilight always lent her a certain. It was the golden eyes, I thought, and the sharp bones of her face. Under dusk's cast, she looked as gorgeous and terrible as the old tales had promised the Fae would be. She felt me stare, no doubt, but said nothing of it. It wouldn't be the first time, nor would it be the last. Magic is not an inexpensive art to train in, heart of my heart, she said. I cast not unkind auspice on the boy's talent, but merely expressed surprise that one with such a powerful gift did not burn themselves out long before they could become named. I wasn't ignorant of the dangers of having a powerful magical talent without being taught, of course. The War Collage had gone into some detail about it, and Black had made certain I read the Highborn screeds about the matter like Sorceress Bequest and The Burden of Privilege. Prisai Highborn often used the death rates as a justification for the ways high seats plucked out young mages from their families for training and servitude. Mind you, Black had wanted to replace that with Legion schooling and at least one mandatory term of service in the ranks. He'd be much more interested in breaking the grip of the height seats over the loyalty of the finest mages in praise than in ensuring the freedom of practitioners. Knowing him, he'd have no issue with said freedom, either should it come as a consequence of his policies, though. He's got only the one trick, as far as I can tell, I reluctantly conceded. And it's some sort of imitation of what light can do in a fight. A limited repertoire would help, Acua confirmed. Quite a few untaught mages end up using similar wild spells, the easiest of conjurations and illusions, regardless of where they are born with no ill effect. It is lack of control married to strong emotion that is the most common killer for hedge practitioners, but an intense obsession on a single crude formula would restrain this danger. She paused afterwards. An imitation of the light, she repeated, tone ambiguous. How very Proserine. It did not sound like a compliment, nor was it meant to be one. The distaste was not directed at Tancred, though. Not all peoples in the world hold magic as the gift of all gifts, I reminded her. My own had a complicated relationship with sorcery, for one. It was a rare city in Callow that was not warded, or where a few practitioners could not be hired with coin through the Hedge Guild. Yet magic would never be held in high esteem the way steel or prayer would be, for sorcery was inherently linked to praise for most of us. Though wizards of the West and wise enchantresses had been a staple of Callowan names for centuries, none of them had ever held so much as a regent's title. Mages were advisors and retainers in Callow, never rulers. Nor should they, Acua said. Though it is a great talent, it is only ever one among the many needed for one to achieve greatness. It is those calling the gift a curse I hold in contempt. I didn't disagree, as it happened. The reason why the power of mages had first been curbed in Procer was eminently reasonable. Some of the largest wizard guilds had taken to playing kingmaker in the first prince elections, only to get harshly disciplined when a candidate they'd opposed, and even tried to depose consolidated power and began dismantling their guilds. First Prince Louis Maravins had not been bloodthirsty man, so he'd ended their power by ruinous taxes and starkly limiting guild sizes instead of brutal purges. Yet his successors had simply kept their boots on the throat of Proserine wizardry without ever reconsidering the matter, often with the House of Light's enthusiastic endorsement. Proserine mages couldn't even serve as healers, which I found absurd as magical healing could accomplish things that priestly healing simply could not. Mages were not outright hated in the Principate, but they did tend to be viewed as keeping to a disreputable trade. I did not think it a coincidence that we'd gotten more villain-named mages out of Procer than we had heroes. Things will change, I said. Hazenbach founded her Order of the Red Lion, and they're just too useful to be despised. Now we're gathering and training their mages for war, which ought to gild the record even further. The Principate will have to adjust after Keter. A few thousand mages trained in war whose edge had been honed against the kingdom of the dead would not meekly bend their neck so the boot could be placed on it again. And I somehow doubted that someone with Cordelia Hazenbach's ruthless streak of practicality would simply release a force like that back into the wilds. Given how badly the higher ranks of the House of Light had blundered when backing the attempted coup against her before the Peace of Salia, I believe the first prince might even have the pull to force through some much-needed reforms. It is in the nature of rot that it is not so easily removed. Acua disagreed. I simply grunted, unwilling to dispute the point here and now. We had other cats to skin, and we'd wander far off the beaten path. Metaphorically speaking, anyway. In practice, we'd reach the outskirts of Marsarak, and that now familiar half-dug ditch. The boy's also got good eyes, like as not, I said. It's why I sent for you. He claims he found traces of the dead king's seeded plague in the villagers. Her brow rose, arching with irritating elegance. When I did the same thing, it just made me look kind of angry. A much rarer talent. This, if is not an aspect, Acua told me. It implies either an exceptional sensitivity to magic or a physical gift. I had an inkling it wouldn't be an aspect. Tancred might have had the power before reaching Marsarak, but the name had gotten its weight through the choices he'd made in the village. An aspect beforehand would be putting the cart before the horse. Humans don't usually have the latter, as I understand it. I frowned. One of the pleasures of conversation with Acua, as it happened, was not having to always spell out everything. Sidestepping the notion of it being an aspect was enough for the implied to be understood. There are always exceptions, the golden-eyed shade shrugged. But you are largely correct. It is a gift most often achieved by twining the line with being so blessed. A delicate way of saying that the scorched apostate was either a 1 in 100,000 birth, or there was non-human blood running through his veins. Either way, there was more to his story than I would have guessed at first glance, and he'd not struck me as a simple soul from the start. Something else to dig into, though that was the kind of matter best tossed into Hakram's lap. Aside from the practical consideration of having left him in charge of serving as my go-between with the Jacks, there was the more esoteric one of avoiding taking too direct an interest in Tancred's past. Unruly curiosity had a way of carrying costs for named. I looked down at the first corpse I'd encountered earlier, still slumped and scorched. Find the plague seeds if there are any to be found, I ordered. If the dead king really has such a weapon, we might have a situation on our hands. It wasn't that I feared there'd be major spread beyond the initial outbreaks. We'd caught this early enough that we ought to be able to contain, if not outright smother the attack. Even if one of the refugee camps was turned, we'd be able to strike quick enough to prevent a disaster. The Grand Alliance's use of the Twilight Ways meant we marched and deployed significantly quicker than the dead, after all. Yet containment would occupy our armies long enough a summer offensive would become more difficult, while simultaneous making us vulnerable to an offensive on the northern defense lines. If there is something to be found, I will, Acua replied, calmly certain. And I believed her, too. Aisha had once warned me about the Sahelians, and this one most of all. They were always trusted, my old friend had told me, by people who ought to know better. Because they are charming, my queen. Aisha Bashara had warned me, as only a fellow daughter of the wasteland could. Because they are beautiful and fascinating and so very useful that certainly it couldn't hurt to bring them into the fold just the once. And she'd been right. I thought as I watched the woman who'd once been my bitterest enemy kneel by a corpse, weaving strands of night with her hands. Already I could hardly imagine fighting this war without Acua at my side, and some days it would be untrue to call the amount of trust one put in her measured. If this had been achieved as it had been in the Everdark, where I had been starved of the company of nearly all I trusted, it would have been one thing. But she had done this while the woe were at my side, and my armies as well. Even as a shade whose power I could strip with little more than a prayer, Acua Sahelian remained one of the most dangerous people I had ever met. I sat on the side of the trench, staff propped up between my shoulder and my neck, and brought down the hood of the mantle of woe on my head before closing my eyes. Though night was creeping in, I still felt exhausted. I'd not had an empty day, that much was true, but I fancied it to be a different kind of tired. The kind that saw only days like this one writ in the horizon and could not tell how long the world would remain so. I knew, in principle, that we were reaching a turning point. I'd read the same reports as Hazenbach, had the conversation with the Iron Prince a dozen times. Within months, we'd reached the peak of the Grand Alliance's fighting capacity, with Procur's industry and manpower fully turned to war, and the wealth injected into every nation's war machine by Mercantis, and the dwarves finally being brought to bear. This summer would be the time where we went on the offensive, when we took back every Proceran shore and dug in before the assault on Keter itself. And still I felt so very tired. Neshama was fighting against us the kind of war where even victory had a taste of defeat. And sometimes we just lost. So I closed my eyes and let my mind drift, as close to sleeping as I could get without drifting into slumber, and let Acua unfold the leather bag holding the set of tools she'd used to cut open a corpse and find out if it had been seeded with death, or worse yet. I waited perhaps half an hour before I got my answer, eyes fluttering open as I heard the shade rise to her feet. Though her dress had been traded for more practical chirurgeon's garb, a heavy leather apron over a long-sleeved cloth shirt and fitted trousers, there was no mistaking the blood on her forearms. Or, for that matter, the small stone-like sphere she held in the bloody palm of her hand. Golden eyes met mine, gaze perfectly matched even in the shade of my hood. "Tell me," I said. "It is sorceress in nature," Acua confirmed. "More specifically an enchantment, and though I cannot yet tell you the nature of it, I will need the use of my full workshop to ascertain that for sure. I can already tell you two truths. The first should be evident." She slightly rotated the sphere, revealing a slightly scorched surface. "The sorcery that killed this woman damaged the seed and rendered it inert," she said. "Whether it was a delicate enough enchantment structure that damage was enough to disrupt it, or that is a property inhering to the sorcery used by the scorched apostate, I cannot be sure. If it is the latter, I would urge you to hurry the boy's journey to the belfry. The implications of that would be far-reaching indeed." I slowly nodded. If there was a particular sort of sorcery that was damaging to the dead king's own methods, we needed to get a precise spell formula for it as soon as possible and spread knowledge of it to every single mage in the Grand Alliance that could learn it. "The second truth is this seed was aptly named," Acua continued. "It is not meant to permanently remain in this state, but to eventually dissolve and release another enchantment held under the outer shell." "A plague?" I pressed. "I cannot yet tell, Catherine," Acua said. "Without a full component kit, I cannot even properly gauge how long the shell is supposed to last before dissolving, though from the lack of observable reaction to both silver and cold iron it ought to be more than a lunar month from now." Cold iron, as I recalled, was a hindrance to weak magics, while silver strengthened some and hindered others. The dead king's necromancies, unfortunately, were not affected by it. Some of his early works likely had been, but Neshama had not been resting on his laurels all these centuries. His necromantic magic was unlike any other on Calernia. "Shit," I feelingly said. "It would have killed the boy if he'd ever learned, but I was half hoping he'd gone mad." "We'll need to ring the alarm, Acua. This is the first time he's managed to slip a meaningful force behind our lines since the Lord of Ghouls got offed. It is quite possible that light used in the correct manner will be able to disrupt the enchantments," Acua reassured me. "If nothing else, that should relieve some of the logistical burden in weeding out the seeded." I sighed but conceded the point with a half nod. Priests were already everywhere in the refugee camps. If we figured out a countermeasure using light, we could further limit the casualties. "Collect all the seeds you can find," I told her. "I want to know everything about those things we can, and spares to send the belfry's way." "I will see to it," the golden-eyed shade replied. "Shall I keep them until we return to camp?" "Do," I said. There was not much I could do with one, save asking for the opinion of Save NOC, which I'd rather do when we were safe back in camp anyway, along with my usual nightly communion. Out here in the open, there was no telling what might be lurking. I left Acua to the labor, dragging myself up and limping away. Night had fallen in earnest, and under the starlight sky I headed back towards the boy and my knights. And the priests as well, as I'd forgot. One of them was leaning over Tancred, back hiding what his hands were doing, and I frowned. The light had already proven unable to help, and though the house insurgent were loyalists, I'd rather not have them putting around a fresh named with highly destructive inclinations. I hastened my steps, and only when I was within a dozen feet did the priest notice my approach. He withdrew his hand, looking embarrassed. He'd been smoothing away the boy's last tufts of hair. It was the younger of the two brothers. I recognized that much, though I'd never caught either's name. "Don't," I said, and gestured for him to move away. He did with great swiftness and looked ill at ease under my glare. "I apologize, Your Majesty," he murmured. "It's only, I have a little brother his age, my queen. He's just a kid, isn't he? Even though he burned the village, he's just a kid." My expression softened. I'd not noticed earlier, but the priest couldn't have been more than 20 himself. His robes were slightly askew, like they'd not been made for someone with his exact frame, and he moved a little jerkily. Embarrassed and a little intimidated, I felt it safe to assume. "I don't fault your kindness," I said. "But after a day like this one, waking with a stranger's hand on his brow might be ill-received." The priest might have ended up with a black-rimmed hole in his chest, Even Tancred had woken up still in the grips of his nightmare. Although, from the looks of it, that had passed. He no longer moved or flinched in his sleep, and his breath was slow, nearly imperceptible. "My apologies once more, Your Majesty," the priest repeated. I waved it away. "Hold on to the kindness," I said. "It's rarer than rubies these days. Only add a little caution to it, would you?" I patted his shoulder as I limped past him, feeling him go still as stone. My score of knights had dismounted, for it'd be absurd for them to remain mounted for hours, and the horses had been tied to a log in the distance. They moved as little as the rest of us, the stillness having caught up to even the animals. Brandon Talbot was long gone, but he'd left one of his officers to lead my escort. Figuring I might as well inform the man we'd be here for some time still, I picked out the man in question, George Redfern, as I recalled. Helm on. The knight was looking up at the moonless sky, but even through the steel had little trouble hearing me arrive. My limp was not quiet. "Your Majesty," the man bowed. Starlight caught the edge of his plate armor, revealing a carved passage from the Book of All Things. And, to my mild surprise, what looked like dried blood. Talbot had not mentioned the order fighting today. "You're wounded," I said. "The priests have already seen to it, my liege," he reassured me. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them. "Your helm, sir," I mildly said. He stuttered out a surprised apology and hurried in taking off his helmet, revealing a reddish mustachioed face. His gorget was loose around his neck. The priest earlier had been a little off too. "Fuck," I said. "Fuck." Night howled through my veins as I drank deep from the well. "My queen?" the impostor asked. "New kind of ghoul, Neshama?" I asked in Ushkaran. The thing that was not George Redfern grinned. "What gave it away?" The King of Death replied in the same. The lance of night burned Trough his head in the blink of an eye, but every other knight and priest was moving. Flesh squelched and boiled as the ghouls squirmed out of the shells, turning into unnaturally flowing things with claws and gaping maws. There'd been no bodies, so they must have eaten the dead, replaced them one by one over the span of the afternoon and evening, while I was distracted. Still, for all their vicious cleverness and sharp caution, there were only a score of ghouls and night had fallen. My staff struck the ground as I let loose my anger, lines of knights slithering outwards at breakneck speeds. The first ghoul I caught I speared through the flank, and when it tried to flow around the wound, I detonated the strand into black flame. 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the count went as they ran, first towards me and then away from me. I kept only the last alive, wrapping it in solid strands of night instead of killing it. We'd need a containment box for it, but it would be headed towards the belfry soon enough. I strode towards it, fingers clenched around my staff. "You ought to know better than to try me by night by now," I hissed. The ghoul laughed, shaking in an unnatural spasm. It had not been meant to make such a sound. "Ought I?" the dead king replied. Catherine, you never watch your back as carefully as you should." I stilled. The priest had been standing over the scorched apostate, whose breathing had become so faint it almost couldn't be heard. The slight pressure I felt from the ghoul vanished, the dead king's attention with it, and I turned my eyes to the boy on the stone, who slowly put aside the blanket he'd been huddling under and rose to his feet in his 2 large boots. His skin was pale. He was not breathing. The scorched apostate's hand rose, and brightly shining flame gathered to it. "I'm sorry, Tancred," I quietly said. "Gods, I'm so sorry. I should have watched more closely. I should have moved quicker. I should have protected him. But it's not that kind of a war, is it?" I murmured, night flooding my veins. Sometimes I just lose." I took the part of me that felt like weeping and put it in the box. I had a revenant to kill. Book 6, Chapter 5, expired. It which does not take the knife of mistake by the grip is destined to take it by the blade instead. Drow saying. When I'd still been a girl of 16, the closest thing I ever got to a father taught me the basics of killing mages. Hit them quick, Blackhead said, and don't give them time to dig in. Hinder visibility and close the distance. Always go for killing strokes. A wounded mage is twice as dangerous. They'd been good lessons, time had taught me, though they shone most against wasteland practitioners. Unfortunately, they'd been lessons meant to be used against mundane mages. Not named, not revenants. Those I'd learned to fight the hard way. The scorched apostates. No, he was just the revenant now. Lest guilt slow my hand. Wrist came down jerkily, and a strand of brilliant mage flame shot out towards me. It was quick for a spell of that caliber, both in casting and in movement. I breathed out and let the night flow through my veins, chasing away the cool touch of spring and sharpening my eyesight. The properties of that spell were still unknown to me, so caution was in order. Would that I'd believed that just a bell ago. The thought came, bitter and unbidden. Dark power roiled in a circle, expanding outwards between myself and the flame as the unstable portal into Arcadia came into being with a quiet, keening sound. The Revenant's other hand rose, flames gathering to it, but I wouldn't fall for this shallow a trick. I was already grasping the night with my will when the still-moving strand went around the expanding portal, and I saw no need for great subtlety. I broke the strands that made up the edge of the portal gate, leaving the working to violently collapse. The detonation of night did not disperse the flame, to my surprise, but it at least established that the Revenant's sorcery was not entirely unaffected the power I wielded. It was knocked off its trajectory. My sharpened sight picked out the way the night seemed to unravel when in direct touch with the brightly shining flame, much as night did when in direct contact with true light. A consequence of source purity. Hierophant had once told me. Light was said to be a gift from above, while night ran from the fountainhead of save and OC. There was an inherent superiority to the fundamental stuff light was made of. Magic should not have been able to mimic that effect, of course, but people kept telling me usurpation was the essence of sorcery for a reason. It didn't matter, though. This was a fresh revenant, not a fully settled one. So when I painted surprise on my face and let the flame continue streaking towards me, swiftly joined by a second strand, it did not look any further. It did not notice the fine line of night I had slithering along the ground, the way it formed a loose circle around it. When the first strand of bright flame came within 2 feet of me, I breathed out and took a step back through a gate into the twilight ways before closing it. I did not look at the kinder, softer starry sky above, and simply kept my mind turned to the night strand I'd left behind in creation. Using it as a compass, I took 5 brisk steps forward before raising my staff and opening a gate back into creation. The Revenant had the time to half-turn towards me before I unleashed a torrent of raw night from the tip of my staff, aimed straight at its head. Decapitation wouldn't kill one of them. It'd take more damage than that to break the necromancy animating it, but it would blind it. With the Soul 2 spells it ought to be able to control still out there, it should have no. Clever Revenant. Even as I stepped back out into creation, in the same heartbeat it dismissed the sorcery it had been using and began a fresh spell right on its own face. It wasn't quite quick enough or powerful enough. Half of my torrent remained untouched, and so tore right through the left half of its face. Even the right side was damaged, because it did not quite have the control to detonate one of its spells so close to itself harmlessly, but for a Revenant such surface damage was mere cosmetic. I struck the ground with my staff, seizing the circle of night I'd left behind and sharpening it to an edge before pulling it tight. Like a razor-sharp garrote, it sprung towards the Revenant at ankle height, like I'd pulled on a noose knot. For a heartbeat, the undead named hesitated. I was close, a mere 3 steps behind it, and it wanted to kill me. But its legs were being threatened. It chose, and chose poorly. 2 spells bloomed, one striking toward the night wire, and the other towards my face. That single heartbeat had allowed me to take a step forward, and so before the spell towards me could shoot out, I slapped away the arm with the side of staff. It knocked the Revenant askew, which disrupted its aim with the other spell as well. As it tried and failed to gain its footing back, I struck out with my free hand even as the night wire sliced through its 2 large boots. The box's lid trembled at ankle height. My fingers sunk into its chest, coated with night, and I went looking for an aspect should there be any to take. 2 half-formed, I found with cool disappointment, but nothing I could make my own. I still ripped out the shapeless bundle that tasted vaguely of sight, dust trickling down my fingers as I drew back and let the Revenant hit the ground. It had, I found, decent combat sense for one so freshly raised. It had shot out the 2 spells after all, and instead of trying to form others from scratch, it was now guiding both strands of bright flame straight towards my torso. It would have been a proper monster, I thought, if given time to sharpen. Instead, I whisked out all the night still flowing through me, shaped it, and tapped the butt of my staff against its chest once before taking a limping step back. The black flames I'd birthed ate through the flesh as if it were dry kindling, though not so fast that I did not have to take another 2 painful steps back to evade the strands of bright sorcery still chasing me. The strands of flame gutted out suddenly, after the second step, but this wasn't my first Revenant fight. I left my own flame to its work until it was undeniable that more than half the body was gone, only then smothering them out with a twist of will. I breathed out, leaning against my staff, and felt my leg throb with violent pain. It was an almost welcome distraction from the way I'd taken a boy of 14 under my protection, and then he'd not even lasted through the fucking night. Though she made no sound at all, I felt Acua's presence in the night as she hurried at my side. Too late for the fight, which had felt like it lasted an hour, but in practice couldn't even have lasted a long prayer's length. The hem of her dress sweeping the wet grass and stow as she slowed her pace. The shade came to stand at my side. She followed my gaze, which had dipped beyond Tancred's broken corpse to the mutilated remnants of the ghouls who'd eaten and impersonated my escort. If she offered me sympathy, pity by another name, gods forgive me, but I'd find a way to put her back into the god's damned cloak. I was in no mood for platitudes. A new breed of ghouls, Acua said, tone calm. Impersonators. I breathed in, breathed out. Good. Yes, there were more important matters at hand than the way I felt like screaming. Yes, they were slightly off, I said. Too small, maybe? It was hard to tell. It might be a matter of mass, she suggested. It tends to be one of limitations for shapeshifters. Sisters make it that those are too expensive to make often, I grunted back. They weren't anything to boast of in combat, not like the war breeds, but that's clearly what not they're meant for. The presage boxes the arsenal makes can be used to weed out such imposters, Acua noted. Assuming those ghouls are, in fact, still necromantic constructs. They are. The dead king was able to speak through one. But the boxes glow when there's any undead within 100 feet, Acua, I skeptically said. Sure, this far behind our lines that'll work as a test, but out there on campaign? I'll be damned if they don't be turned into lanterns you can't even put out. We might need to rely on priests until more precise instruments can be created, then, the Shade said. Regardless, as a preliminary to deeper studies you've left enough of the corpses that they can be tested for baser weaknesses. Back to camp, then, I said, keeping my voice steady. We'll put the bodies in the night. Do the same with the villagers, and some of the building materials as well. We're trying to recover more than the seeds now. We'll have to see if they can reproduce the Revenant's sorcery as well. Agreed, Acua said. It can be done within half an hour, I'd wager. If you would retrieve your mount. I breathed in, breathed out. The horses, the ones that had not moved much. They still hadn't, so they'd probably been killed, but I'd have to make sure. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I can do that. The golden-eyed woman stood at my side, still, as only a shade could be, waiting for me to move first. I took a step, fingers taut around the U, and caught sight of the horse blanket still on the flat stone where the boy had been sleeping. Fuck, I hissed out. Leaving my staff to stand unnaturally upright in my wake, I strode away. Even with only one woman for audience, it would have felt childish to throw it down. Yet the urge to just break something was consuming my hand. The desire so strong night was flickering around my hands without having been called upon. I should have caught it, Acua, I said. I should have goddamn caught it. I'm getting slow on the uptake. Worse yet, I'm getting sloppy. I should have dragged him back to camp immediately even if he had to ride with the survivors the whole way. Instead, I waited here for you, and the kid got killed because I figured we could take it slightly easy just once. I was starting to make mistakes, and I couldn't afford mistakes. Yes, Acua Sahelian frankly said. You should have. It should have angered me, the way she confirmed my disgrace without so much as a speck of hesitation, but it didn't. I wouldn't have allowed myself to lose my grip around her if I'd not been willing to suffer that sort of appraisal in the first place. I wouldn't fallen for something like this in Isaiah, I said. Or even in Salia. I'm losing my touch. I'd run rings around the pilgrim and the tyrant. But now a pack of fresh ghouls was enough to snatch a boy under my protection. I would have called it humiliating, if the greater failure here wasn't that a kid had been slain and put down again. So instead, I just called it shameful. The graveyard was the span of a single night, Acua said. Salia of a few evenings, the parts that mattered, at least. I turned a hard glare on her, but she did not bat an eye. Why would she? She'd faced me down when I'd come at her with steel and winter, with name and host. She had no fear of my temper, this one. If you use even the sharpest sword in the world every single day, it is only a matter of time until its edge grows dull, the Shade told me. We've all been in the same war, Diabolist, I snarled. That's not an excuse. Because the heroes weren't faltering, were they? Or Archer, or Hierophant, or even grizzled old Klaus Pappenheim, who'd lost so much it sometimes beggared my comprehension as to how he got up in the morning. You have been the preeminent general in Haino's defense for more than a year, Acua evenly replied, while also acting as captain and peacemaker for named or blood of every stripe. serving as one of the chief strategists of the Grand Alliance, and, all the while, being the diplomatic broker between it and the Empire ever dark. That dash. I am by no means excusing you, Catherine, Acua interrupted, meeting my anger without blinking. This is a failure, and an even starker one is the way you came to make this one in the first place. You were warned by Adjutant that you could only take so much on your shoulders without running yourself ragged. You did not heed his words. Didn't I? I snapped. I as good as handed over Callow and the negotiations for the Accords to Vivian. Hakram sifts through every single report and letter before they make it to my desk, culling what doesn't need me in particular. Hells, I haven't seen an actual list of our supply stocks in a year, only summaries. Indrani and her band are handling finding the new named. Masigo and Roland are running the arsenal. I don't even strike beyond our defensive lines anymore. We send out bands of 5. I panted quietly, the tirade having set my lungs aflame. How much more can I possibly delegate? I asked. I'm not whining. Acua, I'm genuinely asking, how much more of this can I possibly delegate? Turn over full command of the Third Army to General Abigail. The golden-eyed shade answered without missing a beat. She's not there yet, I said. Not against Dash. Then demote her, or name someone able in her stead, Acua said. You are making, dearest, an old mistake of my people. Haven't raised any flying fortresses, have I? I scoffed. You have warred with the same enemy for too long, fought him too often, she said, tone flat. The dead king is learning your bag of tricks, your art of war. You are teaching your strengths and weaknesses to the enemy, Catherine, and it is learning. That you tire, that you grow impatient, that sometimes kindness is what moves your hand instead of practicality. The thing was, merciless gods, that she might just be right. I wanted to dismiss her, to ask who if not me, to tell her that insisting on seeing creation always through the eyes of the wasteland would lead her to mistake after mistake. Except she'd not been the one to slip up, had she? And she might not have been the only one to notice I was getting tired, either. Was that why Razin and Aquiline had started pushing me again, testing boundaries I'd thought settled? The Dominion's nobles, as a rule, were not the kind of people who'd let a weakening warlord keep the reins. My own people hadn't said anything, but would they? To Calawans, I was still the Black Queen. If it looked like I was slipping, how many of them would simply assume a fresh game was afoot? You need to step back, Acua said. Sharpen your edge once more, and return to the field only on your own terms. Else you will bury yourself in a grave you insisted on digging every shovelful of yourself. I gestured sharply at her, before limping back to my staff, and she did not say more. Adjutant, I thought, would have gently kept prodding until I either agreed or dismissed. Unlike him, Acua Sahelian was well acquainted with the sin of pride. The shade said nothing that would further bruise mine. She would not bring this up again, I knew, for which I was almost grateful. I turned to Hakram for advice over this, trusting in the clarity of his gaze where mine grew muddied, but I would be able to move towards the decision on my own terms. For the grace of Acua's approach, I was almost grateful, yes, but also bitterly angry. Because if I could have had this, the best of her, without the rest? Sometimes, I said, tone low and fierce, I wish you. She'd been a master at keeping her thoughts away from her face even before she'd gained the ability to shape it at will, but the sudden stillness of it gave her away. Surprise. It doesn't matter, I said, shaking my head. 100,000 souls, for which there would be a price long in the taking. That much was an absolute truth, a bedrock. A look passed through the golden eyes, one that straddled the line between loathing and yearning. I had, once more, offered artless cruelty. Acua Sahelian was too good a liar not to have caught it had been genuine feeling that moved me to speak. I'll find my horse, I said, cutting through the stillness. And take care of the corpses here. I'll leave Marsarak to you. Golden eyes met mine, and only then did she incline her head. As you say, Acua Sahelian murmured. We took the twilight ways back to camp, laden with corpses kept in the night. That sort of capacity was one of advantages the bounty of my patronesses boasted compared to the light, which tended to be its superior in direct applications and confrontations. Dimensional pockets were usually the province of talented mages, who required significant power and resources to establish them, or of named, Black, for example, had been able to carry quite the arsenal in his shadow when he'd still been the Black Knight. It was a rarer ability in heroes than villains, though not unheard of. The Myrmidon had one, as I recalled. Having a domain could allow name to cheat, too, if they were clever enough and its nature allowed. It was still a rather rare skill, in the larger scheme of things, and one priests were patently incapable of learning. In contrast, knowledge of how to create such a space in the night was considered a useful but hardly uncommon secret among the mighty. It required a certain amount of power not held beneath the lesser ranks of the mighty, but aside from that little was needed to have one save knowledge of the trick. The warm breeze of the realm I'd seen the birth of turned into outright wind when flying on Zombie's back, but I hardly minded. The noise of it against my ears was drowning out all thoughts save for the most disjointed, too much of a distraction for a brooding mood to truly seize me. Aqua, once more on swan's wings, was keeping pace with me further down. We'd used the same crack to slip through into twilight, so like me she'd not need the use of a gate to return to creation, or, indeed, to be guided towards an exit beyond what the starlit compass provided. It was the subtler means of using this realm, though in some ways also the most difficult of the two, for there were two ways to use the twilight ways for travel, at least that we'd grasped so far. The first was rather similar in nature to using Arcadia, the making of a gate using power. The crux of the difference was in the ease of use. To enter Arcadia there'd been need of either a powerful ritual by mages taught in that branch of sorcery, or that a sufficiently powerful fae intervened. Oh, there were natural places of alignment between Arcadia and creation where anyone could cross through freely. There was one near refuge, and allegedly one in the deeps of the Brasilian forest, but those were rare, and the fae often made sport of those who ventured though. In contrast, the Twilight Ways had always been meant to be used for travel. They welcomed such use, encouraged it, and enabled it. Mages found it easy to open a temporary small gate without even a ritual if the fabric of creation was thin enough where they tried. And even elsewhere the amount of power needed to form such a gate was significantly smaller than if one had tried the same with Arcadia. More importantly, it required less skill. It had been described to me as the ways reaching out and meeting the spellcaster halfway, helping them anchor, for lack of a better term. And it was not only mages who could succeed at this. It was possible with Night as well, though the mighty had admitted to me that drow seemed to need a certain knack to be able to do so no matter how powerful they were. Sed and Cax seemed, to my amusement, to run particularly strong among the Losera Sigil, as well as another band of familiar souls, the Longstride Cabal in the far north, who'd once tried to hunt me in Great Strychd. Light could open a gate as well, though once more there seemed to be some ineffable requirement we poorly understood. The lanterns could create such gates almost to a man, while Proserpine struggled greatly, and my own house insurgent had proved incapable of consistent results. No matter the provenance or power, though, all had the benefit of what some Arlazite poet had named the Starlit Compass. Anyone entering the Twilight Ways with a clear destination in mind would feel the call of that destination ahead of them, and known where to weave a gate out. Not so accurately as I had when I'd been sovereign of Moonless Night, but usually within a mile of where they intended to arrive. This was also the method by which permanent gates could be established, though we'd found that to be chancy business. A physical, permanent gate tended to disrupt every other kind of gating in the region around it, and they were finicky beasts besides. Hierophant had nearly lost an arm trying to make a second one, afterwards telling me that the Ways had somehow been displeased by him being the architect of more than one. The Witch of the Woods, on the other hand, had forged one on the outskirts of Salia in an afternoon's work and without any difficulty whatsoever. We still knew so little about the Ways, in the end, and perhaps come better days we'd be able to spin the scholars to plumb the depths of the secrets, but as it was the Belfry had too much on its plate to be able to spend many hours on it. Besides, I was disinclined to complain too much of the eccentricities of Twilight when one of them was the realm's active antipathy for the dead king and all his works. The second manner of using the Ways was the one Aqua and I had used tonight, which Archer, who'd effectively pioneered it, and still remained a finer practitioner of than anyone save perhaps the Grey Pilgrim himself, had named sidling. Those of us with senses that were not entirely physical could often sense where the fabric of creation thinned, but with practice it could be learned to feel out where there were cracks between creation and the Twilight Ways. Cracks one could slip through when they were found, though they were ephemeral things and particularly capricious where gates of any sort had been recently used. It could take some time to find the cracks, and often required some luck as well as fine senses, which was why near everyone using the method was either named or non-human. Given the difficulties involved, one might be tempted to dismiss sidling as an inferior form of travel, save for two facts. Sidled paths through the Ways were measurably faster and more precise than those come of gates. and there were also completely traceless. A twilight gate, even only a temporary one, could found by scrying, rituals, or even just having a sufficiently sensitive entity close when it happened. Whenever we used them to deploy troops against the dead king, the surprise was strategic and almost never tactical. Our presence was known ahead of being seen, always. Archer, on the other hand, had once sidled out of the ways with her entire band with only a crumbling wall between her and the Prince of Bones, and the Revenant hadn't had a clue before she shot it in the back of the head. Not that it had killed the thing, but it had been a gallant effort. Beneath me, the Black Swan Acua had shape-shifted into began a graceful arc downwards, and I led Zombie into the same. The wind's howl picked up, until my mount landed at a gallop and obeyed the touch of my hand by folding in her wings. I pressed down against her mane even as Acua's graceful form passed between what seemed to be two raised stones and disappeared. Zombie navigated the slope leading down to the raised stones and slipped between them. A heartbeat later, after a sensation like a hand passing through my hair, we were on creation again. As a testament to the accuracy of sidling, we'd emerged a mere 20 feet away from the camp's main gate. Acua's elegant landing had seen her rise into human shape again, and she caught up to me after I reined in my horse's heady gallop to a halt. By the time the shade was once more at my side, a frown had made its way onto my face. I was looking at the camp and not liking what I was seeing. The outer defenses were untroubled, remaining both well-manned and vigilant. The army camp's layout was a recent advance, a merging of the Belfry's advances in temporary warding and the demands of military efficient, for interlocked squares, all sharing the same initial lines of defense. First a ditch dug into the ground, followed by a thin stripe of solid ground leading to a second ditch, itself leading directly into a traditional Legion palisade, bolstered by watchtowers. The stripe of solid ground between ditches had stone markers wedged in at regular intervals, carved with a runic ward that would produce a loud, bell-like ringing sound, as well as begin glowing should there be movement within the span of the ward. The teeth of the defense were at the bottom of the second ditch. Spikes might not do much against undead, but the gouts of flame from enchanted metal rods and the light-infused stones could turn the bottom of the palisade into a brutal killing yard. The warding stones had not been activated, and atop the palisade the watchful gazes of a mixture of Calawan and Proceran soldiers were not something I found any fault in. It was the pulsing lights at the heart of the camp, where the four squares interlocked, that had me frowning. Each of the squares held its own separate set of 3 large-scale protection wards against scrying, vermin, and illusions, but they were also connected to the central array near my own tent. That array was mostly there to serve as a stabilizer, but it could also be used to forcefully purge power that accumulated in any of the wards because of imprecisions in how they were laid. Essentially, it was a pressure valve we could activate before the wards started breaking down from the impurities, though the act of release itself sent out a pulse of power that tended to screw with all the lesser enchantments and wards within the camps, so we very much avoided using it if we could. Yet it had been activated tonight. That much was clear from the way there were still glimmering lights above the center of the camp. Likely more than once, too, for the leftover sorcery to be this visible. Acua, I prompted. It was activated when there were no accumulated impurities to purge, the shade said, sounding displeased. She would be, having personally set down the central array. This ought to have turned into a proper mess. And what would that actually do? I asked. Still send out a pulse of sorcery, Acua said. Yet it would be weaker, and the sorcery would be drawn from wards that are functioning as intended. Likely it would damage them, perhaps even crack the ward stones. I vehemently cursed in Carsum. The materials for those were damned expensive, as you couldn't just carve runes and lay enchantments on any slab of sandstone grabbed from the side of the road. If you wanted to make proper wards, you had to get materials from places where power of one sort or another had flowed for a long time. Even worse, it was the labor of weeks, if not months, to both anchor the ward in the stone and then align that ward with the rest of the ward stones so they'd bolster each other instead of conflict. Unless my general staff and Princess Beatrice suddenly went mad, they'll have an explanation for it, I said, in a tone that implied they damn well better have an explanation for it. Ahead of us the watch had seen us lingering in front of the gate, and by the sounds of it recognized our admittedly distinctive appearances. Hails were sent out, and I answered with my raised staff, which was enough to get the gates open. A group of 5 lanterns, twice as many Proceran Fantassins, and what looked like one of the Third Army's mages bid us to approach, the mage holding a presage box in her hands. There is someone else with the authority to order such purging, Acua pensively said. She was right. I considered as we entered the camp and the gates thunderously closed behind us. There was one more, which meant, like as not, that the White Knight was back early. Book 6, Chapter 6, Equivalent. Fairness is the refrain of the lazy, the inept, the heroic. Anyone unwilling to stack the deck and murder the judge to seize victory has no place wielding any real power. Dread Emperor Callus. I'd seen enough presage boxes by now I could tell who it was from the workshop that had made them. The blind maker's carved enchantments were in beautifully fluid cursive, like the high Tyrian they derived from, and they felt warm to the touch. The bitter blacksmith, the heroine, not her villain brother at the Morginter, chiseled in hers with swift, impersonal precision while avoiding flourishes. She had little taste for such work and always sought to finish it as quickly as was possible without compromising quality. The hunted magician, whose work was being held up in front of me right now, took to the craft with the same amount of cryptic paranoia that was his signature in everything else. Though the symbols he used were some sort of ancient Mavii runes, and like much of that ancient people's work, they were as much art as function. Within them the villain carved entirely unnecessary and unrelated symbols. Masigo had told me that carving those signs in any order but what it must have originally been done in would make the box fail to function, sounding about as impressed by this as he'd been miffed. The runes on the side, which I fancied to look like a wheel woven from winds when taken in all at once, remained inert even when brought close to me. The mage from the Third Army, a lieutenant, by the stripes, tested Acua as well before drawing back with a sharp nod at the rest of the force surrounding us. She saluted me, pointedly not looking at Acua more than she needed to. Blonde, that woman, I noted. Lyson did tend to be fair-haired. Your Majesty, she greeted me in Shantan. Lieutenant Eve Baldry, 10th Company. I'm currently under loan to Captain Raphael Twice-Drowned of the Ardini Guard. Fantassins, then, not proper Volagnac foot. The 10 soldiers who'd come along with the lanterns and the lieutenant had undeniably had that look about them, it must be said. It wasn't a question of equipment, not anymore, as Cordelia had with my enthusiastic blessing begun offering to pay the mercenary companies with good steal-the-moment trade with the kingdom under opened again. Nowadays Fantassins were not significantly better or worse off in equipment than Proceran regulars, though the personal armies of the princes and princesses still boasted superior arms as well as training. But where regulars and sworn men wore the colors of some royalty or another, Fantassins wore marks just as garish as the names of their leaders and companies. As a rule, the more outlandish the names and colors the longer they'd been in the mercenary trade, which meant the eye-watering shades of orange and green on their feathered helms were a good sign. Any soldiers wearing colors that bright in a war against Black's legions would get a goblin arrow in the throat before the campaign's first night was over, but the Principate had fought a different sort of wars in the days before the dead king. The Ardini Guard was not familiar to me as I knew only the most distinguished of the companies in Hainaut, like the Grands Routiers and Hermosa Foxes. I'd taken Klaus Pappenheim's solid advice and left Princess Beatrice Volagnac to handle the Fantassins along with Southern Procer process as a whole, which meant I was not forced to entertain 100 swaggering captains for meals regularly, but also that I was only passingly knowledgeable about that particular slice of our forces. I cast a curious glance at the lanterns, faces painted white and gold and built like they'd spent the better part of their lives in a shield wall instead of a temple, but got no introduction out of them, only respectful nods. The formal priesthood the Dominion answered to only the gods above, in principle, and not even the Holy Seljun could command something of them should they be disciplined. In practice, they tended to be receptive to requests from the blood, though not to the point of outright subservience. The only person I'd ever seen the warrior priest take a knee for was the Grey Pilgrim. To me, they offered respect, but no great deference, and to use them on the field, I usually needed to pass the order down to them through Aquiline or Razin. Inconvenient, but given how brutally effective they'd proved against undead, I'd keep my complaining down to a pittance. Well met, Lieutenant, I replied in lower Meson. I don't suppose you could tell me what the lights above are about. Above my pay grade, I'm afraid, ma'am, the blonde mage said. I heard there was a scuffle, but my orders didn't come with a briefing attached. Captain Raphael might know, though. They're in charge of the gate for the first night rotation. I frowned. I was more inclined to head directly to the heart of the camp and interrogate someone in charge than stop by for a chat with a Fantassin captain, but the casualness of the mage's reply was surprising me. She did not seem concerned in the slightest. Muster wasn't sounded? I asked. It wasn't, Lieutenant Baldry confirmed. Acua hummed out in amusement. The White Knight has returned, hasn't he? She asked. The Calawan lieutenant turned a cold glare to the shade, long enough to acknowledge a question had been asked before turning to me to answer it. Lord White returned about half a bell ago, ma'am, Lieutenant Baldry agreed. He's got another 2 named with him, though I can't say I recognized either. I could have said I was warned of another's coming by the sound of footsteps, but that would almost have been untrue. The sound of boots on earth was a small thing compared to the almost aggressive loudness of what the approaching soldier was wearing. There was a good coat of mail somewhere under there, and a cuirass, but it was almost hard to see under the green and orange striped vest that went down to their thigh, which were in turn covered by bouffant pants going down to the knees that added bright blue to the palette. None of the frills, though, seemed to hinder movement. The pants were tucked into good steel greaves, and the vest was close enough to the body it shouldn't get caught in anything when a sword was being swung. The long dyed hair, half orange and half green with 2 small stripes of blue, was the finishing touch to the ensemble, framing an almost comically unremarkable face. The fantassins parted for them, which allowed me an easy guess. Captain Raphael? I asked in Shanton. Gods, let them be the captain. I was not sure my eyes could physically take the amount of garishness it would take for the captain to out-peacock this one. We meet once more, Black Queen, the Proceran boldly replied. A strange turn of fate that would see us fight side by side when we were once enemies. I smiled blandly, wondering if I was meant to have any clue at all who this was beyond some mercenary captain. Still, it wouldn't do to let anyone know I was confused. Yes, I gallantly tried. That is true. At my side, Acua's stance stiffened the slightest bit, which was the Sahelian equivalent of uproarious laughter at my expense. All right, so maybe it had not been the finest of my illusions. Twice drowned, I prodded, cocking my head to the side. When the grounds collapsed at the Battle of Triflin, I fell into an underground well. Captain Raphael smiled. Along with a few 100 pounds of stone. Yet it was still more pleasant an evening than being subjected to your tender mercies at the Battle of the Camps, Your Majesty. Triflin was, from what I recalled, a major defeat that Princess Rosala had been inflicted in the early months of her defense of Cleves, the first time she'd been charged with the defense of the principality. It had been a hard setback that could have turned into a proper disaster had heroes not held the rearguard of the retreat. Impressive they'd survived that mess when standing in the thick of it, much less the implication they'd been on the field at the camps when I'd opened the gate into Arcadia and dropped a lake on the Crusaders. Someone to keep an eye on. I decided. Survive enough scraps by the skin of your teeth, these days, and a name might not be too far ahead. You may rest assured, Captain, that when lakes next fall you'll be on the side welcoming it, I said, tone droll. And as it happens, I've questions you might have the answer to. It would be my pleasure, Your Majesty, the captain replied with a sweeping bow. I took a step forward, Acua falling in behind, only to find Captain Raphael had offered me their arm. How long has it been since someone tried that? I wondered, baffled and just a little charmed. I took the offered courtesy and we walked towards the closest watchtower, where a brazier was being used to roast meat in a way that would have seen a legionary of my armies harshly reprimanded for. Fantassins, though, had different standards of discipline. I have heard that the White Knight returned, I began. Indeed, the captain agreed. Along with the valiant champion and a girl from parts unknown. I forced my face to remain calm, my fingers to remain unclenched. The valiant champion, huh? Henno was usually cleverer than this when bringing strays home, that I'd not skinned that so-called heroine. Alive and made a cloak out of the leather was already showing great restraint, as far as I was concerned. The champion was an ally in the fight against Keter, and so would be extended all courtesies and privileges that the truce and terms required of me. Yet I'd rather eat my own hand than offer a thimble more to that woman, and that was not an enmity that would ever be buried. And it was Lord Hanno who ordered the use of the warding array? I asked. Raphael nodded and leaned in close, lowering their voice. I am told there was some manner of infiltration by the dead king, the captain said. It was quickly dealt with through use of the sorcery that lies at the heart of the camps, though that section still remains closed. Casualties? I bluntly asked. It wasn't that Neshama wasn't capable of subtlety. He was, and often the costs of missing his quieter schemes were the stuff nightmares were made of. On the other hand, even if Hanno had ridden in with Providence at his back to unmask the hidden horror's latest ploy, this seemed too sloppy of an attempt to feasibly have lasted on the long term. Which meant this wasn't an infiltration attempt. It was strapping goblin fire to a sapper's back and sending him running at a gate. The dead king was always willing to trade lives or resources for corpses, even at seemingly ruinous rates. "I know not, Your Majesty," Captain Raphael said, "though I was told the central camp was closed by the Dead Hand's order, so your man ought to have the answers you seek." He usually did, truth be told. I'd come to sincerely believe that the Empire's occupation of my homeland might have led to widespread chaos and rebellion within a few years, if Scribe hadn't been at my father's side. Like Black, who'd never settled in a Calawan city to rule the kingdom from, I'd been forced to discharge a great many responsibilities from a glum succession of army camps, small towns, and fortresses. Without Hakram keeping everything organized even as we moved, it would have all gone to shit with remarkable haste. Even now, he tended to know more about what was going on in the camp than I did. "Then I will seek him in turn," I said. "I thank you for the conversation, Captain Raphael." Taking the hint, they adroitly extricated their arm from mine and offered another gallant bow. "Until fate deigns to reunite us, Black Queen," the mercenary smoothly replied. While I wasn't always the sharpest when it came to picking up on this sort of thing, I was pretty sure I was being flirted with. One hand, well, Alamans. They'd try to seduce the choir of contrition if the angels showed enough leg. On the other hand, it was kind of flattering. It had been a while since someone without a name had tried their hand at that with me, even so superficially. It put the slightest of springs to my step as I left the Fantassin captain behind. Acua did not say a word, though she did begin walking at my side instead of remaining a step behind as we headed deeper into camp. "Hakram's on board with whatever the White Knight pulled, sounds like," I murmured, reassuring that I'd come to put a surprising degree of trust onto Hanno's shoulders since the Peace of Salia, but it was not the kind of trust that went without questioning or disagreement. Adjutant, though, I trusted implicitly. I might as well begin questioning my own limbs, should I not? If he'd backed this, there was a good reason for it. "The Sword of Judgment has proved a capable ally," Acua conceded, "and unlike some of his more rambunctious colleagues, he is not one to resort to collateral damage when there are other approaches to be had." That had been a pleasant surprise, since while heroes tended to be careful with the lives of others, they tended to be a great deal less so with equipment, even when that equipment was very, very valuable. It was a cold, hard truth that there were artifacts and siege machinery in this camp that were worth more than soldiers, and though that was an ugly thing to face, it came with being a professional soldier. I could send for reinforcements if what was lost was lives, but there were only so many wardstones to distribute across all the fronts, and they were not easily replaced. "He's a solid one," I grunted in agreement. I wouldn't have been able to pull off the terms and truce without him. That much couldn't be denied. There'd been heroes that simply would not have been willing to deal with a villain if he'd not lent me the weight of his seal of approval, and that would have led to deaths. Even just a few of those would have made it seem like I was trying to conscript named into my service, which would have gone badly. Tarek still had a lot of pull with heroes he'd helped or saved when they were younger. That much couldn't be denied. But as word of my raising him from the dead at the graveyard had spread, so had rumors that he was somehow under my influence. He was no longer the unquestioned grandfatherly fount of wisdom he'd once been to his side, though his record over the last 2 years had certainly begun redeeming the dip in his reputation. The avenue leading to the heart of the camp was guarded by checkpoints at regular intervals, and it was not long before we found our first one, along with a proper company of my soldiers. The captain commanding it knew about as much as Captain Raphael had, which wasn't much, but she sent a runner ahead of us along before providing us with a full line and escort. I did not need more defending inside my own camp, but 20 legionaries at your back did tend to expedite most conversations. We continued deeper in, the sparse conversation I'd shared with Acua petering out entirely. I spoke with my soldiers instead, learning with pleasure that the line's lieutenant was an old hand from the 15th. He'd been from the second wave of Calawan recruits, after 3 Hills and Marchford, when Black had essentially emptied the Legion training camps in the kingdom and tossed all those green men my way. "Lost a finger at Dormer," Lieutenant Oliver told me almost eagerly. "From one of them Immortals critters, after the Hellhounds sent us up the hill. They were hard bastards, even for Faye," I said. "Summer's finest. Shit name, though, no offense, Your Majesty." The veteran snorted, and I grinned back. After Lady Dartwick nicked those banners, they were pretty moral when the gobos from 9th Company unloaded. Finger got fixed up good anyway. One of them sonic wizards from Afalabi's Legion put it right back on. "Not even a scar?" I teased. "All the best war stories have scars to go with them." Lieutenant Oliver mourned. "It tingles a little when there's magic in the air, I know it. But these fresh pups from after the folly don't believe me. Say it's all in my head. Tell them you have me convinced, next time, I suggested. That ought to make a few of the little pricks piss their armor, Lieutenant Oliver gleefully said, then remembered who he was speaking to. Your Majesty. I snorted, clapped the man's shoulder. I've spent more time on a saddle than a throne, soldier. I reminded him amusedly. By all means, make the little pricks piss their armor. That got a howl of laughter out of the lot of them, and it was in a better mood that I hit the second checkpoint, where, looming tall above Osina's sworn swords, I found the key to getting answers about what had happened in the camp tonight. No amount of polish would ever remove the scorch marks Summer Flame had left on Adjutant's plate, though as time passed he'd come to like the look. It was distinctive, as was his height, even among his own kind. The black, fur-like hair nowadays going down to his jaw on the sides was another distinction, as it was far longer than either Legion or Army regulations would allow. Still, there was a reason he was not known as the Black Steel. The most distinctive part of all was the fleshless hands, one of sheer bone and the other cast in pale spectral light. Hakram Deadhand had earned his sobriquet twice over, and Dead the Hand remained a favorite to sing among my soldiers. A few lines had even been added after his scrap with the Baron of Thorns, as his brutal dismantling of the Revenant while reciting orc poetry had made something of an impression. Hakram strode through the Levantine armsmen, either not noticing or caring how a few of them had to hastily move out of the way or been bowled over. His broad face looked relieved. Catherine, he greeted me, arm taking arm in a legionary salute. I'd wondered if you were ambushed. Beastmaster knew little, but it seemed likely. We were, I darkly replied. Good mood gone the way of mist under morning sun. I fixed a calm look on my face before dismissing my legionary escort with a few kind words. By the considering look on Hakram's face, he'd picked up on the general vicinity of how badly my night had gone. So were we, Adjutant added in a low voice as we passed through the checkpoint. He settled at my right side, so naturally I almost didn't notice, while Acua took my left. Not an unapt summation of the last 2 years, I thought. What happened? I quietly asked. Our defenses shouldn't allow for infiltration, Hakram. We've put the stones in every gate. Any enchantment he hits our people with should be disrupted. Ghouls slipped in, the tall orc told me. A new kind that can dash. Shape-shift, Acua murmured. Hakram shot her a considering look, and she offered back a slight nod. Your escort, Adjutant told me, and it was not a question. We have the bodies in the night, I said. A half-wit would have put 1 and 1 together, given that much to go on, and Hakram was the very opposite. I'm sorry, he said. Beastmaster said he was just a boy. My finger clenched around my staff until the knuckles turned white. Sometimes we just lose, I softly replied. Through teeth, I did not remember clenching. It fit, though. I felt like my entire body was clenching every time I thought of the kid I'd had to put down because of my own sloppiness. I'll be seeing what duties I can shake loose, to avoid repeating the mistakes that led to that loss, I forced out. As if by coincidence, his flank leaned against mine. It was the most comfort either of us would allow him to give me in public, but, trivial as it might seem, I was shamefully grateful for it. The presage boxes should have caught them, I said, and if my voice was a little choked, all 3 of us pretended not to have heard it. We found a weakness in our defenses, Adjutant gravelled. The Order of Broken Bells. Acua caught on before me, somewhat unsurprisingly. Generations of her forebears had cut their teeth on this very obstacle. After all, their armor, the golden-eyed shade said. The same hymn carvings that disrupt active sorcery prevented the ghouls from triggering the boxes. Fuck, I thought. The weakness we could fix, the corpses we could not. I'd lost even more knights, by the sounds of it. Talbot? I asked. Losing him would be a setback. Not only was he the highest-ranking noble officer in my armies, the man had essentially put the Broken Bells together from scratch. In both politics and war, his death would be a loss keenly felt. Getting his eye fixed by the White Knight's fresh helper, Hakram replied. The ghouls were caught out before they could finish what they'd been sent for. My eyes narrowed, relief at the Grandmaster of the Broken Bells surviving being shoved at the back of my mind. Assassinations, but that's nothing new, I said. Wouldn't have been worth revealing another breed of ghouls for. They went after the wardstones. They meant to contaminate the lesser array in the 3rd Army camp, the orc confirmed. They were caught out by the White Knight, but the alarm being rung only made them strike out aggressively. Losses? Acua asked. Light, Adjutant said. 20 dead, half again that wounded. They aimed for high-ranking officers, but got caught before getting to them. The wardstones from the Third's camp were hit with some sort of sorcery that Senior Mage dastardly called poisonous. He had some difficulty elaborating on this, but was adamant it was a problem. I felt Acua gazes fall on me. Go, I said. I'll want a damage assessment as soon as you can deliver. She bowed, more for the eyes peeled on us than anything else, and without another word melted into the nearest shadows. So the array purge was used to flush out the poison, I said, then flicked a glance at the lights in the distance. It'd take more than one purge to have that much sorcerous aftermath left behind. Whatever shape-shifting trick it is the ghouls use, it is of a nature similar to enchantment, Hakram replied. And the sorcery sent flowing out by a purge screwed with enchantments, which was why I disliked using those in the first place. It unmasked them, I mused. Clever. Sounded like Hanno too. He preferred helping people help themselves rather than sweeping in on a white horse and fixing everything before disappearing into the sunset. Hopefully that hadn't cost us a few months of vulnerability to the Dead King's tricks, though. Gods, the vermin wards better be fucking holding at least. The atrocities Neshama could commit with undead rats and bugs were not something I ever intended to suffer through again. I ordered the central camp closed as soon as we learned, but they were already inside, Hakram told me. They eat and impersonate people at a distressing rate, Catherine. We think the Barrow Sword and the White Knight's followers cleared them out, but we're keeping the camp closed until everyone with access to the stones has been cleared with both light and sorcery. I grunted in approval. Full audit of the ranks come morning, I said. I don't care if they grumble. There'll be no risks taken with something that dangerous. And for the order dash, Talbot already offered that every knight should dismount and submit to testing by light whenever they enter camp, Hakram told me. We'll see if something less clumsy can be arranged, I replied. I had clever enough people in my employ, and if nothing else I could have Razin and Aquiline cut their teeth on the logistics of it. After I shoved them back into the pilgrim's tender embrace, they'd hold their commands without my looking over their shoulder. They needed to be prepared to deal with situations like this on their own. This deep in the camp and with Adjutant at my side, we went through the last checkpoints without anyone trying to stop us. Even though the situation had, in principle, already been handled, I still wanted to at least speak with Hanno. Besides, since he'd brought in another named, I would prefer having a look at them before too long. Best not to have one of those wandering camp without being able to put a name and face to them, even if a name wasn't always forthcoming. The last ring of defenses was manned entirely by the army of Callow, which did tend to end up with those duties by virtue of both being my personal army and the best organized of the troops. When the Iron Prince's own troops were around it was another story, but Prince Klaus was far from here, holding the northern defense line in our absence. I got to hit 3 birds with one stone when the captain in command informed me that the White Knight was currently in the same tent where Grandmaster Brandon Talbot was being healed, supervising the work being done by the healer he'd brought in. It wasn't a long walk from there, and I knew my way around the camp well. A few moments later I was parting open the tent flap and passing it to Hakram before slipping into the tent. Within a heartbeat of that I saw a half-naked Brandon Talbot try to rise to his feet, to the vocal, if inarticulate protest of the 2 heroes in the tent, but he only stopped when I sharply gestured for him to sit. Don't blind yourself on my account, I said. My queenly honor will withstand your staying seated. Much obliged, your majesty, Grandmaster Talbot replied. He was careful not to move his head this time, having been levied a heavy frown by the healer in front of him. The nerves were almost healed, said young girl mourned. We'll have to start over, Sir Brandon. Please remain still, if it pleases you. The tent flap closed behind Hakram, who had to bend his neck the slightest bit to avoid his head touching the ceiling of it. Catherine, the White Knight greeted me with a smile. Hanno, I replied, feeling my lips quirk the slightest bit. It really was good to have him back. Even just sitting on a crate in a leather jerkin, keeping an eye on his duckling, the dark-skinned man felt like an island of calm in a chaotic sea. I would greet you properly, your majesty, but I cannot stay my hand. The young girl apologized without turning. And she was young, I saw. Scrawny, and that dirty tunic she wore had seen better days. But for all that there was no denying the pulsing potency of the light she was wielding to help my knight. You do me more courtesy by healing Brandon Talbot than 100 curtsies would scrape together, I said. White Knight. Introductions can be seen to when her attention is not elsewhere demanded, Hanno said. Though I wager you've other questions. I've news to give you, regardless. Do you now? Hakram gravelled from behind me. Not so urgent as to need an intermediary, adjutant, the White Knight told my second, unmoved. The relationship between those two was best described as cordial dislike, though I'd never quite managed to put a finger on the source of it. What happened, Hanno? I asked, cutting through the tension. After stumbling across one of the ghouls, I did what was necessary to flush out those in hiding before major damage could be done, he said. Yet this was part of a greater scheme, Catherine. I've been speaking with Prince Klaus, and before coming here, I met with the Peregrine. My brow rose. Tell me, I ordered. The Order of the Red Lion confirmed that the dead were massing for an offensive until an hour ago, he said. And now I fully understand why they gathered, and now no longer do. I don't suppose you intend to share at some point. I drily replied. He shot me an amused look. I found Pascal here, he said, gesturing towards the young girl. With the help of the valiant champion after following up on a rumor that Tarek had been seen in the region. I'd already made plain my feelings on that woman to the hero, so I saw no need to belabor the point by expressing the again now. Talk of the pilgrim, though, sparked my interest. The Peregrine had lent his hand to none of the fronts, instead staying true to the roots of his name and journeying wherever the choir of mercy deemed him to be most needed. If he'd really come here, then either we'd narrowly avoided a disaster or we were about to have one on our hands. It was a revenant behind all of this, Hanno told me. We named her the Plague Maker, though besides her precise origins and talent in sorcery, we know little of her. You found plague seeds as well? I breathed out. It was a scheme in two parts, as far as we can tell, the White Knight said. First, after slipping through our defensive lines dash, which she shouldn't have fucking been able to do, revenant or not, I bluntly said. That's the reason we send the augur all our oracles, so that she can warn us about shit like this. There was demonic taint on her, he told me. Absence, Tarek believes, which might be why she blindsided us. I do not know when the dead king might have found such a name dash. I do, I replied. And if it's from when I believe, she's not the last one he'll have in store. Militia herself had once told me that Dread Empress Maleficent II had used demons of absence to avert the disastrous consequences of the 3 secret wars, for after failed invasions of the Serenity, a counter-invasion of Aether by Hellgate had been imminent. I couldn't know how many people the general who'd later become Dread Empress had thrown to the dogs to avert utter calamity, but considering how ruthless Maleficent II had ended up being as a ruler, I doubted that it'd be a small number. Hells, considering half the continent was fighting Keter these days, and we were still slowly losing, I couldn't even blame her. A discussion to be had later, then, the White Knight said. Regardless, the undead plagues were meant to draw a significant fighting force south. A large force of zombies was massed around the Plague Maker, hidden in the wilds, which I believe was meant to attack this very camp. The new ghouls were meant to hit our wards and leadership right before, I said. Exactly, Hanno nodded. And, as a precaution, even if we won that battle handily, we would be kept occupied by massive breakouts of the seeded plague in Brabant, which we'd have to move to suppress. Even as his armies took a swing at the northern defense line, I muttered. It had been, I thought, a pretty good plan, and it ought to have scrapped this summer as a season for an offensive war even if it didn't go entirely his way, all at the price of at most a single revenant. You caught the Plague Maker first, I take it, I said. Tarek found her in a western crossroads town, seeding refugee caravans passing through, Hanno said. Rafaela and I caught up with him just as the confrontation began. My eyes flicked to the young girl who was, by the looks of it, checking on Talbot's I won last time before declaring him healed. That is where we found Pascal, Hanno agreed. She'd caught on to the Plague Maker's work. I felt my hackles raise, though I wasn't quite sure why. Hail as you might hope to be, Sir Brandon. The girl, Pascal, apparently, smiled. I am finished, if it pleases you. You have my most sincere thanks, Lady Apostle. The Grandmaster replied, rising to his feet. If there is anything I can do to repay you, dash. I have already been repaid, the girl said, in the only way that matters. He bowed to her anyway, for he was a decent man, and offered to give me a report even as he put on a shirt before I bluntly told him to sleep off his healing and find me on the morrow. My shoulders were still tense, and I was not quite sure why. Hakram hovered close behind me, having picked up on my discomfort but being as confused as to the source of it as I was. I take it the Grey Pilgrim did as the Grey Pilgrim does, I said, getting the conversation going again. He stepped in to protect me when I tried to heal the plague, Pascal happily told me. My choosing had already happened, but it is not suited to strife, and I was most distressed. He drove the revenant off, and we caught her as she tried to escape, Hanno elaborated. She called on the undead she'd been gathering. but we held them off long enough for the pilgrim's star to shine. Meaning Tarek had smote into the ground what must have been at least a few hundred zombies, but most likely had been a few thousand. It was easy to forget how fucking terrifying Tarek Fleetfoot could be when he had the right story had his back. Luckiest you'd learned enough of the light by then to pick up on the plague, I warmly told the girl. She blushed. I had not, Your Majesty, she admitted. My father was a wizard, who taught me of the 3 tells and the 7 essences. Yet even so, magic would have failed. Yet my prayers were answered by above, in our hour of need. You are, I slowly said, a mage. I was, the young girl told me with an elated smile. When I became the stalwart apostle, the sorcery vanished from my veins, and the light finally answered my prayers. A crack resounded in the room. It had, I dimly realized, come from my staff. My grip had been too tight around it. Did they listen to you? I quietly asked. When you warned them about the plague? I felt the White Knight's heavy gaze on me, but did not meet in. I looked only at this slip of a girl, who was so smilingly alive where the boy was dead. They did not, Pascal sadly said. But the heavens did, when I knelt and asked for guidance. And through the light, I found the way to dissolve the plague. This was, I told myself, nothing I should not have expected. Unnamed, or close enough, in the service of evil, had been sowing death and preparing to bring about a great woe. It was only natural for the heavens to put together a named meant to end those designs, as the girl clearly had been. 99 times out of 100, I said, voice cold. 999 times out of 1,000 that act of faith would have killed dozens of thousands. The girl looked like I'd struck her. Catherine, the White Knight warned me. My fingers clenched tighter still around the staff of you. Death made into a marching stick. He'd been a wretched boy, Tancred, but he'd not been wrong. To act instead of pray, to trust is the ugly work of his hands rather than the silent heavens. How many thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, had stood in this girl's place over the centuries and seen their faith rewarded only by a grisly death? No, the scorched apostate had not been wrong. He'd not been chosen either. He'd done his own choosing. And the heavens had damned him for it. So damned the presumptuous fucks for that in turn. Hakram's hand warmed my shoulder, and I closed my eyes for a long moment. It's been a long day, I finally said. We'll speak tomorrow. There was a reason I was more than halfway fond of Hanno of Arwood. He looked at me for a heartbeat then nodded. Tomorrow, the White Knight softly agreed, eyes considering. I walked out of the tent and into the night, Hakram hastening to catch up. Tancred had not been wrong, I thought, shoulders tight and teeth gritted. But what did that matter when he was dead? Book 6, Chapter 7, Approach. Friend and foe know a different man. Helikian saying. The contents of my tent were one of the few splurges of luxury I'd ever allowed myself. The bed was from Arensa, whose carpenters were famous even within the Principate, and though it could be folded in 2 for transport, it was nothing like the cots the Legions of Terror used as their standard. It was large enough for 2 and topped by a good woolen mattress, as even now feather beds were just too soft for me. I found it difficult to fall asleep in them. A pair of enchanted braziers and a set of mage-light lanterns sought a heat and light, while a small sculpted table flanked by a library box and a few trunks held my personal affairs. That part of my tent was parted from the rest by a heavy curtain sewn into the ceiling, keeping it separate from the larger segment where I received others. The broad desk, which I'd had carved out of assurance cedar twice struck by lightning to my exact specifications, was the great expense there, though I believed it worth ever copper. It had been Acqua that had told me about the cleansing and healing properties of the cedar trees that grew in the shade of Mount Tyro, the mountain where the mage doctor schools of Ashur had first been raised centuries ago. Masigo had added that a lightning strike would bring such properties to the surface, and Vivian's people in the free cities had found cedar that had been struck twice being sold by a broker in Mercantis. Whatever the magic behind it, sitting at that desk never seemed to pain my leg no matter how long I did, and I tired measurably slower working on it. The seat behind was naturally the same sinfully comfortable armchair I'd stolen from a summer count during the Arcadian campaign, my perennial favorite. A pair of less comfortable but prettily sculpted, roaring lion heads for the arms, seats sent to me by Vivian matched it on the other side. My personal desk was only a part of the large tent, however, as it had become inevitable that I would have to frequently entertain the kind of people who expected luxuries even when at war. The first wooden table I'd used was hacked straight through during either the 4th or 5th assassination attempt of last winter. I couldn't quite recall, they rather melded into the same general sense of unpleasantness after a while, and the replacement had only lasted 2 months before I put the bandit lord's head through it. But Archer had been sufficiently amused by that last setback, she'd actually carved me one herself. That oaken stretch was the single most beautiful thing I owned, as far as I was concerned. Though it was broadly rectangular and the surface was still only half polished, Indrani must have put half 100 hours into the carvings that adorned it. For snake-like legs coiled their way up, jaws opened to swallow legionaries, as had truly happened when Acua unleashed devils on the 15th before the Battle of Marchfort. From there Archer had carved scenes as her fancy struck, without rhyme or reason. The Woe's battle with the Princess of High Noon, a budded depiction of the dueling scene from the Lay of Lothian's passing she so enjoyed. The last moments of Laret's splendid escape were wedged in between the dying gasp of the Kingdom of Sapphira and the view of the Silver Lake from her favorite Lore Tavern. It wasn't finished, perhaps only 2/3 of the sides having been carved and the wood atop the table still being prepared for carvings of its own, and already it was one of the most precious possessions I'd ever owned. My officers and allies had quickly caught on to Indrani's habit of adding a few carvings whenever she passed through our camp, and it had become a manner of entertainment for them to make a pretext to visit my tent and try to find the latest additions afterwards. The first prince had sent a set of 10 cushioned seats in matching oak as a gift, which given their delicate craftsmanship were likely worth a fortune, but coin couldn't buy what it had meant for someone as restless as Archer to have spent so many hours working on a piece meant for me. There were other adornments to the tent, of course. Heavy tapestries hung from the sides, woven in the Calawan manner, the hedges style, to be precise, since the thickness of those helped keep the heat in the tent during winter. My people's tapestries admittedly tended to only depict 3 things: hunting, the book of all things, and war. Given that I had little taste for hunting or the gods above, but more than a few wars under my belt, I'd settled for the last and matched that martial tendency with the grand maps I'd commissioned. Smaller ones of the fronts in Cleves and Twilight's Pass, larger ones of the Principality of Hainaut and the Kingdom of the Dead. Braziers, sprite lanterns, and a long commode that was admittedly mostly a dump for scroll and parchment stacks, as well as holding a pair of compartments filled with bottles of wine and liquor, finished the last of it. It was a comfortable dwelling, as had been made necessary by the sheer amount of time I'd spent in it over the last 2 years. I rose with dawn and broke my fast on the carved table, wolfing down eggs and rashers as I read through the damage reports from last night's troubles. Acua sat across from me, and we shared a pot of tea in companionable silence as I busied myself frowning at the ink. Most of the damage was superficial, but one of the ward stones from the 3rd Army's camp, which was where the dead king's ghouls had found the most success, had cracked. This was not beyond our ability to fix, but the artifact the ghouls has used to try to contaminate the stone, some sort of sharp obsidian spike that just reeked of sorcery, was still stuck in it. It'd have to be either destroyed or extracted. In destroying it, we'd improve our chances of repairing the ward stone, but to extract it, we'd have to cut through the stone instead and effectively wreck it permanently. On the other hand, if we could figure out what the spike was, we could prepare countermeasures for its next use. Adjutant joined us just as I finished reading the last of the report, his timing as faithfully impeccable as always, and he claimed a seat at a table. He demurred when Acua offered him a cup of tea, as they'd both known he would. He hated the knock blends, insisted they made his fangs taste of herbs for days afterwards. Acua had not once, so far, missed an occasion to try to socially maneuver him into being forced to drink a cup regardless. It was easy to tell how well they were getting along on any given day simply by how playful the shade was being about that little game. This morning, though, I gave them no time to get into it. Thoughts? I prompted. It's only the ward stone against scrying that was affected, Hakram calmly said. The least important of the 3. Carve it, send the spike to the belfry, and lean on the arsenal to get a replacement sent as soon as possible. My eyes moved to Acua. Destroy the spike, the dark-skinned woman replied. It costs us more than weeks or months exposed to destroy a ward stone. It also costs us the hours spent realigning the array with the replacement stone. Hours that skilled mages would otherwise spend addressing current threats or preparing for those to come. The dead king seemingly believed he could sink our full ward array with the spike, Lady Acua, Hakram pointed out. If we do not learn the nature of the threat, that might just be the case when one is next used against us. The dead king has millennia of such accumulated tricks and tools to wield whenever he so pleases, Lord Adjutant, Acua replied. We cannot and indeed should not attempt to match every single blow with an exact parrying dagger. The superior approach would be tightening security around our wardstones and instead leaning our efforts towards innovations of our own. Our innovations spring from Jaquinite and Trismegistan sorcery, Adjutant graveled. One was forged in the dead king's shadow, and he is the founding practitioner of the other. We might as well try to drown a shark. However potent a practitioner of sorcery, the king of death remains a single mage, the shade argued. While he can have helpers and acquire the knowledge of others, it is highly improbable for the dead king's mastery of the gift to be so superior as to eclipse every advance come out of the arsenal. I drummed my fingers against the table, thinking in silence. The two of them were, through the locus of an ultimately minor tactical decision, coming to stand in for the two great currents of thought among the strategists of the Grand Alliance. One school of thought, of which the most prominent advocates were Princess Rosala Melanza and Prince Otto Reitzenberg, argued that the alliance should fight aggressively on a tactical scale, but defensively on a strategic one. Stable defensive lines and regular sorties were to serve as way to grind down Keter's forces in Procker while the Empire Everdark held Cerulean and raided through dwarven tunnels behind the lines of the dead. All of this was to serve as a method of weakening the dead king until either the arsenal created armaments capable of turning the tide or a strategic opportunity to strike at Keter itself was made. The ever-increasing amount of named joining our ranks had, of late, been added to the arguments. Defense was their creed, until we took the King of Death's head in his seat of his power. The other school of thought, which claimed Prince Klaus Pappenheim and Lord Yenu Marave as leading lights, argued instead for full offensive war. Their belief was that the Grand Alliance would soon reach the peak of its capacity to wage war and would only be headed into a death spiral if it did not begin scoring decisive blows before that capacity was spent. The doctrine would begin with reclamation of northern Procker by three-pointed offensive, followed by a winter of preparation, and then a joint all-fronts offensive into the Kingdom of the Dead, while the Empire Everdark struck out from its position in Cerulean. With enough victories to show for, we could bargain for open dwarven military support, and offer them a clean strike at Keter while the Hidden Horrors armies were tied up on 4 different campaigns in other corners of his realm. There were half a dozen other variations on how the offensives should be waged, some of them not even involving the kingdom under, but the common tie was always the call for offensive campaigning. Acua was, I knew, very much inclined to agree with the defensive school. Like most Presi Highborn, she still saw mages at the most important part of warfare, and was generally inclined to believe named were best suited to creating the kind of breakthrough that'd deliver victory against Keter, either in his study or on the field. Hakram was not quite so clear-cut in his preferences, but for good reason his sympathies tended more the way of the offensive school. While Acua was hardly uninformed, she was not nearly as aware of how fragile the Grand Alliance's situation truly was as my second. The strain of the war against Keter was being felt across the entire coalition, but most keenly of all in Procker. High taxes, frequent requisitions, and lasting restrictions on trade were causing mounting unrest. And that was without even mentioning the waves of refugees in need of settling, for whom sympathy tended to sour very quickly whenever food or room ran low and human nature took its usual course towards the ugly. Hakram tended to favor the aggressive approaches, including getting ready to fight the war. Now, because he was unsure how long we could keep waging it, I leaned more towards the offensive school myself, as it happened, but only within limits. The Principality of Hainaut and the last stretches of Twilight's Pass ought to be reclaimed in full, and a proper defensive line raised across all shores that'd be able to prevent large-scale invasion by the dead. Then, and only then, could further aggressive campaigning be considered. Cordelia Hazenbach agreed. As it happened, at least when it came to the reclamation of Hainaut, she was less eager to try taking back the pass once more, considering the lair of nightmares Neshama had turned the last fortresses of it into. Regardless, the two of us agreeing and the Grey Pilgrim not opposing us meant that a summer offensive into northern Hainaut was a certainty unless disaster struck beforehand. As it nearly had, with that seeded plague. We were not unexpected or unseen in our designs. Do either of you have anything else to add? I finally said. Our armies will be headed north, to the warded fortresses of the defensive line, Hakram said. We can afford the window of vulnerability while we replace the stone. Expanding the ritual repertoire of our mage cadres would be more efficient a use of their time, and the potential gains from breaking the wardstone are limited, Acua calmly replied. I sharply nodded, fingers withdrawing from the table. As things currently stood, the scrying ward was incontinent, but not outright broken. So while the choice shouldn't be dragged out, it did not need to be made immediately either. I'll have a decision by evening bell, I said. Hakram, what have you got for me? You intended on speaking with the soldiers and officers from the assault formation, the orc reminded me. Assembly can be had at half an hour's notice. Reports will be coming in by the Alliance scrying network at noon bell, including Vivian's. Lady Aquiline and Lord Razin seek an audience, as does the White Knight. He paused for a beat. Nestor Akaroy of the Secretariat arrived during the night as well, he added, along with his usual scribes. He requested audience as well, and mentioned he'd been charged with diplomatic correspondence meant for you. My eyebrow rose. I did not ask from who. If he'd known, he would have told me, but it was not from lack of curiosity. I've the usual disciplinary action and assignment summaries for the Third Army for you to review, Hakram added, moving on to more mundane matters, as well as the patrol and guard roster suggestions for the coming month. The latter parchments could not be passed on to anyone else, since if they did not have my authority behind them, those suggestions would be balked at by our rowdy collation of Procerin, Levantine, and Calawan captains. They'd need another read, anyway, to see if someone had tried to favor their own again. The former, though, you don't need to bring me the Third Army summaries anymore, I grunted. General Abigail doesn't need me looking over her shoulder. He flicked a considering glance at Acua, whose face was serene as a pond as she drank from her cup of tea. I did not bother to hide my irritation at that when his gaze returned to me, and he clicked his fangs apologetically. I doubt she'd agree if asked, Adjutant said. I'll see to it regardless. I hummed, sipping at my own cup thoughtfully. Send for Secretary Nestor first, I decided. The blood could wait. It'd do them some good. And when Hanno came by for our chat, I'd rather have it with a drink in hand. Past noon bell, then, which wasn't a bad idea anyway. Though the White Knight did not get reports the way I did, relying on the First Prince for information on that scale, he did correspond with a great many heroes who, as heroes were wont to, found out all sorts of hidden things. Often what he learned there was little better than gossip, but on occasion there was treasure buried among the dross. Acua took her leave without needing to be prompted, heading out to organize the repairs of the lesser damage on the wardstones. Though Senior Mage Dastardly was still the ranking mage of the Third Army, he was suborned to Acua's authority as the informal commander of our coalition's mage cadres. Both the Procerin wizards and the Levantine binders, those Abigail hadn't slaughtered like lambs, anyway, took orders from her as well, within certain limits. From experience, I knew Secretary Nestor Akaroy would be awake even at this hour, as the Delosi, Ascretus, hardly ever slept even at his advanced age. I was, it had to be said, rather fond of the man. He was polite, useful, and his dedication to recording history accurately bordered on being principled. It was therefore with a smile that I greeted him when Hakram ushered him into the tent, half rising from the desk, where I'd migrated before inviting him to sit across. He did so after a slight bow, the shallowness of it as much a reminder of his high status in Delos as the two stripes tattooed across each of his cheeks, one black and one blue, traditionally the highest rank one could rise to within the Secretariat. Queen Catherine, he greeted me. I thank you for the audience, and twice over of your promptness in granting it. Ikaroy's long white hair was kept in a clean ponytail, and his grooming was impeccable even so early, something made clear by his turning back to gesture for an attendant scribe to approach. A scroll case was passed to the secretary, who in turn passed it to Hakram. Considering the last time someone from the Free Cities had tried to hand me something directly, it had been an assassination attempt. That particular bit of decorum had grown on me. The Secretariat has proved a good friend, if not outright an ally, I replied. It's my pleasure to return the courtesy. I glanced at the scroll case Adjutant had taken in hand, but not opened. Although it seems that this time we aren't to discuss the submission of questions, I added. In truth, the Secretariat has also passed along a list of inquiries, along with making funds available to me, the blue-eyed man noted. Good news, that. The Grand Alliance's war machine was ever hungry for coin. Anything interesting? I idly asked. Secretary Thais still seeks to prove her theories on the source of the Stygian spring, so a perspective in attendance of the Violet Pieces signing has been requested, he replied. I snorted. Secretary Thais remained convinced that a secret treaty had been signed between Nice and Stygia beyond the officially recorded peacemaking, and that it was exactly such a secret that it allowed the Magisterium to begin aggressive attacks against Delos and Atalanta a few centuries back. That assertion had yet to have even a slight indication of being historically accurate, but if the old woman was willing to sink a fortune in being proved wrong, I had no objection. A question on Caloan history as well? For the annals, Nestor Acaroi said, seeking to ascertain if Queen Yolanda the Stearns was a villain in metaphysical sense or merely a political one. I hummed thoughtfully. Actually, I wouldn't mind knowing that as well, I admitted. Caloan historians still debated to this day if Yolanda the Wicked had truly been one of Belos or just Proceran-born and deeply despised, but I'd never cared much either way. It was ancient history, and not the sort I need be concerned about. On the other hand, if she'd truly been a villainous name, then it occurred to me there was precedent for one of those reigning as Queen of Calo for more than a decade. While I didn't particularly want my reign to be painted with the same brush as a woman I'd once seen written of as barely more popular than the plague, it could serve as the foundation for a legal argument, one that lent my rule a little more legitimacy than that of a victorious warlord. That wasn't much of an issue for me these days, not unless I started losing battles anyway. But if I didn't want Vivian or her successors fighting a civil in 20 years, then we needed a better argument than brute force and wearing a fancy hat. Usual rates, you know the drill by now. I'll be speaking with the White Knight later this evening, so I'll see when it can be done, I told Nestor. The list, Timo, if you would, the old man asked. The young scribe passed a neatly folded parchment to Hakram. Usually the Secretariat only sent 10 questions at a time, which I'd been informed by the Jacks were the subject of much internal politicking between the upper ranks of their bureaucratic ruling class. This entire affair had begun when Hanno, early into the first Hainaut offensive, had offered during an idle conversation to use his recall aspect in order to settle a question about the size of the armies at the Battle of Lerna, as recoded in the annals. The Ascretus had gone wild at the potential resource that was having access to the memories of thousands of heroes going centuries back, the Secretariat even lodging a formal request with the Grand Alliance to consult with the White Knight over historical matters, only to be reluctantly informed by Cordelia that the Sword of Judgment was not hers to lend. So they'd gone to Hanno himself, who like a complete chump would have simply answered their questions whenever time allowed and thought nothing more of it. Gods. Heroes. It showed most of them had never had to handle a treasury, much less fund a war. So I'd had a private word with him, and we'd emerged from that conversation with practical prices in coin if the Secretariat wanted to take advantage of an opportunity that might never come to them again. Most of the gold went into the Grand Alliance's coffers, because Hanno was Hanno, but I'd insisted he take a cut, even if he ended up spending it on other people. These days the Delosi tended to bring the questions to me, since I was often easier to find, and strangely enough he seemed to prefer it that way. Hakram set the parchment bearing the questions aside on my commode, and returned to hand me the leather scroll case after having inspected it thoroughly. I don't suppose you know what's in that? I asked the Delosi. I have my suspicions, Secretary Nestor said, but cannot know for certain. I know only that General Basilia meant it for your hand. Yeah, I thought it might be from her. The woman who'd once been Kairos Theodosian's favorite general was arguably the closest thing I, and the Grand Alliance at large, had to an ally in the free cities, sad as it was to say. I broke open the seal and fished out the scroll, unfurling it carefully. Though the courtesies were curt, they were still present, followed by a few matter-of-fact sentences about her latest victories on the field. The part that caught my attention, however, was right afterwards. Stygia's getting involved, I summarized. One of the Helicean patrols caught some of the Magisterium's people bringing wagons of arms onto a ship whose captain was headed for Nice. Secretary Nestor dipped his head, seemingly unsurprised. It is the Secretariat's belief that the Magisterium seeks to prolong the war as much as possible, the old man said. So long as Basilius Leo holds the city and Strategos Zenobia holds the countryside, Nice remains divided. It is so with General Basilia's campaigns in Penthesian lands as well. Our archivist oracles believe they will not hinder transport of supplies so long as no decisive victory is scored, but would begin sabotage immediately if General Basilia succeeded at forcing such an engagement. Which she hadn't, and likely wouldn't. Exarch Prodocius still held on to the throne he'd won by virtue of being the last puppet standing, but his authority hardly went beyond the walls of Penthes itself. Many towns and tributary cities had declared him usurper and unfit, moved either by genuine outrage or by the very real chance of being sacked by Helice should they not. But his control on the city-state itself and a few key fortresses had not been shaken. Militia was propping him up, if rumors of warlock diplomats having joined his court were true, but for all that he was upon the man was not a complete fool. General Basilia's army had chewed through every Penthesian field army, sent its way, and taken lesser walls, But Helike did not have the siege weaponry or mages to take the city of Penthes itself. The Exarch would remain holed up behind his tall walls with the last of his armies, trying to wait out Basilia. For Stygia to interfere with a supply line that passes through Delosi territory might be taken by some as an act of war, I mildly said. The Magisterium has not done such a thing, Secretary Nestor serenely replied. The worst that can be laid at its feet is words. I could read between the lines. The Magisters had spoken words, so the Secretariat was being forthcoming with those as well, tacitly passing information to the Grand Alliance through me. It wasn't willing to escalate any further unless Stygia did first, though, their precious neutrality remaining in place. They could have gone to the first prince with this instead, but by going to me, they could better claim to have maintained an impartial approach. General Basilia was already sending me information, and Kalos' openly hostile relations with Dread Empress militia meant I could be said to have a legitimate stake in the war. They're not helping a foreigner against the League, I sardonically thought. They're helping Helike's almost ally against Stygia's almost ally. With a few added steps and tortured justifications, no doubt. One would think that militia would advise against Stygian ambitions, given the civil war she's fighting, I complained. But it's never that simple, is it? Dread Empress Sepulchral has failed to gather support beyond the initial wave, the old man shrugged. She is a threat, to be sure, but for all her clever maneuvering, she has not beaten the legions. The part of those that still fight for the tower, anyway, I replied, bit bothering to hide my relish. Though militia had seized the rebel old guard of black loyalists that had refused to bend the knee and even crucified a few, she'd underestimated both how popular my father was with the rank and file and how badly the revelation her sorceress mind control would be received by greenskin officers. Nearly half of the former legions in exile had deserted her service at the first opportunity. A few of those joined up with Sepulchral's armies, but most had either thrown down their weapons or joined the ever-growing camp of disaffected soldiers on the edge of the green stretch. While Sepulchral's, once known as High Lady Abriha Marembi, own high seat of Oxum had followed her into rebellion and Nock had declared for her as well, most of praise still remained in malicious hands. She'd not managed to dislodge Sepulchral, though, despite Marshal Nim's best efforts, and knowledge that the Grand Alliance had opened negotiations with the rival claimant to the tower ought to have curbed her willingness to provoke us even through surrogates. Evidently not, though. Now if only Black would come out of the woodworks, or acknowledge he was behind Dread Empress Sepulchral, as many suspected he might be, this entire nest of snakes could be put to rest. But for some reason, he'd yet to tip his hand. Presi will do as Presi have always done, Secretary Nestor said, unconcerned. It is nothing to Delos. Yet, Queen Catherine, if I might give a word of warning. My eyes sharpened. Not a word the man would use lightly, that. I'm listening, I said. There are strange undercurrents in Mercantis these days, the old man warned. Ones even the eyes and ears of the Secretariat cannot quite parse. I kept my dismay off my face. The city of bought and sold was a pack of despicable profiteers, there was no denying that. Yet so far they'd known how to toe the line of how much they should attempt to profit. The wealth of Mercantis banks and merchant lords had been instrumental in keeping the Principate's industry from collapsing as the strain of curtailed trade and heavy taxes took its toll. But the city-state was almost as useful as broker capable of obtaining materials and rarities for the arsenal. If they turned on us now, it'd be a crippling blow. Yet I couldn't quite believe even the famously avaricious merchant lords would be this foolish. What would their gold be worth when the dead king was at their gates? And if they pressed us now, they had to know that should we win the Grand Alliance's fury would be a black thing to behold. Thank you for the advice, I said, tone forcibly calm. I'd have to speak with Cordelia soon. She was the foremost diplomat of the Grand Alliance, by both talent and station, and I was still astounded she'd somehow managed to talk both Atalanta and Delos into allowing the Helikean armies and supply train to pass there through territory. Last I'd heard from Vivian, the first prince was looking into bringing Stratego Zenobia into the Grand Alliance's orbit without angering her current patron General Basilia in the process, so she ought to have been keeping an eye on the region. If something was going wrong with Mercantis, it was Hazenbach that'd be noticing the signs, and likely she who'd have to fix it anyway. If this was a ploy from militia, though, that'd make two provocations from her, Stygia's growing interventionism and trying to strike at our finances. The tower would be, to be blunt, picking a fight. If we didn't answer her in kind, she'd only grow bolder, too, and that simply couldn't be allowed. On the other hand, We could hardly afford to send an army praise way, could we? There was no easy answer to this, as tended to be the way when dealing with dread Empress militia. I trouble you no longer. Then, your majesty, the old Ascretus said, rising only to offer another slight bow. Always a pleasure, Secretary Nestor, I simply replied. I slumped into my seat after the old man and his attendant had left. And this, I thought, had been meant to be the pleasant part of my day. Adjutant stood in silence at my side, close but not reaching out. All right, I sighed, opening my eyes. Give me those rosters, Hakram. Let's get this done before some other looming disaster appears on the horizon. One thing at a time. It could be done if we did it one thing at a time. I told myself I believed that, straightened my back, and got to work. Book 6, Chapter 8, Stanchion. Friendship is as a garden, taking years to flourish, unmade by a season's negligence. Prosperous saying. Neat rows of legionaries in polished armor stood in resounding silence as Zombie passed in front of them at a trot. The 300 men and women making up the assault formation that had performed so well against the zombies yesterday, for all that the small victory had since been drowned out by bitterer defeats, had already been praised by their commander, Tribune Algernon Beesbury, and even been commended by Adjutant earlier. Hakram had also taken care to speak with the rank and file, asking what about the assault formation they felt had functioned properly and not, then passed along their answers put to ink to consider. I'd taken a glance, and while I'd read it properly later, my glimpse had mostly told me the legionaries were satisfied in most respects, save that they were clamoring for more hammers. The Raven Beaks, as they were called, tended to be better at putting down dead than the halberds, even if they lacked the flexibility of the other polearms. Reconsidering the proportions of each might be in order, though if thinned by too much the halberds would lose much of their effectiveness. I gazed at the legionaries as I rode past them, most of the helmeted faces unfamiliar to me even after holding command in Hainaut for so long. Perhaps I ought not to be surprised, as most of these soldiers came from General Hune's command, and I did tend to stay with the Third Army rather than the Second. Its soldiers and officers were not as familiar to me, as much a single woman could ever be said to be familiar with an army. A few faces among these I'd seen before, if not put a name to, but it was some time before I pulled the reins to end Zombie's stride. The leathery gray-green skin I was glimpsing through the lieutenant's open helm stirred my memory, as did the vivid red scar cutting across the face of the orc. I know you, I mused. Second Lease. Yes, warlord, she grinned, showing teeth. I was only a legionary then. Fresh to the 15th. I tapped a finger below my eye, mirroring the jagged bend of the red line under hers. Seasoned now, I replied approvingly. That was made by white teeth, or I'll eat my hand, Lieutenant. Gunborg, she proudly said, of the Howling Wolves clan. Hakram's clan, that, and Marshal Grim One Eyes as well. She must have been in one of the last batches of recruits we got from the steppes before the Empress stripped the 15th of its recruitment rights. One of them slipped in below my shield and bit me, warlord, Lieutenant Gunborg said, then grinned nastily. But I bit back. I couldn't help but grin in answer. There was something about that iron-cast martial pride that served as the backbone of the clans that had always rung true with me. There were parts of what came with being an orc that I'd never truly be able to understand, but the pride? I'd partaken of it eagerly, as a young girl. It had done more to bind me to the dread empire than any conversation I'd ever had to militia. Looks like you got the better end of that trade, Lieutenant, I laughed. But polish your shield work a bit, would you? When I see you make captain, I'd prefer you not to be missing any bits. You have my oath, warlord, she solemnly assured me. With a last chuckle, I set Zombie back to her walk, passing the rest of the full first rank without seeing another old comrade. At the end of the line, Tribune Beesbury was waiting, a young dark-haired man with surprisingly gentle brown eyes. With the pretty curls and the delicate face, he looked more like a poet than an officer of my armies. Until one got a look at the calluses on his hands. Anyway, those didn't come from quill work. Tribune Beesbury, I said, pitching my voice so it could be heard as far as the back. I appointed you to lead these assault companies while knowing little of you, because you were warmly recommended to me by General Hune and endorsed by Hakram Deadhand. I let a moment pass. You have lived up to every word spoken in your praise, I said. Though he had good mastery of his face, for one his age, he was no courtier. The flush of pleasure and brightened eyes let me know of his thoughts even as he tried to keep them from showing. You do me honor, your majesty, Tribune Beesbury replied. I shook my head. You do us all honor, I said, voice rising as I turned to the assembled legionaries. Assault formations like yours were untested until yesterday, but you fought with prowess that cannot be denied. Not a single fatality. I roared out the last sentence and got a roar back in return. It was not as great a victory as I was making it sound. In truth, since zombies were the least of the dead and numbers had only been slightly larger on Keter's side. There'd been a score wounded, and without the house insurgent there would have been 2 dead, but the performance had still been very promising. Enough that I was willing to invest time and coin into training legionaries in this method of making war, even if it was not backed by another ruler in the effort. I raised a hand, and the cacophony went down, leaving me free to speak again. As a reward for your conduct in yesterday's skirmish, I've ordered ale and meat rations be opened to all of you for supper, I called out. You sent the dead back to their graves. Legionaries, fill your bellies tonight, and dream of doing it again. Cheers filled the air again, even louder than last time, and my name was even called out by some. It wasn't my finest bit of speaking, truth be told, but I'd given so many of these speeches lately, I couldn't even remember how many this made. They couldn't all be fresh and stirring. Besides, ale and meat would get people cheering even if they'd come with a sermon instead of the praise I'd freely doled out. A celebration, even a small one, ought to lift some of the pall of uncertainty that had fallen over the camp since yesterday. Hanno had caught the enemy in time, so spirits had not taken too hard a hit, but the revelation of the existence of shape-shifting ghouls had everyone distrustful and uneasy. I had a word with the senior officers of the formation, committing names and faces to memory, but did not linger long. Razin and Aquiline ought to have been sent for by now, unless Hakram had lost his touch, so I passed Zombie's reins to a legionary and limped back to my tent. The first hint that something was off came in the shape of a full line of legionaries whose pauldrons bore a distinctive scorched mark in the shape of a skeletal hand. Adjutant's personal command, those, grown from a single tent when I was still the squire to a full cohort of 200 now. The sight of them around camp was hardly unusual, but that 20 would be standing almost skittishly around my tent most definitely was. The lieutenant in charge saluted when I approached, and I hobbled up to him, about to ask the reason for this reinforced guard when my tent's entrance curtain was parted open. Hakram strolled out, leathery face offering up only forced calm. There has been a misunderstanding, Catherine, Adjutant said. If you'd only give me a few moments, I'll dash. My pulse quickened, not from danger, but from something else I couldn't quite parse yet. I'd been meant to sit with the blood, hadn't I? There were only so many people from their corner of the world that my second be struggling to prevent my talking with. Hakram, I blandly interrupted. Who's in the tent? His face fell into an apologetic grimace, head angling to the side in an unconscious display of apology. Without another word, I passed by him, staff forcing aside the curtain, and I felt my fingers clench in a spasm. Around the table Indrani was still carving me, for people were seated. Lord Razantanya and Lady Aquiline Osina were those who'd requested audience of me, but the other 2 were uninvited guests. The Barrow Sword's presence I had no real issue with. Ishak might insist on continuing to wear the ancient bronze scale suit for reasons dubious to me, but the equally bronze sword he'd stolen from an old barrow along with the armor was a vicious piece of work especially well suited to dealing with revenants. The way he was rather easy on the eyes, though I remained skeptical of beards, even well-groomed ones, and had been a solid partisan of mine since we'd established the pecking order meant I tended to be well inclined towards him. Oh, he was still a ruthless and largely immoral bastard who'd once tried to kill me just for the perks it'd earn him among his people. Yet, compared to some of the villains I had to deal with, he was agreeably straightforward in his intentions. It was the last of the 4 that had my lips thinning in barely mastered anger. The valiant champion's name was, I'd been told, Rafaela. I'd never used it before, and did not intend to ever start. Short and stocky with a long braid going down her back, the champion was the savage sort of cheerful that I might have appreciated in someone who hadn't fucking skinned captain and worn her fur as a cape. My eyes flicked towards the tanned heroine, who gazed back without either fear or embarrassment. Walk out of this tent, I ordered in Shantan, tone eerily calm. Hakram entered behind me, and I could almost feel him wincing as Lady Aquiline opened her mouth. Queen Catherine, she is here at our dash. I coddled those kids too much, hadn't I? I must have been for them to be so fucking unafraid. Night flooded my veins, singing back eagerly to the call of my boiling anger. The sprite lanterns hanging from the strips of cloth crisscrossing my tent's ceiling shone bright in the deepening shadows that swallowed everything between them, the enchanted braziers flickering as if touched by wind. A small ball of air formed above my palm, spinning, and aquiline Osina gasped at the absence of the breath I'd just taken from her. My eyes never left the champion. "Walk," I softly repeated, "out of this tent." She did not want to. Anyone with eyes could have seen that. I'd not been deft or delicate in my dismissal, and for a woman as proud as she it would rankle to have to obey. But she was in my tent, and an uninvited guest, so with a scowl the valiant champion got to her feet. She strode out, heading to my right since to my left adjutant was silently standing. As she passed me, I spoke up again. "Don't forget my warning," I murmured without looking at her. "If you ever wear that cloak again, even far from this camp, I'll know." She left the tent without giving reply, showing she was not entirely a fool. The barrow sword's soft, pleased laughter escorted her out. I loosened my grip on my anger, the shadows that had swallowed up the tent fading, and crushed the ball of breath within my fist. Lady Aquiline gasped out, her voice returned to her. Razin eyed me with open anger, hands falling to his sword, and whatever ire might have been found in his gaze was matched twice over by what lay in Aquiline's. "You struck it, she began. "Bring named into my tent uninvited again, Osina," I softly interrupted. "And you'll have to crawl on your belly to wherever Tarek's hiding for healing, your severed feet hanging around neck. Do you understand me?" They both looked at me with fear and surprise. I'd been too soft on the pair of them, I thought, and now familiarity had bred contempt. They were in dire need of a reminder of who exactly they were dealing with. I hissed out, "Do you understand me?" The lady of Tartesso's tanned face paled, as much from humiliation as fear. "I understand, Queen Catherine," she replied through gritted teeth. But the point hadn't quite sunk in, I mused. Maybe being made to stand for the rest of the audience would do them some good. Or, "Catherine," Hakram murmured in Karsam. "There is discipline, and there is insult. Only one is warranted." I breathed out shallowly. He was right, of course he was right. There was no point to further turning the knife in the wound save that vicious little twinge of satisfaction it'd give me. And that was no reason to do anything at all. I let the sudden fury that had seized me flow out and limped around the table, going towards the head. Hakram pulled out my seat for me, and I sat with my staff propped up against my shoulder, eyeing the lot of them a tad more calmly. "Is shock," I said, turning my steady stare to the barrow sword. "You, at least, ought to have known better than to bring named uninvited into the quarters of a villain." "I was unaware until the last moment," the bearded warrior replied, grinning crookedly. "Could have warned them, true, but then I wouldn't have gotten to see that." He gestured a calloused hand the direction the champion had left. Considering the barrow sword and Levantine heroes fought like cats and dogs whenever they were in each other's vicinity, I had no trouble whatsoever believing he'd kept silent just to see me expel the other woman from my tent. I grunted, unamused, and turned my gaze back to the two Dominion aristocrats. They were both glaring at the villain, though that rolled off like water from a duck's back. "You asked for an audience," I said, tone still clipped. "You have it. Speak." "We come today to speak of the barrow sword," Lord Razin said, not bothering to hide his irritation towards the man in question, "who has, once more, petitioned the Magilis and the Holy Seljun for his deeds to be recorded by the rolls." The rolls were one of those peculiarities in the way the Dominion of Levant treated its named. While there were highborn among the Levantines who were aristocrats purely because of their ancestry, they were ultimately all descended from named, and to their people that was the very source of being highborn. Coming into a name would see one immediately raised to nobility, though like everywhere else on Calernia, there were nobles, and then there were nobles. There wasn't a lot of difference between someone like the Painted Knife and, say, a Calawan landed knight or a baronet. Often merchants were wealthier in everything but largely decorative privileges. Bestowed, as they called their named, were always either associated to one of the already existing lineages or, when unprecedented, entered in the rolls as the founder of their own line of the blood. The rolls themselves, aside from serving as records of such lineages in blood and bestowal, held records of all the great deeds of Levantine named. Those who were not villains, anyway, at least in theory. I personally believe that a few villains had slipped through the cracks by virtue of not openly keeping to below or being tied to an originally heroic lineage in some way. It might even go deeper than that. Some of the things I'd read had been done by the vengeful brigand, one of their founding heroes, had been genuinely nasty in a way not often seen out of the wasteland. The issue here, though, was that his shock was, openly, a villain. While undeniably bestowed, He was effectively demanding he be made a noble by a country keeping to above, one where men like him were expected to be the proving grounds of more honorable lines and nothing else. In other times he'd be laughed out of the room or ignored, should he not instead find the gray pilgrim politely knocking at his door one evening. But times were changing. The lease accords stipulated that being a villain was not inherently a crime, and, though the members of the Grand Alliance had not yet signed the accords, the truce and the terms were widely seen as prelude and trial to their implementation. It had been Cordelia Hazenbach's own notion to keep the two separate so that mistakes in one would not taint the other before it was implemented. I suspected I might have come to resent how damnably clever that woman was, if it weren't so damnably useful. Interesting, I mildly said, yet also a matter for the Dominion of Levant to resolve. I mostly liked the Barrow sword, but I wasn't going to meddle in the brutal debacle that was Levantine politics on his behalf, much less to try to force the raising of a villain to nobility. The backlash to such an act from, well, most everyone was likely to be spectacular. We came to request a clarification about the truce and the terms, Lady Aqualine said, visibly still fuming, and how they would apply against a decree of the Machinations. The Machinations voted unanimously for the Dominion to sign onto the truce and terms. I pointed out, frowning. There is no conflict to be had. There's the trouble, Black Queen. I have been given amnesty for grave robbing by the terms, and my bestowal is not itself an offense against the laws of Levant. The Barrow sword smiled. So by the ancient laws of the Dominion, I must be added to the rolls as the founder of the Barrow's blood. Those laws were written with the understand that below servants would be hunted by the righteous without protection, Aqualine flatly said. I sucked in a breath. The terms bend the meaning of your laws so that you no longer have grounds to refuse him, Adjutant said, voicing my realization. The two of the blood nodded, while the villain leaned back in his seat with a smirk. Hence the clarification that was being requested here. They wanted me, as speaker for the villain named of the Grand Alliance, to make it clear that the terms couldn't force their hand. The Holy Seljourn has expressed his intention to call the Machinations to session and change the laws to reflect the will of the heavens, Lord Razin said. When informed of this, the Barrow sword dash. The Barrow sword told them he'd have to lodge a complaint with his representative under the terms should the Machinations, seated halfway across the continent, try to fuck him up the ass while he's fighting in the thick of the melee against the dead king, Ishak said, tone hardening. Fuck, I grimly thought. So that was why they'd come to me, even thought this was a Dominion matter. I'd sworn oaths under the terms to defend the Barrow sword and settle complaints on his behalf. It was a thorny little predicament they were bringing to me, too. On one hand, if I twisted arms for Ishak over this, then the Black Queen was intervening in the Dominion's own affairs. That was the kind of overstep that shattered coalitions. On the other hand, if I just looked away and did nothing, then I was telling villains that I'd throw them under the horse the moment living up to my oaths became slightly inconvenient. That, and afterwards what Levantine villain would want to lend their power to the war if back home they were being forbidden by law the rights and privileges of other named? Even those already fighting would think twice about keeping their oaths, if the Dominion scorned them so openly. That was the trouble with making continent-spanning treaties. Afterwards you had to deal with a continent's worth of trouble. To clarify, Hakram intervened. No such complaint has been made, and no law was changed. No, the Barrow sword smilingly agreed. The Machinations has not yet been called, Lord Razin said. Before the matter is to be debated, we meant to seek the insight of the Black Queen on this matter, meaning they wanted to know how hard I'd come out swinging for Ishak before they made a decision that couldn't be easily walked back. I've also requested that a record of my deeds in Hainaut be sent to the blood for consideration, the Barrow sword added. That much, at least, I had no qualms promising. Whatever the rest, I'd not deny the man acknowledgement of the fierceness he'd fought against Keter with. That will have been put to ink and bear personal seal by dawn tomorrow, I said, flicking a meaningful glance at Hakram. He'd be the one to write it, after all. From the rueful look in his eyes, he'd understood my meaning perfectly. The valiant champion was meant to speak on this matter for bestowed of the Dominion, Lady Aqualine told me, defiantly, before she was so unreasonably sent away. If Levantine heroes are to have a say in this dispute, that is a Dominion matter, I coldly replied. Under the terms, my interlocutor is the White Knight. I own not an inch beyond that. How pettily you complain of another's trophy, while wearing many yourself, the Lady of Tartessos mocked. Razin threw her an anguished look, but said nothing. Trophies? Oh, I did wear those. Banners on my back, and once, only once, I'd snatched the soul of a fallen foe who'd butchered an entire city in her folly. What I'd not done was mutilate the corpse of a fallen foe, made a wolf fur cloak of the woman who'd first taught me how to use a shield, and I breathed out. Sabah had deserved better. Of all the calamities, she deserved better. You get one warning, Osina, I quietly said. Test me on this again, and you will not enjoy what follows. I met her gaze, the dark eyes so defiant, and did not blink. They'd been allowed too much leash, these two, and I'd be glad to see the back of them when next I met Tarek. But until then, they'd learn meekness again, even if it had to be beaten back into their bones. Razin said something in one of the Levantine languages, tone flat, and only then did Aquiline of the Slayer's blood look away. Your audience is at an end, I said. Razin, often the deftest of the two when it came to matters like this, simply inclined his head. We can resume the discussion when a record of deeds has been written and the White Knight's insight has been sought. The Lord of Malaga replied, in the same sentence establishing that nothing had been settled, and that under the terms they had someone to bring into this as well, if I came out too hard on the Barrow Sword's side. He was turning into a decent hand at that, I mused. Being surrounded by people who usually dwarfed him in power and influence had taught him something of subtlety, smoothed away some of his rawness. A good day to you, Lord Razin, Lady Aquiline. Hakram gravelled, standing at my side. I blandly smiled and said nothing, letting them speak their own courtesies before leaving. The Barrow Sword made to do the same, but I discreetly shook my head. I took a long look at his shocked deathless when her sat back down, allowing the silence to linger. With that tan skin, strong brow, and a thick, if well-maintained, beard, he was a fine instance of what I'd been told was classic Olivan looks. He was broad-shouldered as an orc and not much taller than me, with for sole warpaint 2 long streaks of ash gray just below pale brown eyes. I'd seen him in a shirt, where the muscles under that armor had been well molded instead of tucked away, and I was honest enough with myself to admit I might have taken him to bed once or twice by now if he'd not been under my command, and so brazenly ambitious. From his occasional lingering look, I doubted it would have been all that difficult to talk him into it either. Your people have this saying, you told me, I said. Kick a barrow, die stupid? He looked highly amused. Kick a barrow, die a fool, the dark-haired villain replied, half grinning. That's the one, I agreeably said, then narrowed my eyes. Ishak, don't go around kicking barrows when we're in the middle of a war for the right to keep breathing. You swore oaths, Black Queen, he reminded me carefully. The truce in terms are a vessel to help gather name to fight the dead king, I said. If the ambitions one of those named threaten that cause, the terms have failed in that purpose. I'm not asking them for land, or for right of rule, the Barrow Sword protested. I ask that my deeds not fall into obscurity simply because I do not kneel at the altar of the Ashen Gods. And I think that's fair, I told him. I really do. All else aside, if a villain was rendering a service to Grand Alliance, they were due the same recognition a hero would get for those deeds. Of course, fair only went so far in this world. So because I've grown passing fond of you, Ishak, I continued, tone casual, I'll tell you right now. If I have to choose between you and 80,000 Dominion soldiers, you are going to die tragically fighting Kier. I'd not raised my voice in the slightest, yet the hardened killer almost flinched. I smiled amicably at him. Ambition is a virtue, when tempered by restraint, I said. We understand each other, yes? We do, Black Queen, the Barrow Sword soberly replied. Vinegar had been served, so the other hand must offer honey. Good, I nodded. Then I'll have the record of your laudable efforts in Haino written up and lean on the White Knight to have it confirmed independently by heroes. If it still looks like they're being unreasonable, I'll personally take this to the Grey Pilgrim. His expression brightened, and I could only think of the way wasteland villains would eat the poor bastard alive. Ishak wasn't stupid by any means, he was just uncomplicated. He took what he could, retreated in the face of superior force, and saw absolutely nothing wrong in either thing. There was a soothing clarity to that way of living I sometimes envied. Then I take my leave, Black Queen, the Barrow Sword smiled. I thank you for your time. Keep putting down revenants, and my door's always open. I smiled back. Fair days, Ishak. Fair nights, Black Queen, the villain replied. I waited until he'd left before letting out a long sigh. I slumped back into my seat and closed my eyes. So, I asked Hakram. You went too hard on Aquiline, Adjutant assessed. I know why you did, but now she'll feel she's been dishonored until she gets some sort of victory over you. We both know that your patience is going to run out on that. It would, which meant I'd probably have to serve her up a meaningless win over something to soothe her wounded pride. Considering I was less than well-inclined towards Aquiline Osina at the moment, that prospect did not fill me with enthusiasm. What had she done to deserve this from me? It's not the same, Hakram, I said. The mantle, and that abomination the champion wore. A beat of silence. Levantine take trophies, the orc said, especially from famous foes. It is part of who they are as a people. I expect if she could have taken armor instead of fur, she would have. I opened my eyes, stirred to anger once more. But she didn't, I hissed back. And you know that's entirely Dash. He sat at my side, around the corner of the table. The chair did not creak under his weight, as Cordelia Hazenbach was not one to forget such details. I know, Catherine, the orc told me. Of course I know. But I also understand that too. There is no difference, and so your anger seems frivolous to their eyes. Presi highborn murder each other at the drop of a hat. Stygians practice slavery. I flatly replied. Am I to pretend their ways are just some quaint local custom as well? My people eat corpses, and sometimes the living, Hakram frankly said. Goblins take oaths about as seriously as porridge. I would be bitterly disappointed if you only took us in because those things have yet to prick you too sharply. That actually stung to hear, and I drew back in surprise. That's different, I said. It's not. It's not one of the two calamities you've loved. Adjutant kindly finished for me. It's not the woman who taught you to keep your shield up when you swing a sword, worn on some stranger's back. A long moment of silence passed as I struggled with my words. It's not wrong to be furious about that, I quietly replied. No, he agreed, it isn't. You can carry that grudge until you die, should you want to, and you'll not be wrong. But the Black Queen can't. I bitterly asked. I don't agree with that, Hakram. Acua said something once, about wants of the woman and the needs of the queen, but no one cuts it that clean. The Presi have tried, and it sickened them perhaps beyond mending. I'll have no part of it. Adjutant set against the oak the hand of bone he'd earned in my service, along with near every other wound that rent his body. It was, I thought, a statement powerful enough that it need not be spoken at all to be heard. I am not Acua Sahelian, Hakram said, tone almost chiding. I swore myself to Catherine Foundling, not a name or a crown. I've no interest in splitting my oath between your and your shadow, seen by wasteland eyes. But I will say, warlord, that the moment you let hate choose your path for you at last fetters were clasped around your wrist. He bared long fangs, sharp and pale as bone. If you cannot tolerate the way of the world, change it, Hakram Deadhand said, sounding even now like he did not doubt for a moment that I could. If you will not take up those arms, though, do not keep clutching them in your grasp. Creation has no patience for the half-hearted. I leaned forward, elbows on the table as I passed tired hands through my hair. I'm tired, Hakram, I admitted, looking down at the half-polished wood. I'm tired and I slipped up, and just the moment I did, the single fucking moment, a kid died. Just like that. And I'd like to think I'm not the kind of monster that would wish a 14-year-old kid would die just because another one did. But the tall orc leaned his head against mine, softly, and said nothing. It was one of the kindest things anyone had ever done for me. I understand him now, I said. And though the anger was not on my tongue, it was even worse than that. It had settled in my bones, in the marrow of them, and now it was a part of me, one that would never leave. Who? Hakram softly asked. Black, I murmured. Why, even knowing he was wrong, he still wanted to win. To beat them. A single breath blown on the balance of creation, so that for just a moment you could look at it and say, this is fair. This is equal. And know that it wasn't but you. Made it that way. There's nothing at the end of that road, Catherine, Adjutant said. I know, I said. Gods, I know. But every time I see their kid survives and ours dies, every time I see they get to walk around in the skin mother of 3, and we're in the wrong for daring to be offended by that, I understand him a little better. In the end, though Black had wanted to even the scales by pushing down on good. And that wasn't a victory, not really. But for all his pale skin and cold steel mind, there was something about my father that was utterly Presi. The wasteland only ever knew victory by triumph over others. The other way, the hard way, was pushing up the other scale. And I would walk that road. That was the choice I'd made. But, I thought as my forehead pressed against the cool oak and Hakram's hand lay on my shoulder, before my feet began moving again, I could wait a while. Catch my breath. I closed my eyes, alone in my tent with the person I loved most in this world, and it was the closest I'd felt to peace in years. It would pass, I knew. So I enjoyed it, for the little while it lasted. Kingfisher I. Regrets will find you on their own, but redemption must be sought. Hector the ecclesiast, Atalanta preacher. In Brus, there was a story every child knew about the birth of kingfishers. Some said it had been the house of Gothel that first spread it, for the kingfisher was their emblem, yet shrewder souls instead mused that it had long been a popular legend among the Brusini, and that a young royal line would be wise to tie itself to such roots. The house of Barthin was long gone. The last of its line married into the Gothels, but some yet remembered that Florian Gothel had first seized the crown from a boy of 3 after the entire adult line of the Barthin had perished on the killing fields of the Sixth Crusade. Yet the story was told to children, and as is ever the way with stories, it grew and changed with the span of the years. Brus, the story went, was once a green and fertile land, blessed by the gods above with ever-bountiful crops. Its weather was fairer than even that of the Southlands, and none knew hunger within its bounds. It was a kingdom of peace and plenty where swords and disease were banished, for in those days the Halcyon kings and queens ruled, and they had been hallowed above all others. Every year the king and queen journeyed west to the Skyron Ocean, where they humbly gave themselves to the waves and asked for the blessings of above. And so, pleased with their obeisance and humility, above returned them to the shore along with the favor of the heavens for the coming year. So it was, until Queen Alizan and King Sinrich ruled, for the two were fair to behold and clever of mind. Their 3 sons were worthy princes too, and Halcyon was set to thrive for my years to come. Yet the king and queen of their virtues they grew too proud, telling men that they ruled a great realm of their own making, and that its greatness owed nothing to the heavens. When the days grew short and the nights long, they did not journey west to the sea, and instead threw a great banquet where all were invited. For this impiety, the gods above punished them, turning their 3 sons into beasts, the eldest into a wolf, the second into a snake, and the youngest into a bird. Angry at the punishment, the king and queen renounced the heavens and incited the people of Halcyon to anger. When statues of the gods were broken and temples burned, above sent a great wave from the sea that turned a third of the kingdom to rotting swamplands. There the people starved, until the youngest son taught them to fish and partake of the flesh. In doing so the bird prince stained his throat red and belly with the guts of the catches, the feathers forever grown red. There the people renounced the king and queen and returned to the embrace of above, sowing great fury in the heart of prideful rulers. They set a crown on the brow of their eldest son, the wolf, and sent him to cause death and dismay among the people who had renounced them. For this heinous act the gods above made barren another third of the kingdom, making hills of stone where there had once been golden fields. The bird prince, seeing the plight of his people, struck at his brother with sharp talons and sent him fleeing north, where he would breed with wolves and rule them, ever scheming vengeance. The lost people of the hills he led to a river whose waters had turned blue and bathed in it, teaching them the secrets of the hills. Within the barren stone lay cobalt and copper, which could be dug out and traded for food. His feathers, doused in the waters, turned blue save for those which were already red. And so the people of the hills renounced the king and queen as well, singing praise to the heavens. Queen Alizan and King Sinrich grew fearful, then, of what they had wrought through their arrogance. They sought to make amends and sent for the youngest son, the bird prince, but they had closed their eyes to evil. Their second son, the snake, had sworn his soul to below for the throne and sunk his fangs deep into their hearts as they slept. He claimed the crown, coiling around the realm, and the people acclaimed him. For this obscene act the last third of the kingdom was cursed with strife. Death repaid in death as all the kingdoms of the world struck the realm to take its bounties. It was to a land of swords and fear that the bird prince returned, and at this he grew wroth. The youngest son sought the people of the swamps and the hills, telling them of his brother's foul deed, and asked for their aid. The people of the swamps, fishermen with spears of bone, answered the call, but those of the hills were fearful of death. They made swords of copper to arm the fishers, but did not heed their prince, and for this were made lesser. The metals they dug out from the earth began to seed sickness in them, a weakness of the body to match the weakness of their souls. Yet with the fishermen alone the bird prince went to war, and with the blessing of the heavens cast down his treacherous brother before making peace with the kingdoms of the world. There were those who would have proclaimed him king. Then, yet instead he flew west, and humbly gave himself to the sea. The gods above returned him to the shore, once more a man, and with their blessing he returned to be crowned. Never again would the golden days of Halcyon come, But King of Fishers had through the curse been taught how his people should be made to thrive and heeded the lessons of the gods above until old age took him. At the moment of his death, it is said that his last breath left him in the shape of a bird in feathers of red and blue, which men now know as the Kingfisher, the soul of the King of Fishers, hateful of wolf and snake until the last dusk, eternal guardian of the Brusini. On the day Florian Gothel became Princess of Brus, it is said that hundreds of kingfishers were seen flocking to the capital. Struck by the sign from above, she chose the bird as her sigil, and ever since the house of Gothel had ruled ably and justly. Frederick Gothel was 5 years old when his mother told him the story, and he only half listened. It had been a long tale, and he'd been tired out from his lessons of the day, then lulled into half-sleep by her tender hand against his brow. He could not remember falling into slumber, only waking up late the following morning with the unearthly sight of a kingfisher perched on his windowsill. The brazen plumage and long beak had him string in awe as the bird cast him a long glance before flying away. Somehow, even at 5, he'd felt like he'd just failed at something. When the servants came and clothed him, later, they brought him into his father's parlor, and Robert Gothel glared down at his son through a thick frown to inform him that his mother had been sent away for being an embarrassment to the family. Frederick asked what that meant and was slapped across the face. Tears stung his eyes, but he asked if he would ever see mother again. He was slapped across the face, harder this time. He began weeping, 5 and in pain and confused. Father furiously bellowed for the servants to come and take him away. As he grew older, Frederick learned what an embarrassment to the family had truly meant, listening to the gossip of servants and household guards. Mother had taken a lover from the city's house of light, a sister good standing and high birth. That meant that when mother refused to end the affair when confronted, Robert Gothel had not been able to simply order the priestess killed. Instead, he'd had to ask a favor of his brother, the Prince of Brus, and use his influence to have the other woman sent to a temple in the far south. His wayward wife he had sent away to a summer house on the shores of Lake Pavens, where she would be kept luxuriously enough her kin in Lyonese could not complain, but kept in utter isolation from the rest of the world. At the age of 7, Frederick bribed a passing fantassin with 9 stolen silver butter knives to bring a letter to mother. Before the day's end, father slapped him across the face and sent him in the courtyard to be switched by a servant. The mercenary had turned him in. Of course she had. Why travel all the way lakeside when she could earn an even greater reward by betraying him? Twice more he attempted, once with a brother from the house, who left the mansion before day's end with fresh Gothel silver for his temple, while Frederick got switched, and the other with a grizzled old Lycanese soldier, who simply took the reward and left. The last stung most of all, in a way, for he'd been told that the Northerners were savages, but an honorable breed in their own way. Evidently not. At the age of 10 years old, Frederick Gothel set down his training sword after an afternoon's work with his swordsmanship tutor and reached for a cool wet cloth only to find a kingfisher perched on the edge of the basin, long thin beak drinking from the water. "If I am to lose the other," Frederick told the bird, "you'll get no grief from me." The bird flew away at the noise, spooked. It was just a bird, of course, and he'd been silly to believe otherwise. So he kept believing, until he was called to his father's parlor that night. "You will be leaving this house tomorrow," Robert Gothel told him, deeply delighted. He did not ask if he was to be sent to mother's side. Frederick had not taken long to learn that the slightest mention of her would have his cheek stinging. "Am I to understand I have displeased you?" he asked instead. "No, Frederick, you have done well," his father said. "You have lived up to my blood. Tomorrow morning you will begin fostering with your uncle at the palace." "With Prince Amari?" Frederick exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Though his father had another sibling, a younger brother, he hardly ever spoke of him. Indeed, Robert Gothel triumphantly smiled. His own sons have proved to be weak seeds. Bide your time, Frederick, and we might just get the last laugh. Frederick Gothel thought of the kingfisher, then of the swift beat of wings and the ripples they'd caused across the water. A warning, a promise, or simply a herald of change. Perhaps the choice was his to make. "Of course, father," Frederick smiled back. There was no we to be had here, and never would be. If there was a choice to be made on this night, let that be it. He never called the man Uncle Amari, not even once. Prince Amari Gothel of Brus was not a man who invited informality, not from his closest kin or even his wife. Being fostered in the palace was a bewildering experience for the first year, largely because Frederick had no real notion of why he was even there. Prince Amari had 2 sons, the first of his cousins the young boy had met, and it was the poisonous hatred the eldest of the two showed him at every opportunity that eventually allowed Frederick to put the pieces together. Nathaniel was a womanizing drunk with persisting gambling debts, though his royal father had only washed his hands of him entirely after an incident where he killed the son of good family over allegedly cheating at cards. Frederick refrained from asking how many sons from families not quite as good had died and gone unlamented before the line was judged to be crossed. His other cousin, Auguste, was on some days a perfectly fine and amiable fellow. Yet not even the finest efforts of the House of Light had not managed to end his unfortunate tendencies to fall into black rages and address thin air. A wizard had been brought in and fed him some tonics before babbling a few incantations, which only succeeded at making Auguste blind in one eye when the rages struck. The wizard was hanged as a charlatan, but there was no denying that Prince Amaury's youngest son was no more suitable to rule than his eldest. And so Frederick Gothel, sole child of Prince Amaury's oldest brother, had been brought to foster at the palace. No formal announcement was made, at first. Stringent lessons by an ever-shifting roster of tutors filled his days. Languages with Monsieur Lucien, until his Tolesian and his rights were as fine as his Chanton. Riding lessons with Captain Geislain of the Lances Farfallos, the noble sword with an Arlezite 9-son duelist, and the soldier's sword with a retired Hanovin instructor. History and poetry, the lute and the 17 formal dances of Alemann's courts, arithmetic and heraldry. His head was filled to burst, and sometimes it felt like half of what was poured into him spilled out. But Prince Amaury did not send him away. Cousin Nathaniel's cruelties became more frequent as his stay lengthened. The older boy, who should have been a man by that age, but Prince Amaury had ever only called his eldest son boy, where Frederick could hear, was a petty tyrant, helped in arranging insults and torments by his feckless friends and favorite servants. His uncle treated Frederick in a way the boy found hard to place at first, until one morning he went to the stables and realized he was being treated the same as stallion being trained to race. Watched closely, worked to exhaustion, and scrutinized for every imperfection. Whatever kindness was doled out was distant and measured, but neither was he offered cruelty or mistreatment. Frederick Gothel was being assessed for his suitability to inherit Bruss, and should he be found lacking one of his cousins from the third branch of the House of Gothel, would be sent for as he returned to the house in the city to live with father. That, more than anything else, drove Frederick to excellence. He would not return there. He would not. He would distinguish himself, and one day he would be important enough that when he went to see mother no one would be able to stop him. The fire lit in him was enough, in the end, to attract Prince Amaury's approval. His uncle found him, one afternoon, looking at one of the tapestries in the ivory wing of the palace. It was a beautiful piece, lightly woven with fil d'or and the finest Lang linen. It depicted Florian Gothel's victory over the grasping traders who tried to sell Bruss to foreign crowns after the House of Barthin was decimated in the Sixth Crusade. A flock of kingfishers flying above the triumphant warrior princess as she led noble riders in trampling an assembly of distinctly snake-like traders. "My prince," Frederick knelt when he saw his uncle. "Rise," Prince Amaury replied, flicking a dismissive hand and turning his gaze to the tapestry. "A pretty thing, isn't it?" "Glorious, even," Frederick replied. "It is the true birth of our house, my prince." "True? Truth has naught to do with it. Learn this well, nephew. All pretty things are lies," his uncle conversationally said. Frederick was rather aghast, though he kept this away from his face. "Did you ever hear the story of the Kingfisher's birth, Frederick?" Prince Amaury asked. "I have, my prince," he replied. "Stories are the dregs that gather in the grooves left by truth," the ruler of Bruss said. "The Brissini, long ago, ruled a great kingdom in the north of what became Procure. That kingdom broke, and the Kingfisher's story tells us of reasons why. The sea's encroachment, land turning barren, civil wars. Lycanese raids. The rest is what men believe ought to be there, or were told was by their fathers. Is there not truth in the story as well, then?" Frederick asked. "Not in the manner you mean, nephew." The prince thinly smiled. "Florian Gothel had a wicked sense of humor, you see. Or so the story goes, among our kin. She chose the Kingfisher as her royal sigil for the lesson she discerned in the story." "And what lessons were these?" the boy softly asked. "Opportunity, Frederick," Prince Amaury smiled. "Opportunity must always be seized. That is the lesson of our blood. The Kingfisher prince found fish in the swamps, found wealth within barren hills, found a throne amidst wars. Always where lesser souls faltered, he sought opportunity and rose. Is the lesson not one of humility, my prince? Frederick asked. For all his exploits he remained but a bird, until the heavens deemed it otherwise. The heavens are another story we tell ourselves, Prince Amaury said. There is a groove of truth beneath it, never doubt that. But we have filled the silence with a madness of words. We must always fill the silence, nephew, as Florian herself once did. The older man, handsome and regal even in his growing age, ran an almost tender hand down the tapestry. There were families that were closer kin to the Barthen. The Prince of Bruss told his nephew. The Finvain were so deeply married into the line, they were considered a cadet branch. There were more powerful families, as well. The Manvers were seneschals of the city. The Loncoeur had ties to Lyones and the greatest standing army in Bruss. And yet it was Florian Gothel, her line noble for only 3 generations and of soldiers' stock at the root, who became Princess of Bruss. Prince Amaury stared at the depiction of their common forebear, her splendid golden locks a crown before she'd ever worn one. While they all quibbled at the capital, fighting over who would be regent and who would get the last Barthen as a son-in-law, she went to the country instead. The fair-haired prince smiled. She gathered every soldier she could call on. This sunk her fortune into buying every fantassin company in Bruss. A pause, an admiring sigh. She took the city and she hung them all, Prince Amaury said. Every single last one of them. Because she had seen the opportunity and they had not. Oh, we wove stories afterwards. That the Loncoeur were trying to sell the crown to Lyones, that Finvain and the Manvers had sworn oaths to part Bruss in 2 so both could rule, and perhaps there is even a grain of truth to them. But we shall never know, because Florian hanged everybody who might speak to that. That is savagery, Frederick said. That is ruling, the Prince of Bruss replied. That is the truth of the House of Gothel. Nephew, we are, in the end, the Kingfishers, the children of opportunity. And that is why where other houses boast of honor and faith and prowess, ours are simpler. What are they, Frederick? Our words. Jose, the boy replied. I dare. It meant. And Frederick now heard words at the end of them he had never imagined before. I dare to murder, to betray, to usurp. I dare to rule. All the pretty things he'd believed and now tasted like lies. It was my mother who first told me this story, Frederick said. The fair-haired prince did not reply. Would not. The boy grasped, until he dared to ask. Is she still in the house by the lake? He asked. His cheek did not sting, though what followed made him wish it did. She is dead, Frederick, Prince Amaury replied. She was dead before you began your fostering. She went for a swim the first spring after her consignment and drowned. The sting of a hand would have passed. This, Frederick knew, this would not. This would stay. Are you going to defend him? The boy asked, dimly curious. Your father is my brother, and there can be no closer tie than blood, the fair-haired man said. That is not a defense, Frederick said. He is my brother, Prince Amaury acknowledged. Yet I will not have my successor unduly influenced by even my kin. Past the tapestry, through the long sunny corridor of window panes filled by light and warmth, Frederick Gothel glimpsed a bird of red and blue. He too, the boy decided, was a child of opportunity. Book 6, Chapter 9, Acceleration. As sage in Nice is a fool in Stygia. Free City sang. Afternoon bell came, and went before Hanno made his way into my tent. The bundle of reports that inevitably accompanied contact with Salia had eaten up even more of my time than I'd anticipated it would. Vivian had been enthusiastic in her account of the progress in the talks over the Accords, writing that giving ground over whether or not scrying a foreign country could be considered an act of aggression, which both Procker very much wanted it to be, considering its massive deficiencies in both city warding and scrying rituals compared to Callow and Levant, had allowed her to get concessions over what we'd termed civil diabolism, the summoning and binding of devils for purposes other than war. The rest had been more disparate a pack of news than a cohesive, though no less useful for it. Archer had apparently been seen in the Prosseran heartlands with a 6th member to her band, which meant a fresh name had been added to our roster and would be in touch soon. The first prince had passed along a note on the state of the Grand Alliance treasury, which remained surprisingly good, all things considered, but also cautioned that the Principality of Brabant's harvest seemed headed for catastrophe. She went on to write me that feeding this territory and its massive numbers of refugees would put us squarely back in the red before winter came. Pickler had sent a refinement on the rotating siege harpoon ballistic schematics she'd made up in Twilight's Pass. She also mentioned in a separate letter sounding somewhat flattered, that Prince Otto Reitzenberg had extended a formal invitation for her to found and settle a tribe in Lycanese lands after the war. It was a grave misreading of my sapper general's interest in leadership duties, so I wasn't worried about poaching, but I doubted this would be the last of it. Even the Iron Prince had expressed interest in goblin engineering, and, considering that Hanovin was yet in the hands of the dead king, his people had a great deal of rebuilding ahead of them. Still, maybe a strongly worded letter to Otto Redcrown might serve as a helpful reminder that trying to recruit from my sapper corps was, at the very least, a slight to the crown of Callow. Moving on to less grounded matters, the rumors gathered in the south and east by the Jacks remained wild as ever. The dead were said to walk the streets of Nice. General Basilia had supposedly eaten the heart of a holy oracle and could now see the future. A band of pale specters was haunting the green stretch, all the while dread Empress Sepulchral had turned into a black-scaled dragon and ravaged the outskirts of Wolof's territory. That last one might in truth be the reappearance of General Nekheb of the 10th Legion, though I'd also heard it said they were nesting among the ruins of the Red Flower Valles, so I was less than sure. Somewhat amusingly, it was also quite a popular tale that I'd apparently brought down the sky on refuge so that I could steal its named away into my service. More important than the wild stories, though, was the hastily tacked-on addition from Vivian that Duchess Keegan had passed forward Dread Empress Sepulchral's request to open formal diplomatic talks with the Grand Alliance. So far the diplomacy there had been informal and half a secret, and I'd gladly left it to my successor in Hazenbach. This, though, would require my personal attention. Joy. At least we might get enough leverage from that I might be able to wheedle out whether Sepulchral was a genuine claimant or just a horse for Black to ride. I'd better bring Acqua into this as well, though that wasn't unlike asking a wolf about their opinion of the hunt. Still, even years away from the wasteland, she had a better grasp of the way functioned there than anyone else under my command. Aisha's family was old and well-connected, after all, but ultimately minor nobility. The Sahelians lived and breathed intrigued at the very highest levels of praise, and Acqua hadn't just been any one of the lot. She'd been the heiress to Wolof, groomed for either rule of the high seat or the claiming the tower itself. Short of kidnapping an actual high lord, there was just no beating that. I was considering who else to bring into this. Hakram, naturally, but it might be worth bringing in some of the high-ranking officers I'd inherited from the Legions of Terror as well, when one of my guards popped in to inform me Hanno had arrived. I thanked the man and rose to my feet, limping my way to the commode even as the White Knight entered. He looked at me then sighed. Let it be brandy, at least, Hanno haggled. I tapped the top of the commode, jostling a lock, and the door to left compartment popped open. I snatched out a bottle of Cruzen's brandy and 2 small silver cups. I'd been prepared. Amusingly enough, it was easier to get him to drink liquor than wine, and he drank quick, if only to get it over with. He waited until my nonchalant gesture to take a seat, though I'd long told him not to bother anymore. Well bargained, White Knight, I solemnly said. You only ever say that when I've been had, Black Queen, he drily replied. I limped back to the table, using his momentary distraction as he felled out one of Inrani's latest carvings to take a closer look at him. Even after 2 years of facing one brutal horror after another, the Sword of Judgment had little changed in appearance. His fuzzy hair was so closely cropped as to seem almost shaved, leaving the eye to linger instead on a plain but well-formed face. He was built like someone who worked for a living, which I'd always found appealing, and the long-sleeved gray tunic he tended to wear when out of armor had earned a few more stitches since I last saw it, but still framed those muscled arms rather nicely. He wasn't a looker, not the way Ratface had been or Acqua was, but he wasn't without his charms either. Not that I'd ever seriously consider going there, Crows, though apparently Tarek still suspected we were somehow secretly engaging in torrid trysts. You'd think that after trying to mentor me into the grave, the man would have a better appreciation of how much I had no intention of coming anywhere close to something that could, even vaguely while in dim light, pass for a tragic love story. Dismissing the thought, I idly noted that he'd brought a small leather satchel. Papers, maybe? He shouldn't need to. His memory was unusually sharp. It was a side effect of his aspect of recall, he'd told me, which I'd found fascinating. How many aspects had little quirks like this one, barely noticeable boons tucked away in the shade of the more prominent use? Looking back, after getting struggle as the squire, I'd gotten rather good at assessing the skill and power of my opponents compared to me. How much of that had been my gaining experience, and how much an ancillary benefit? It was an interesting bit to consider, if at this point largely academic. Is that the Saint of Swords that the archer depicted herself fighting? Hanno asked. I set the 2 silver cups on the table and went to work on the bottle's cork. Battle of the Camps, it was, I agreed. They had a scrap while Masigo and I were dreaming. Impressive, Hanno said even as I finally got the cork out with a pop. There were not many capable of facing Lawrence de Montfort's sword up close and live to tell the tale. Indrani had privately admitted to me that she'd waited until the Saint was tired out from the battle and it had still been a damned close thing, but I wouldn't disagree with Hanno's assessment even knowing that. Archer's talent in close quarters was only slightly helped by her name, while the Saint had been sharpening her skills in this regard for decades. Considering how much of a terror the woman had been in her old age, I often thought we'd been damned lucky not to fight her in her prime. I poured out 2 cups of brandy, quirking a brow at the dark-skinned man. Wouldn't have you been able to check with recall anyway? I asked. He grimaced. The fresher the death and the stronger the personality, the more it lingers after use, the White Knight admitted. I would not call on the Saint of Swords' life without great need. Lots of her tricks came from her domain, anyway, I mused. Which you can't mimic, as far as I know. He shot me an amused look, well used by now to the way I went about digging up everything I could about his abilities. Well, it was no mystery I'd not been raised by angels. He touched his fingers to the brandy cup, brow rising. 2, he said. 5. I replied without missing a beat. 3, he compromised. An opening. 12, I boldly tried. 4, and I'll not tell Tarek you tried to get me drunk, he suggested. Oh gods, was I not in the market for another hesitant, indirect conversation about not casting doubts on the nature of the truce and terms through unwise indulgence. On the other hand, apparently the Witch of the Woods had heard about those and thought the whole thing was fucking hilarious. She kept making fun of Hanno in that non-verbal Giganese language they used with each other, with all the poses and shifts. He had a stake in this as well, I figured. 5, and I'll stop implying in front of Secretary Nestor that your tunic's gray because you don't wash it, I retorted. As something said by the Black Queen about the White Knight, it went into the annals every time. Every single time. 4, and I'll share the workshop gossip I received with you, Hanno offered. You shit, I thought, not without fondness. He would definitely have shared that before, but he'd hold it back now for sure, just so that when we next negotiated he'd have this to point back to. Fine, I mercifully allowed. 4. I set down the bottle on the table and took my cup, offering a toast. May you live to bury your enemies, I said. Fair winds and slow rivals, Hanno replied. We clinked our cups and drank deep, setting down in unison. It took the edge off enough I barely felt the sting when I seated myself across from him. Dare I ask what's in the bag? I probed. It is not meant to be a mystery, he said, leaning down to take the satchel before setting it in front of me. It is a gift, Catherine. Your 23rd name day happened while I was away, no? I blinked in surprise. Oh, I said. Yes, thank you. I'm an orphan, so I don't really have one of those, just the foundling day late in the spring. It also didn't explain why he'd given me a gift, though I wasn't complaining. From your polite confusion, I take it name day gift-giving is not a Calawan tradition, Hanno noted. Not really, I admitted. For nobles sometimes, I think, but for most people gifts are given at the solstices and when you reach 15. The dark-skinned man cocked his head to the side, curious. 15, he asked. Age of enrollment, I told him. Used to be, anyway. It was kept for private noble armies under the Empire, but I kicked it up to 17 all around when I took the throne. Keeping it at 15 would have helped fill the ranks after our losses more quickly, but, as both Ratface and Governess General Kindle had pointed out back then, if we kept pressing the young into service, there'd be no one left to practice trades and tend to the fields. A large army was no help when it was busy starving. How interesting, Hanno said, sounding genuine. Assurans are expected to give yearly name day gifts to those they are tied to, family, friends, or close collaborators. All within the same tier, naturally. For a citizen to court favor from a higher tier or display favor to a lower one would be frowned upon. The thalassocracy of Ashur sounded like a deeply unpleasant place to live in, as usual. Weren't there families with citizens of different tiers in them? Still, the implications there were a little flattering. I was being called both an equal and close collaborator. Thank you, I said again, and took the satchel this time. It was easy to unmake the bronze buckles, and within I found in neat little cloth packets what must have been at least half a year's worth of Wakeleaf. You know, when I told you to keep some of the Delosi coin, I didn't mean for you to blow it all on enabling my worst habit, I drily said. It had been, though, a rather touching gesture. I have also been considering buying another tunic. the White Knight calmly replied. I've been told it passes as unclean to the unskilled eye. I swallowed a grin and clasped his wrist in appreciation. He smoothly returned the gesture. So when should I be looking to return a gift in kind? I asked. 2 days past winter solstice, he smiled. Ought to bring him to 29, that. As I recalled, he had more or less 5 years on me. Not that it showed. He had one of those faces which would look much the same age until he started graying. I set down the satchel to the side. So I said, business. To business, he agreed. I poured him another cup, then myself, and we knocked them back without a toast. I gestured for him to begin as soon as the burn had faded from my throat. The Titanomachy reached out to us through Levant, Hanno began. They are sending an envoy north. I sucked in a surprised breath. The Gigantes were notoriously isolationist, and though they had long-standing ties to the Dominion, it had been my understanding those were limited to exchanges of gifts and the occasional favor. They didn't even trade with humans in the traditional sense, as far as I knew. You don't sound all that thrilled, I noted. His body gave what might have seemed like a twitch at first glance, but I'd learned to recognize as him beginning to use that silent language he used with the witch before stopping himself. It will be a complicated matter to handle, he admitted. I am told it is Ikind's Silveron Clouds that was sent. Which is, I slowly said, bad. When I left the Titanomachy, Ikind's was. Scope. For hushed absence, Hanno told me. It is hard to describe in human terms. Scope is one charged with a message, speaking for others, but it is not exactly a position of authority. It does denote respect, however, and the hushed absence is the chorus that most prizes retiring from the affairs of Calernia. So they sent us a lesser noble from the isolationist faction at court as the envoy. I tried. That is untrue in every single specific, yet broadly accurate in essence, the White Knight said, sounding impressed. You have to understand, Catherine, that since Triumphant and the 7 slayings the Gigantes have only ever spoken of ties outside their borders in terms of loss. The 7 slayings? I repeated curiously. That's the humbling of Titans, right? I would not recommend using that name around any of their kind, Hanno advised. The slayings soured most of their kind on humans, though the tendency had been there for ages before. I never did get why they're still so viscerally furious about the slayings, I said. Procker struck by surprise, sure, but that's hardly a first for them. Their armies still got savaged when they got deeper in, and all the Principate got to show for those deaths was a modest stripe of land added to southern Valensis. They'd also gotten the Titanomachy to unofficially back down from its defense pacts with the Levantine petty kingdoms, which had allowed Procker to eventually keep pushing into Levant after its conquest of Vacii. Yet the amount of losses taken during the humbling had supposedly kicked back that conquest by at least a decade, so in a sense the Gigantes had fulfilled their treaty obligations. It is not the treachery itself, but what was committed through it, the brown-eyed man said. When the Principate called for talks, it was some of the greatest left among the Gigantes who went. 3 of the last elder Spellsingers, the Amphor, for the Sublime Auspice Chorus, and 2 candidates for the name of Stone Shaper. My brow rose. Choruses are court factions, I guessed. Gigantes are not social in the way humans are, Hanno admitted. You would find their cities to be empty things, and there'd be no court to be found. A chorus is more akin to an ideology, though even within a chorus there will be differing songs. The hushed absence, for example, will call to both those who advocate for isolation and those who curtail wonder-making by all Gigantes. Yet some will speak to one over the other or speak of both these in relative moderation. Scope will be messenger for one of the shades of belief, should it gain enough adherence within the chorus. So what does the Sublime Auspice sing about? I asked. Guidance of younger peoples and intervention beyond the borders, the White Knight said. In the past, they were also the foremost slavers among the Titan lords. I grimaced. Prosser in history wasn't something I'd studied in great depth, especially not when it came to the South, which had barely ever crossed Kalos' path before the Principate was founded, but I had learned some broad strokes back at the orphanage. Arlesites are passionate and romantic people, fond of poetry and duels. Douglas Robinson's much maligned, yet still widely used peoples of East and West describe them. Their name comes from the ancient Arlesian Confederacy, which rebelled against the slaving giants. There were stories to be found there, to be sure, but I'd always had 100 other things to attend to and never had the Titanomachy seemed likely to become relevant to my affairs. It wasn't the first time I'd been wrong, and was unlikely to be the last. They never recovered from losing their Amphor to human named while under Truce banner, Hanno continued. And though the killing of the candidates was a grave insult in the eyes of the Gigantes, not unlike killing a Fairfax prince would be to your people, it was the death of the Spellsingers that incited outright hatred. The magnitude of that loss for them as a people is not easily put into words, so I will simply say it was worth great grief, and grief often turns to matching enmity. My brow rose. Name did that? I asked. I'd heard it was just assassins. All were Arlazite heroes save for the White Knight of the time, who was of the Cantalii, Hanno said. Most of those names are dead and gone now. Of the 12 assassins to strike, only the Drake Knight survived, and not even that potent blood allowed him to grow back the arm he lost. He had that distant look on his face as he spoke, the one that told me he was drawing on memories he'd obtained through recall. So you're saying that since they're sending us the isolationist scope as an envoy, we shouldn't get our hopes up about the Titanomachy entering the war, I said, drawing him back to the here and now. To an extent, he replied, brow creased. From what I can remember, Ikines was of the hushed over the absent. That is to say, his isolationism came as consequence of his desire to restrict wonder-making. It might be he is meant to haggle down contributions, not obstruct involvement. I've seen the Wardstones the blood use, Hanno, I said, hands tightening with want. They have no fucking idea of how those even work, and they're still better in most regards than anything my people can make. Hells, even if they don't want to enter the war, I'd take 100 of them joining the ranks of the arsenal and still lick their boots clean in thanks. Metaphorically speaking, anyway, considering their probable boot size, it seemed like a bit of hassle to get done otherwise. That is the complication, Catherine, he admitted. In some ways, entering the war might be more popular. What I tell you now, I would have your oath no to repeat. I let out a whistle. That was rare. He wasn't one to ask oaths without a reason, and I perhaps still a little charmed even now that the sword of judgment considered my oaths to have worth, so I gave it without argument. Gigantes are not ageless in the way of the elves or the drow, Hanno said. To this day I was still uncertain as to whether he actually knew that winter had done away with the mortal lifespan of the firstborn, or he'd simply, like most, assumed that drow were effectively immortal if not taken by strife or sickness. They gather power unto themselves by bathing in the light of moon and star in sacred places, by songs and patience, and this power lends them vitality, the White Knight said. To be a Spellsinger is to be born with the gift of power, to come to weave a second soul, and through it be able to pluck at the cords of creation. These are rare and prized. As for most Gigantes, to make a wonder is to craft with the very stuff of what keeps them alive. My eyes narrowed. The 7 slayings, I said. They came after that tussle with Triumphant that's said to have made the Titans pond out of what used to be plains. How much of their lives did they spend to take her on? I'd always counted it passing odd that a people capable of playing rough with the greatest monster to ever come out of the wasteland had taken hits from an infant principate without any great retaliation save for the building of the Red Snake Wall much later, after the Dominion freed itself. It made a little more sense now, especially if heroes were thrown into the mix. I knew better than most how dangerous those could be when properly motivated. Sisters bless, these days I'd come to rely on it. 1/5 of their people died outright, Hanno frankly said. Centuries of accumulated power were spent in an hour, and many left themselves only enough to live until they could fill themselves again. Yet, even now, a great many of the Gigantes are but a decade away from death should they not observe the old rituals. So they're not going to want to spend themselves close to the grave to save Proserpine lives? I grimaced. Harsh. The Spellsingers, though, if they're born with the gift, wouldn't they be effectively immortal? In a sense, Hanno conceded. Yet most of them are young, by the reckoning of the Gigantes, and so have spent but a century or two accumulating power after forging their second soul, through both celestial rituals and their own gift folded onto itself. True, but even so it remains a delicate and time-consuming process. The trouble, here, is that the Titanomachy's greatest wonders all require the stewardship of Spellsingers to some extent. Of course they did, because those would have been made before good ol' Triumphant swaggered in, butchered most of their Spellsingers, and emptied out the vitality power reserves of a significant chunk of their population. Much like the firstborn after Save NOC first bargained for survival, they must have felt like rats scuttling in the ruins of their own empire, forced to choose between their lives and seeing their greatest works fall apart. Shit. No wonder they hated the Principate like poison. To them it must have felt like Procker savagely kicked them when they were down and just starting to consider how to get back up from the last kick. So if they're with us, they're not keeping their own cities functional, which is going to be less than popular at home. I sighed. That's great. If they're that tied up, Hanno, why even bother sending an envoy? Because inconvenience and hatred of Procure does not mean they are willing to surrender Calernia to Keter's grasp without having lifted a finger to fight the encroaching doom, the White Knight said. I imagine that our failure to drive back the dead king has them justly worried, given the scope of the efforts employed by the Great Alliance. I fully expect the Titanomachy will try to gift us old wonders instead of agreeing to craft new ones, and strictly limit the numbers they sent north. Yet even that much would be God-sent. Let's not pretend otherwise. It'll be fear that got them moving too. I mused, now that the initial disappointment had passed. Procure alone and surrounded by foes, the way it had been before the Grand Alliance steadied, that'd be acceptable to them. But Procure as the heart of a great continental alliance that included even their old allies the Levantines? They couldn't let that happen without keeping an eye on it. I imagined the great developments of the last few years would have attracted the attention as well. It was one thing to play the hermit kingdom when your magic was beyond the wildest dreams of your neighbors. But what happened if the arsenal put Procure on even footing in even just some regards? A principate with a few war-making artifacts like that under its belt might not be so inclined to let it go when the Gigantes killed its people on sight near the border. And given that the Twilight Ways were without precedent, I imagined a lot of their defensive wards would need reworking to adapt to their existence. That had to be keeping them up at night. While they might be able to access the ways on their own, they'd need deep study before they could feel safely walled up again. And the quickest way to achieve that was sending people to the arsenal to look through what we'd already found out. No, there were decent reasons for them to reach out, even though Hanno had already succeeded at weaning me off the hope that the Titans would come in at this late hour and turn the tide of the war. Hells, if nothing else, just seeing how fragile the situation on the fronts was might motivate them to send more than crumbs our way. I'll take what we can get, I fervently agreed. I'm guessing this was kicked up to you, because we can't use Cordelia as our diplomatic workhorse this once. It would be unwise to ask the first Prince of Procure to meet Ikine's silver on clouds on behalf of the Grand Alliance, he mildly agreed. The Holy Seljun noted that Antigone and I were both mentioned by name, as even to the hushed absence we are known. Might have to be you, if they want a familiar face. Haven't heard of the witch in a month, I said. Not since she went up to have that gander in northern Cleves. From there she struck at the enemy, Hanno informed me. I expect you'll be getting the message from Princess Rosala late tonight. Antigone put together a band of 5 and intercepted a turtle ship before it could land. A savage grin split my lips. The dead king marched his skeletons at the bottom of the tomb and the grave regularly, but it wasn't without effects on the equipment of his soldiers. You couldn't keep chain mail or a sword underwater for a month without it rusting. For the fodder, that was all fine and good. But when Neshama went to the trouble of arming a few thousand binds in good steel, he didn't then proceed to scrap it by sending them on an underwater march. For those he used ship transports, in his own horrible manner. Massive turtle barges made of bone and wood with a hollow shell protecting his elites from the elements. As tended to be the way with him, the turtle ships were made to move by a necromantic flesh construct that was more lizard than turtle and boasted both massive claws and bags of liquid poison it could spew out in a stream. God's damn, I whistled. Now that's something to brag about. They sunk it? I thought he'd hardened the shells to magic after Acua ripped one open last summer. It had the cold iron linings, Hanno confirmed. Antigone made the tactical decision to use her available assets according to methods that had previously proved successful. A beat passed, and I cocked an unimpressed eyebrow at the hero. She threw the mirror knight real hard at it. I deadpanned. The slightest twitch of the hero's lips was the most openly he allowed himself to be amused. I honestly can't remember a time where that didn't work. I pondered out loud. Maybe she's onto something. The Mirror Knight was, admittedly, the closest thing to unkillable I'd ever seen, even amongst the distinctly hard-to-kill company that was heroes. During the Dead King's winter offensive, he'd lasted alone against 3 revenants for an hour at Duchesne until his shock and I arrived. Though he'd put none of them down, it was still utterly absurd that they'd not managed to put a serious wound on him either. Regardless, it was impressive he had a hard enough head that it had sent a few thousand of Neshamia's finest troops at the bottom of the tomb. I poured us each another cup of brandy and offered another toast. To the Mirror Knight living to be thrown another day, I said. To success against the enemy, whatever the shape of it, Hanno said, almost reproachfully. I wasn't fooled. He found the whole thing just as hilarious as I did. The drinks went down, and the cups hit the table. A grimmer look passed across his face. Afterwards, which immediately had my hackles rising. They did more than simply break a turtle ship, the White Knight said. When out there they found a hollow where the scrying disruptions didn't reach. They got a glimpse of northern Haino before Keter adjusted to block them. Tell me, I said. The hidden horror is making a bridge across the tributary river to the tomb, he told me, tone calm. We'll be facing a full-on offensive within 6 months, and the numbers. I grimaced at his hesitation. How bad? At least 200,000 of his finest foot is preparing to cross, Haino replied. He's building from both shores and building in stone. If we don't break it while unfinished, it will be warded and enchanted so thoroughly as to be near indestructible. Fuck, I feelingly thought. On parchment, a bridge wasn't much of an issue, considering Keter could walk its troops at the bottom of the lakes and ferry them across with turtle ships. But in practice, it might be a death blow to our hopes of retaking Haino. The tomb and the river limited how quickly the hidden horror could send his soldiers from the kingdom of the dead, especially considering the strong current of the tributary, and the turtle ships were vulnerable to heroic raids. A bridge, though, meant he could just keep pouring troops into Haino day and night. And that wasn't a metaphor. It wasn't like the dead. Tired. So far we'd been keeping our edge against the massively larger numbers through superior troop quality. Even a prospering conscript could handle a few mindless zombies alone, or a pair of skeletons if their arms and armor were rusted through. Once we got full battalions of binds to deal with, though, we'd be facing a well-armed and fully intelligent army. If we gave them room to maneuver, let the dead king deploy his full array of tricks against us, then this was the death knell of the Grand Alliance. Do you have dimensions for the bridge? I said. A notion of the timeline on its completion? Antigone used one of the repentant magister's artifacts to capture an illusory image, he said, and sent it south to me by a trusted hand. Who did he? Ah, and that would be why the valiant champion was in my camp. The 3 of them were supposed to be close. Shit, I cursed. We need to bring this to the Alliance's high command as soon as possible. This changes our schedule for the offensive into northern Haino, at the very least. If we can grab it back fast enough, we could put this entire mess to rest, or at least take the southern end of the bridge and defend it. Antigone went east to blunt another offensive against the western coast of Cleves, Haino said, which means I will have to move south to speak with the Gigani's envoy myself. We're due a proper council anyway, I pointed out, and a visit to the arsenal couldn't hurt. Hells, the painted knife is due back soon as well, the way I hear it, and I'm curious to hear what she has to say. We gather it all at the arsenal, then, Haino agreed. It ought not to be impossible, given the facilities there. It can be done in the other senses as well, I grunted. We have the pull to ensure it. Though the mood had grown more somber, I poured out another 2 cups. Haino's eyebrow rose questioningly. Surrendering the last cup so soon, he said. Well, if we're to have the conversation I suspect we're about to have, we might as well finish the drinks first, I said. Argument does tend to spoil the taste. Ah, Haino exhaled. He took the cup in hand, and we drank. Because he was a polite sort, he waited a few heartbeats before speaking. You have lashed out at 2 heroes in 2 days, Black Queen, the White Knight said. I would know why, and what happened to the named you meant to bring back to camp. Book 6, Chapter 10, Reflections. Men pray only to angels because their devils need no summons. King Edmund of Callow, the Ink Hand. See, I thought that too at first, I mused. That I owed you some sort of explanation. But then I had another think, look back at what I actually did. And, really, what's the worst you can put on me? I was curt with a kid. I told a named who came in my tent uninvited to get the hells out before I tossed her out. I shrugged. I hurt a heroine's feelings, I said. Twice. Ah, what utter perfidy. The last sentence I uttered with a cocked brow and the driest tone I could muster. I suppose we'll have to get through this the usual way, I announced. I'll bring the hammer and nails if you bring the cross, White Knight. If I'm going to be crucified over a trifle, the least you could do is go halfsies on the materials. Haino's face betrayed no reaction to my words as he studied me, calm as ever. No, perhaps calm was the wrong word, for it implied a degree of peace. Indolence, when at its worst. The White Knight was a creature of certainty, which lent him the appearance of calm, but there was nothing peaceful about certainty, especially in the hands of a hero, who could so often weave from it either death or salvation. You've not often had an equal, have you, Catherine? The dark-skinned man pensively said. A few superiors, I imagine, most of them unkind or untrustworthy, more marks in the making than someone whose lead was worth following. And followers by the thousands, that one is beyond denial. Not all of them truly beneath you in skill and strength, either. You might insist that the woe are more allies than subordinates, but when has one of them ever tried to give you an order? I rather hoped this wasn't about to segue into a little speech about the nature of the woe. I'd had quite a few people try their hand at those over the years, most with knowledge of the individuals involved about as deep as Keter and Grave. Usually it was some sort of hackneyed comparison with the calamities. I'd even once asked it of Black, out of morbid curiosity, to which he'd mildly answered that given the way even individuals who'd borne the same names could vary so wildly in motivation and disposition, any attempt to force precedent in groups of named was, at best, misguided. Which had essentially been an elaborate way of telling me the calamities were the calamities and the woe were the woe, and anyone trying to hack at the truth of either to fit both into the mold of legacy was a fool. There were good reasons I remained fond of the man to this day. I will assume that this is meant to, eventually, reach something bearing vague resemblance to a point, I said. If you perceive me as being subordinate to you, or allied, then you have a rather sweet temper, Hanno said, sounding rather fascinated. Yet the moment I am seen as demanding answers from you, or being set above you in some manner, you bare your fangs without hesitation. I have never seen it so neatly displayed in sequence as it was today, which I'll chalk up to exhaustion on your part. You are rarely so easy to parse. I pushed down the toothy, slightly nasty smile I'd been about to send his way. No need to feed the metaphor. Most people don't enjoy being described to themselves, Hanno, I said. Might be there was some part of truth to what he'd said, though. Adjutant saw more of me than anyone, so he'd be able to tell me. From there, it'd just be a question of how to smooth away that wrinkle. I couldn't afford to have obvious levers on my temper and my position, especially when I had a nascent name. Mantles tended to put the best and worst of you in sharp relief, so it was all the more important to know what those were. You are not most people, Hanno calmly replied. Already the measured part considers adjustment, while the one forged by your teachers begins to ponder if this is not a manner manipulation. It wasn't difficult to manipulate who respected you, I knew. I did it all the time. His vocalization of that fact did nothing to put out the ever-burning embers of suspicion that seemed to fall asleep around fewer people every year. We've strayed far from whatever grievances you might want to bring to me, I said, which I've yet to hear, regardless. You were unkind to a scared and tired child of 14, for reasons which had little to do with her, the White Knight said. If you could offer an apology or a reassurance so that she does not believe the foremost villain of our age had personal enmity towards her, I would appreciate it. I am, however, aware I have neither right nor means to compel this of you. Would you if you did? I almost wondered who it was that had asked that, before I recognized my own full voice. The question had slipped out of me before it could be put away in the back of my mind, my lips moving of their own accord. Some part of me had expected some classical answer to come out of the White Knight's mouth before a heartbeat had passed, but that was doing Hanno disservice. The Assuran hero considered the matter seriously, only answering when he was certain of his answer. I trusted his words more for that, twisted as the thought might be. It was one thing to say you would never, but we both knew it was different when you actually had that power. I'd come up the ranks of the Empire talking of reason and compromise, but later in my career, when I'd had the strength to dictate terms, how many times had I refrained from doing so? People always found it easy to dismiss the thought of drink before sweet wine was pressed to their lips. No, he said, it is not a crime to be uncivil. Regardless, it is not my place to give such orders. You give orders to your heroes all the time, I retorted, and raised a hand to quiet him when he began to answer. You don't get to call them requests. When people listen to them every single time, Hanno. That is only the use of my authority as a representative under the truce and the terms, the White Knight told me. It is not a personal matter. Yeah, so that's nonsense, I said. We dressed it up real good, put it in ink and slapped some impressive seals onto the parchment, but pretending even for a moment that our authority isn't personal is ridiculous. Heroes don't listen to you because you're a high officer of the Grand Alliance. They listen to you because you personally command their respect, either because of your record, your name, or your character. That sounded almost like a compliment, Hanno said, sounding amused. I rolled my eyes. Look, to keep my side in line, I have to show I'm powerful, ruthless, and I'm willing to send a few plum opportunities their way should they toe the line, I said. For you, it's more like a virtue-pissing match paired with your war record. And on top of that, you've got just a dash of divine right to lead, since this whole mess is somewhat crusade-shaped, and you're the White Knight. I would ask how a virtue-pissing match would take place in practice. But I've learned better than to provoke your talent for the descriptive, the White Knight noted. I'm serious, I flatly told him. Tarek was everyone's favorite grandfather, until he made a deal with me once. He's still digging himself out of that hole. If he pulled out the same kind of tricks right now he used to catch my teacher, I'm not sure he wouldn't get a hero after him for it. Why? 'Cause he made a truce with a villain. His virtue-bragging rights were put in doubt, his heroic reputation. So now he couldn't do the job you do even if he wanted to. Trust in the Peregrine ebbed because a villain was instrumental in his resurrection, Hanno corrected. There is long precedent in corrupting magics, and even necromancy being used on heroes, which means those with only glancing knowledge of those events have reason to worry about him being unduly influenced. He paused. Heroes who learn of even surface details of the affair tend to dismiss such concerns entirely, he noted. I would argue you overestimate how deeply the prince's graveyard affected his repute, at least as far as faith in his judgment is concerned. And you don't think it's grotesque, I said. That butchering an entire village by plague didn't get people wondering about that, but that evening did. I do not judge, the White Knight replied. Now less than ever. But you do, Hanno, I hissed out. Because you chose to be part of a structure, and that structure doles out judgment all the time. It judged that your kid, the one whose answer to fucking death on the march was to get down on her knees and pray. She's the good one. She gets to live. Mine, the one who actually tried to bloody well do something? Well, he was bad. He gets to die. His dark eyes were kind, which only strengthened the streak of anger that had torn through me. How close was the mirroring? Hanno quietly asked. The scorched apostate, I said, baring teeth. A mage too. His sorcery mimicked light, with a tinge of fire to it. Tancred was the greater loss here. Damn me twice for it. Healers were useful, but most were mediocre in fight against other named unless they were part of a band of 5. The scorched apostate would have been useful in half a dozen ways, from his eyes to his sorcery to the potential contribution to the arsenal. What was the stalwart apostle going to do, except dole out light? If the heavens were going to pick the children they saved, they could at least pick them. Better. I take it he is dead, the White Knight asked. The dead king got the drop on me, I straightforwardly said. Kid fell asleep. The new ghouls ate and replaced my escort while I was studying the remains of the village and turned him into a revenant. I saw him, saw the cast of his face in his mind as he almost asked why a village had become remains, but then he thought better of it. He had a knack for knowing when to advance and when to retreat. This one. I'm sorry, Hanno said. It would have been a blow, and Pascal's survival would have been salting the wound. I shouldn't have been curt with your kid, I conceded. But I will not apologize for speaking the truth to her, either. The sooner she learned that Providence was not a panacea for poor decisions, the better. That, the White Knight calmly said, is where we disagree. You did not speak the truth to her. You simply spoke in anger and dismay. They've got it all handled, then? How lovely, I scathingly replied. If the heavens have it all under control, forgive me for meddling. I'll march my armies home and leave you lot to the business of winning. 99 times out of 100, Hanno quoted, 999 times out of 1,000, that act of faith would have killed dozens of thousands. That is what you said, word for word. Regardless of your sarcasm, I disagree. How many little villages did the zombies eat to make up an army whose numbers warranted 3 heroes and a 4th forming to fight? I said, 5, 10, 20. You really think none of the people there ever thought to pray their way out of it? They still died white. You take helplessness for negligence, the dark-skinned man flatly replied. Do you sincerely believe that, if the heavens had been able to empower a champion during those tragedies instead, they would have stood by and done nothing? There are rules. Black. What you condemn as apathy, I mourn instead as inability. God should not need to be excused, I harshly said. If you're to claim yourself as the source of all that is good, then either triumph or stop strutting about. If faith is a wager, then at the very least they should have the fucking decency to acknowledge it. Below are deities as well, Hanno said. While deploring that the heavens are not omnipotent, in the same breath you rage only at the half of the gods trying to mend dash. I've seen the work of choirs, I softly interrupted, and I do not call that mending. I'll say this for the gods below, utter bastards that they are, they always grant the precise measure of what was bargained for, and they don't ask you to kiss their feet for it first. Because below does not have agents or servants, the White Knight sharply said. It has horses, and they are ridden till they break. Or are you so enamored of the hell gods you will not acknowledge that by the time hero's blade bites into the flesh the villain is long dead? That whatever beauty, whatever decency there might have been in what drove them at first, it ever transmutes into deaths and red madness. I find it rich of you to argue this, given that before the graveyard the two oldest heroes were the saint and the pilgrim. I snorted. Which of them did not have a body count to match those of the greatest villains of their age? Above warps you just as much as below does us, except we're supposed to pretend in your case it's a good thing. It's almost like wielding great power and rubbing elbows with unearthly entities for decades has consequences no matter what direction your prayers are headed. Vivian had made it plainly clear that the Dominion of Levant would rather leave the Grand Alliance than sign onto the clause I'd pushed to be added against named rulers, but I still believed in the principle. Names affected you. Everyone knew that. It was just that the side dressing in white had convinced itself into believing for them it was never a bad thing. Would you have balked at comforting a child you scared in the days before you became the squire? Henno simply asked. That stung, though half the sting came from the surprise. I hardly ever thought about those times nowadays. In every way that mattered, the girl Catherine Foundling had been dyed when I chose to take the knife Black had offered me. Some ways I was even worse of an ass at 16, I replied, unsure what the true answer to his question would be. And you're falling into that old heroic trap, White. Looking back at olden times and thinking they were a golden age instead of an age just like this one, with troubles and joys both. Or perhaps you are falling into that old villainous trap, Black, Hanno said, of refusing to look back at who you were in fear of what it might make you question now. Funny thing about fear, I said. I'd wager I know it a lot better than you. Sort of judgment. I don't get to kick my decisions upstairs when I have to make them. And you believe this to be easy? Hanno said, cocking his head to the side. That restraint, patience, faith, they are somehow easier paths to follow than those you tread? I bit my tongue, because even angry as I was, I would not descend into petty insults. That beat of silence let him take the initiative in speaking again. The child you so disdain, the White Knight said, had magic to call on. Enough she could have fled or fought the undead. Yet when death swallowed her little corner of the world, she did neither. She sought a way to heal the people who doubted her, and when all she knew failed her, she still did not give up. She threw away what she was to help others, Black, and I will not let you even imply that such a decision was cowardice or laziness. It was courage and a refusal to compromise over what she held dearest. And if her story had been just a little off, I said, to the side, and it just didn't quite settle into the proper groove for a name, would you still be praising her then? Because she would have made for a courageous corpse, true enough, but we'd have a rampant plague on our hands. More corpses, and those would not be the sort inclined to stay in the ground. It was all nice and good to be principled, until those principles started applying mostly to the way the world should be and not the way it actually was. Yet that is not what happened, Hanno said. My frustration mounted. But it could have dash. It did not, nor will it. The White Knight said, sounding the faintest bit irritated as well. She is the stalwart apostle, a story of faith in the dark rewarded. You were advising her to act in a manner that goes against her role, Catherine. If she takes the wager, she'll win every time. She couldn't have known that in advance, Hanno, I said. Or you, for that matter. Are you telling me we should give advice to kids that'll get them killed most of the time? I believe we should advise people according to who and what they are, he replied. Yet your objection, I see, is not with the advice some young named benefit from being given. You can't tell people that praying will solve things, I flatly said. It won't, except in 1 in 100,000 occurrences like this. If that's what you put out as a story, that's what people will do instead of acting to save themselves. People can't rely on the heavens for that. They'll just die. If prayers somehow summon her heroes to the peril, or called forth angels, or really anything useful at all, this wouldn't get stuck in my throat so much, but it wasn't like attending fucking sermons at the house made you able to use the light. People rely on the heavens for more than just intervention, Hanno chided me. Faith in above guides a soul both on creation and beyond. Simply because it does not call a storm of fire does not make it worthless. Besides, prayer does not preclude action. If you've got time to kneel and mutter, you've got time to raise a palisade, I bluntly replied. One of them's a lot more useful than the other. I understand that you do not keep to above, the White Knight said, frowning. Nor would I expect you to. Yet your insistence that faith and ability are mutually exclusive is, to say the least, insulting. Faith doesn't keep the dead out, I said. Most of the time, Hanno gently said. Neither does the palisade. But there was the gap, I thought. He was phrasing his prayer, faith, making it some grand old thing. But what it was, in practice, was sitting and hoping someone else would solve your problems for you. And I couldn't abide that, not in people I was supposed to respect, not even if it worked. Because for most people it didn't, and you couldn't call it a solution if it worked one time in 1,000. But there was no point in arguing this with him, was there? This was a man who'd embraced the role of champion for the choir of judgment and never looked back. He'd been able to call on the judgment of the seraphim with the flip of a coin for years. There was no questioning that kind of closeness with the divine, and telling him the only two gods I'd ever liked were the ones I'd helped make would only amuse him. Nothing more to be said on this, I don't think. I sighed. Agreed, the White Knight replied. I do enjoy our talks, Catherine, though I doubt we'll ever change each other's mind. If your own philosophy is to be the face and method evil takes in the decades to come, it is one I can make my peace with. I grunted, not replying outright. Of all the heroes I'd met, he was one I had most affinity for. But sweet as that could be sometimes on other, it only served to bring into relief the things we deeply disagreed on. None of them, though, we worth parting ways over. I'd tolerated worst of people I respected less. You're not bringing me an official complaint under the terms. Am I understanding correctly? I asked instead. Neither Rafaela nor Pascal sought me out for one. That is true, Hanno confirmed. I might despise the champion, but I'd at least admit she didn't seem like the kind of woman who'd run to the White Knight after getting her pride bruised. I am not demanding answers of you, the dark-skinned man continued. I am simply noting your rather famous sense of diplomacy had lapsed of late. I rolled my eyes at that. I wasn't a diplomat. I was just good at maneuvering myself into a position where people had to listen to me or the consequences to them would be horrid. As for handling villains, that wasn't diplomacy. I was pretty sure you stopped being able to call it that after the first 2 times you dropped someone at the bottom of an Arcadian lake and left them there for 30 beats before taking back them out to emphasize the importance of keeping a civil tongue. It has been made clear to me I've been taking on too much, I admitted. It's taking its toll in a lot of ways, some of them more subtle than others. Some were not subtle at all, like the fact that the White Knight had brought back to camp a recruit while I'd brought back a corpse. Hanno grimaced, the expression odd to see on his face. While he was not solemn, neither was he prone to strong expressions. I watched his arm coil as he closed his hand, reaching for something against his palm. A coin, I thought. The coin. I have contributed to this, Catherine, and I apologize for it, Hanno said as my brow rose in surprise. On many matters I have deferred to you and relied on you to express to the Grand Alliance our shared opinions. It's not like you've been sleeping in, I drily said. You've been either out there, training heroes, or here with me since the war got going. You have duties I do not, he frankly said. As a queen and a general, I have known this, yet often allowed you to take the lead on shared responsibilities whenever you offered. He slowed, looking uncomfortable for a passing beat. It was comfortable for me, deferring, the White Knight admitted. In the wake of the silence left by the hierarch's folly, it was pleasant to let someone else take charge and rely on the sharpness of their vision until I got my bearings. And, after, I saw no harm in leaving matters as they were. You excelled, and I could contribute in ways that did not involve changing the way of things. You didn't force authority onto me, I said. I took it knowingly. In those early days, even with our unsettling connection weighing on the scales, I wasn't sure how much I would have trusted him anyway. By that point, I'd hardly ever met a hero that hadn't tried to kill me, much less one who was actively trying to be helpful. And it has run you ragged, hasn't it? Hanno murmured. You nearly never allowed yourself to be this raw around me. Even drunk you were guarded. I clenched my teeth. This was starting to sound a lot like pity. Save your pity for the kid who'll never reach 15. I thought. I'm just tired and wicked and wary. I would begin handling the formal correspondence with the First Prince and Highest Assembly, if you've no objection, the White Knight firmly offered. And, considering the many demands on your time, perhaps your end of the origin hunts could be passed to another villain. Beastmaster Dash, I began. Cannot afford to alienate the both of us, Hanno said, and is well aware of this. He'll collaborate with whoever you choose. He said as much in the tone of someone who fully intended to make that prediction into a fact, Bladebear, if need be. The White Knight had taken to Ranger's wayward pupil even less than I had, which was how Beastmaster had ended up largely in my wheelhouse in the first place. I intend to withdraw from the front for some time, I admitted. If necessity dictates that we begin preparing an all-out assault on northern Haino soon, it'll not be as long or restful a withdrawal as I'd been considering. But as it is, I'm considering heading to the arsenal early. Masigo would be there, who I'd not seen in too long, and if I got lucky, maybe Indrani would be as well. Although in that sense the getting lucky would be coming after her presence was confirmed. Gods, that'd do me some good as well. When shady, ambitious Levantine villains were starting to look tempting, it meant it had been too long. And, hells, even if she wasn't, odds were that Nephili would be there. That remained an enticing piece of unfinished business. You should, Hanno encouraged. We've ended the immediate threat of the plague, and the Grey Pilgrim is tracking down whatever remnants might have been seeded. He might come to take Pascal for a journey soon. So aside from military matters you should be able to hand off, there's no pressing need for you to remain. The blood might come to you with another beehive that got kicked, I told him. The Barrow's sword? He asked. I snorted. Yes, I said. I expect it will, and in a compromise that pleases no one in particular, Hanno said. Either separate roles of the blood for the villainous, or admission into the existing ones with most of the attendant privileges stripped out. Which would be a massive gain for Ishak anyway, though well shot of what he wanted. Much as he might protest otherwise, the Barrow's sword very much wanted a little corner of Levant to rule, one where he could begin gathering other bestowed from our side of the fence, and began smashing his way into a degree of prominence at some other family's expense. He was not so much a fool as to think he had a chance of toppling the Isbali, but he was ambitious enough I would not put it beyond him to have an eye on taking one of the great cities belonging to another founding bloodline. Either way, I can't let them simply bury the man, I said. It'll close the door on any other Levantine villain joining us, and I swore oaths otherwise besides. I'll advise restraint and compromise, then, the White Knight replied. Yet even that does not seem too pressing a need. Scrying back and forth with Levant will take months. So long as the Holy Seljun and the rest of them know I'll frown on Ishak being cheated, I said. At the very least the man is owed recognition for the things he's actually doing. A sensible stance, Hanno nodded. Is it him you'll be naming as your stand-in for the Origin hunts? The Barrow's sword, serving as some poor freshly risen name's introduction to the truce and the terms? No, that had disaster written all over it. That'd need someone with a defter touch, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to spare Hakram. I'll probably pull the rapacious troubadour back from Brabant, I frowned. He's certainly got the knack for finding hidden things. Archer would probably have taken him into her band of 5, compulsive killer or not, if she'd not already been full up. I was rather happier with her trusting her back to the Harrowed Witch instead, even if she'd murdered her own brother. Sometimes it could be slim pickings when it came to recruiting trustworthy villains. With his thirst for death and songs sated by the access the first prince reluctantly had given him to death row prisoners, the troubadour had nonetheless proved to be damned useful. He'd predicted the skirmishes between refugee camps and the Brabant locals months before they happened, even identifying the likely ringleaders for violence on both sides, which had allowed us to snuff that whole mess out in the crib. He'd also brought 2 other named into the truce and the terms without there being violence involved, one of them even being a heroine. So between the instincts and the silverdung, he was probably my best bet around here. I'd need someone to keep an eye on him, but that would also have been true if I named anyone outside the woe. I don't suppose I could talk you into sending for the hunted magician instead, Hanno tried. I snorted. The mage was much too useful in the arsenal to be sent traipsing around the countryside. I'd thought not, the White Knight sighed. I'd hoped it would be someone halfway respectable. I'll take that as a backhanded compliment, I said. He smiled, surprised, and to my own surprise extended his arm to take the bottle of brandy in hand. He poured us each a cup with neat, measured spills that wasted not a drop. What are we drinking to? I asked, taking my cup and raising it. Trouble waiting until tomorrow, he toasted. Hells, I'd drink to that. Book 6, Chapter 11, Veer. A dog to the brave, a wolf to the craven. Arlazite saying. I would head for the arsenal tomorrow, I decided after the White Knight left. There were still decisions to be made and responsibilities to discharge, so I put my back into it instead of leaning backing into my seat and sleeping for a few months the way I wanted to. It was tempting to simply say I could take the bundle of reports and letters with me, but if I wanted to keep a decent pace while on the move, I couldn't afford to have wagons of affairs and a crowd of attendants with me. That meant answering every bit of correspondence I'd received or left to languish. Honesty compelled me to admit. Over an afternoon span, Hakram flitting in and out of my tent like some big green bureaucratic butterfly after I'd told him of my intention. I'd left Baron Henry Darlington's complaint about the continued Dearaith presence in the northern baronies unanswered for 2 months, considering the shit knew very well it had been at Vivian's order that Duchess Keegan had sent her soldiers to hold our end of the passage. He was just trying to extract concessions for the supply convoys passing through his territory to feed the host there, the rapacious prick. I penned an amicable reply inviting him to propose a plan to field a force apt to replace Keegan's, if his objections to the dear Wraith were so deeply felt. No doubt he'd enjoy that. It was the kind of thing that could be used to muster up some support and influence among the few remaining nobles of Callow. I added that he should forward such a plan to heiress designate to the Crown Vivian Dartwick as soon as it was done, which he'd enjoy a great deal less. Did he really think I'd not noticed he was trying to go over Vivian's head by calling directly on me over something she'd already ordered? I might be the Queen of Callow, but I wasn't fool enough to start undermining my own chosen successor's authority. The invitation from the closed circle of mercantists to attend one of their auctions had already expired by the time I got it, in a practical sense, given that the auction had already been held when I got the letter. I'd been meant a mark of honor than a real expectation I'd leave the front, though, so I wrote a polite refusal anyways. It always paid to be polite to people you owed money to, even if the you here was the Grand Alliance, and not me personally. The offer by the Holy Seljun of Levant, one Wazam Isbalai, who was, to my understanding, Tariq's grandnephew, to formally send an ambassador to the Callowan court and receive one from us in Levant in turn was rather more pressing. It was heartening to see that the Dominion was willing to establish closer ties with my kingdom, and to an extent rarely sought given the distance between the two realms, but there were complications. For one, I didn't really have anyone to send as an ambassador. In the Old Kingdom, that had been a role for the highest ranks of nobility, which had been quite thoroughly exterminated in the decades since the conquest. My father being the viciously meticulous bastard that he was, he'd also done all he could to stamp out what one might call diplomatic apprenticeships. Almost like he'd wanted to make sure Callow was isolated and incapable of properly reaching out. It was a sad but undeniable fact that most diplomats I could send would be Presi officers of noble birth from my army, with his other option maybe Brandon Talbot, who I needed in command of the Order of Broken Bells anyway, making him highly unsuitable for the task. I kicked that decision back to Vivian, after pondering the matter a bit, along with a note outlining that she'd be in charge of finding a suitable ambassador if she decided to accept. I also suggested that a potential Levantine ambassador should be received by her in Salia rather than at my court in Lore, and lastly stipulated that no ambassador of ours could be related to Duchess Keegan. There was already enough discontent at the way the Duchess of Daoin kept naming kin and vassals to key court and bureaucratic positions. She needed no encouragement, especially if a decade from now the Duchy of Daoin was to be independent, complicating the loyalties of all such appointees by a great deal. More recently, the Iron Prince had sent a missive describing the way the dead beyond the defensive lines had massed for assault before suddenly withdrawing and asking if I had an explanation. I spent the better part of an hour describing the dead king's latest plot to tie us here down south, while he went on the offensive again. Klaus Pappenheim had added a note that his envoy had spoken glowingly of the results of the assault formation on the field, somewhat to my surprise, given that she'd not expressed such enthusiasm before me, and that he would want to pit a formation against a more traditional mixed force of bones and binds before committing to that doctrine, but he was definitely interested. Amusing enough, he also warned me that Otto Red Crown had extended an offer of settling in Lycanese land to Sapper General Pickler, but that no offense should be taken by it. Any such offers made in the future would pass by me first. It was enough for me to soften my language when I wrote to the Prince of Bremen over the matter, mentioning that I was willing to serve as intermediary between the Lycanese and the Confederation of the Grey Aries if they wanted to extend that offer to the tribes instead of to troops sworn to my service. The rest was minor correspondence, mostly from my commanders on other fronts, including the usual letter written in crepuscular from General Ramina that turned out to bear some insulting nuance to a native speaker I wouldn't get without asking for help, hence getting me insulted in front of an audience every single time. The old bastard never actually bothered to send me proper reports, given that save NOC saw to it we spoke in person regularly. I'd be due that tonight, I thought. Not necessarily a conversation with Ramina, but communion with my patronesses. Last time they brought me in for a waking dream, it had been to show me the sigils of the Exodus raising the foundations of a hidden city in the depths of Cerulean, though also to make a point that warfare around the edges of the Gloom Reborn was growing rougher. The dead king was getting serious about dislodging them from their positions, not just trying to erode them one corpse at a time. I set those drifting thoughts, a sure sign I'd been going through these chores for a while, aside when Hakram flitted back in, wasting no time to bring another folded parchment to me. I took it with a sigh. What am I looking at? I asked. Eyes begin to scan the cramped lines. The proposed numbers and composition of our escort to the arsenal, he said. I frowned. I don't need knights, I said. They're a lot more useful out here. You're the Queen of Callow, Hakram pointed out. Knights are expected. They expect us as well, Catherine. I've no personal guard, I said. There will be no second Gallowborn. If the Order of Broken Bells understands this differently, Talbot is in need of being disciplined. These days I was not quite so prone to leaping into the fire, but what mortal guard could possibly be expected to survive the kind of messes I got into? No, there would be no revisiting that old blunder under a different name. And cut that number in half, I added. I want us riding briskly. Wagons don't ride briskly, Catherine, Adjutant graveled. Then they can catch up at the arsenal, I said. I'll not double the length of the trip for comfort. Let me requisition pack horses, at least, the orc said. I waved my hand. So long as we don't slow, I said. And send for Acua, will you? He nodded. You'll also need to personally write to the rapacious troubadour, if you want him to take up origin hunting without feeling slighted, he reminded me before leaving. Ugh, and I'd been just about done too. That letter I took my time in writing, since he was a prickly thing for a bandier of words and not half bad with a knife. Mind you, when he'd admitted he stole songs from those he killed, I probably shouldn't have replied, surely you mean souls, in a dry tone. He hadn't taken that well. Still, vicious bastard or not, he'd sniff out any name popping out in this neck of the woods and ease them into the truce. And I'd make it clear that Hannah was in the area too, which ought to keep him honest when it came to his more unsavory tendencies. I was up and limping about looking for my seal when my right hand and my left arrived. I waved in their direction, pushing aside sheets of parchment with a frown. It's in your desk, Hakram said. I looked in my desk. Thank you very much, I waspishly replied. It's not in dash. Having stepped around my desk and opened one of the drawers even as I spoke, he produced my personal seal, the crown and sword, as it had come to be known, and said nothing. His silence was, admittedly, quite damning enough on its own. Must have been under something, I weakly said. Walnut shells, mostly, the orc reproached. I winced. Look, sometimes it's late, and I'm not hungry enough for a meal, I defended. And so the Black Queen so spoke to her dark legions, Acua intoned. Bring me walnuts, my wicked servants. But don't tell Adjutant, for he gets snippy about the mess. I flipped a finger at her and hobbled to the side of the desk, picking up the bar of gray wax I'd set next to the letter before forming black flames against the side. Wax dripped, and I dismissed the fire, extending my free hand and receiving my seal from Hakram. With a firm push the seal was affixed, and I set the letter aside. Right, I said. So I considered it, and we'll be scrapping the wardstone to get the obsidian spike. I gave a heartbeat of room for Acua to protest, but of course she'd been taught better than that. I'm not comfortable going on campaign against Keter with a repaired wardstone anyway, I told the shade. So we might as well get another weapon to study out of it. You no longer speak in the theoretical, Acua noted. When it came to a summer campaign. No, I did not. That little revelation about the bridge had ensured as much. We couldn't afford to ignore that. Talks with the White Knight were fruitful, I grunted. I'll need to speak with the rest of the Grand Alliance leaders, but an offensive campaign in Hainaut is now a certainty. The only thing up in the air is the timing of it. I'll see to extracting the spike immediately, then, Acua decisively said. If you'll excuse me? I nodded my thanks. She returned them with a smile, and just as quick as she'd come she was gone. The tent flap closed behind her, cutting through the slice of dusk it had bared. She must have appreciated the courtesy of being told in person, I supposed, even if ultimately I'd not taken her advice. Tell me when it's done, I said, eyes turning to the tent flap. I'll have a look at it myself. And until then, Hakram asked, sounding curious. It's getting dark out, I said. Time to speak with the crows. At the exact moment night fell, I was seated alone in the dark of my tent. The sprite lanterns had been hooded, the braziers put out, and I dragged my face seat away from the desk so that there'd be more room around. I'd long grown familiar with weaving silencing strands of night around my tent that would prevent eavesdropping, be it physical or otherwise, and even my guards had been told to step further away. My pipe in hand, breathing in the wake-leaf I'd been gifted, I watched the burning red brand that was the only light inside and spat out a long stream of acrid smoke. The only sign that save NOC had deigned to join me was a slight breath of breeze, almost like an exhale, and then they were there. Perched on either side of me, on the back of the seat, great crows feathered in darkness so deep, and even the dark of the tent seemed bright in comparison. Long, sharp talons dug into the wood of the armchair with a sound like steel scraping bone. First under the night, Andronike said, voice cool. Like stone far below where the sun never shone, like a deep lake whose waters were as a veil. Losera Queen, Kamina said, voice sharp. Like the ring of steel against steel, like pride and hate, and all the things that made men go mad. Save an OC. I replied, dipping my head in respect. 2 years was perhaps not so long a span, as gods would have it, but it had made a world of difference with these two. They were no longer taking their first stumbling steps past the threshold of apotheosis. These were goddesses in all the arrogant vigor of their youth, casting a covetous eye upon the world. And I was, on most days, the closest thing they possessed to restraint. I breathed in the smoke, held it in my throat, and blew it back out. I ought, perhaps, to be afraid of those sharp-clawed patronesses of mine. I'd never quite managed, though. That might just be the reason they took my advice still. General Ramina brings ill tidings back to the night, Kamina croaked. Do they? I'm used. I've not had the displeasure to hear them. Watch, Andronike ordered. Listen. The darkness within shifted as the sisters seized the darkness for their own, made it as a domain forced onto creation. It was one of their lesser tricks, a paltry thing, compared to the waking dreams that saw me tread grounds halfway across the continent and speak with others as if I were there, but it was still a casual display of power. Similar end could be achieved with sorcery, true, but it would be the work of years, not moments. I saw now, from my seat, 2 different fractured memories given unto the night by willing firstborn. A human, a prince, an Alamance. All 3 and no longer young, seated with another crowned head, Rosala Malanza, vulgar in form to drow, I yet respected for its metal. Not so its companion, this prince of Cleves who could not preserve its sigil, yet had not seen it stripped from its grasp. This talk of leaving all conquered lands to the dark elves. Prince Gaspard of Cleves snorted. A kingdom's worth, for a paltry few thousand raiders? It is madness, Princess Rosala. The greater might of the empire ever dark fights in the deep north, Princess Rosala replied. And let them keep it, by all means, Prince Gaspard dismissed. But the land south of Hanoven's height should be brought into the fold. Some of them would make good farmland, after a proper cleansing. It would be a waste to surrender them to these lesser elven cousins. A human, a killer, the Dawnstride, Mirror Knight, humans called it. Unsettling, its power like the sting of morning, and harder to kill than Savinov 100 lives. But like most cattle, its guard lowered when it was busy mating with another of its kind. The other one in the bed, human, the daughter of a prince, Langevin. Karine, daughter of the Gaspard. They spoke after spending themselves. You really should consider it, Christoph, Karine Langevin said, fingers trailing naked flesh. The war's not won, Karine, the Mirror Knight replied. But when it is, all those lands will need proper stewardship, Karine Langevin insisted. And who better than one of the chosen who fought to reclaim it? I wouldn't know the first thing about ruling, the Mirror Knight said. It would be my honor to help you. Of course, Karine Langevin smiled. I let out a shallow gasp, closing my eyes. How very Procerin, I thought, to begin divvying the spoils of victory before the end of a war we were currently losing. Malanza had seemed lukewarm at the notion, at least, so I didn't have to revise my opinion of her by too much. That she'd not stamped out this petty scheming immediately, though, got stuck in my throat. Hadn't they learned by now that it was exactly this sort of habitual treachery that had nearly seen them stand against the dead king alone? What exactly did they think was going to happen next time a calamity like this struck and Procur had a record of backstabbing? Even the people who fought to save it. I brought the pipe to my lips and breathed in the wake leaf, ordering my thoughts as I let the burn in my throat sharpen my attention and spat it out. That's one prince, I finally said. It would have been too much to ask for that. All of that lot be kept honest by even the looming prospect of annihilation. And if it had been going to happen anywhere, it was going to be Cleves. Between the firstborn forces under Ramina, the veteran Dominion reinforcements under Lord Yinu Marave, and Rosala Malanza's practiced hand guiding the fight, it was the front that had arguably least suffered. While the dead king's raiding parties frequently slipped the coastal defenses and warfare around the lakeside fortresses was an almost permanent fixture, it was the most stable of the fronts. The city of Cleves had not suffered a third siege. The supply lines remained wide open, and the name there were proving capable of dealing with revenants, at least defensively, as the Stormcaller still had the run of all western Lake Paven, and we had no one that could touch her in the water. No, If anyone was going to start getting ideas, it was the royals and Cleves. They'd not been afraid for their lives in too long. Does it go any further up? I asked. If they can't even bring Melanza into the plot, it's dead in the water. If they continue down this path, Kamina said, they will be as well. More sinister than humorous, but not half bad. I absent-mindedly praised. Yeah, that the literal goddesses of murder and theft that were my patronesses would not look kindly upon their so-called allies planning to turn on them had been a given. I was not unaware, either, that they were in no way above calling back the forces under Ramina from Cleves and leaving the Procerans high to dry. It'd be a disaster both militarily and diplomatically speaking, but the Crows had no interest in playing nice with people sizing them up for a knife in the back. They'd cut ties with the Principate without batting an eye, if it came to that. The first prince was told, Andronike said. My fingers clenched around the arms of my chair. You're sure? I asked. The shadows shifted once more. Humans, bearing the emblem of a red lion. Magalings, surrounding the Princess Melanza. They speak into the scrying bowl, believing themselves safe behind their wards. They are not, for the Lord of Silent Steps has brought great knowledge into the night as to treading through without tripping. Gaspard is pushing hard, Your Highness, Princess Rosales said. But he's towed the line carefully, so I've no grounds to come down him. He's still gathering support, but the notion is a popular one. It would permanently alienate the Empire Everdark, the first Prince of Proker's voice replied. And perhaps Callow as well. If the Black Queen did not slaughter everyone involved first, that is. I do not suppose he spoke to this. There's a lot of heroes who don't believe she'll survive the war, Princess Rosales said. And with his daughter in the Mirror Knight's bed, he gets to hear every rumor going around the Chosen. Callow under Vivian Dartwick is a beast with a lot less bite, Gaspard argues. A long silence. I cannot step in, the first prince said. Already the Heartlands are chafing under the taxes and levies. There will be accusations of tyranny if I begin imprisoning princes over mere words. Let them plot, Princess Rosala. It will be seen to at a time of our choosing. It took a moment to gather my bearings. That turned to anger quickly enough, that Hazenbach was once more failing as an ally because of the Principate's fucking internal politics. I mastered myself, though, and took a calming drag from my pipe. Proker was, undeniably, bearing the worst of the weight of the fight against the dead king. It was its lands being ravaged, its people being conscripted, and its traders being taxed into poverty. It was even its princes falling into debt. Callow and Levant, meanwhile, had sent north largely professional armies, and while we'd felt the burden of war, neither had suffered attacks from Keter. Proker, I then silently corrected, was bearing the worst of the weight among human nations. The Firstborn had been fighting against Keter in earnest for 2 years, and they'd had no reinforcements for any of it. But they were also fighting very far away, and people were people. Sacrifices earned less gratitude when you didn't get to see them happening. The two most prominent women in Proker don't back the plot, I said. And it's years away besides. You've reason to be angry, and I'll be taking up the issue when I next see Hazenbach, but it's hardly a crisis. An undeniable and weighty precedent for the Firstborn being reasonable, restrained actors, Andronike said, mimicking my voice perfectly as I repeated words I'd once spoken to the sisters. When we refrained from taking Twilight, you promised us our restraint would bring forth results, Kamina croaked. I'd have you fight this war in a manner that doesn't guarantee having to fight another one in 20 years with your current allies, Andronike said, eerily imitating my every intonation from back then without flaw. And yet, the youngest of the sisters said, they were questioning the value of playing nice when faced with allies like these, whose actions might very well lead to that war in a few decades regardless of what the Drow did. It went back to the lessons they'd been taught while still mortals, that restraint would always be seen as weakness, that only the strong were bargained with and strength came without mercy. Of course, they were wrong in this. You did get that, I pointed out without hesitation. Sure, we might need to arrange an accident for Gaspard of Cleves in a way that can't be traced back to us a few years from now, but you're missing the point. The two most powerful people in Proker want to shut him down and will at the first good opportunity. The Empire Everdark is seen as valuable, something not to antagonize without reason. Considering the general amoral ruthlessness of Proceran diplomacy over the last centuries, that's basically weaving you a crown of flowers and asking if you're going to the fair with anyone. I'd, maybe gotten a little too enthusiastic with that last metaphor. Were you going to the fair with anyone? Andronike asked, tone too serene for her not to be fucking with me. Great. They were still missing the mark half the time with sarcasm, but, naturally, they'd be the finest of students when it came to learning how to pull my leg. I had a shift at the rat's nest anyway, I said. I felt Kamina's gaze descend on me, somehow coming across as skeptical even coming from a bird. Fine, I grumpily admitted. Duncan Breck did not, in fact, ask me to the fair. He'd asked Lily from one of the other rooms at the orphanage, whose charms had developed quicker and more amply than mine. Mind you, if I'd had my pick of the litter, I might have chosen Lily as well, so I could hardly blame him. Proctor has not asked us to the fair either, Andronite comfortingly said. See, if it had been her sister, I might have thought that halfway genuine, but coming from her, I just knew she was just having me on. Very droll, I said. Thank you for passing this along, then. I'll be seeking out Hazenbach to bury it for good, preferably without dead bodies being involved, but that depended on how reasonable Prince Gaspard intended to be. If he was willing to bend his neck and make reparations for overreaching in this way, I'd leave it at that. Otherwise, I was going to have to take some measures to express my irritation, less than subtly. If even that didn't make the point sink in, then I'd have to put some thought into how best to have him disappear without entangling the Mirror Knight into this mess. Tricky, but not impossible. If I leaned on the White Knight to get him moved to another front, and he'd not confused sleeping with the pretty Langevin girl for true love. Else, though, why couldn't he just have stayed out of this mess? The prince would not have been so bold without a chosen to back him. Why was it that the only Proceran hero to have any degree of sense was Roland, and he was the one I couldn't have on the field? The gods were pricks, as usual. How's Cerulean? I asked. There really wasn't a proper, commonly accepted name for the massive forest in between Lake Netzach and the Chalice. Most maps ended at the bottom of the Kingdom of the Dead, and few people had an interest in what went on north of the human nations of Calernia. I'd seen it called the inventively named Dead Wilds, the Forest of Ghosts, and rather more poetically the Bleak Weald. Mapmakers tended to call it whatever they felt like, and there was no one to contradict them. It wasn't like the Dead King's legions had shared their name for it, if they even had one. Cerulean was what the Firstborn had come to name the forest, and in Crepuscular it more or less meant the Duskwood. The Firstborn had fought 9 battles and 100 skirmishes before claiming the greater span of the woods, securing them enough that save NOC could bring down the gloom around the edges and plunge the territory in permanent dusk. Neshama was perhaps the greatest sorcerer Calernia had ever known, so of course he'd found ways to pierce through the gloom. They weren't perfect, though, and it had enabled the Firstborn to secure their front line and begin settling in the depths of Cerulean. The first Drow city on the surface still shared its name with the Duskwood, for now, but I expected that would change with time. I'd already filled the ears of the crows with rants about why Proceran principalities and capitals sharing their name was highly inconvenient in half a dozen senses, so you might even say it'd be a religious obligation. I'd shove that in the holy book if I had to, they knew damn well. See for yourself, Kamina said, open pride in her voice. The shadows shifted, but this time it was not a memory that was offered up for me to tear through. I dragged myself up to my feet, teeth keeping my pipe in place, and walked over what had been made to seem like the evening sky. Below me, misty woods shrouded in shadows spread out as far as the eye could see. The ground fell beneath my feet as we closed in on the Duskwood, my old calcified fear of heights sending a familiar pang up my leg. What I found beneath the mists had me smiling, though. The sigils of the Everdark had come together under the 10 generals and their great cabal of the Exodus, whose founders were save NOC themselves, and the results were a wonder. An empire's worth of looted wealth had been made into a city at the heart of the gloomy woods, temples of stone and millennia-old steels held up by trees coaxed through night to serve as stairs and roads, and 100 other things. Within the bark had been nestled precious stones and obsidian, while leaves around the sacred places were painted with colorful prayers and poems. It was a city like none I'd ever seen, like no one had ever seen, made up from the stolen parts of half a dozen cities who'd once been among the most glorious of this land. And everywhere among the labyrinthine lay of its streets, the Firstborn were living, sleeping and haggling and brewing their horrid drinks, making lizard-scale clothes and harvesting the mushrooms from the deeps that had spread like the plague. Waters had been diverted from half a dozen streams, and stolen lakes brought from their ancient homes, making the entire span richly watered and leading into an artificial lake at the heart of Cerulean. There the great temple that had once been the soul of the Empire Everdark, the seat of the Twilight Sages, and where save NOC had struck their ill-fated bargain with below, stood tall. Entire flocks of crows like the ones on my shoulders perched there, ever hungry and ever watchful shards of godhood. I let out a low, impressed whistle after taking my pipe in hand. "That's new," I said, pointing towards the great temple. "I didn't know you'd looted that." "All of Holy Tferigu is within us," Andronike replied. "It's coming along nicely," I approved. "Do you intend to keep a strong presence up here, even after the war?" "There would be advantages," Kamina said, "like the nearness of the chain of hunger." Words to make a Lycanese choke, but it made sense. To the drow, yearly rattling raids would be like a fresh harvest of night coming over and asking to be scythed through. "We've got time yet," I said. "Might be worth speaking with the first prince when you decide on where you'll raise your cities. She'll be better placed than I to point out the northern trade arteries of Proker." I received no acknowledgement of my words save for the two of them taking flight and landing on my shoulders, sharp talons digging into my flesh. I put my pipe back into my mouth and took a drag, spewing the smoke upwards just to spite them. It was time, it seemed. "All right," I said afterward. "Show me the war." I steeled myself, and the shadows spun. Horror swallowed me whole. Book 6, Chapter 12, Contest. "The enemies come to die on this field, my friends, for an awful prince and terrible pay. We, on the other hand, have come to die on this field for a terrible prince and awful pay. That the heavens are on our side ought to be evident." Captain Thierry the Acerbic, addressing his company before the infamously bloody battle of Machinations. Anticipation hung in the air like smoke. The sigil of the 7th General, Vicina Spearbiter, was painted on thousands of stretches of dark cloth hanging from arms and armor and even hair. Two jagged, monstrous fangs tearing at what looked like a thunderbolt of iron. Red and white set on black. It was eye-catching, and when the breeze blew through the outskirts of Cerulean, a sea of pale teeth biting into iron stirred with it. These were not the drow from the outer rings I'd once fought, the dregs of the Dreg Empire. No, the Vicina came armored in iron and obsidian, bearing polished cuirasses and helmets shaped like angled bat wings. Tough, tescus, leather, those massive hard-skinned blind lizards who could eat, even mighty should they prove reckless, had been fashioned into trousers and long-sleeved vests touched by tinkling bracelets and sculpted greaves of stone or dull iron. There was an order to this host of the firstborn, unlike in most of their kind, for in the days of the old empire, ever dark, the mighty Vicina Spearbiter had been known as the relentless general whose victories flow like a river. The Vicina were not so much a sigil as they were the last field army of the ancient empire Everdark, kept standing through the ages by sheer dint of the Spearbiter's brutal murder of all rivals and naysayers. Time had taken its toll, and warriors now stood where once soldiers had, but there was no closer among the firstborn to a professional army than the Vicina sigil. It had occupied the whole of the city of Great Nogloth before leaving with the Exodus, and made the entire city into a bustling army camp, kept going by the plunder in night and gifts and food that was brought back by the fighting drow of the sigil after every campaign. Even now, a discerning eye could make out what had been the components of a field army simply from the way the warriors were equipped. First came long stretches of skirmishers, bearing hard bucklers of iron painted with their sigil, while long barbed javelins hung from their backs and short blades were kept at their hips. And Zulu, most of them, but the Vicina were one of the rare sigils that taught secrets to their own, and so they all shared a deadly black flame trick that allowed them to have quite the sting to them. Behind them came hunters, those that would have been infantry regulars in olden days. These stood in companies of 9 times 9, each led by the least of the mighty, an Isp, and were armed as I had only ever seen the watch be armed. Though they bore long swords of night-forged steel on the flanks, they also held horn bows. Short, stout, and curved, these little wonders were no match for a good Diarrave longbow, but they fired at surprising range. Regular arrows would be next to useless against the dead, of course, so the Vicina had adapted by infusing obsidian arrowheads with night in a way that made them burst on impact. At heart of the army stood the finest warriors of the Vicina, 3,000 hulking towering shapes, whose shells of iron-joined obsidian left no opening at all from head to toe. The ebon-clad were a cabal of their own within the Vicina, each and every one ajar that drew on night to breathe and see through the sealed armor and wield their large stone and steel maces. As another exotic addition, the Vicina sigil also boasted no less than 10 of the hulking things called Xanixen, the famed annihilation engines that mighty Isengral had gone to war 9 times to steal only to be driven back every time. house-sized and made entirely of bone and onyx. They looked like two-wheeled carts holding up the fused bones of 100 ancient drow, whose wretched half-seen silhouettes ended up pointing their hands towards the horizon and forming a gaping maw filled with spear-like spikes of onyx. As field siege engines I deemed to be inferior to what the Empire and Callow used, but they'd been murderously proficient at defending tunnels. And in the very middle of the army, seated atop a writhing living throne made of once mighty foes stripped of night so thoroughly they became Nisi, mighty Vicina the spearbiter waited. Though it would have been as ravaged by age as Ramina in appearance, being its senior, the long striped scars going down its face made it impossible to tell what it might once have looked like. It wore an armored cuirass of obsidian overflowing pale cloth, needles of bone woven into its pale long hair to keep it in an elaborate bun. It claimed for only a weapon a long-handled axe, so long as to be half as tall as they, whose head was steel so deeply imbued with night it flickered around it like smoke. Around it an honor guard of Rilla stood, clad in bright colors, but the lesser mighty had been spread among the host as commanders of Zulu. The sisters had once told me that most titles among the mighty had once been military ranks in the Empire Everdark, for the soldiers had been among the first to thrive in the nights after the end of the Twilight Sages, and the Vicina in a way kept closest that old truth. There were 20,000, all in all, but a fifth of the might of the Vicina's sigil, but its sharpest fangs were all bared here, spread amongst the trees. Facing them was only deep darkness and the mists of the gloom. Open grounds for 600 feet after the end of the forest, which struck me as having been the dead king's picked battlefield. The dead fared poorly in the woods. Against drow anyway. They haven't even dug ditches, I frowned. Sloppy. Isingrel would have done better. Mighty Isingrel, the cradle of steel, had distinguished themselves to my eye as the finest of the firstborn generals, even if they were towards the lower end of the 10 generals when it came to raw power. Considering it was debatable where Ramina would rank second or third among them, though that was still nothing to sneer at. Isingrel was defending the wilting march from another breakthrough, Kamina said, and I almost shivered. Standing to my left, eyes silver blue and form little more than flickering shadow, the image of what had once been a mortal woman was sharing the sights with me. Before I took my eye off her, every time I glimpsed a long-fanged skull beneath the shadows that was always gone if I tried to find it. There was a twang of something like iron and blood to her voice, something I could not help but taste against the roof of my mouth. Kamina wore armor, and a sword at her hip. She was the youngest knight. We did not foresee the hidden horror until it was edging into the gloom. Andronike said, her voice coming from my right. Her eyes, too, burned pale blue. But over her face flickered the shape of the iron mask she had once worn as one of the Twilight Sages, and the thick, billowing cloak she had decked herself in almost seemed like dark feathered wings whenever she moved. There were strings twined among her fingers, which she ever twined. The effect to her words was subtler, like a drink thought harmless until your tongue was felt to be numb. She was the oldest knight. You didn't get time to dig in, I put together. Vicina was the closest? Hirosiv, Kamina replied, shaking her head. But its horde was spread out. Vicina was ready for war. He's able to slip past your scouts with entire armies now, I whispered. Shit. If they could only tell that the dead king was attacking when he was beginning to breach the gloom, then that gave them what? Half a day to mobilize at most? They'd either have to permanently garrison a significant portion of their forces to defend all the southern stretches of Sarillon, which would cripple their ability raid into Keter's territory, or start breaking through whatever means he used to obscure the movements of his armies on this front. I would have pursued the matter in conversation, but was robbed of the opportunity. The battle was beginning. It started with a sound like the whistle of a falling arrow, though utterly deafening. Then flashes of blinding light scythed through the mist in 5 places, like a titan's raking claws, and for a moment the passage between Keter and Sarillon was forced open by the sorceries of the dead king. In that heartbeat, long ladders of steel with spiked ends fell through the open space and buried deep in the ground, the runes carved on the glowing bright. Like a steel road, one meant to keep the gap open. 2nd through 6th, mighty Vicina said, voice ringing out. Wail. The crows and I were standing by its side, and so we'd seen its eyes had not blinked, not even when the light had been at its brightest. 5 of the massive, Xanixon, lit up, thousands of glyphs in crepuscular craved into the bones unveiled, and as crews attended to the large engines, I saw a heat waft of the surface, and half the body of a Nisi II close to the maw turned to ash. Heat shimmered between the onyx spikes, near-invisible lances of impossibly hot air shooting out and lashing out at the ladders in a lazy, low arc. The needles went abruptly still afterwards, forcing out a strange sound like 100 inhuman wails. The first to get hit dented, and its front melted like summer snow, but the dead had moved quick enough to contest 3 of the remaining 4. Ghouls who'd moved forward like lightning threw themselves in the way, embracing annihilation to curb the blow, and though one of the lances tore through and broke a ladder's end in a spray of earth the other 2 held. The dead had 3 beachheads. Further down the line, another 5 bursts of light signaled that Keter was broadening its offensive. 2 by breach, mighty Vicina ordered. Even as the drow annihilation engines began hammering at the fresh beachheads, the Vicina sigil began its advance without needing to be told. They're impressively disciplined, for a sigil, I admitted, eyes remaining on the battle. Vicina made of the old Western Army regulation a set of holy rites, Kamina told me, sounding fond. All who break them are said to have broken faith with the sigil and are free to be slain. I'd gathered that Vicina Spearbiter was a darling of hers, which didn't surprise me all that much. Kamina did tend to favor the old warhorses who'd survived the collapse of the Empire Everdark. The ever-relentless dead had wasted no time getting through their protection for the 3 ladders that had landed. Shield soldiers the size of ogres in heavy plate, protecting in a ring the more vulnerable mages putting up translucent shields of sorcery, preventing repeating fire from the engines from getting through. With the second wave, if Keter's usual northern doctrine held, would come another circle of corpse mages to attempt to raise rough, but swiftly functional wards that'd make it hard work dislodging the dead from that position. The Firstborn were well aware of that, of course. Even as the first rank of a shield wall formed beyond the beachheads, the drow skirmishers finished closing in the distance. Javelins flew whistling, the drow never breaking stride or slowing as they threw, the barbed ends hitting the shields of the dead with dull thumps before exploding in black flames of night. The shield walls broke, shattered like overripe fruits as the first line of skirmishers unsheathed swords and wading into close combat. The lines behind disrupted the gathering dead with further throws, enabling the nimble drow to slip through the gaps in the defenses of the dead. Mighty Vicina had been, I gathered, one of the few firstborn generals to win victories against the dwarves during the war that broke the Empire Everdark. It had typically won those victories by hitting the heavy-armored but slow-moving dwarven armies with crippling blows while they were in movement, never allowing them to deploy the siege engines and harsh sorceries that had shattered so many drow armies. Traces of that mindset could still be seen here, I decided as I watched the drow skirmishers of what the expanding assault of the dead king had made the right wing slink their way deeper behind the lines of Keter. Their objective here was clear, hitting the dead mages putting up shields before a second wave could set up wards, then prying away the dead king's breaches from him one after another. It was a much more aggressive defense than Isengral was prone to waging, or even the other general I was most familiar with, Redosa. The hushing dread actually preferred letting the greater strength of the dead pass the gloom before striking at the weakened defenses of the breaches, picking off the enemies at its leisure within the forest. Its battles lasted twice as long as everyone else's, but then it also counted about a third of the casualties most of the time. He's fought Vicina before, I grimaced, and no one else uses the Black Flame skirmishers. If you use the same tricks against the hidden horror too many times. In the distance, another set of blinding lights shone. And again, you're going to run out of skirmishers before he runs out of cabals capable of making those, Vicina. I grimaced. And I would give the Spearbiter its due. The first 3 breaches the dead king had forced through were swept back. The skirmishers were just a little too slow, a flow of reinforcing armored binds pulling them down and slaughtering them to the last. But a second wave of longsword-bearing warriors carved their way to the mages before the second wave could put up wards, helped through by the focused arrow fire of their brethren. They slipped into shadow and danced around the bone giants, artists at their work. But what was 3 beachheads when another 10 had just dropped in the span it took to clear them? The right flank had gone quiet, but the wailing of the Xenixen was the herald of strife spreading to the left and the center. The Vicina redeployed with impressive swiftness as a well-oiled machine, but this time when the skirmishers hit the first wave of beachheads they found they were expected. Through the black flames leapt out slender, almost insect-like silhouettes. Hexing howls, I whispered. Shit. Neshama really wasn't pulling punches here. Those nasty little things weren't like most ghouls, swift and passingly intelligent in a way that allowed them serve as both harassers and a sort of replacement for the dead king's general lack of cavalry. No, these were almost as smart as people. Hexinghowls, named by the Lycanese, were good at two things only: killing and disrupting magic by their mere presence. They had hardened bronze rods instead of bones, enchanted in a way that Masigo told me destabilized the structure of spell formulas when they got close enough. Those vicious beasts were the reason Lycanese mages were relatively rare, while as a people they had much reason to keep magical bloodlines going. Every year, scaling through passes and mountains, those monsters made it into the lowlands and went hunting. Tonight, deployed in numbers I'd rarely before seen, they went through the skirmishers like a sickle through wheat. The few Zulu who were quick enough to call on Night found they couldn't focus it properly and were massacred within moments. Night was not sorcery, but evidently the dead king had been adjusting what he ordered carved onto those bronze rods. The second wave of longswords drove them back, even if they destroyed but a handful, but by the time the Hexinghowls retreated, behind them stood a heavy shield wall of skeletons, too heavy to punch through in time. Valiantly the warriors threw themselves against it, but Nishamiya's second wave of mages came through. Wards came up, and then, with a position finally secure, the dead began unleashing their real offensives. Bjorns tumbled through, carelessly stamping through the skeletons, and spat out the corpses they held within them in the middle of drow ranks. Zulu could do nothing against the likes of those, much less the even more heavily armored tusks. Those were a recent addition to Keter's arsenal, rarely seen on my front. Catapult-sized necromantic constructs shaped rather like boards, unlike many of the hidden horrors creations they held within them no lesser dead. They were instead filled with rocks, and in front of them jagged tusks of steel were meant to make them into moving battering rams designed to crack open shield walls. Going against drow foot, they trampled straight through those lines like they weren't even there. Now, I murmured, for the tug of war. With a slew of fresh casualties, Night and Necromancy came out. Even as the officers mighty destroyed the war constructs or died trying, the mage cadres of Keter competed with drow as to whether corpses would get up as undead or be emptied of Night first. The undead drow could not use Night, but they would explode with what they'd held when their corpses were shattered. It wreaked havoc on the attempt to keep a battle line going to have your own dead blow up on you when you drove them back. Not that there was much of a battle line. At best it could be said that there was a line where the Vicina and the dead met, and where 100 firstborn must have died with every passing beat. Behind it was an ugly chaos of mighty and war constructs tangling in duels that paid no heed to the warriors around them. For all that Vicina Spearbiter had mimicked the ways of the old armies of the Empire Everdark, it was only that, a mimicry. The mighty were not true officers. They were chieftains who ceased paying mind to their own companies the moment there was a great foe for them to fight. Using the mighty as construct killers instead of officers works better, I noted, brow creasing at the sight. If the Spearbiter sent packs of Pravnat and Jarr after the Bjorns and the Tusks, they could be put down much quicker. Instead, they keep running into isolated Isp and Pravnat and overwhelming them. Vicina's strategy being a success had depended on breaking through the initial defense of the breaches and shutting them down before casualties could mount, but that had failed. Now the attempt by its sigil to push through the dead was turning into the sort of meat grinder that could utterly destroy an army if a general got stubborn. With the center and the left wing taking such a beating, the Vicina were forced to thin their right flank to reinforce the lines that had been devastated by constructs. And even then, the remaining skirmishers were now pointless, going around through the woods in a far-flung circle that might allow them to eventually flank the left wing of the dead, but practically speaking would just take them out of the battle for the rest of its span. Mistake that. They'd have been more useful kept anchoring the thinning right flank, in my opinion. The Vicina are inflicting great losses on the dead, Andronike replied. Sure, I dismissed. Those officer mighty are pure slaughter against Keter's bones and binds. No denying that. It was hard to, when all it took was for even an Isp, the lowest of the mighty, to reach the shield wall of the dead to contemptuously crack it open. And I don't mean to dismiss what's being achieved here, I continued. At this point mighty Vicina had lost what, 3 or 4,000? Closer to 4, Kamina told me. And it's cost the dead king more than 3 score of his finest war constructs, on top of at least thrice that in foot, I said. The problem here is that while Vicina's sigil is killing the enemy, it's not doing it in a way that wins the battle. I pointed at the worst of the slaughter, where the lines were going back and forth. They've been gaining and losing the same 30 feet since the battle started in earnest. I pointed out. Maybe this battle can be won at this exchange rate of lives for undead, but it'd be pissing away the war to keep fighting it this way. Packs of mighty striking together allows for decisive blows in a way spreading them out cannot. General Ramina said much the same, Andronike said, though it did mention that Vicina's methods would function significantly better when on the offensive instead. I narrowed my eyes. Yeah, I could maybe see that. As an offensive army, they'd be smashing through whatever forces the dead king could put in their way, which tended to be light on war constructs. And if they ran into a few of those, then the same Rilla that had yet to move so much as an inch would be able to handle them. Might be, I muttered. The battle was going badly for the Vicina. Even a fool could have seen it. But to the spearbiter, it must seem like it could still be turned around. The Xenixen had polished off every breach they could, leaving only the 4 whose wards had been raised, so they began pounding at the dead instead. Every burst of burning heat swatted down entire companies, and the crews prudently aimed them far behind the fighting so there'd be no risk of hitting their own. They wouldn't be able to handle that rate of fire for long, not without risking the engines blowing up, but then they didn't really need to. The superbly aimed hits slackened the pressure of the dead against the drow and, sensing an opening, mighty Vicina sent in its finest. The ebon-clad advanced, flowing forward silently as if they were gliding over the ground. Signals went up in the sky, woven in night, and a corridor was opened for them to strike cleanly at the dead. The sight of it was, I let out a sharp breath, genuinely impressed. It was like watching a hammer strike at an egg. Clad in ebony armors sealed by melted iron, the ebon-clad were untouchable to the dead. Their large warm maces, on the other hand, released waves of night whenever they struck and so pulped the dead straight through their armor. The tusks and bjorns that had not been handled were struck at in groups of then, methodically and cleanly if with little regard to the collateral damage against the Zulu. That armor did not seem to hinder them sinking into pools of shadows, and they even seemed to have greater control over the trick than most. They sometimes slunk up the beasts and let only the upper half of their body emerge from the shadow, striking at the necromantic constructs with impunity. Impressed? Kamina asked. They're exceptional, I acknowledged. But Vicina just got played the fool. It had been baited into committing its finest troops before Keter slapped its last cards on the table. Oh, Andronike hummed. This battle had already taken place, so they knew what had taken place while I was left to guess. But while Acua might have pointed out to me that the dead king had grown to learn my tricks, the opposite was true as well. We haven't seen revenants yet, I said. When we do, I wager things will swiftly proceed downhill. The ebon-clad smashed their way through the dead on 2 of the breaches and began making serious assaults on 2 of the warded beachheads. But I bade my time and counted up to 17 before my cynicism was rewarded. Like great raking claws, 5 lights burned again where the battle had begun, on the right flank that had been so weakened, reinforcing the others. Vicina just lost this battle, I grimly said. Though the Xenixen were on the edge of breaking apart, they still fired unflinching at the fresh breaches. 2 per breach, as mighty Vicina had early ordered, or so they attempted. 3 of the annihilation engines went up in storms of ashen heat, killing the crews instantly, and 1 aborted its shot. Still, every breach received a direct shot, just as the rune-inscribed ladders came down, and 1 even received 2. That 1 broke. The other 4 held, protected by what looked like swarms of ghouls nailed to the ends as a grisly shield. With the army already too committed down the line, it would have been a disaster to try to redeploy. So instead, mighty Vicina sent into the breaches what few regulars it had left, and with them sent its hardest hitters. It sent out Rilla. Unfortunately, the dead king had picked his timing exquisitely. Before the Rilla were halfway there, revenants strode out of the warded breaches and tore into the ebon-clad. Half of the Rilla had to be recalled, which made a mess of things. So that's where the Stitcher went, I muttered. A castle-sized abomination made from the bodies of half a dozen horrors put together, the scales and bones of a dragon, what looked like the heads of at least 3 sea snakes, the heavy fur and leather of rattling ancient ones, was butchering its way through the ebon-clad, even swatted down a Rilla that got too close. The revenant was inside, and damnably hard to put down. We hadn't seen her in a year, so I'd hoped the Blade of Mercy had damaged her beyond use in their last tangle, but it seemed not. Hanno was convinced she'd been a healer before the hidden horror got his hands on her, which somehow made it all even more horrifying. Even as I watched, mighty Vicina tried to stabilize the situation by firing its remaining annihilation engines directly into the revenants, but that caught only 1 and killed a few hundred of the ebon-clad in the exchange. Bad trade. The 7th General was losing its cool. Even worse, the Rilla who reached the fresh beachheads were not, to their surprise and mine, greeted by swarms of ghouls or skeletons. Awaiting them were dead mages and large pots of metal, heated and filled with two things: necromantic sorcery and steel scraps. Like sharpers they blew, the cursed metals ignoring most defenses that could be put up by night, and I winced when I saw not one, but 3 Rilla go down. They got up shortly, of course. Rilla were harder to kill than that, and even if one had actually died, that probably wouldn't have kept Drow of that tier out of the battle for long. But the corpse mages were bearing strange metal staffs, and though I could see no visible mark of sorcery being employed, the 3 Rilla that had been struck down stayed down. Weeping heavens, I murmured. Has he found a way to shut down the night? Not quite, Andronike said, voice grown cold. Those staffs were made of an alloy of tin and antimony, and strangely enchanted. They did not disrupt night, or end it, which we could have fought. They directed it away from our warriors, down into the earth. And moments later, petty ghouls they would otherwise have been able to slaughter by the hundreds began tearing into the downed Rilla. They devoured their flesh so that they would never recover from that death. Gods, I fucking hated fighting the dead king. There was always another nasty trick just waiting to be unveiled. Binds began pouring of the breaches, forming up under arrow fire by the increasingly outnumbered and outflanked Vicina. This was going to turn from a defeat into a disaster, if something wasn't done soon, and I wasn't the only one to see it. The 7th General, Vicina Spearbiter, took the field personally. I did not even seen them move until they were standing before the Stitcher, long axe resting against the shoulder. Savreed, mighty Vicina asked of the Revenant, "Are you worthy?" I shivered to hear my words spoken by one of the ancient monsters of the Firstborn, taken as writ of faith. Whether in fear or thrill, or perhaps both, I could not be certain. Vicina received no answer, and as the stitched-up necks and heads of sea snakes struck out at it, the 7th General vanished into shadows and emerged atop the monster. The axe came down, head biting into the dragon's scales, and inside the beast a sea of night cut through. Split in two, the Stitcher's monster poured our blood, guts, and strange liquids of many colors. Inside, a dead young woman screamed, and the corpses of the drow began gathering to her, forming another shell. But mighty Vicina landed before the Revenant and stood knee-deep in guts and blood. Its shoulder twitched, once, twice, and then it proved why it had earned the sobriquet of Spearbiter. I'd thought it a reference to mere spears, once, but that was not the case. Vicina had once warred against an ancient sigil holder that had unearthed and partially repaired one of the ancient wonders of the Empire, Everdark, a great tower of arcane forged steel that gathered lightning into itself and spewed it in a constant storm around itself. The steel walls had been 30 feet deep, surrounded by constant death, and the way the tower jutted out from a deep pit in the inner ring had led Firstborn to call it the Spear. Night pouring out of it as it twitched, mighty Vicina screamed in pain, and its mouth unhinged, revealing a bestial maw as large as the sigil holder itself had been. Bat-like wings tore out of its back, and even as the Stitcher tried to form a grisly homunculus of drow corpses roiling with night, the horrid creature Vicina had turned itself onto unhinged its great jaw even further and revealed glinting fangs, before biting straight through the corpses and Revenant, as it once had through 30 feet of solid steel, and swallowed the Stitcher in a bloody swath of her work hole. Officers began calling for a retreat, heeding some unseen order, and the Vicina obeyed in largely good order. Their sigil holder continued to sow destruction left and right, covering the retreat along with the remaining Rilla, and I slowly breathed out. After, I asked. They pulled back, and corrosive drowned the invaders in violence, sweeping them back to the breaches, then broke the wards personally, Andronike said, her voice betraying little of her opinion of that mighty corrosive, the all-knowing, the 2nd General. It rarely bothered with deeper tactics than throwing warriors at the enemy, but given the absurd amount of those within its sigil, that tended to work regardless. I found the way it benefited from the deaths of its own, and so encouraged them to be rather disgusting. And I suspected the sisters felt rather the same for different reasons. Corrosive had found a way to grow fat, as a parasite nestled in the heart of the night, exploiting the system they had built as no one else had before or since. Ramina had allegedly taken it as enough of a threat it had exterminated its first 5 sigils, earning the epithet of Tombmaker in the process, but it was telling that in the end it was not corrosive that had settled in the outer rings. 3 other battles were fought that very same night, Queen of Lost and Found, Kamina said. The images flickered quickly through my mind. Almost a memory shared, but not quite. I Singral the cradle of steel, the 8th general. A lipless grin and tittering laughter hiding a mind like a steel trap. And traps did it wield. Mazes and madness and traps behind, which stood soldiers in steel and machine of war that worked on and fed of and spat out night. Endless bands of dead slipping through the gloom, testing the defenses day and night. Ishabog the adversary, the 4th general, ever moving, ever restless, a spear and song on the lip and a glint in its eye. Only mighty may have the right to call themselves of the Ishabog, and mighty was their calling. Always 1 against 10, 10 against 100, 100 against 1,000. Vicious creatures made of dead flesh hunting through darkened woods and packs, hunted in turn. Radhost the dreamer, the 6th general, a bed of stone like a sepulchre, carried by rigid and dread. Eyes closed but seeing, a mind that spans miles and sifts through the sleeping and the dead. 100 battles fought with the enemy like a fencer on the field, back and forth ever going for the throat, as 1,000 die with every hour. All happening, all being fought. Remind Cordelia Hazenbach that she will be fighting those battles as well, if she does not leash her lackeys, Kamina hissed in my ear. And in the heartbeat that followed, they were gone. Dawn shyly peeked through the flaps of my tent, and I eyed my shaking hands before sighing. So much for getting a good night's sleep before leaving. Book 6, Interlude, Truce. Raise the price by a coin of gold and you make enemies. Raise the price by a copper and you make losses. Profit lies in silver, moderation without timidity. Extract from Discourse on Nature and Man by Merchant Princess Adorabella. Above the foyer of the royal quarters in Renia hung a painting, 6 feet long, 4 feet high, depicting the famous ancient Iron King Conrad wrestling with what the artist had deemed a personification of the concept of duty. Cordelia sometimes thought of that painting when the days grew long. At first, when she grew from girlhood into womanhood, she had remembered it for the stories her uncle had told her about it. Of how her father, a man she'd never known, had despised it ever since he was a boy and had it taken down the same day he became Prince of Renia. He'd been known to claim he would sell it to some art-hungry Allemans princeling in the south and use the gold to buy a few more dwarven engines, though he'd never gotten around to it before his untimely death. Cordelia's mother had eventually ordered it put back up, being rather fond of it, though she'd called the motif Conrad getting beat by a bald bear instead. Sometimes Cordelia thought she'd only ever truly known her parents through the stories of others, for even though she'd been 14 when her mother passed away, Cordelia had only been graced to know a meager few facets of Margaret Pappenheim. Now that years had passed, though, she thought more of the motif. Not of old King Conrad, whose stories told had let all 8 of his children die rather than surrender Twilight's Pass, but of what lay at the heart of it, a prince, wrestling with duty. Was that not, in a way, what lay at the heart of rule? To bear a crown was to swear yourself to making order out of chaos, law out of anarchy, prosperity out of ruin. Cordelia had been orderly even as a little girl, for mother had never been prone to coddling. It had been up to her to decide how her hours would be spent when she was not seeing to her duties. She'd taken on seneschal duties for the fortress city by the age of 12 and extended her authority to Renia's dependencies by the age of 13, and as her writ ran further her hours became ever more precious and in need of careful parcelling. Those habits had followed her into adulthood, into the Salia and her rule as first Prince of Procur, and she was grateful for it. There was simply so much to do, and too little time for all of it. Cordelia would try anyway and parcel out every ounce of her so that, at least, all that she could do was done. The first Prince of Procur delicately nibbled at the caramelized poultry she'd been served, then took a sip of no more than 2 beats from her cup of water, obeying court etiquette to the letter. The 2 men seated across from her, who had patiently been waiting for her to finish her bite and rinse it down, only then began speaking again. Merchant Prince Fabianus has signaled he will not involve himself in matters of Proserpine debt, Louis of Sartrans told her. We've established this is a firm commitment and not a bargaining position. The old spy's face had always struck her as being rather skeletal, skin pulled taut against the bones of an aristocratic face and only topped by ever-receding tufts of hair. He was not a physically striking man, looking more like a well-born coin counter than what he truly was, the foremost patron of the Circle of Thorns, the secretive society whose agents were the eyes and ears of the Principate abroad. Louis of Sartans was not a close ally of hers, for the Circle preferred to maintain a degree of distance so that it would not be swept into internal struggles and so suffer in a way that blinded Procker to its enemies. But he had come out boldly to support her when a coup had been attempted against Cordelia. For this he'd earned a degree of trust and a freer hand than she'd allowed him before. The news he was bringing, however, were not pleasant ones. "That is a blade that bites both ways," Cordelia mused. Most of the merchant princes and princesses that ruled Mercantis were not named, and rarely more than influential firsts among equals. Yet their value as intermediaries with the banks and merchant houses of the city they ruled was priceless, if always priced. That Fabianus had formally stepped back from intervening in the massive loans that Mercantis had extended both Procker and the Grand Alliance meant he would not demand that the sums, lenders and borrowers be made public within the consortium as a growing number of merchants now demanded. It also meant, however, that he would no longer facilitate those arrangements as he had until now. The Circle believes he remains in favor of the arrangements, but has grown to fear assassination by his opposition if he does not bend, Lewis informed her. Recusing himself allows him to give them an inch without sliding us outright. Wiggling out was the mark of an eel, not a prince, Cordelia uncharitably thought. But what else was to be expected from Mercantis? Not that the merchants were entirely without reason to be worried of the loans extended, for the first prince had woven their amaze to obscure exactly how badly the finances of the Principate were faring. By obtaining the permission of the highest assembly to seek loans in the name of its individuals princes and princesses, all marked down, and to be repaid by the Principate to the individuals in years to come, she'd been able to seek smaller loans from multiple royals in a shared bundle from different banks and merchants, effectively spreading out debts in a way that made it nearly impossible to assess from the side of the lenders. The key to this had been requiring secrecy from the lenders in exchange of higher interest, something she'd had the Circle of Thorns strictly enforce. The first two merchants who tried to break their written oaths had been promptly assassinated, using some of the most painful poisons the Circle knew of. None had tried after, not individually anyway. Through the great merchant guild known as the Consortium, which Mercantis counted as both a court of law and ruling body, second only to their merchant prince, pressure was being applied for the hidden information being made available not to individuals, but to the Consortium itself. It was a legal fiction, given that nearly all those who'd signed to secrecy were also members of the Consortium, but one that might hold up under the few treaties Mercantis kept with Procker. That even merchant Prince Fabianus was beginning to give way was bad omen for the Grand Alliance's fortunes in the city, possibly quite literally. "This is no longer a purely Proceran matter," the first prince eventually said. The older man bowed his head in acknowledgement, and with a look Cordelia made for one of her attendants to approach. The young woman curtsied, then silently awaited instructions. "Please request of Ingrid that she inquire whether Lady Dartwick would be amenable to having tea," she began, and for a heartbeat considered when she could first spare the time. "Tomorrow, an hour past noon bell." "Immediately, Your Most Serene Highness," her attendant replied. Ghislaine. Cordelia suddenly remembered, repeating the name in her mind to better commit it to memory. "Thank you, Ghislaine," she smiled, and the woman curtsied again. Vivian Dartwick would not have the authority or influence to settle such a matter herself, but needed to be brought into the issue as the first step into bringing in Catherine Foundling. The Black Queen, Cordelia thought a touch guiltily, really was such a useful large club to threaten people with. Where law and diplomacy failed to make a mark, Queen Catherine's scowls and fearsome reputation had a way of bringing out sweet reason from the most unreasonable of souls. Callow would, besides, need to be told of the developments regardless. Its treasury was guarantor to some of the loans extended to the Grand Alliance, and it was the second largest contributor to the war chest besides. Not that Lady Dartwick had not ensured the kingdom would not benefit from the process. If anything, she'd proved frighteningly cunning in finding ways of seeing to that. The notion of allowing repayment in nature for extended loans had, for one, effectively erased 20 years of damage to Callowan horse-rearing, while simultaneously thinning the hordes of their traditional greatest rivals in the trade, the Arlezite princes of the south. If Queen Vivian was to be her neighbor to the east, one day, Cordelia would not make the mistake of taking her lightly. The former chosen might in truth have better gifts for ruling in years of peace than the woman who'd chosen her for a successor. The blonde princess had another bite of poultry, savoring the subtle aftertaste of the sauce, and then a nibble of those perfectly steamed and spiced carrots. It was washed away with a sip of water, afterwards, and even as she dabbed her lips with an embroidered cloth the first prince cleared her mind of unnecessary thoughts. The matters that would be brought to her attention by Brother Simon of Gorjalt, formerly the head of the Holy Society and nowadays the Lord Inquisitor of Procure, would require her full attention as well. Though the well-formed man with the hair grown silver was no longer the leader of the Society of Highborn Lay Brothers and Sisters, it was because at Cordelia's incitation the highest assembly had charged him instead to root out corruption and wickedness within the ranks of the House of Light, granting him worldly authority over the priests until his Inquisition was at an end. It was reform at the edge of a sword. All knew this. But after so many of the holies had been caught publicly backing her deposal, the House had not had room to argue. The House of Light has formally decided to accept your latest set of suggestions, Brother Simon said, a tad drilly. The lands will be ceded to the throne, under condition that they are to be ceded in turn to the appropriate crowns. Cordelia was too well-mannered to smile in triumph, so instead she drank a sip of water. With that last concession, it could be said that she had subdued the holies and the uglier aspects of the House of Light they represented. Even after the public disgrace of the house during the Salian coup attempt, it would have been a grave overreach to come down too hard on it where the people could see. It would restore public sympathy and feed into the perception that she had a tyrant's grip on the Principate. Instead, she had struck more subtly. First, she'd abolished every ritual power the house had over the office of First Prince and the highest assembly itself, save for the right to directly petition the latter, one of the oldest and, more importantly, the most well-known of the house's privileges. Then, with the fetters of tradition removed, she'd gone after the coin. The house was invited to divest itself of all its merchant interests, donating such wealth to the feeding of the refugees in the heartlands. The house was invited to accept taxation on its holdings, if only while the Principate was at war. And now, the Lord Inquisitor had confirmed that all the lands of the house whose purpose was commercial in nature, vineyards, orchards, mines, were to be ceded to the throne of Procure, which itself would then cede them back to the appropriate princes and princesses, for a price which Cordelia would mercifully offer to be paid through writing off any debt the treasury of the Principate might owe any such royalty. In the same stroke, she'd ensured that her office would not go bankrupt after the war, curried favor with her subjects by restoring lands to them, and ensured the holies would never again have the wealth to ensure the degree of influence they'd been boasting for the last century. The wisdom of the house illuminates the way in these dark times, Cordelia Hazenbach replied, long practice allowing her to keep even the faintest hint of irony out of her voice. This would devour hours and hours of her days for weeks to come, but it was worth it. With a little inventiveness, she should be able to shuffle around debts and debtors to secure another round of loans abroad. It shines what light it can, the Lord Inquisitor agreed, both praise and warning in the same elegant turn of phrase. Simon of Gorjalt, she sometimes thought, would have made a better prince than most if fate had deigned to grant him that birthright. Furthermore, Brother Simon continued, though numbers will only arrive tomorrow, I can already tell you that another company of priests has volunteered for service on the fronts. This, at least, Cordelia would give the honor it was due. Every Lycanese child was taught that there could be no greater service to one's own than to put your life between them and the enemy. If you have names for me, the list can be read to the people again, Cordelia offered. It was both a gesture of respect and a way to raise morale, which in turn tended to lead to volunteers. I will extend the offer to House, the Lord Inquisitor said, tone grown warmer. That saw to the immediate matters, she grasped, and just in time. With one last touch of her fork, she brought a bite of poultry to her mouth and swallowed, washing it down with water just before the first ringing of noon bell in the distance. The two spies took their leave with the proper courtesies, which she duly returned, and only then did Cordelia allow her brow to crease as she looked down at her plate. There were still 2 mouthfuls of poultry left and one of sides. Her timing had been off. Imprecision, chaos, had won a small victory. The first prince left the meal unfinished and allowed herself to be led to the antechamber down the hall, where she was deftly undressed by her handmaids and helped into a dress more practical than the powder blue court regalia she'd donned for her duties of the day until now. Gray velvet was laced at her back and paired with matching shawl bordered in golden brocade in deference to the chill that occasionally seized parts of the palace. Her escort to what her counselors had taken to naming El Archive in Vogue. The Vogue Archive was a familiar face. Captain Lois had been a simple guardsman when Cordelia had thrown herself down a windowsill and proved to be a man of his oath. He'd been among those that helped her escape, and he'd killed to ensure she would not be dragged back to Balthazar Serigny's feet as a prisoner. There were some, after the coup, who'd said that the ancient palace of the Merovingians should be emptied of all salients and only trustworthy Lycanes be kept in her service. These calls she'd resisted, and instead ensured both honors and promotions for all the Salians who had proved loyal. She was not first prince of the Lycanes, but of Procure, and she would not let fear taint who she was. Leal service must ever be met with reward. If you would allow me the honor, your most serene highness? Captain Lois offered along with his arm. Cordelia did, though lending an arm was as far as she intended to ever indulge the flirtation. She'd had discreet liaisons over the years, with men and rather more rarely women, but becoming involved with one in her service would be uncouth in many ways. Her own people's traditions encouraged sharing a bed with one of the pleasant trade rather than involvement with one's fellow soldiers, but this far south it was seen as frivolous for an unmarried woman of her rank to dally with courtesans of any gender, especially if there were lands in line to inherit, as was the case with her. The Rhenian princess had therefore been forced to be most careful in her dalliances, indulging only in the company of those who might never be a hazard to her position or reputation. The affairs had been rare, and after the first heart-wrenching time she'd had to part from a man she held deep affections for, Cordelia had never again allowed them to linger. Still, that did not mean she could not appreciate a well-formed calf or a muscled arm. The first prince's guards moved aside when they reached the threshold of the Vogue archive, for access to what within was restricted by both ancient enchantments and much more recent wards. Cordelia parted with her escort with a courteous smile, pressing her palm against the heavy oaken door before her. Sorcery crackled against her skin, like a minuscule gust of wind, and the door opened without a sound as the old enchantment recognized her right to enter. The wards buzzed against her ears as she crossed the threshold, but the blonde Lycanese paid it little mind. Already her mind was on the sight awaiting her. This had been a great salon, once, where the Merovingians had entertained others in the sort of amusements where none were expected to be wearing clothes by the end of the evening, and the company of the beautiful was much encouraged. The need for discretion. The people of Salia would have raised brows upon hearing of the diversions of their rulers, had seen enchantments laid on the doors leading into the room, restricting for whom they would open. That and the size of the salon had been the deciding factors in Cordelia ordering the beating heart of administration settled within, and there was no trace left to see of the original trivial purpose of the Vogue archive. Great tables covered in sprawling maps of the different regions of the Pernicpate, as well as broader Calernia, had been set down, each matched with bureaus seeing to the reports from such regions and foreign locales. The maps themselves were adorned with sculpted stones and silk ribbons representing trade arteries and supply lines, garrisons, and crucial resources. The Order of the Red Lion, whose mages swept in and out of the room regularly, kept reports and notes as fresh, in vogue, as was possible, resulting in a living and breathing map of the Principate of Procure that had allowed Cordelia and her counselors to avert enough crises over the previous 2 years that she could not remember when anyone had last argued to cut funding for the archive. Trusted and thoroughly vetted scholars, traders, and officials swarmed the great hall like ants in an anthill, filling scrolls of their own as they read through reports. Those scrolls headed to the very back of the hall, where on a raised dais the keen minds the first prince had appointed as her foremost analysts had been granted desks of their own. Theirs was the task to sift through the mass of reports and identify the disasters that would plague Procure and the Grand Alliance before they came to pass, warning Cordelia so that they might be averted. The Rhenian princess's entrance was met with a pause in the intricate dance of duties as bows and curtsies were offered, though when she returned them with a nod the sudden hush broke and activity resumed. Cordelia took the time to pass by some of the tables and speak, as she'd scheduled for, praising the Segovian Bureau for the sea supply lines to Bremen they'd successfully forged, and encouraging the Ain Bureau to redouble its efforts to find a way to keep that principality's granaries and treasury afloat after the ravages the Carian lord had inflicted there. Callowing grain would not be able to feed the heartland forever. The Levantine Bureau approached her with an intercepted communication from the Holy Seljoun of Levant, trying to formalize diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Callow through ambassadors, as well as a list of the most likely individuals the Dominion might send should such an offer be accepted, which made for interesting reading. She thanked the young woman who'd brought her the scroll and requested a more comprehensive report be made over the matter and sent to her. that would see to a third of the quarter bell that Cordelia had allowed herself for reading this evening, by her own estimation, which was an acceptable way to spend the time. The first prince's feet took her up the low steps and onto the dais, where the 3 appointed analysts that were currently awake and serving were awaiting her. One was a distinguished merchant of low birth, Maria Fernanda of Treville, who'd turned the ailing fruit trading family business she'd inherited into one of the foremost trade societies of the South by virtue of being able to read trends in demand in time to capitalize on them. The second was Brother Alphonse of the Montresor Monastery in Cruzance, who Simon of Gourgault had personally recommended as being the finest policy hound of the holies prior to their fall. The third and last in attendance was more complex a presence than a merchant and a priest. The forgetful librarian was undeniably a brilliant woman, but she was also damned and largely unwilling to entertain the notion of someone having authority over her. That she'd been born to a family distant kin to the house of Brogliois ruling in Cantal had only encouraged what Cordelia suspected was an instinctive resentment of anyone who might have a claim on her hours, not to mention seen her wealthy enough of villain few had suspected her of even being one before the archer had caught her in the middle of trying to steal manuscripts from mercantils bought at auction and headed for the belfry. A great many dead hired swords, and several bruises later, the forgetful librarian had accepted the truce and the terms and been assigned to Salia by the Black Queen at Cordelia's own request. There were good reasons for that, though on some days it was necessary for the Rhenian princess to remind herself of this more than once. "Your most serene highness," Brother Alphonse greeted her, hastily rising to his feet and bowing. Maria Fernanda mirrored him, but a heartbeat slower on the draw, but the librarian had yet to raise her eyes from the book she'd been reading. Only when she turned the page did she look up and sharply nodded. "First Prince," the mousy-looking woman said. "Right on time. Shall we get to it?" Cordelia ignored her, smiling and gesturing for the other two to return to their seats before taking her own. "Librarian," she said, tone mild. "You have something to report?" "You might say that, Your Highness," the damned said, closing the book. Maria read through the reports on trade through with the League and the Dominion, and I matched this with the records of tariffs between principalities south of Salia. The numbers I arrived at are worrying when the substance of the Principate's debts is taken into consideration. "And why is that?" Cordelia asked. "We suspect," Maria Fernanda intervened, shooting a warning look at the damned, "that the Principate had become fragile, Your Most Serene Highness." Brother Alphonse cleared his throat. "It is our conclusion that, unless regular trade routes are opened anew with League and Ashur," the priest delicately said, "should mercantils cease propping up the treasury procure the entire Principate might come down like a house of cards. A talk might be required," Cordelia faintly thought as the explanation continued, "with the Black Queen." "Half past the hour would suit me better," Vivian replied. "Though if it is a matter of great urgency, something might be arranged. We would not dare impose on your time in such a haphazard manner," Lady Dartwick, the tall woman facing her, said. "I will relay your answer to Her Highness and see to it that your staff is kept informed of any and all developments." Lady Vivian Dartwick, heiress designate to the Kingdom of Callow, watched with a bland expression as the first prince's own chamberlain bowed and retired. She was not blind to the courtesy Hazenbach was extending by sending the very head of her household, Ingrid Backhouse, to arrange a meeting to drink tea. Neither was she particularly moved by it, though. For the first prince to be seeking out such an arrangement meant that the ruler of Procure needed to address something by informal channels of diplomacy. Given that Vivian did not yet have an idea of what was in need of addressing, she was inclined to chalk any courtesies up to the woman trying to butter her up before the talks. Cordelia Hazenbach wielded pleasantness and courtesy with an uncomfortable degree of effectiveness, Vivian had found, so it was best to remain wary. It was a delicate line to walk between being Hazenbach's friend and her foe, never to trust too deep or to give offense unprovoked, and though the dark-haired woman knew she was not half bad at these games, she had not been born to them as the opposition so often was. Catherine could afford to ignore most of this, swagger in with a drink and quip and turn everybody's plans inside out, because she had the charm and the raw power for it. Vivian had neither, so instead she tread as carefully as she had when she'd been the thief and the evening air had smelled of ambush. She leaned back into her seat and let out a long breath, wondering if she should send for the Jacks now or later. Whatever had moved Hazenbach to seek a meeting, it'd be best if she knew of it before that meeting. "Let us resume, Henrietta," she finally said. Word from the observatory, you said? Henrietta Morley was heiress to the barony of Harrow, Ainsley Morley's eldest daughter, and so the proper address would have been Lady Henrietta. They'd grown close enough to dispose with much of the formalities in private, however, as was only necessary if the heiress to Harrow was to remain as her secretary and adviser. That she was a thoroughly competent was only to be expected, given that Baroness Ainsley could not afford a weak successor given her rambunctious vassals. But even if she'd been a moonstruck fool, Vivian would still have found some place for her in her Salian court. Ties to the baronies of the north, the last great landed nobles in Callow save for Duchess Keegan herself, were important in keeping the latter constrained. Naming Henrietta her personal secretary had been assigned to the disposed nobles stripped of their lands by the conquest and the Lease rebellion. 2. That Vivian was not as determined as Catherine to keep the highborn at a distance. After all, while Cat had used nobles, and even appointed some to great offices, she'd never kept any of them close. That had been reserved for the 15th, for the woe, for those who'd borne steel in her name. But Vivian saw these same men and women as a valuable resource. Educated, often still wealthy by low-born standards, and often influential, those nobles could be used instead of slowly ushered into oblivion. It'd be a waste to let them stay unused, where any rebellious hand might pick them up besides. Besides, if the former thief was to be queen one day, it wouldn't hurt to have a good relation with the future Baroness of Harrow. Fresh as of an hour ago, Henrietta agreed, tucking back her hair. Lady Fadila has deemed the contents of the missive she passes on to be demanding of your immediate attention. Vivian's brow rose. Fadila Buffino was something of a liability. In her eyes, she'd once been a servant to Acua Sahelian, which as far as she was concerned was disqualification enough from holding office anywhere in Callow. But she'd remained as the informal head of the observatory by virtue of being effectively impossible to replace and more than slightly competent. The dark-haired Callowan might not like the sonic sorceress, but she did respect her judgment. Whose missive is it? Vivian asked. Our friend in the east, Henrietta delicately replied. Ah, and their winter day? That meant dread Empress Sepulchral, that ruthless old bat from Ascombe, who the heiress designate to Callow trusted about as, well, a dread empress of praise. Sepulchral was repugnant in nearly all regards, but too useful as a check on militia to ignore. In appearance, at least. The civil war in the wasteland had been going on too long and too oddly for Vivian to take the surface stirrings of it as face value anymore. That the former High Lady Abriha was foe to the tower was beyond doubt, however, and regardless of all the rest that made her useful. Sepulchral had naturally gone out of her way to cultivate her usefulness to both the Grand Alliance at large and Callow in particular, with typical wasteland canniness. That often involved passing on information that neither the Jacks nor the Circle of Thorns would have gotten anywhere near otherwise. You've the transcribed message? Vivian asked. Translated from the cipher and ready for your perusal, Henrietta agreed. The scroll she presented held a seal in dark blue wax, the observatory's own. The wax was enchanted to turn to dust the moment the seal was broken, which made it clear whether the message had been spied upon on its way to the hands it was meant for. Thank you, she replied, taking the scroll. The wax frittered into fine blue dust as she broke the seal, and she blew it off the edge of her desk before turning sharp eye to what had been written. Dire news, my lady? Henrietta asked. Vivian grimaced. Our friend sends us a timely warning, she replied. Militia is about to bite our fingers off in Mercantis. And wasn't that going to sting, a kick in the Grand Alliance's moneybags? Something needed to be done before the fingers felt the teeth closing in, and for that Vivian required more than what she had at hand. Fortunately, last word had Catherine on her way to the arsenal. Vivian was overdue a visit, she decided. Book 6, Interlude, Terms. The doom of carefully laid plans is two unfeeling sisters by the names of Mishap and Surprise. King Pater of Callow, the unheeding. She'll be here in 2 days, we believe. Masigo thoughtfully peered down at the blade, insofar as it could truly be called that, though Helmgard had eventually been able to forge a sheath for it. An ornate affair of enameled steel, even that skilled heroine's finest work had not proved sufficient for full containment. The sheathed blade was being kept in a deep pool of ice-cold water, so that the power it constantly emanated would be dispersed, though to his practiced eyes it seemed like there would be need for more liquid. As matters stood, the surface of the pool subtly stirred as if touched by winds, and the Hierophant believed that someone dipping a finger into the water was near certain to lose it. The aspect that Catherine had extracted of the Saint of Swords' corpse had been a temperamental thing even before 7 named, and 1 had lent their hand to making a proper artifact of it. Masigo was careful not to stand too close to the edge of the pool, for the edge of his robes would be no more immune to the power than flesh, and he frowned. Though the capacity of what had been forged here could not be denied, he suspected that he might well be scolded for the unfortunate impracticalities of certain aspects of it. The odds were at least 6 in 10 that anyone drawing the blade would die, after all. And you're not listening to me in the slightest, are you? The rogue sorcerer sighed. Perhaps if we made a suit of armor, Masigo considered. That allows one to withstand using it. Though in principle he supposed use would be withstood, if at the likely loss of limb and/or head. It was all a matter of defining the acceptable boundaries of loss. It would take significant time and effort to create such a suit of armor, however, and a wielder for the blade would have to be decided upon first. Such matter, to his admittedly half-hearted understanding of the politics involved, might become somewhat contentious. You could at least deny it, the rogue sorcerer complained. What were they talking about again? Hierophant vaguely remembered talk about hearings and beliefs. A trial of some sort, he decided. I agree, Masigo said, which usually got him out of these situations. A heartbeat passed. Yet we should discuss it in greater detail with the others, he cunningly added. It would not do to accidentally approve of another bout of foolishness like a wine cellar being added to the workshop, even if acceding to that request had ended up making the hunted magician unusually agreeable for a few weeks. Either that or drunk. Masigo could sometimes find it hard to tell. You only ever say that when you haven't been listening, Masigo, Roland said. It's the single most transparent evasion in an arsenal made of particularly thin air. Hierophant's brow furrowed. He'd been seen through, then. Fortunately, Indrani had taught him how to escape this sort of situations flawlessly. Pushing down his general dislike of physical contact with anyone but a few, he laid a hand on Roland's shoulder and put on a sympathetic expression. I am flattered by your interest, he said, but I do not reciprocate the attraction. Roland looked down at the hand, then back up at him. It would probably take a few heartbeats to work, Masigo mused. Referring even obliquely to sex made people skittish, which made sense as it seemed like a lot of trouble for middling returns. It wasn't like children couldn't be made with the proper alchemies, either, though admittedly the lack of soul might be off-putting to some. It is important to me, my friend, the rogue sorcerer slowly said, that you understand the archer is not an appropriate person to take cues from. Masigo's brow rose, loosening the silken blindfold before this glass eyes. In what context, he asked. In any context, Roland feelingly said. That sounded rather dubious, but then, for all his intelligence and learning, the man was a hero, and Procerin as well, which some of the bolder treatises about bloodlines from the 9th century considered to be a birth defect. Masigo withdrew his hand, having left it there quite long enough. As you no doubt already knew, Roland said, tone rather pointed for some reason. Queen Catherine has reached out to one of the boundary stations and informed the garrison that she will be arriving within 2 days. It would take the better part of a day to get to the arsenal proper from any boundary station as well, Masigo knew. He'd never known the translocation to happen in less than 6 hours, and it had to be initiated at the proper time besides. It will be good to see her, Hierophant agreed. It will, Roland sighed, then muttered under his breath about herding cats. That was a notoriously difficult activity, Masigo knew, which meant the other scholar had likely reached a dead end in one of his research ventures. Hierophant could sympathize, given that proving his quartered seasons theory had become increasingly difficult. If there was truly a 4th realm of power out there, or even the husk of one, it was resisting his best efforts to locate and measure it. Yet Catherine's return, he thought with a brightened mood, would, as if often did, open up the option of using overwhelming brute force against a complex problem. Is this why Tomas and Helmgard have been holed up in their private workshops for 2 days? He suddenly frowned. Catherine wouldn't insist on running them ragged to finish the last touches on the Mirage. She's always found the observatory quite sufficient for all her needs. Masigo allowed himself a degree of pride over that last truth, for he'd known granting his request to build in those first months after her coronation had been a big extension of trust on her part. It was deeply pleasant to know he'd not failed that trust. Besides, while she knew neither the blind maker nor the bitter blacksmith, he doubted Catherine would want them to face consecutive sleepless nights on her behalf. It's not for her personal use. It's for a full council session of the Grand Alliance's highest officers, Roland said. as if he ought to already know this. Twilight's Pass sent the Kingfisher Prince to speak in its name, but neither Princess Rosala nor the Iron Prince will be able to make the journey. That means the Mirage will have to be fully functional or will be relying on constant scrying chains. Hierophant idly wondered if he should start paying more attention at the daily evening briefings of the Belfry. Maybe, since he'd had no notion of any of this. Would he? Probably not. The Order cadres in Salia would prove sufficient for the task. When it comes to Vivian and the First Prince, Masigo said. It was a little unseemly, resorting to such slick wiles to ascertain if either of these would be coming. Yet to do otherwise would shatter the illusion he'd been maintaining that he devoted his full attentions to any part of those meetings that was not about funding or the attribution of staff. It won't be necessary, with both of them here in person, Roland replied. Mind you, there might be as much as a week between Queen Catherine and the arrival of the rest of them, so we're not out of time quite yet. It would be best to be ready ahead of time in case of any surprises, though, Masigo caught on. That is reasonable. I'll take a look at the complex myself. That would be appreciated, Roland said, inclining his head. Hierophant briskly nodded but cast a lingering look at the sheathed sword within the waters. When the other named moved, he willed one of the glass orbs within his skull to pivot and watch him, noting the short-sleeved cloth shirt and simple trousers the other man wore. Tinkering clothes, the kind that would not get caught on things and would not be a significant monetary loss were they irreparably damaged. The shorter named strode up the 5 steps to the edge of the pool, only there ending his advance. Out of politeness, Masigo kept an eye on him, even if he did not turn his head. We still haven't agreed on a name for her, have we? The rogue sorcerer mused. It is not a sentient artifact. It cannot have a gender, Hierophant noted. And I remain in favor of Severance. Severity has the better ring to it. As far as I'm concerned, Roland replied. It hardly matters, Masigo said, unless one adheres to that Pelagian nonsense about term resonance. Though Procur's sorcery was largely of the unfortunate Jaquinite mold, there were several enclaves in the Arlazite territories where older methods were at work. The Pelagian theory of magic was a child's mimicry of what the Gigantes could do with Ligurian methods, liberally seasoned with ignorant mysticism and rites more religious than magical. Pelagia herself had been famous in her time for her splendid enchantments, and some of that talent still remained in those who claimed to be the inheritors of her ways, but the few shards of truth to be found there buried in a sea of drivel. I do believe in it, Roland reminded him. Oh, he'd quite forgot that, admittedly. Naming something cannot stabilize its nature, which is a rather dubious concept in any case, Masigo bluntly said. There has been no dependable evidence of this being the case. When it comes to most things, I would agree, the rogue sorcerer said. Then he flicked a glance at the blade in the water, ever roiling, as if waiting for the hand that would wield it. But there are bodies in creation that obey different rules as the rest, he said. How can I not believe that, having seen it with my own eyes? We are all ignorant children trying to piece together the truths of Titans, Masigo said. But the moment, Roland, that was we are. Satisfied. With an explanation we are lost. Observation is not understanding. And is there anything as hateful as willfully lingering in your own ignorance? The other man's lips quirked. You've a surprisingly poetic bent, on occasion, the rogue sorcerer said. But in the end, my friend, you are a scholar of the gift while I remain a mere practitioner. If I only ever used what I understand, I would use nothing at all. You are deepening your faults beyond the reasonable, Hierophant informed him. Though on occasion you act more like a collector than a mage, you've also used sorcery from every extant theory of magic without going stark raving mad. That was, as far as Masigo knew, largely unprecedented. At best, one of the gifted would borrow insights from other approaches to sorcery, as delving deep into another after already being taught tended to learn to severe mental sicknesses as well as deeper spiritual weaknesses. In this matter, Hierophant suspected that it was one of the rogue sorcerer's own aspects that shielded him from the backlash inherent in genuinely believing often fundamentally opposing facts about magic, the same that allowed him to flawlessly wield any sort of magical artifact he touched. Use. Simply termed for how frightfully deep the waters of it ran. Collector's accurate enough, Roland quietly said, though I like to believe myself a principled specimen of the breed. The man was in an odd mood. One Masigo found it hard to decipher, so he decided to press forward. Would you accompany me to the Mirage? Hierophant asked. If I find defects in the work, I'll have to seek you out regardless. If that is agreeable, Roland replied. Shall we? Masigo nodded. A few steps took them away from the pool where the blade that once been an aspect lay sheathed and seething, and the pulsing runes carved into the otherwise bare stone walls shone brighter as the pair of them left the room before winking out. Behind them, enchanted doors barred themselves shut, and they continued across the granite walkway, leading them further from the cube they'd been inside of. The holy water within, regularly blessed by priests, swept over the walkway the moment their feet reached the other side. The wretched blessed artificer, though utterly unpleasant in most regards, had been somewhat helpful in providing mechanisms that would allow the walkway to rise and lower without relying on sorcery the blessed water might disrupt. The precautions were, in the end, warranted. That blade was, so far, the closest to a weapon capable of destroying the dead king the arsenal had come to making. Another set of enchanted doors closed behind them as the pair entered the depository proper, which Masigo tended to think of as an overly grandiose name for what was in effect a glorified warehouse. There were parts of it more protected and restricted than others, the one they were leaving most of all, but the least secure parts were typically large rooms full of crates awaiting shipping out and not some mysterious maze of wonders. The nature of the men and women the two named encountered after passing another 3 protective choke points reflected this. There were few of the scholars in red, white, or bronze, gifted, priests, academics, that were everywhere in the branches of the belfry. Instead, it was armed guards, hand-picked from the different hosts of the Grand Alliance in equal numbers, and workers that they came across. Most bowed, though unlike scholars they tended to aim the courtesy more towards Roland than himself. Masigo asked of his companion's latest venture, a runic seal meant to be able to impress that same rune into cloth or wood and have it magically functional. As they walked, and found himself engrossed in the pleasant conversation as they made their way out of the depository, through the curling hallways of the knot, and through that oft messy and crowded crossroads up warded stairs, and into the silent hush of the chancel. There only a few were allowed entry, and the wards guarding the sanctum had been of his own design. Though the chancel was the smallest section of the arsenal, it held within its walls several matters of variable importance: the central warding array, the restricted stacks, and the offices of the arsenal treasury. It also held the reason the two name had come, the great enchanted room called the Mirage, which Masigo suspected might just be the first example of the sorcery that would come to replace scrying. The lower level belonged to the treasury and the restricted stacks, the latter of which being warded and guarded, but the Mirage and the central warding array were further above and even more heavily restricted. At least the Mirage was not the furthest level up, where the array awaited. The guards here, heavily armed and armored as they were not allowed beyond the first checkpoint. The second gate would open only for a drop of the proper blood, fresh from the body, and would fill the hallway with hellflame should it not be provided quickly enough. The last and seemingly third gate was kept closed unless one of a limited set of keys was used, though depending on which was another action was required beyond it. Else a mounting accumulation of power in a hidden enchantment would grow to trigger an alarm ward. The Mirage was meant to be used, however, and restricting access too much would be inconvenient. A series of comprehensive checks and another set of wards were all the two named had to wait through before entering. Though the guard captain supervising notified them there were already people within. Scholars? Roland asked, brow rising. Chosen, Lord Sorcerer, the soldier replied. And one of the damned as well. Masigo strode past the two of them, mildly curious but rather more interested in inspecting the latest refinements of the Mirage. The room itself was not so large, a circle of a mere 200 feet in diameter, but it had still taken a colossal amount of work to ensure that not so much as speck of the floor, walls, and ceiling would offer magical interference with the delicate sorceries meant to be worked within. For that reason, the great round table at the heart had been made of stone as well, as materials that had previously been alive had been judged risky, though the parts worthy of admiration were not these. Around the table, exactly 20 armchairs of stone had been placed within boxes of glass just slightly apart from each other. Linked to the scrying pool hidden beneath the table, ropes of a dozen different purified metals, including gray adamant, which only the Gigantes knew how to make, connected to different parts of the ritual arrays hidden under the floor of the seats, connected to the glass of the boxes through a superbly clever bridging enchantment of the repentant magister's invention. The result was a nearly perfect illusion carried by the glass, with the proper preparations made on both sides. Anyone seated at the table of the mirage would be within an illusion perfectly mimicking the immediate surroundings and individual of whoever was being scribed by the central ritual. When Catherine would claim her seat here, she'd be able to converse with the likes of Rosala Malanza and the Iron Prince as if they were all truly in the same room. The difficult part had been creating the portable kits that'd allow the illusion to carry from the other side, and their imprecisions remained in need of fixing. But an elementary kit for connection had already been provided to all three fronts, and at this point the burden of work was largely on the arsenal side. It was the room here that needed to be flawless so that everything would function, which was why Masego's lips thinned when he saw that one of the glass boxes had been opened, the seat within removed, and the tile of stone covering the hidden arrays taken out. Of the three people already in the room, two were kneeling and digging into the entrails of the array while the last was on his feet and looking down with apparent indifference. The hunted magician, as the only one not occupied, was the first to notice Hierophant's entrance. The dark-haired man in ornate court dress took a bow. "Lord Hierophant," the magician said. "An unexpected pleasure." The sound of boots scuffing stone informed Masigo that Roland had caught up, and the rogue sorcerer answered before he bothered to. "Magician," Roland said, "shouldn't you be working on a replacement wardstone for the army of Callow?" The distaste between those two had been instant and instantly shared, which Hierophant found a waste given that they were the two finest Proceran practitioners he'd met. "Have my hours suddenly become accountable to the likes of you, sorcerer?" The magician nonchalantly replied. "A pleasure to see you as well, Lord Magician," Masigo finally replied. If he was lucky, his intervention might even end the bickering before it truly began. "Roland, kindly abstain," one of the kneeling pair called out. "I was the one who requested his assistance." The repentant magister rose to her feet after speaking, smoothing down her robes. "Assistance with what?" Masigo asked. Worry has been expressed that the Black Queen's mere strength in the night might serve as a disruption of the mirage, the hunted magician said. And so there was a need to get at the lower arrays for testing. The Proceran villain had been the one to design the enchantment that kept the stone tiles in place, so both his presence and the way he'd merely been waiting around when Masigo entered were explained in a single stroke. Yet a question was begged by what he'd been told. "And when it comes to matters of night," Hierophant said, turning his head towards the magister, "you did not come to consult me?" "She didn't need to," the last person in the room said, rising to her feet. The blessed artificer smiled tightly in his direction. Her dark skin and golden eyes, the signature of wasteland highborn of the oldest and most powerful lines, were always jarring to behold when paired with the truth of what she was. A priest with a blacksmith's hammer, an ignorant meddler of the worst sort. Masigo was not Roland, to let his irrationally strong dislike of the other named affect his judgment, but neither would he deny that something in him always itched to crush her work utterly. Whenever he caught sight of it, it was quite distressingly visceral a reaction. After all, she already had an expert on hand, the blessed artificer said. "You have never even encountered night," Masigo replied in clipped tones. "And you hardly have the proper academic frame to even begin to conceive of it. You're a precise miscarriage of a person," the artificer smiled. "You've no proper frame to conceive of anything at all." Her hand slipped into her tunic, fingers closing around some half-seen device. Light bloomed, and then Masigo saw nothing at all. Not that he'd fallen into unconsciousness, but rather that some sort of device was interfering with the sight of his eyes. How deeply unpleasant of her. "Adana," the rogue sorcerer reproached. "Witness," Masigo thought, and his name sang. His eyes burned behind the blindfold, with summer flame and something entirely his own, and in the artificer's grasp he found the whirling device of steel and light she'd used to blind him. "Rest," the Hierophant coldly said, raising a hand. The light ripped out of the device, uncontested for the lack of will behind it, and it formed into a ball above the palm of his hand. He closed his fingers into a fist. When he opened his palm again, it was to reveal dispersing wisps of light. "You broke my device," the blessed artificer harshly said. "Be thankful it was not your spine," the Hierophant replied, just as harshly. Both eyes on the heroine, he did not catch sight of the sculpture until it bounced off the side of his head with a perfect bopping sound. On most days, Indrani was all for the amount of pretty people in this room getting all red-cheeked and flustered, but sadly this looked a lot more likely to end up in the 11th Crusade than clothes hitting the floor. Something had to be done, so Archer turned to a method that had never failed her, throwing things at people until they did what she wanted. The wooden sculpture she'd been working on over the last wander, just because it made Alder and Aspasy embarrassed, bounced off Z's head magnificently, catching the eye of all 5 other named in their secret hush-hush magic room. "Is that a naked woman?" the repentant magister asked, cocking her head to the side. "Is that Catherine?" Masigo asked, sounding rather curious. Bless his soul, Indrani fondly thought. He no longer even bothered to comment on her tossing things at him. "You've seen the Black Queen naked?" Roland asked, sounding shocked. Indrani swaggered up to her paramour, throwing an arm around his shoulder, so he'd be too distracted to mention it was the faint scar carved across the belly, and not the nice as that had revealed the identity of the woman she'd been carving. "He's been in her quite a bit, RORO," Indrani told the rogue sorcerer, wagging her eyebrows. "Quite regularly, during the 10th Crusade." Masigo agreed absent-mindedly, which was just perfect. The repentant magister, Nephili, wasn't it? Cast a look at her carving that bore curiosity of more than merely academic nature. So Indrani almost patted herself on the back for being such a good friend. The Stygian heroine was quite the beauty, with those curls and curves, so one might even argue she was being a very good friend. Indrani's intentions to keep stirring the pot for entertainment and also the sake of peace, she supposed, were neatly waylaid by utter surprise when Masigo turned and put a hand on her shoulder. He stood almost a head taller than she. Indrani froze when he leaned down and pressed a soft kiss on her right cheek, and then the left. His lips were soft. He smelled of ink and cool stone. She was not blushing. "Welcome back, Indrani," Masigo warmly said. Yes," she said. "Lovely to welcome you too. Back. You know what I mean." "Not particularly," Masigo cheerfully admitted. He extricated himself from their embrace, and she let him. She'd known from the start it would be best to let him set the boundaries of their involvement. When it came to physicality, only after they'd separated, tugging down her tunic. "You can keep the sculpture," Archer told the magister, winking. "You know, for comparison purposes." The Stygian reddened, speaking a denial and traitor talk that shouldn't fool anyone with any sense. "What a delight to have you among us once more, Lady Archer." The hunted magician smiled at her. "Ah, yet another pretty one." That one was all about the chase, though, as Alaman's tended to be. The way he was simultaneously pursuing the bitter blacksmith and the blessed artificer spoke to that. Both of them looked they wanted to cave in his head, on most occasion Indrani had seen, but also there seemed to be a lot of feeling reluctantly flattered. Right on time, the blessed artificer shot the man an unimpressed sideways look. "Same, Mags," she drawled. "Brought in a new girl for you lot, so put on your fair day best." "I would not dare to disappoint, Lady Archer," he drily replied. "New girl, you said? A mage?" Roland asked. He looked all hopeful now, which made it all the more a pleasure to crush his happiness. In her defense, Archer wouldn't have kept picking on the man if it wasn't so fun. "She's called the Red Axe," Indrani grinned. "And she screws with magic just by being around it." "That would be interesting to study," Ziz agreed, blind to the disappointed look on Roland's face. "Brought in the rest of my band too," Archer idly mentioned. "Rest and recovery, until we head out again. Magister, you know the vagrant spear, right?" "We fought together in Cleves," the heroine agreed, "though I would not consider us closely acquainted." The way Indrani had heard it, Nephili had been pretty much a twat up there in Cleves, before she got her shit together, so she wasn't surprised to hear it. Then again, Cat did like the catty ones, so it checked out. "You'll be staying for some time then?" Masigo asked her. "At least a week," Archer shrugged. "Why?" "Catherine will be arriving in 2 days," he told her. "I'll have your affairs moved to my quarters." Indrani suppressed a smile. It was pleasant to sleep in the same bed, and even more so when he seemed to enjoy that intimacy as well. "You could buy me a drink first, at least," she said, fanning herself. "A wine cellar has been added to the workshop, so that shouldn't be necessary," Masigo revealed. Indrani flicked a look at the hunted magician, whose lips twitched, and she bestowed upon the man a nod of solemn approval. It was heartening to see at least one of these people had their priorities straight. "That'll be fun to break into," Indrani mused. The eyes the calmed situation in the room and decided that if she left all the ingredients here, the brew was likely to start boiling again. "Come with me to have a look at the Red Axe, would you? I want to know if the poor girl will be locked into a room for the rest of this, or if she can wander around some." To her appreciative surprise, Masigo not only agreed but offered her his arm. Considering she'd made it clear that he shouldn't offer physical contact unless he wanted it, a lesser woman might have been chuffed by how unhesitatingly he extended the unspoken offer. Not Indrani, of course, unless you squinted a lot in the right light. She threaded her arm through hers and offered the rest of the named a nonchalant wave, allowing herself to be escorted back out. So, is it me, or do you have even more named kicked around than before? She asked as they began their way down the stairs. It isn't you, Masigo replied. The first prince got her hands on the forgetful librarian, but we've added two since your last visit, the blind maker and the doddering sage. Heroes, Indrani idly asked. We are not certain for the sage, he admitted. His moments of clarity are rare, if incredibly useful. We've also a guest in the person of the wicked enchanter, though he'll not be staying. He's more a hedge mage than a true practitioner, even if he has mastered some lesser arts, so his value outside the field is limited. Anything fun? Archer said, mildly curious. Mind control, though rather imperfect, Ziz replied. Some elemental conjuring as well, but his arsenal is essentially varied methods of domination. Indrani's step stuttered. The wicked enchanter, she slowly said. Where did he come from? Valensis originally, Masigo said, though he spent some years in Heliki and lately in Orense. Indrani finished. He was in Orense, where he slew and robbed and raped his fill in the villages around the outskirts of the Brocelian. You have heard of him before, Masigo realized. I just spent 2 months traveling with the heroine he made, she grimly replied. So we best hurry and keep them apart, or there'll be blood on the floor. They were too late. Archer realized, with a sinking feeling, that she might just have helped make a very large mess. Book 6, Chapter 13, Ingress. One must not look down on tricks that deceive only fools, my son, as the better part of the people of the world are patently foolish. Extract from the infamous Sensible Testament of Basilia Chrysanthi of Nice. It had once been a delicate balance, keeping Zombie walking at a pace that Hakram could easily match. Not anymore. She'd grown used to it, and was quite capable of understanding without me pulling on the reins that I wanted to keep pace with my towering second-in-command. Sometimes I wondered exactly how intelligent the undead horse was, or even if she was truly still that at all. The necromancy I'd used when Sovereign of Moonless Nights had been off. The dead Acua had raised in my place at the Battle of the Camps had famously ignored holy water, and I'd noticed myself that the longer they remained raised the more intelligent they seemed to become. That was not, I'd been told, something typically associated with necromantic sorcery. It was with the summoning arts, though, and some days I could not help but wonder whether I was riding a corpse or a bound spirit. I stroked the mare's mane softly, and she neighed softly in approval. The White Knight is 5 days behind, Hakram said, breaking me out of my thoughts. He found it difficult to arrange for a trustworthy replacement in seeking fresh named. Trustworthy was unlikely to be the problem with Hanno arranging for someone to stand in his place. Even the worst pricks on his side of the fence tended to be at least well-meaning. I'd guessed that the trouble had been finding someone who wouldn't pull a blade on a fresh villain or talk in a way that got a blade pulled on them. Instead, heroes with a diplomatic bent didn't grow on trees, though if I ever caught so much as whiff of such a thing growing anywhere, I'd been sending a band of 5 after it faster than you could say, oh gods please, just please. Do we know who he picked? I asked. The Silver Huntress, Hakram gravelled. Approvingly, I noted. I was more ambivalent over that particular heroine. As though she was undeniably competent in all manners of ways, she also fought like cats and dogs with Indrani whenever they got even remotely near each other. Archer had, to no one's surprise, regularly sparred with the heroine back when they'd both been pupils of the Lady of the Lake. The Huntress was eager at the notion of settling that old debt, and very sensitive to the perception that she might be getting forced back over anything by her old bully. Between that and the two of them being named with a preference for bows, there were quite enough grounds there for seething hostility to be the name of the game. She'll get it done, I evenly replied. And on that we set the matter aside, both of us having noticed the approach of the outriders headed our way. The fortress where we were headed went by the name of Saranac, though fortress was something of a misnomer. It had been as much a jail as a castle, which a less diplomatic woman might have said meant it had been a pretty shitty castle. Gods, look at that curtail wall. The bastard thing wasn't even crenellated. It was like they were just asking to be stormed. It's all over your face, Hakram said. I could take this place with 5 goblins and a scarecrow, I muttered back. I've seen the cost to the treasury. They could have at least sprung for a place with a proper moat. How good of a scarecrow are we talking? Adjutant asked, sounding interested. I flicked another glance at those walls, barely 20 feet tall, and I'd seen thicker ogres. Below average, I decided. I could do with 3. It's a really good scarecrow, Hakram said, the fangs he allowed to peek slightly through his lips, implying mocking challenge. Please, I snorted. Any idiot could do it with that good a scarecrow. Just dress it up like black and bait them into a field full of munitions. Scarecrow quality is the crux of the difficulty here. The outriders from Saranac reached the vanguard of our little caravan, though in truth our entire group was ahead of the slower-moving wagons, as unlike those we could cut through the countryside without risking wheels coming off. The line of legionaries ahead of us spoke with the Proserans and Shorty after a lieutenant peeled off from the rest to pass along the message. Saranac, he told us, was ready for our arrival, and the arsenal had been told of our coming. We were lucky, as it happened, as one of the functional times for translocation was 1 hour before noon bell, and we were nearing it. The wagons would have to stay behind and wait until 1 past afternoon bell, but if our little group picked up the pace, we'd get there with time to spare. Send a messenger back to Captain Forfeit, I ordered Adjutant. We'll be going on ahead. The Sonic would approve of resting the horse teams for the wagons beneath the shade of Saranac's walls, I suspected, however unimpressive the walls in question. She'd probably enjoy a halfway decent meal and cold water as well, I mused. The spring days were much warmer in southern Brabant. Even as a messenger peeled off, the rest of us returned to the journey. It wasn't long before we were back on the Proserine country roads, which, though it pained me to admit it, were better than anything in Calais save for the royal roads and what little highway we'd inherited from the Mesons, which I was coming to suspect were the reason Saranac had been chosen as a boundary station for the arsenal. The defenses might not be anything to praise, but the place did seem eminently accessible. That was almost as useful, though in all honesty I would have preferred the northernmost of the arsenal entrances to be a stronger holdfast. The gatehouse was respectable, at least, with a drawbridge over a shallow, dry moat leading to a well-maintained portcullis that was already up when we arrived. The commander of the forces holding Saranac came out to meet me personally, some middle-aged cousin of Prince Etienne of Brabant, which was the unfortunately not an unexpected amount of nepotism when it came to Proserant soldiery. They weren't usually stupid about raising up kin, though, so there ought to be. And there was the man actually in charge, a former Fantassin, by the looks of the garishly dyed red and yellow hair, but he'd clearly not gotten the scar under his eye in garrison duty. I requested the man in question, Lucien of Pitcherin, as it turned out, to be my escort, pawning off the royal relative to Hakram, and was rewarded by a blunt assessment of the situation as we were escorted deeper into Saranac by impressively well-drilled soldiers. We can't hold the walls if we're seriously tested, Your Majesty, the man agreed without hesitation. I wouldn't even try. The place was a prison for nobles, so it was never meant to withstand a proper storm. I don't mean to impugn your efforts here, I said, but that's not the answer I was looking for, Master Lucien. We have truly defensible grounds, Your Majesty. They're simply not the walls, the man told me. The Barbican deeper in is what the place was built around, and it's from the early days of the Principate that I could hold against an army for days, and the room where the magic circle is was dug beneath into bedrock. That was good to hear, I thought, though I still had concerns. While losing one of the boundary stations to the dead king wouldn't necessarily mean losing the arsenal, there were further precautions. It'd be a hard blow. While it'd be a waste to send a name to stand guard here, there were things that could be done without resorting to that. I'll see if I can't shake loose a company of sappers and send it your way, I replied. Not permanently, but at least long enough to turn those outer defenses into something it doesn't wound me to think about. My most humble thanks, Your Majesty, Lucien of Pitcherin said, sounding genuinely thankful. I waved a hand, somewhat embarrassed. We're all in the same boat, soldier, I said. Gods forbid it capsize. I hear that, the man muttered back. By the time we reached the Barbican the soldier had told me about, which was a solid little bastion, I'd admit to that, though hiding the arrow slits under gargoyles was good as, practically speaking, not hiding them at all. Hakram was back in the fold, his royal lamprey in tow. I almost had to admire the dedication to social climbing of a Proserine willing to fawn over an orc. It was oddly inspiring to see petty ambition triumphing over bigotry, kind of like if I'd seen an imp knife a beast of hierarchy. The nearing turn of the hour served as sufficient excuse to escape an invitation to a meal with the man, and reluctantly, we were led into the Barbican and then through a broad downwards tunnel into bedrock. A few wards and fortified doors later, we stood in an otherwise bare ritual room large enough to accommodate maybe 100 people at a time. Rituals arrays, a dizzying tapestry of circles and squares and interlocked arcane shapes that would give me a migraine if I looked at them too long, had been craved directly into the floor. The mages stationed here were mostly Procerans, though there were 2 of 20 that were on loan from the army of Callow. I was attended to by them, Calawans both, I learned, fresh to the service, but both taught personally by Masigo at the arsenal. As my escort and I were herded into the proper locations and finally asked to avoid leaving the circles we were standing in. Some larger shapes, probably meant for wagons and the like, remained empty. The ritual itself was not long, half an hour of incantations in sequence as the arrays were methodically powered, and then with a shiver we were all standing within an almost identical stone room without the mages who'd sent us here. The air here had that particular taste to it I knew well, twilight's subtle sweetness, or perhaps freshness. Arrow slits in the walls around us were the first indication that any intruders would find this a well-prepared killing ground, though when red-robed mages from the arsenal entered the room to invite us to follow them, I was quick to see that was only the beginning of it. The corridor beyond had been built with seemingly 2 things in mind: for supply wagons to be able to pass through and the ability to wage a stubborn defense against anyone entering through the array room. Spike-bearing steel bars could be brought down to anchor makeshift palisades. Portcullises were set in the ceiling every 30 feet, and I even caught sight of runes and ritual arrays carved into the walls, awaiting someone to wield them. Soldiers in red, the arsenal's own garrison drawn from every army of the Grand Alliance, watched in silence as we passed through ward after ward. This place, I thought with approval, would be a bloody grinder if the dead king ever reached it, which he shouldn't be able to, as it had begun as a simple cavern within a mountain in the twilight ways before being expanded into this. No full route to the surface had ever been opened. At the other end of the corridor, we reached another ritual room that would take us to the last stopover before we reached the arsenal proper. To my surprise, though, it was not only Red Robe's mages awaiting us in there. Pushing himself off the wall he'd been leaning against as he waited, Roland de Beaumarais, also known as the Rogue Sorcerer, stood up at my approach. His inevitable long leather coat swirling behind him. He made to bow until I caught his arm and pulled him into an embrace instead. "Roland," I smiled. "Weeping heavens, it's good to see you." He looked about to say something, his still-tanned face beginning a frown, but instead he returned my smile in kind. "And you as well, Catherine," the Rogue Sorcerer said. "It's been too long. Over a year now." He'd not set foot outside the arsenal since its construction that I knew of, at least not on creation. The half-realms allowing entry to our little house of wonders didn't count. Hakram stepped up and the 2 of them clasped arms, the orc towering over the human. "Rogue," Adjutant graveled. "Always a pleasure." "Deadhand," Roland replied with quirking lips. "Glad to see the stained sister didn't leave you with a limp." I was a little sad Indrani wasn't there to hear that, since she would have been able to make something damned filthy out of that. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "I'm always glad to see you, but I'd not expected to run into any of you until we reached the threshold," which was on the other side of that complicated array in front of us, as it happened. "There's been some trouble," Roland grimaced. "I judged it necessary to give you advance warning." My brow rose. "Not Keter," I slowly said. "We'd be having a rather more urgent conversation were that the case." It wasn't that I believed it to be impossible for the dead king to reach this place. I couldn't think of a way out of hand, given that we were using the Twilight Ways as way to keep his creatures out, but that hardly meant there wasn't actually one, but rather that if he did get to the arsenal, it would be for a killing stroke. I couldn't see Nishama revealing his hand over anything less than a good chance of outright destroying the place. A raid would just lead us to tighten the defenses, after the frankly ridiculous amount of named within the halls drove it back. "There has been killing," the hero told me, sounding like someone trying very hard to avoid saying the word murder. If there'd been blood spilled by the mundane staff of the arsenal, I thought, he wouldn't be standing in front of me offering advance warning. It would not be my place to address a knife fight between guards or a scholarly rivalry gone red, which meant this wasn't about the killing so much as who had done the killing. Who? A villain by the name of the Wicked Enchanter was slain, Roland told me, pitching his voice low. "And one of you lot did the slaying," I deduced. My fingers clenched, though I would not hasten to judgment. I'd given a bleeding boy surrounded by the corpses he'd made the benefit of the doubt, and it was not a principle if it only applied to people you felt for. "The Red Axe," he tacitly agreed. "I will not argue for breach of the terms, Catherine, but there were extenuating circumstances. The enchanter had a certain reputation, Hakram told me, though he was also considered a promising lead in usurping control of lesser dead from Keter. I hope they're damned good circumstances, Roland, I bluntly said. Otherwise this ends with gallows and a noose. I leaned a little closer. This is known, I softly asked. It was seen. It was done as our people were heading out for midday meal, an openly fought battle, Roland murmured back. Shit. Whatever happened now, there would be no keeping that from spreading. The arsenal might be isolated from creation and we read the letters going in and out, but given the amount of people that lived within its walls, there would be no way a named fight would stay secret forever. How many named are there in the arsenal right now? Hakram asked. Good. I'd been wondering that myself. Archer arrived 2 days past with her full band and the red axe, the rogue sorcerer replied. Which brings us at 16. 18 including you and Adjutant, Catherine. In other words, I was about to walk into a warehouse full of goblin munitions after someone had tossed a torch into it. Fuck. Better it be me than anyone else I could think of, and even better that Hanno was on his way, but still. In the immortal words of Queen Catherine Foundling, first of her name. Fuck. And there were more of us coming, too. The White Knight for one, but the Painted Knife and her own band were headed our way at a brisk pace. I genuinely could not remember reading of such a large amount of named in the same place at the same time, at least not outside a crusading army marching on Keter itself. Tell me it didn't get out of control after that, I demanded. He hesitated. Tell me no one else died after that, I said, haggling with disaster. Accusations were thrown that the Chosen were attempting a purge, and Archer had to pull the vagrant spear off of the hunted magician. Bruises and a cut, but nothing lasting. I repressed the urge to swear under my breath, knowing my soldiers were close enough they'd be able to hear. The vagrant spear was one of Indrani's crew, so I wasn't worried there, but all my reports about the arsenal mentioned the hunted magician as being fairly influential among the villains there. Masigo could have edged him out of the unofficial leadership fairly easily, as either more or equally powerful as well as significantly better connected, but Masigo would have no interest in playing court games as long as the magician let him have his way on the things that actually mattered to him. And if he'd been good enough to survive as a proper mage villain while the Saint and the Pilgrim were still kicking around, then it was safe to assume he was at least that smart. Fuck, I thought once more. Why was it that, of the two Procerant spellcasters with social skills, it was the one supposedly on my side that was most likely to become a headache? This had the making of a pivot, and not one I liked the looks of. Get me there, Roland, I said, before the fucking 11th Crusade starts in our backyard. Your Majesty, the rogue sorcerer replied, inclining his head. He was one of the few heroes that had never actually sounded at least a little mocking coming from. Yet another reason I'd seriously considered asking Masigo if it was possible to make more of him. With a named wizard taking over the ritual, the second translocation was a breeze. Roland outright dismissed the attendant mages and handled it all himself, taking us into one of the larger wagon circles and muttering the incantation under his breath. With a sensation like having a stiff wind suddenly blown over my entire body, we went through after a mere quarter hour of chanting, and when my eyes opened it was to the sight of a slab of stone standing surrounded by nothing. Behind us was only void and ahead of us was another slab of stone, but only one. I took us through a shortcut, Roland told me. Otherwise we'd be stuck going through several checkpoints. What is it with wizards and not putting up railings? I wondered out loud, looking at the empty void surrounding us. There was some quiet snickering from my soldiers, to my own amusement. Your horse can fly, Roland pointed out. My horse is only coming through with the wagons, so I am distinctly lacking wings at the moment, I replied. Crows, at least it doesn't rain in here. Just the thought of treading slippery slick wet stone with only nothingness around was enough to have me want to wince. I'd worked through most of my old fear of heights, but half-finished dimensions like this were in a category of their own. I'll be sure bring up your complaints at the next monthly assembly, the rogue sorcerer amusedly said. He took the lead, walking assuredly through the first stone slab, and then not pausing as he reached the end of the second. With reason, as there was another slab in place under his foot before it could be put down. I looked back, wondering if the first slab would disappear, but it was still there. This was unlikely to be a conjuration, I decided. It'd take a massive amount of power to make something like stone slab out of seemingly nothing. But odds were this was from too esoteric a branch of sorcery for me to be able to make a proper guess besides. I simply followed, as did my personal guard, and Roland led us through a walk of perhaps half an hour in a straight line before we reached a significantly larger slab. where a circle of silvery light the size of a door was hanging in the air. The shortcut leads into the most heavily defended part of the arsenal, Roland told us. Do not be alarmed by the steel and spells awaiting you on the other side. They are a mere precaution. Reassuring, Hakram drily replied. While the defenses were slowing our way, even with a shortcut being what we took, I could not help but approve of how thoroughly the safety of the arsenal was being seen to. I was one of the few who'd been brought in on the nature of the place, so I was aware that the arsenal itself was in neither the Twilight Ways, Arcadia, or even Creation. Hierophant had, using Warlock's old research and what he'd learned by stealing the ruins of Lys, hung a fortress in a stable dimension somewhere. Between Twilight and Creation, the Witch of the Woods had then gone a step further and grafted on the threshold, less dimensional pockets between the arsenal and everything else. That was where we were right now, and that gate ahead ought to be the last hurdle in getting in. Roland saw to it quickly, tracing the hanging edge with his fingers until it filled silver and speaking in cadenced mage tongue until the circle had become a rectangular door anchored on the ground. I'll have to be last to cross, he told us. But the way is open. Go ahead. See you on the other side, then, I shrugged. I limped through, ignoring a half-hearted protest by my escort that one of them should be first to cross. It wasn't all that different from a ferry gate, I decided as I crossed, though somehow more precise. Traveling Arcadia or the Ways was a journey, while this was more like walking up or downstairs. The other side was, I found out, a beautifully designed killing field. Flat stone grounds overlooked by tall structures leading into corridors, bristling with soldiers and engines of war. And even just striding through and onto the stone, I could already feel the sorcery buzzing in the air. Wards and enchantments and half a dozen other things too. My escort followed me through as I limped forward, at least 100 soldiers looking down on us, and I noted that the only way through was a stairway wedged between the heights. I waited until Roland crossed as well, the gate closing behind him, and only then noticed that someone was coming down the stairs. I smiled, recognizing him immediately. Though Masigo was tall as ever, he'd gained some weight since I last saw him. Nowhere near what he'd worn when he was still young, but at least enough he no longer seemed thin, though he was still built like a scholar, not a warrior, as there was not much muscle to his frame. The long braids going down his back had shed some of the ornaments they'd down, now limited to 1 ring per braid. Most of them gold, but a few silver and even bronze. All of them carved with runes. His robes were no longer the old black ones he'd taken to wearing after becoming the Hierophant. Instead, a more ornate gray set touched with tiles of pale green and paler gold. The cloth band that covered his eyes matched the gray of the robes, though it was not broad enough to hide the glimmering light of summer's sun still dwelling within his glass eyes. Masigo looked, well, hale and happy. To my admitted surprise, I'd not exactly expected him to waste away here, but I had expected that without one of us to keep an eye on him he'd go through an obsessive phase the way he had after the observatory was first built, only without Inrani around to force him to eat and actually talk to people. Evidently I'd been wrong, and I was pleased to learn it. Masigo swept down the stairs and, to my deepening surprise, brought me in for a short embrace before leaning down and kissing my cheeks one after the other. I eloquently said. Hello, Masigo. It's good to see you. Hierophant looked rather pleased with himself, standing a little straighter. And it is good to see you, Catherine, he said. We have much to talk about. A pause of a heartbeat. I would also enjoy catching up, he mused. I choked on a startled burst of laughter before coughing into my fist, though I found myself grinning like a fool. Some things never changed, huh? It just wouldn't be Masigo without the effortless praise and insults, neither of which were entirely meant to be offered. I have missed you, Ziz, I admitted. I patted the side of his elbow, and he withdrew, straightening his perfectly straight robes. While I'd been distracted, Adjutant had come to stand at my side, and the dark-skinned practitioner tuned to him afterwards. Hakram, Masigo smiled. Good. I have been meaning dash. Win a shatranj, and I'll consider changing the hand, the orc replied. I have been practicing, Masigo swore. And I have this lovely artifact, which has fingers but also shoots lightning, and shoots lightning. I'm used. Hakram, you should reconsider. I was only halfway screwing with him, since I could think of a lot of situations where shooting lightning might be useful, like a solid half of all the conversations I'd ever had in my life. Masigo, please stop bartering away ancient Mavii artifacts, Roland sighed, especially when our ownership of them is dubious to begin with. It was my understanding that grave robbing is allowed when a hero is the one doing it, Masigo replied, sounding surprised. Surely that is not invalidated simply because it was a heroine. Instead, his tone implied a degree of appallment at the discrimination involved, which had me breathing in sharply so I would not laugh. That's not, the rogue sorcerer began. I mean, you ought to. We can discuss this later, Hierophant. I suppressed my grin. Masego's occasional bouts of well-meaning earnestness had always been near impossible to ward against, in my experience. The humor faded, though, when I considered what was still ahead. So, I said, eyes on Masego. I hear from Roland we've got a bit of a situation on our hands. Hierophant's face brightened. Oh, he said. That reminds me. I have been asked by the hunted magician to arrange an audience with you at your earliest convenience. I did not groan, because I was a grown woman, sadly enough, as grown as I'd ever get, and a queen, and I'd not yet found a way to pawn this off to anyone else. Lovely, I muttered. The blessed artificer also requests such an audience, Roland said, coming up behind me. She wants to lodge a complaint under the terms. My brow rose. What about? I asked. The rogue sorcerer looked meaningfully at Masego, who looked unimpressed. The device blinded me, he said. I will not apologize for breaking it. The device had. What? If some fucking heroine thought she could take a swing at Masego, and that I'd then make him apologize for it just to keep the peace, then someone was in need of a rude awakening. My friend might not be the deftest of hands when it came to avoiding giving offense, but on the other hand, I'd almost never seen him resort to violence without dire provocation himself. Who did what now? I asked, lips thinning. I'll not get into it without her being there, Roland said. There is little point. Something to discuss when we are not standing in the middle of the translocation area, yes? Fair enough, I silently conceded. I wasn't like we were in anyone's way, but I should settle in my guards and take up quarters of my own instead of standing around. Besides, considering the treasury of Callow had pitched in to pay for building this place, I was rather due a tour of this arsenal. I would have preferred to visit when the named here weren't at each other's throats. But if wishes were horses, then beggars would ride. You have me there, I easily said. Which of you fine gentlemen volunteers to dash? A silver rectangle opened behind us, though more than 10 feet to the left of where own door out of the threshold had stood. Roland, I said. Was anyone else supposed to come today? By the shortcut, too, if I was correct. No that I know of, the rogue sorcerer grimly replied. To the stairs, I barked at my guards. We'd only barely begun to withdraw when a silhouette came out. My staff rose, until I caught sight of the perfectly polished shield the figure bore. The mirror knight gathered his bearings, then started in surprise when he caught sight of me. I ought to have been the one surprised, really. After all, he was meant to be in Clevy's right now. So what the hells was he doing? Here. Book 6, Chapter 14, Audience. To boast of an opinion unchanged is to boast of wearing child's clothing. Atalantian saying. The mirror knight's appearance had me surprised, but the 3 other named that followed him out pushed that over the edge and into consternation. One of those I was already familiar with. The Blade of Mercy's youth and greatsword would have made him memorable enough even if I'd not once ripped out his arm to throw it in another hero's face as a distraction. Another Allemans, like the Mirror Knight, and one who'd strenuously argued against the terms before they were forced through with the Pilgrim and the White Knight's backing. The other 2 took me a moment to place, as I'd only ever heard of them through reports. But heard of them I had, and they were not unknown quantities. Short, stocky, and painted in colors that belonged to no blood, the exalted poet looked like he belonged in a Dominion shield wall instead of the pleasure palaces of Levant he was said to have been conscripted from. Archer had mentioned to me he'd once been among the hidden poets, some highly prestigious Levantine society of poets and singers, until he'd somehow touched upon some truth of the heavens through his words. Yet for all that he did not wield light, he was a spellcaster, if a middling one, and likely how the band had come through. The last of the 4 was a Callowan, though she wasn't one of mine in any sense. She'd allegedly fled in the early years after the conquest, and she was the only one who did not openly consider herself one of Abuff's champions. The Madden Keeper looked instead like a perennially exhausted woman in her early 20s, skin drawn and pale, and her dark hair ratty. Her threadbare robes ever rumpled, and she was thin, but there was a sense of menace about her. Not like a snake coiling, but rather like a diseased thing, the sight of which had you withdraw your hand out of fear and disgust. She was host, it was rumored, to a great many old secrets that should have stayed unknown, and had even turned herself into a living seal on a hell egg from Triumphant's days. After the Mirror Knight himself, she was the one of that bunch I'd be most wary of fighting. I knew from personal experience that one didn't rub elbows with entities on the darker side of the fence without learning some rather nasty tricks. Mirror Knight, I said, tone cool. I was under the impression your duties kept you in Clevies. Adjutant fell on my left side to cover my bad leg, as naturally as taking a breath, and he did not need to reach for a blade for the heroes to tense. Christoph, for that was the Mirror Knight's name, looked as surprised to see me as I was to see him. The blade of Mercy's hands closed around the handle of his greatsword so strongly the metal creaked as he stared me down with pale eyes and clenched teeth. I was meant to be respectable these days, so I refrained from asking him how his arm was doing. The poet looked calm and had even warily stepped away from the blade, but the maddened keeper was looking at me blearily through the long strands of her ratty hair. And I was under the impression I need not answer to you, Black Queen. The Mirror Knight replied, back straightening. Christoph, you speak to the anointed Queen of Callow, the rogue sorcerer mildly said. Have you forgotten your courtesies? Roland had stepped between myself and the newcomers while I was studying them, and though he seemed calm, I recognized the tension to his stance from the last time he and I had been in a mess together. He'd not known about this either, then. I'd not expected him to, but these days my trust came slower and died more swiftly than ever before. The world had gotten larger the older I got, and ever more complex. There were fewer certainties left in my life than I'd like. To my surprise, Roland's admonishment actually seemed to strike true with the Mirror Knight. A flicker of something like regret passed across his face, and the man offered me what a generous soul might call a bow. That was not one of the usual portals, Masigo suddenly said, voice cutting through the room. And there is more coming. The glass eyes beneath the cloth were staring at what I would have thought to be nothingness, but then I was not the Hierophant. There were only 3 other named with Christoph, I noted once more. I'd thought him one short of a band of 5, and that a good sign, but was he really? What are you doing here, Mirror Knight? I asked, tone grown colder. The arsenal is not a hostel anyone can visit when the whim strikes. Explain yourself. My gaze swept by the armored hero and onto the rest of his companions, flat and unfriendly. That question stands for the rest of you, I said. 2 of you ought to be in Clevies, and the hooves, the maddened keeper suddenly said. Someone rides. My brow rose. That implied whatever was coming was not with them, which only further added to my confusion. Supplies, maybe? There would be carriages and wagons for those. It should be too early for it to be my own, though I suppose time did tend to get rather fluid when it came to places like this. No telling what it was. You'd need to ask why I am here, Queen of Faithlessness, the Mirror Knight sneered. Fine, play your games if you must. I am here to prevent the murder you've plotted. The what now? Wait. Was he talking about the way Prince Gaspard of Clevies might bargain himself into a slit throat if he didn't curb his ambitions? Because I'd not even begun to pursue that, choosing instead to delay until I spoke with the first prince before beginning to act. Have we been plotting murder? Masigo asked, sounding a little bemused. People never tell me these things. You should write more often, Catherine. I closed my eyes and sighed. The last part was probably true. I'd give him that at least. See, even the Hierophant admits it. The blade of mercy triumphed. A murder here in the arsenal, where no word will escape of it. This is absurd, Roland flatly said. And beneath you as well, Antoine. Are we now nothing more than a pack of street thugs throwing around wild accusations? We set down rules to address suspicions like the one you have brought, and swore to follow them. VAT fair fautre. Sortier, the blade of mercy cursed in a hiss. You might have forgotten the butchery at the camps so you can get comfortable playing the wizard in your little tower, but we are not all so eager to be bought out of our principles. What principles would these be? Hakram gravelled. All I see is a handful of named who were caught breaking agreements and now spin unlikely tales to dig their way out. It is no breach of the terms to come to the arsenal, the exalted poet said in Shanton, and I started at how gorgeous his voice was. Warm and full-throated, like honey for the ear. I could understand why he'd never had to work a day in his life, with a voice like that. People would have thrown coppers at him just to hear him list out the chores of the day. That may be true. Lacing your voice with sorcery when speaking to other named is, however, Hierophant said, tone gone icy. The warmth left me, gone as if by a snap of the finger. I frowned, eyeing the poet rather more warily than before. Who throws wild accusations now? The blade of mercy said. Keep your lackeys in hand, Black Queen. The Mirror Knight ordered me. This is disgraceful. My fingers clenched around my staff of you. What? I asked very gently. Did you just say to me? Did I perhaps stutter? The Mirror Knight smiled. I breathed out, mastered the frozen, vicious thing that was roaring in my veins. At 17, you arrogant little shit, I would have answered that sword in hand. But now I had responsibilities, and no matter how fucking satisfying it would be to make the prick spit out his teeth, it would also be a major incident. The truce and the terms, I knew, would already be stretched to a breaking point by the killing of a villain no matter how the matter was resolved. If the representative for Belos lot assaulted the most famous Proceran hero alive the same week, they might just snap. I told myself this again and again until the anticipation of that smirking jackass bleeding from the mouth had left my knuckles, and only then spoke again. Under the terms, I judge your presence here to be suspect and your behavior needlessly provocative, I said, voice cool. You will be held under guard until the White Knight is here to speak on your behalf. Outrage was the answer, and the Blade of Mercy laughed scornfully, but I was not finished. Set your weapons down on the ground. Right now, I said. All of you. You will use neither sorcery, light nor name until it is made explicitly clear to you it is permissible once more. I did not mean to breach the terms, the exalted poet said, raising his hands, and will not add further insult to the injury. The voice was just as gorgeous as before, I thought, but it wasn't so attention-grabbing anymore. Huh, interesting. A little like Fey glamour, then? That made him an odd duck compared to the usual Dominion lot, who rarely resorted to tricks on the more subtle side. You bloody coward, the Blade of Mercy swore. Have you no pride? Roland, the Mirror Knight, gravely said. Did you not hear her speak? Hear the threat she threw at our feet, like Challenger's glove. The rogue sorcerer's face was a blank mask. If Hanno had given the order to a group of named, I would have backed him without hesitation, Roland replied. Christoph, swallow your damned pride for an hour. It is not worth what your swaggering threatens to bring down upon all our heads. I do not know what brings you here, but I have been here all this time, and I tell you now that you are mistaken. The Mirror Knight hesitated. I kept my mouth shut, even though by all fucking rights in the eyes of gods and crowns, just my giving the order here should have been enough, because I was not so enamored of my pride that I'd knife a method that seemed to be working. It was a villain that was slain, Roland continued, and dash. See, the Blade of Mercy spat. See, it is. Exactly. As we learned. Some wizard rapist got nothing more than he deserved, and now they would slay a chosen in cold blood for it. And how did you learn this, I wonder? Adjutant asked, voice calm. Orcs have dash, the Blade of Mercy began. Finish that sentence, I mildly said, and I will have to answer it. I met his eyes, pale blue, and idly ran a finger just to the side of my shoulder, about where I'd ripped his out with my bare hands, the last time we'd fought. The boy flinched, until his eyes glowed with light, and he leaned forward instead. Answer the adjutant's question, Christoph, Roland said. Something is afoot. I will not unmask our friend in these walls so that you might silence them and hide the next sin from our eyes. The Mirror Knight harshly replied. Queen you might be, Catherine Foundling, but you are no queen of mine. Was I supposed to be stung by that? I sometimes pitied Cordelia Hazenbach for the fact that the blunders of her nation's heroes inevitably reflected on her, and counted my blessings that the closest thing to a hero I had to answer for was Vivian Dartwick. Once in a while, I supposed, I did get a stroke of luck. I didn't ask you to kneel, I said, but I did ask you to put your fucking sword on the ground. Christoph, I can't help but notice you haven't even managed that much. And what will you do if I do not deign to indulge you? The man smirked. Do not think, I softly said, that I will not beat some sense into your empty head if you leave me no other choice. What do I have to fear of night? The Mirror Knight chuckled. Perhaps this is for the best, yes? Too long have better souls tread softly around your pride for fear of your power. You are in dire need of a dash. I'd have to aim it carefully to finish it one blow. Just tossing night around like some secret drunk isp wouldn't do anything. The man had survived being submerged in acid with only light discomfort. The trick to it would be hooves, the Madden Keeper sighed. I told you. The portal's opening was silent, though the shiver of power was not. A rider came through, leaning low against the neck of the horse to avoid hitting their head, and there was no missing the power wafting off of them. Another. One. Weeping heavens, I swore, throwing up my hands. Is this a secret magic fortress or a bloody fish market? We do have ponds, Masigo helpfully told me in a whisper, and some of them have fish. Thank you, Masigo, I sighed. But the fish weren't the point of the comparison. It's not a very good comparison, then, he informed me. I did not answer that, because I had better things to do, and also I couldn't think of anything that'd be a match for that serious earnestness he'd spoken with. For a moment, looking at the rider straightening in the saddle, I was genuinely unsure whether I was looking at a man or a woman. But then I caught sight of the ornate kingfishers carved into the armor and put one and one together. Frederick Gothel, the Prince of Bruss. More importantly, the Kingfisher Prince, the only ruler named in Procker I'd ever heard about outside old legends. Prince Frederick, I decided as I took in the perfect blonde hair, slender jaw, and fair skin, was ridiculously pretty. The mass of ribbons in his hair would have looked ridiculous, I thought, if a closer look did not reveal they were purple and silver. The dead king's banners, torn up and made into vain ornaments. The Prince of Bruss had style, I had to give him that. It seemed I've stumbled onto quite the assembly, Prince Frederick laughed. I dare not claim it was sent for on my behalf. Eyes just a little too sharp for me to find them beautiful lingered on me, and the Prince of Bruss offered me a theatrical bow from atop his horse. Queen Catherine, I must say it is a fine pleasure to meet you in person at last, he said. I am, one might say, an admirer of your work up in Hainaut. The heroes I'd been about to draw on looked utterly befuddled by a named Prince of Procker, quite literally riding into the middle of the confrontation. It calmed the waters some, took the edge off the stormy urgency everyone had been feeling in their air. I hear good things of you from my people, Prince Frederick, I replied, meaning every word. Or do you prefer your name instead? There is less difference between one and the other than I would have thought, the man mused. But Frederick is all I would require of you, Queen of Callow. How forward, I said, smothering a grin, but did not outright deny him. It was just an all-a-man's thing, the grandiose manners and bold suggestions, but it was still flattering in its own way. Dismounting smoothly, the Prince of Bruss set foot on the stone and offered a sweeping bow to the rest of the named here. I am Frederick of the House of Gothel, Prince of Bruss, he introduced himself. Did we invade that? I heard Masigo ask Hakram in a whisper. He's very polite, if we invaded that. We haven't, Hakram replied in a whisper. Too far north. And technically speaking, we never invaded Procker. We were invited into Isare by Prince Amadis Milnan. Oh, I get it, Masigo said, tone brightening. We never killed any Procerans either. We just stabbed them, and then an unrelated death ensued. Politics is all about ignoring causality. I decided, after a moment, to pretend I'd never heard that. The Kingfisher Prince greeted several the other two Proceran heroes by both name and name, which seemed to rather move them, and charmed his way through introductions with the poet and the keeper, who was, if I was not mistaken, blushing. Roland stood at my side, a rueful look on his face, and shrugged when I raised an eyebrow as if to say, Allemans, what can you do? The glance I traded with Hakram was more laden with meaning. Retreat, I asked him with my eyes. Or press forward. He studied the heroes and the Prince of Bruss for a moment, then nodded. Forward, he was saying. I was inclined to agree. Though in principle the Mirror Knight and the Blade of Mercy were of equal standing to the Kingfisher Prince, in matters of truce and terms at least, the way they behaved spoke differently. They were deferring, treating the man as superior whether they were conscious of it or not. And I'd been around Allemans long enough now to learn that their culture frowned on making a scene when a superior was there to see. The trait was even more pronounced in Highborn, who would be expected to remain graceful to the extent that they'd have to face even an utter disaster with a smile and a pithy phrase instead of genuine emotion. It galled me that I'd have to use someone's authorities as well as my own, but not so much that I wouldn't actually do it. I stepped into the circle, Hakram and Masigo trailing behind, inserting myself into the ongoing conversation. It was the of the bitter blacksmith's make as it happens, though not the one here. The Prince of Bruss said, touching the sword at his hip with a smile. The younger brother of the pair. His blades are in high demand, and revenants have learned to fear their sight. I am sure that stories would be best traded in comfortable a place than this room, I said. Your horse will need stabling as well, Prince Frederick. Every time title is used, Queen Catherine, my heart breaks a little more. The man said, hand over his heart. Frederick, then, I smiled, against my own better judgment. But the mirth went away as I turned to the four unexpected guests. As was discussed earlier, your unexpected presence at the arsenal means you'll have to remand yourself to the custody of the guards until the White Knight can be scryed. I expect you've no issue with this. None at all, Black Queen. The exalted poet immediately conceded. A place with little light, please, the Madden Keeper said. Queen of Lost and Found. My eyes narrowed as I looked at the haggard woman. That was not one of my better-known titles, much less by someone who should not have ever gone anywhere the firstborn. This one was worth keeping an eye on. I smiled at the Mirror Knight and the Blade of Mercy, who were both doing poorly at hiding their anger. But they were only 2 against many, and likely to disgrace themselves in everyone's eyes if they fought back against my very reasonable request. Of course, the Mirror Knight said, "We will do what is right." "We always do," the Blade of Mercy said, looking at me defiantly. I glanced at Roland, who nodded. I'd trust him with seeing to that, then. I knew not the officers that must be spoken to or the places the heroes would have to be stashed away until Hanno could either free my hands to deal with this mess or deal with it himself. "I'm sure one of the guards can show you to the stables," I told Frederick Goethel. "I'm afraid I cannot claim the same. Every hour parted from you will be a torment," the Prince of Bruss assured me. "But I may be able to withstand it, for the promise of a cup of wine shared at a later date." "Best you bring the bottle," I told him, tacitly accepting. I know little of Proserpine wines. Even when it came to Calawan bottles, I only knew so much. Gods, I realized with some amusement, I could name more sorts of liquor than wine. A journey of discovery is always a pleasant evening to share, Queen Catherine. The Kingfisher Prince smiled, and with a bow took his leave. A charmer, that one, I considered. That made him that dangerous, if rather pleasant. The heroes left, until the only ones here in this strange room in this strange place were of the woe, Masigo and Hakram, who I would trust so long as I still had it in me to trust anything at all. I breathed out, then, appreciating how close to fighting this had come. The heroes were bucking the terms, and bucking them hard. Those 2 Proserpine hotheads were trouble, had been from the start, but I'd thought that Hanno's word would be enough to keep them in line. That belief was starting to wane, unfortunately, and if words failed, then there was only one way left. "Fuck," I muttered. "This is going to get worse, isn't it?" I knew better than to believe house arrest would keep a hero contained, which meant I now had to take this situation in hand before the fucking idiots broke the agreements that were keeping named pointed north at Keter instead of squabbling. "Find me a room I can receive people in, Z's," I asked Masigo, "and then get me the hunted magician." "Are you not going to settle into your quarters?" Hierophant asked, cocking his head to the side. "I'll rest when I'm dead," I sighed. "Better that than everyone else dying, I supposed." "And Hakram Dash," I began. "I'll see what bottles I can rustle up," the orc agreed. Adjutant, that prince among men. What would I do without him? I'd expected to end up in a glorified scholar's nook, but perhaps that had been naive of me. After all, the arsenal had been built on the Grand Alliance's gold with the understanding that it would be receiving some of the finest minds from 3 nations, as well as packs of named. Moreover, for something like the Mirage, that great enchanted room that had been sold to me as the sorcerer's step beyond scrying, to be worth making, there would have to be fitting accommodations for the few people on Calernia that would actually be allowed to use that room. That meant that an entire wing of the arsenal, named the Alcazar, had been built for that purpose. There were luxurious private quarters there and private dining rooms, but also the kind of parlor where a prince or a queen could receive important guests away from prying ears. Masigo had cut me loose in the wing after bringing me there, admitting he was less than familiar with the place and so of limited use, and instead gone off to find the hunted magician. The attendants here, though, had sorted me out. I'd requested something intimate, which was what rich people called small, since I'd not brought a household with me, and the villain I was going to receive was both Proserpine and mostly likely highborn. Better the lack of personal attendance be taken as preference for privacy than an admission I'd simply not brought any. Or had any, to be honest. Even when I'd spent most my time in lore, I'd kept a rather modest house by royal standards. Enough that and Kindle had once praised me for my frugality, and that thought had me reaching for the bottle of Eric that Hakram had somehow gotten his hands on. I'd been a while since I'd last thought of the once Baroness of Dormer, who'd been my governess general and died so senselessly in the Night of Knives. Her and people dearer to me, like Ratface, whose death militia would one day answer for. I gulped down the thimble I'd filled, the roaring warmth of the Tagraby liquor spreading down my throat, and leaned back into the cushiony Proserpine sofa I'd claimed as my seat. The parlor was not large, 2 sofas and a low table taking up the greater part of the room, while service tables and tapestries took up the rest. It would serve for my purposes, as would the bottle of Eric set on that nice polished table along with 1 wet thimble and 1 still dry. Adjutant stood behind my seat, to the side, since he was here as my second and not a villain his own right. I'd not expected for Masigo to return with the hunted magician, since he'd see little point in walking back and forth the arsenal for courtesies he only dimly paid attention to. So I was not surprised when it was only the magician that was announced by attendants. The man was ushered in, and as he bowed, I took the time to study the man that Hierophant's indifference to matters of status had allowed to become chief among the villains of the arsenal. Nearing or past 30, I decided, well-dressed in fine robes, but leaning towards the practical, and I did mean, well, dressed not, richly dressed, which smelled of nobility to me, good-looking and well-groomed, the stubble on his face sculpted. He was dark of hair, and his eyes straddled the line between gray and blue. No one knew his name, only his name, and the mystery around him had so far remained inscrutable. He cleaned up nicely, I thought, but that wasn't why I kept staring at him. There was something about the hunted magician, something strangely familiar. It was on the tip of my tongue, and it was irritating me. I couldn't quite spell it out. Queen Catherine, it is my honor, the hunted magician said, bowing respectfully. I stared at him, some part of me feeling like I could just order him to kneel, and he would. The certainty of that thought was what surprised me, because there was no room for so much as the shadow of a doubt in it, and that was not something that came upon me often. Not anymore, thank the gods. And just like that, it fell into place. Oh, I said, you poor dumb bastard. Which court is it that you sold your name to? The man twitched, then looked at me what I could only call naked fear. I was almost surprised Masigo hadn't noticed it, but then I suppose that was not he part of Fey nature Hierophant was familiar with. He'd studied Fey, made use of them, but he'd never felt that power coursing through his veins. He knew it like a rider knew a horse, while I knew it like the horse knows the stride. The hunted magician began, mouth gone dry. I do not know what you mean, your majesty. I can smell it, magician, I said. They've still got a claim on you, and a debt like that can be pulled at by more than the true debtor. Can't be summer, or I'd feel like smashing your skull open, and if it was winter you would have physically balked at lying to me. So, which is it, autumn or spring? It is true, then, he quietly said. You were, for a time, queen amongst the Fae. I scavenged that crown, I said, and it ever sat ill on my brow. I was glad to be rid of it. Answer my question, hunted magician. I did not speak. I'd lost the talent when I ceased being the squire, and my new name was not so close to coalescing that I could call on old tricks. But he shivered anyway. There was an echo of power there that had a call on him, much as he would like to deny it. Autumn, the villain answered. It was autumn I bargained with. And you use Mavi runes that not even Masigo can seem to figure it out. I thought. So I don't really need to ask what you bargained for, do I? Ancient knowledge seemed a petty thing to sell your name for, but then that had never been my calling. Good, I smiled. Then I have a use for you, magician. I have evaded the eye of the prince of falling leaves, remaining free of eternal servitude. The hunted magician angrily said, I'll not suffer the yoke of the Black Queen instead. I'm not going to make you into a puppet, I snorted. I'm going to speak to Hierophant, so that you might be brought in onto a project of ours that the kingdom of Callow backs above all others. You have the potential to greatly contribute, and so be greatly rewarded. Masigo had been running into trouble proving his quartered seasons theory, but if we could bring into the work someone who had a lasting tie to autumn, then doors would open. And I'd just discovered I could squeeze the hunted magician rather hard if I felt like it, so I was even fairly comfortable bringing him in. Already my mood was improving. That can wait for later, though, I dismissed. You wanted an audience, magician. Well, you have it. I gestured vaguely, inviting him to proceed. The man straightened in his seat. The death of the wicked enchanter was not happenstance, a stroke of fateful misfortune, the hunted magician told me. This is a plot, Black Queen, and we are all in danger. Kingfisher II. A wise man fears heroes not for their nature, but for what they were made to fight. King Edward III of Callow, the fratricide. Learn this well, nephew. The Prince of Bruss had told Frederick. All pretty things are lies. Was this to be the bitter truth of the world, then? That men and women gilded the ugliness of their works and smiled at each other, in tacit accord never to pick at the paint? It was a foul thought, but those words, among others, echoed still in the boy's ears even as he was formally proclaimed the heir to the Principality of Bruss. The Florian Basilica was an exquisite piece of work, at the heart of it a great circle of stained glass windows tall as two men each and enchanted to chance colors with the seasons, yet the pews that could have seated 500 bore less than a fifth of this. Frederick's prince uncle had arranged for a brisk ceremony without frills, so that the unfitness to rule of his two sons would not be lingered on even as they were formally stripped of their right of inheritance. One of the holies had deigned to attend in person and even signed the act of disinheritance instead of Brother Antoine, the appointed shepherd of the basilica. Frederick was rather thankful for the attendance of the holy, as otherwise cousin Nathaniel might well have thrown a fit. Even now he was not bothering to hide his fury, though it was kept mastered. Even Nathaniel was not fool enough to indulge in a tantrum before such an influential priestess as the one who had come, for the house's disapproval was a weighty thing to even one of royal blood. The Holy One personally saw to the appointment of Prince Amaury's new successor, a gesture of great respect that Frederick could not help but see as two great beasts scratching each other's back. His uncle borrowed the authority of the gods to see his own carried out, while the holies were recognized as having the right to grant that authority to begin with. All benefited, the fair-haired boy whimsically thought, save perhaps the gods above themselves. But when faced with silence, what can men do save fill it? Frederick Gothel was anointed with blood and water, then draped in a fine cloak bearing the colors of his house. The priestess led him in swearing the ancient oaths. He was to be true, to be brave, to pursue the grace of the heavens in all things. And afterwards he rose to his feet, the heir to the principality of Bruss in the eyes of gods and men. How strange that he felt no different before and after, almost as if a crown was only ever a crown when seen in the eyes of others. If Frederick caught sight of wings in red and blue high above in the rafters, he kept it to himself. The years passed, and the Principate of Proker continued to eat itself alive. He'd been too young to understand it, but he was 14 now, and there was more to his world than the walls of the palace and the few lessons that took him beyond them. Princess said she had a right. The people sang in the streets, growing quiet when riders passed by them. Princess said it'd be a fight. The words picked up when the sound of hoofs passed. Now princesses are all aflight, and the pot it is boiling. The irony of it, Frederick had come to decide, was that this war had already been won half a dozen times. It had been won at the Battle of the Swallows near the border of Orne, again at the sack of Lullefeuille and Cruzens, at the waltz of Fools in Brabant, and even the treachery of 1 mile just outside the Salian border. All victories that should have broken the spine of causes, yet though the faces and the friends changed, the war kept marching on unabated. When even victory was not enough to win a war, Frederick sometimes wondered what was left to it but losing. Yet his unease did not matter, for the House of Gothel had already picked its man for the throne, Prince Dagobert of Lang. The cause seemed promising, it had to be said, as the Prince of Lang had lately become the preeminent crown of the Northwest, and perhaps even beyond. The year before Frederick was first brought to the palace had seen the final death of the other great alliance in the north, the coalition with Cleves and Hainaut that had formed around Prince Fabian of Lyonesse. A victorious pitched battle near the capital of Lyonesse had forced Prince Fabian into the fold under Prince Dagobert, as well as inflicted grievous enough casualties that, at least for now, the principalities of Hainaut and Cleves had withdrawn from the ebb and the flow. Peace had not followed, naturally, for victory ever brought danger with it. Now it was the Melanzes of Equitan that were turning their gaze north, eyeing the southernmost ally of the coalition, Segovia. Though Princess Inner of Equitan was no great general, she'd brought great numbers to her side through skillful diplomacy. So far caution had kept her coalition's attention on the Eastern Alliance under Princess Constance of Ain, but now Princess Inner was wary of allowing Prince Dagobert to consolidate his position in the northwest without Lyonesse and its allies acting as a check on his expansion. Frederick learned all of this from his uncle, whose steady hand at the keel had kept Bruss out of the worst of the wars while reaping great benefits. He could admire the man, even if he would never love him. An offer has been made for your hand by the Melanzes, Prince Amaury told him one evening. After turning 13, it had become custom for Frederick to spend one evening every week in the Prince of Bruss solar to discuss lessons in politics. Sometimes these discussions were only between the two of them, but other evenings saw his uncle's favorite advisors and the powerful men and women of Bruss invited to share brandy and talks. Frederick had grasped, without needing to be told, that he was being introduced to the same faces he would need to use and be wary of when he came to rule. Cousin Nathaniel had savaged a salon with a knife in a fit of rage when he'd heard of the invitations become regular. Frederick now had a taster for his food and drink. Princess Inner of Equitan has daughter and a son, the fair-haired boy recited by rote. Rosala and Ernan, with Rosala the eldest of the two. It is her hand that was offered, Prince Amaury told him, sounding amused. She has a few years on you, though I am told she is a handsome girl, which added value to the match, though not as much as the fact that Rosala was the heiress to Equitan. Though it was true in Brus and the other principality were far apart, and that marriage alliances between ruling royals always complicated matters of succession, the offer was an attractive one. Most likely Rosala would follow her mother to Salia, being groomed for a Melanza dynasty on the high throne, while her younger brother served as Prince of Equitan in all but name. Frederick himself would be expected to come to Salia as Rosala's husband and his uncle's man in the highest assembly, the two of them arranging matters of succession so that the House of Gothel would be stable at home while keeping a foot on the high throne. It was a tempting offer, befitting of a woman of Inner Melanza's reputation. If we turned on Prince Dagobert while his armies are gone south to battle the Melanzas, this alliance might well collapse, Frederick noted. Leones is still looking for a way to start another bid for the throne. His uncle agreed, sounding pleased. And Luisa of Segovia is too clever a woman to remain on a sinking boat. Yet you'll refuse, the fair-haired boy said. Dagobert has daughters as well. Prince Amaury smiled. A hint of the offer ought to open the dance for blood ties there. Without soiling Brus' reputation or risking quite so much, Frederick grasped. And as he was young, he would be betrothed yet not wed. Betrothals could be broken, should the situation change. Prince Dagobert was a proven military commander besides, in contrast to Princess Inner's shoddy record there, and marriage alliances from principalities far apart were notoriously unstable besides. Brus and Lang were neighbors. Blood ties there would create a powerful bloc in the northwest that might well serve as the foundations for a dynasty in Salia. Mind you, in matters of land the most eligible woman in Proker dwells further north, his uncle mused. Cordelia Hazenbach, Frederick recited. Prince of Rhenia, heiress to Hanovan. Fine soldiers, the people of those lands, Prince Amaury said. Yet I wager old Klaus will want his niece wed to one of his kin, so that one child can be a Hazenbach and the other a Pappenheim. Lycanese rarely marry out, regardless. Frederick put the notion out of his mind, and the Lycanese as well, as their disdain for playing the ebb and flow mint were only ever witnesses to its proceedings. Instead, he began to correspond with Perenelle Griffieu, Prince Dagobert's eldest daughter, at the tacit invitation of the man himself. His uncle had, once more, navigated his way to great gains. Perenelle was pleasant enough, and of a certain wry humor that Frederick appreciated, so the cultivated relationship took well. Frederick believed it was in part as a reward for this that Prince Amaury invited him to sit at council when ambassadors from Rhenia were entertained. The expectation was that, with relations tightening between the four Lycanese principalities, an effort was being made by them to secure better trading rights in the south by negotiation as a faction. Still, there was opportunity for profit there, and there was palpable excitement at the possibility of securing some Lycanese soldiery as fantassins. Yet there was little discussion of trade when the ambassador was entertained. Frederick found he agreed with his uncle's scorn when the Rhenian envoys were laughed out of the room. Prince Cordelia Hazenbach, not even a princess, that one, northern savagery at its most glaring, had sent warnings of Preside gold pouring into Proker through brokers, that if civil strife continued unchecked the Principate might well splinter. The ramblings of a young Lycanese fool, Prince Amaury's counselors dismissed. Prince Klaus Pappenheim would have been worth indulging to an extent, if he could be roped in as an ally, but who cared about the dubious doomsday prophecies of some slip of a girl at the edge of the world? The same counselors advised patience and composure when the Neustrian army began to muster. There would be raids, they said, as there'd always been raids, but only that. The Lycanese were a miserly people. They always retreated after a slew of casualties was inflicted, fleeing back north with what little wealth and warmth they'd managed to steal. The garrisons of northern Brus had been thinned to fill the field armies, true, but the fortress walls were tall and well kept. The Neustrians would retreat soon enough, and the House of Gothel would make them pay for their perfidy after Prince Dagobert of Lang became. First, Prince Dagobert of Lang. When Frederick turned 15 and the first fortresses fell, though, the silence from the counselors was deafening. Word filtered in from the north, and the face grew darker, for it was not the Neustrians alone who'd come. Rhenia, Bremen, and Hanovan all flew banners as well. The entire north had gone to war, and every day brought word of a fresh defeat as the weakened and surprised defenses of Brus utterly collapsed. Prince Amaury Gothel grew sour, his moods darkened, And when Princess Matilda Greensteel was found to have led a host through the famously treacherous Geyseron swamplands, the aging Prince of Brus led his soldiers out of the city to break her army before it could rejoin with the rest of the Lycanese. Prince Amaury never returned, his life claimed in single combat by the renowned warrior Prince Manfred Reitzenberg. Frederick did not yet know this, when he was woken up in the middle of night with a blade to his throat. "What is the meaning of this?" he indignantly asked the soldier. "Prince's orders," the man said. "Prince Amaury?" Frederick blinked, taken aback. "Prince Nathaniel." The soldier smiled as a floor of armed traitors filled the room. The armies of Rhenia and Hanovin had marched south with blinding swiftness, Frederick learned, and had begun to prepare for the siege if the city. By then he was in a cell, naturally, but dear Nathaniel did like to chat after savaging him. The fair-haired boy of 15 tasted blood in his mouth as his cousin retreated panting yet bright-eyed. Frederick's bruises having been built on bruises, the pain had been atrocious, at first. Now he felt almost divorced from it all, as if he were stranger looking at his own body, at this entire farce. "Are you weeping?" "Nathaniel, not Prince Nathaniel, never Prince, Frederick would rather choke on his tongue first," asked, sounding so very pleased. "Was he?" The boy blinked, and found tears going down his cheeks. The salt stung his bloody cheekbones, making it impossible to ignore. "I weep at what you are," Frederick decided, which was untrue but pleasing to say. "The victor is what I am," his cousin laughed. "But take heart, little usurper. You'll be away from my tender care soon enough." All pretty things are lies, Frederick thought, and being away from Nathaniel would be pretty thing indeed. "Am I to be executed then?" the boy said, voice shaking through his nonchalance. How very predictable. There was an ugly glint in his cousin's eye at having been denied the pleasure of stripping away hope, but it passed. "I would never kill one of my own kin, Frederick," Nathaniel smiled. "Dear me, cousin, think of my reputation. But when I opened the gates of the city to Hazenbach, handing you over the Lycanese as father's accomplice in foolishly disregarding the offered hand of the savages ought to earn me some trust. I do wonder what manner of grim execution they'll have in mind for you." Stepping out of this, looking at it like a stranger, Frederick almost admired the wicked man across from him. Nathaniel had acted effectively to reclaim the birthright he considered himself unfairly deprived of, seizing the opportunity with both swiftness and ruthlessness. Perhaps, Frederick mused in the most darkly, his cousin was the true Gothel between them after all, who was the true child of opportunity, between the one chained and the one standing. His cousin advanced towards him, smiling. "I'll have you moved to more fitting accommodations and healed," Nathaniel mused, patting his cheek. "Do complain I mistreated you. It will do wonders to make you seem a liar. You've such a pretty future ahead of you, cousin," Frederick smiled. Nathaniel's hand withdrew, then returned as a slap across the face. Blood filled his mouth again, but Frederick pushed down the pain and gave his tormentor nothing. Why? He was an Alaman's prince of the blood. If he was to die, it would be having had the last word. The morning of what was to be Frederick Gothel's last day on creation, he was woken up by the light coming through the open windows of his old rooms in the palace. He rose without attendants around him, padding all the way to the open glass and letting the warm morning breeze caress his face. There would be no escape from here, he knew. There were guards at the door and in the gardens below, with orders to cripple him should he attempt to flee. But it was such a pleasant morning. Some part of him was not surprised when he looked at the apple tree across from him and found waiting there the slight silhouette of a kingfisher. It truly was, he thought, a beautiful creature. The long beak and bright plumage, the clever eyes watching him just as he watched them. "Come to escort me on my way out?" Frederick asked. The bird looked at him for a long moment, as it had when he'd been a boy, and then it took flight, leaving him with the same taste of esoteric failure in the mouth he'd first tasted as a boy of 5. "Still unworthy, am I?" he bitterly whispered. Perhaps he was. He'd lost, after all, without ever having lifted a sword. And now he was going to die. And so, as a son of the house of Gothel, he put on his best and combed his hair so that he would at least perish while presentable. The guards that came to get him he did not recognize in the slightest, which meant they were likely fantassins, hired by his cousin. Was he finding it difficult to secure loyalties? How amusing. Frederick really ought to needle him over it before he was handed over the Lycanese for execution. Yet when he was ushered into a parlor, there was only one person waiting for him. Mute with surprise, Frederick was served wine and had a pleasant conversation with a very dangerous woman. Nathaniel Gothel, Cordelia Hazenbach pleasantly told him, was 17,000 thrones in debt to the Pravis Bank. He entertained envoys from them on the day of his coronation, seeking further loans. Cousin Nathaniel, Frederick aptly deduced from the context, had been met with an unfortunate accident. Auguste's mental illness made him highly unsuitable to rule, and so the Lycanese were turning to him as a candidate to secure Bruss. He was hardly the only choice, given that there was another branch of Goethals, but he could be said to be the natural choice. He was certainly Prince Amaury's heir by right. Should the Northerners care the slightest whit about upholding these? He could not know, not when those terrifyingly beautiful, cold blue eyes were studying him without giving away anything going on behind them. "I owe no debts," Frederick told the fair-haired woman. "You would owe one," Cordelia Hazenbach coolly corrected. And thus the game was played, the ancient song of ebb and the flow. He could rise, if part of her alliance. So be it. "My uncle's was a fair death, dealt in open battle," Frederick admitted. "There would be no disgrace in swearing myself to you." "You misunderstand me, Frederick Goethal," the Prince of Rhenius said. She was not beautiful in the way that ladies of Bruss were, slim and delicate and sophisticated. Prince Cordelia was regal. It was intoxicating, from up close. "A crown is not a privilege," Cordelia Hazenbach calmly said, meaning every word. "It is a duty. You will owe a debt to your people, to Procure itself. See it is paid back in full, Prince Frederick." Frederick Goethal looked into the blue eyes of the Lycanese princess, and something burned in his blood. Something demanding that, one day, he would get to look there again and find respect. 3 days after Prince Frederick of Bruss was crowned, one of his uncle's counselors praised him for having tricked the Lycanese brutes and suggested that the principality should now pledge its faith to Princess Inner of Equitan in secret. Frederick idly wondered if the man had suggested the same thing to Nathaniel before. He could not quite remember running his sword through the counselor's stomach, but as he ripped it free, he cast a cool gaze on the pale-faced men and women he still needed. "For now, anyway, Cordelia Hazenbach will be first Prince of Procure," Frederick said, and it rang like an oath. Never again did any of them speak of treason to him. The Prince of Bruss readied himself for the war that would end the war, the peace by the sword, and brought to heel the commanders sworn to his crown. Even as he did, the Lycanese armies trampled Lang. Lyonese betrayed Prince Dagobert to the Northerners without batting an eye, and Segovia began negotiating its entry into the alliance before the gates of Lang's capital were even breached. All of Procure trembled at the swift turn in fortunes, the great princesses of the east and the south beginning to muster their armies in fear. Fear enough, Frederick knew, that they might just ally long enough to bury the Lycanese together. But before the Prince of Bruss could bring his steel to the Rhenian cause, there was one last matter to see to, one last debt left unbalanced. When he sent for his father, it was not to receive him the throne room. Frederick ordered for a seat to be brought at the edge of the great pond in the depths of the royal gardens, and he sat there, looking out into the water. Herons hunted for fish, ducks slumbered in the shade, and an odd peace reigned over the place, as if the chaos and war of the outside world was prevented by some ancient enchantment from reaching here. Robert Goethal was brought to him, and his father was visibly miffed by the fact that no seat had been prepared for him, but he held his tongue. Frederick gestured for the guards to withdraw far enough the conversation would remain private. "Your Grace," Robert Goethal said, bowing. "Father," Frederick replied. He said nothing. After silence stayed. "It is a pleasant sight," his father finally said, sparing a glance for the pond. "Is it?" Frederick mused. "You are right, I suppose. I shall offer you better, however." He felt the man tighten with anticipation at the though of years of patience and offering his own son, his property, in the man's eyes, to his brother. Finally his day in the sun would come. "There is summer house on the shores of Lake Pavens," the Prince of Bruss said. "It has, I am told, a most beautiful view. It is yours." Robert Goethal was not the cleverest of men, but even he would not forget the house he had sent his wife in exile to. The death, truly, was an accident, Frederick, his father insisted. "I would not have dash. And you'd begun so well," Frederick mildly said. "Your Grace, is the proper address. You will not be reminded again." The man's mouth closed. Frederick could glimpse the fury in them, the same that would have seen his cheeks stinging as a boy. And had he not dreamt, over the years, of the many revenges he would take in this man, of the torments he would inflict, the pains and humiliations? And yet now he thought of Nathanael's bright eyes as he struck the arrogant boy who'd stolen his birthright, of how righteous he must have felt when unleashing his wrath. And so the fair-haired boy wondered, would he have that same feverish glow in his eye, taking his revenge from Robert Gothel? It is a beautiful view, the Prince of Brus repeated, though I suppose in time you will tire of it. You can't mean to dash. There will be only one way you are ever allowed to leave that house, Frederick Gothel said, and then he turned to smile at his father. And that is by going swimming. He never spoke another word to Robert Gothel. The Prince of Brus turned his eyes to the pond, but there was no flicker of red or blue to be found. He was, it seemed, entirely on his own. But then, was that not ever the way of princes? Frederick Gothel, Prince of Brus, was 16 years old when he fought his first battle. It was not a glorious affair. His vanguard accidentally ran into Prince Etienne of Brabant just north of the fortress of Sarignac, leading to a quick and confused engagement. Frederick followed the advice of his uncle's generals and of his old teacher, Captain Ghislain of the Lances Farfallos, trading 3 charges of horse with the Brabantines and getting the better of the last 2. It was enough to have the enemy withdraw, as Brabant was fresh to the cause of Constance of Ain and less than eager to bleed on her behalf. Perhaps 300 people died on the field, in the span of an hour that Frederick spent mostly trying to find out what was happening. He never even drew his sword. Half a month later, he led his retinue in relieving a Lyonese force further east that had been ambushed by Brabantines and took 3 lives in the struggle, 2 by lance and 1 by sword. Soldiers told him, after, that he was one of the finest lances in the north and devil in a fight. It surprised him, for steel in hand war was never more than a blur. They were all chewed out by the Iron Prince for having strayed from the planned march and skirmishing unnecessarily ahead of a battle, but the grizzled old general then slapped his back and praised him for acting decisively. His soldiers took to him after that, as much for the deaths to his name as the praise by a famous general, but Frederick found himself unmoved. Sometimes he thought of the 3rd man he'd killed, up close with his sword, of how shoddy the equipment had been, of the fear in his eyes when a boy wearing armor worth more than he'd earned in a lifetime had come at him with a gilded blade. He thought of it still, astride his horse as thousands upon thousands slowly lined up on the plains to the northwest of the capital of Ain. There must have been near 100,000 men facing them, between the coalition armies of Princess Constance and Princess Inner. How many of them were soldiers, instead of shopkeepers in ill-fitting armor? The Battle of Ain would be marked as a famous one in the histories of Procure, for it had all the ingredients for exciting interest. One side badly outnumbered, 2 princes and a princess changing sides halfway through, valor from soldiers of all sides, and a clear-cut ending. Bloody, overwhelming victory for Cordelia Hazenbach and her allies. Frederick remembered little after he'd dismounted and gone to fight with the ranks, ceding command to more seasoned hands. It was all streaks of blood and mud and sweat, cut through by spurts of crimson. When darkness fell that night, he returned to the field, though, to watch the carpet of corpses spreading as far as the eye could see. A horse and a fall was all it took. Frederick softly sang, looking at the dead. He did not hear company approaching until it was close, and belatedly laid his hand on his sword. Easy now, Princeling, Prince Klaus Pappenheim said. My apologies, Your Grace, the Prince of Brus said, dipping his head. Klaus is enough, after today, the old soldier said. You fought well. Did I? Frederick murmured. He could hardly remember. All evening he'd been lauded for having scythed through enemy ranks lance and sword in hand, for his bravery, but they might as well have been singing the praises of another man entirely. I was told this would be a glorious thing, Iron Prince, he found himself saying. I was raised to fight this war, to earn a claim through it. And now, he spat on the muddy ground. All it took was a horse and fall, the Prince of Brus said, for us to make ourselves into the great charnel yard of this world. It was a pretty thing, the dream of Procure, of the greatest nation of Calernia, proud and powerful and righteous. And like all pretty things, it was a lie. The ugly truth of us lies on this field, being picked at by carrion under night's veil. The Prince of Hanovin said nothing, standing by his side in silence. Death spread out around them in every direction, like weeds devouring the earth, like an open maw breathing out poison. Frederick felt his throat close, his vision swim. Was it the wind he was hearing, of a chorus of moans whispering? Up and north, south and down. Ebb or flow, will still drown. How do you do it? Frederick croaked out. How can you see a smile without seeing a skull? How can you sleep? How do you suffer? Even an hour. When I close my eyes, Klaus Pappenheim gently replied. I dream of spring, of the green in the ground, of the singing rivers, of the fawns on the mountainside, of the warmth that chases out the cold. Springs is the season of war for your people, Frederick said. With the melting of the snows, the chain of hunger came south. Even Brissini knew this. And so I opened my eyes, Klaus Pappenheim said, knowing I am what stands between war and that dream. Frederick Goethel closed his eyes, and though he dreamt of nothing, he could almost hear the beat of wings. It was not spring, he thought, but it was something. It would have to be enough. The Prince of Bruss fought fiercely through the rest of the war, he was told, brought honor to his house and his subjects and the cause he had come to support. If sometimes his gaze lingered strangely on the Kingfisher embroidered on his banner, no one ever said anything of it where he could hear. The same year Cordelia Hasenbach was crowned first Prince of Prokor, Princess of Salia, Warden of the West and Protector of the Realms of Man. She received him in a cozy little parlor within the palace that had now become her own. This conversation had been coming for some time, they both knew. Frederick had brought into his circle the last kin he cared to claim, and among them his surviving uncle's eldest daughter, Henriette, showed great promise. As an heiress presumptive, he was satisfied with her. Yet he was young and unwed, and there was no reason he could not have a child of his own siring should the proper wife be found. An invigorating brew, Frederick said, after having taken a sip of the offered tea. I am fond of the spices, Cordelia Hasenbach said, gracing him with a smile. It was measured, as were most things with her, but that did not necessarily make it untrue. I will not waste too much of your time, Your Highness, Frederick said. I'm not unaware that my hand in marriage is not so tempting as some offers you might be entertaining. Still, I can offer hunting and fishing rights for Lycanese in the swamplands, waiving of all tariffs for your people in Bruss, and my services as intermediary with Fantassin companies. Compared to the full coffers and untouched lands allying with the Machinations of Isère would bring, the great fleet and foodstuffs that taking Princess Louisa's son Alejandro as a consort would secure, or even simply the docile husband, prince and vote in the assembly that choosing the debt-ridden Louis Roanon of Cruzens would acquire, his suit was hardly worth a second look. The first prince sipped at her cup, seemingly pensive for all that this should be the easiest decision in the world. I had expected, she slowly said, that you would speak instead of the battles you fought under my banner, of the support you have given me in the highest assembly. Frederick Goethel still heard the beat of wings when he closed his eyes. Even now, and perhaps he would until the day he died. But when they were open, sometimes he glimpsed spring, and it bore the face of Cordelia Hasenbach. She was knitting back together a realm decades in the wounding, one step at time, running roughshod over southern royalty in the assembly just as her armies had over theirs in the field. She did it so politely, though, that half the time they'd not even noticed it happened. That I cannot offer you now, Frederick said, for it was already promised to the payment of another debt. He would not quibble now, and pretend the woman seated across from him was not the best thing to happen to Prokor in many years. This time, he thought, there was less measure to the smile she offered him. I do not intend to wed, Prince Frederick, the first prince gently said. But if I did, the words you just spoke would have made you a finer suitor than any other I have entertained. The moment passed, and though he left that parlor as unmarried as he expected to, Frederick found he'd somehow been eased into a rather lucrative arrangement to transport steel into Neustria that would nicely fill the coffers of Bruss, and likely quiet any talk back home of ungrateful Rhenians. He realized with a start of amusement as he returned to the Goethel manse in the city. It seemed, though, that he was not to be freed of politics for the day. Before evening came, he was called on unexpectedly by another royal. Prince Amadis Milnan of Isère was a rising man these days, wealthy, ambitious, and not afraid to use the former in the service of the latter. He was handsome enough, Frederick found as they sat together and drank a lovely Cruzens white by the window, yet there was something about him. For this impiety, the gods above punished them. He heard in his mother's voice, telling the old story again, turning their 3 sons into beasts. The eldest into a wolf, the youngest into a bird. Amadis Milnan smiled and complimented Frederick's deeds at the Battle of Ain, and the second into a snake. The Prince of Bruss finished in the privacy of his own thoughts. Oh, there was a forked tongue behind that smile. Prince Amadis spoke of the peace, of the many changes the first prince was bringing to Salia. Some, perhaps, were ill-advised, brought by ignorance, quite understandable, if unfortunate, of the way things were done, here in the south. The Prince of Isère spoke of the great costs of war, of keeps that need be rebuilt from the ravages of Lycaones war-making, of trade arties disrupted and merchants yet afraid. Amadis Milnan spoke then of his daughters, the second oldest of which was yet unwed, and of the trust that could only be had by ties of blood in these uncertain times. Did gratitude not fade so very quickly? Why, was the Prince of Brus himself not unwed? You are everything my uncle wanted to be, and more. Frederick thought, admiring, but also, how many shopkeepers would you force into ill-fitting armor to get even a step closer to the throne? You speak such pretty things to me, Frederick said. Alas, I must confess my heart has been broken. I simply cannot conceive of marriage until such grief has passed. Amadis Milnan's pleasantness trailed down his face like rainwater. Hazenbach's hound to the end, then, the Prince of Isère coldly said. Every time you speak. Frederick kept himself from saying. I can almost hear 1,000 corpses from the fields of Ain singing that same old refrain. The fair-haired prince laughed, instead. Woof, Frederick solemnly replied. I expect you can find your way out, Prince Amadis. He did not bother to watch the man leave. On the windowsill, looking at him, was perched a kingfisher. You are far from home, old friend. The Prince of Brus smiled. The bird considered him for a long moment, and then trilled once before flying away. Frederick kept looking at the sky long after, in startled fear and delight. It was the first time one had ever sung for him. Frederick Goethel sometimes thought he'd been born to fight a war, but it had simply not been the one he'd fought. The 10th Crusade seemed like it might just be that war, he mused years later. The dread empire's conquest and rule of Calais was a blemish on the face of Calernia, and it seemed like the old beast's hunger was not yet sated. A city had been slaughtered, some sort of fearsome doomsday fortress raised by a rebel Presi noble, and a fresh madness of undeath unleashed on the world. 100,000 whites, God save them all. Yet the talk in the highest assembly, at the edges of conversation where truths were whispered instead of lies proudly proclaimed, was not of liberation. Promises were being made of fiefdoms carved in the kingdom of Calais, and it left a foul taste in his mouth. He yet remembered the endless stretches of death after Ain, the cloying, choking smell of rotting flesh, and he would not brave this once more to repeat old mistakes by new hands. Not even for Cordelia Hazenbach. The Calawans rallied behind the Black Queen. On the other side of the mountains, armies and knights and fresh devilries coming fresh out of the earth with every stomp of her feet. They too glimpsed a spring when they closed their eyes, Frederick thought, when he heard, and Procker had no part in it. That dream was a dangerous thing to fight against. He sent one of his kin to command the Bricini contingent he'd pledged to the crusade, pulling strings so that it would be under the trusted command of Klaus Pappenheim, where he would be able to learn the trade of war without too much risk. The greater part of Brus' army, though, he kept home. He may yet march it east when the war against the wasteland began in earnest, and he took to formally preparing his cousin and heiress Henriette to hold a command should it be so, but instead the invading armies of the Principate were struck by disaster north and south. Prince Amadis had been beaten and taken prisoner, Rosala Melanza retreating west with the salvaged remains of that army, while the Red Flower Valas had held and instead spat out the Carrion Lord so that he might ravage the heartlands while the Iron Prince dug his way back into Calais. Madness and chaos. All the while Ashur played pirate against the wasteland's coasts, and the Dominion dragged its feet. Frederick ordered the army of Brus readied, upon reading the letters from his people in Salia. But one more letter came before he moved south to fight for the restoration of order. The dead king marches. It said, Henoven has fallen. All soldiers make for Twilight's Pass. Ready yourself. So wrote the brisk hand of Prince Manfred Reitzenberg, who had years ago slain Frederick's uncle and predecessor. Something in him shivered when he read the words. A primal fear, an ancient terror bred in the bones of men. The dead king marches, he thought, and the world shivered with hum. Doom had come for Procker, had already swallowed Hanoven while its armies were fighting far south. So were those of Neustria, and while both Rhenia and Bremen would bring reinforcements, the Lycaones had still been stripped of great strength and their finest general. North, Prince Frederick of Brus told his captains, dropping the letter on the table. We march north. The Brusini made haste, but the Prince of Bremen was dead by the time their host arrived. So was the Princess of Bremen that followed him and the Princess of Bremen that followed her, all dying in the span of same night, carrying out the same unflinching charge. Now only one of the house of Reitzenberg remained, bearing a red crown, Otto Reitzenberg. dour and brooding, and so transparently haunted by the thought he might not be equal to the duty he had taken on. Frederick sympathized, yet only so much. The first time he stood on the snowy grounds to meet the dead, steel at his back and the back sea of the enemy's horde in front, he closed his eyes and smiled. Terror should have swelled in his breast, for the armies of Keter made those of the Great War seem like the mischief of children, but instead it felt like he was breathing fresh air for the first time in his life. The banner of his house flew high, the sun shone bright, and even the cold felt crisp. The dead came, and somehow Frederick laughed. The strange joy that had taken hold of him, though, had not spread throughout his soldiers. In their eyes he saw fear, for this was not a foe they had faced before, and it was not a foe anyone with any sense would ever want to face. It was his duty, as their prince, to replace that fear with something else. Frederick dismounted, to show he would fight with the foot that would not be able to flee if the tide turned, and in silence of the mountain pass raised his voice to address his own. "I see fear in you," Frederick Goethel called out. "I offer no scorn for it, for what sane man would blame you? Is it not a thing of horror, this army of the damned? Corpses and monsters and worse, legions dark and darkly led. But I tell you now, there is nothing to be afraid of, the Prince of Brus. I have already killed you all." The murmurs bloomed, uneasy. "You stand at the edge of the world, sons and daughters of Brus," Frederick said. "There is nothing but doom waiting beyond the horizon, and with every beat of your hearts it crawls closer to you." And in the distance, as if to prove him right, the dead quickened their pace. "And yet there is nothing to fear," the Prince of Brus continued, "for you are all dead, and I share a grave with you. So I'll not offer you gold or glory or even honor. What are these worth to a corpse?" He could feel in the air, now, and they must too, the weight, the scent of steel about to be drawn. "Instead I tell you this, we can claw our lives back from this day. All it takes, Brasini, is to win." His voice rang out against the mountain pass, defiant. "Win, and tomorrow you will be alive," Frederick Goethel said. "Win tomorrow, and you will push back death by one more day. Every victory claws back one more hour, one more song, one more cup of wine." He bared his sword, raised it high, and 10,000 blades rose with it. "There will come a day," the Prince of Brus roared, "where we who stand beneath the banner of the Kingfisher will falter, where our swords break, our shields splinter, and valor flickers out like a candle in the dark, where the enemy, at long last, keeps our deaths clutched too tightly to steal back." He laughed, bright and merry, and somehow he could feel the fear in them vanishing like morning mist. "But I ask you, Brasini, you children of opportunity, is today that day?" "No," they screamed. "No," they thundered, until it echoed down the pass. "To doom," he screamed back, "and glorious death." "Doom," they screamed back, "and glorious death." These loyal fools who had followed him north to seek out the end of days and fight it. It was like a shiver that went through all of them, a fearsome and intoxicating pride. "We are here, King of Death," they sang with every swing of the blade as they drove back the dead. "We are here. So is this the best you can do?" Frederick closed his eyes, just before the lines collided, and found he could not hear even the slightest echo of the song he'd caught in the wind after rain. From that day onwards, it was a dazzling dance of defeats with 3 men leading the beat, somber Otto and smiling Frederick against the dead king, the pair never more than a missed turn or step away from utter annihilation. Otto Red Crown grew on him, for the hesitant kindness behind the rough manners and the solemn honor the man refused to surrender even an inch of, no matter how dark the days grew. And the days grew dark indeed, for all that the nights were even darker. Yet it was when Valsaga fell and the two of them together hammered an iron farewell into the side of the mountain pass that Otto Reitzenberg ceased being an ally and became a friend instead. He was, Frederick decided, the kind of man it would be a pleasure to die with. Loss after loss they were driven back to the Morginter, Morning's Gate, the last fortress between Death and Lowlands of the North, the last gate between Keter and the Principate. And when even that last redoubt seemed about to fail, in that last hour the dead withdrew. Truce had been forged, a breath before the last plunge. It was a magnificent courtesy that the Black Queen had extended, Frederick mused. When death came, it would be after he'd had time to properly arrange welcome for it. He and Otto ran themselves ragged, preparing for the end of the 3 months. Preparing themselves, Frederick sometimes thought, to die in the full splendor of their ruinous pride. And so when the truce ended, when the dead came again, Frederick Gothel was ready to perish, slightly drunk on fine wine and exquisitely dressed, as was only proper for a prince of the House of Gothel. They lost the eastern peak first, then the western. Frederick fought in the same red haze he'd always known for the last peak, the last standing stones in the way of the King of Death, and he knew deep down that he was going to die. For he had met the snake, in the heart of Procure, but no, he knew at last the true face of the wolf. Hunger unceasing, death that would swallow whole the world. This was the last of his story, the death that could not be snatched back, and he found himself at peace with the notion. And yet in that smoky stairway where the dead howled and soldiers died, among the torches and the flashing lights of desperate sorcery, Frederick Gothel caught sight of wings in red and blue. One last time, is it? The Prince of Brus smiled, strangely moved. His blood burned. Yes, he decided. One last time, in the face of the end of the world. He sent for his horse, for his riders that the Lycanese had taken to calling the Kingfishers, and up the stairs they rode. Doom! Frederick screamed, chasing the beat of wings, and they screamed it with him. Through death and fire they charged, a whirlwind of steel and hooves, until the dead broke and Frederick Gothel found himself at the summit of the peak under the morning sun. The Kingfisher trilled, but the sun blinded his sight, and when he could see again he found only one of his own banners trailing in the wind. But now, oh now, the Kingfisher Prince smiled. They won, and so the day after they were alive. It was a pretty thing, and it was not a lie. In Brus, there was a story every child knew, about the birth of Kingfishers. Book 6, Chapter 15, Machinations. A ruler should always join regicide plots. Is the finest possible teacher for a locksmith not a thief? Dread Emperor traitorous. I poured myself another finger of Eric, since it was quite evidently going to be one of those days. A bold claim, I said, but I am open to the notion. The hunted magician would, by my reckoning, have spent gods only knew how many years pursued by a prince of the Fae. Most likely through agents, as there would have been waves if a Fae noble of that caliber came into creation to collect a debt. But the old courts of Arcadia had come by their reputation of always getting their due honestly. It would have been a constant ordeal of enemies hidden under glamour, pursuit that could not be shaken off by simple distance, and terrifying visions both sleeping and waking. The occasional complaints I'd gotten about the man being cryptic, distrustful, and generally unpleasant now had an explanation. Living in a world where there might be an enemy hidden behind any smiling face, with forced servitude as the consequence of making even a single mistake, had a way of making people paranoid to the bone. The thing was that the kind of enemies I was up against did actually warrant that level of caution. The dead king had been 3 steps ahead of the rest of the world this entire war. The intercessor had been out of sight for an unsettling amount of time, and that was setting aside the most dangerous enemy of all, simple, petty human nature. The trouble here would not be the paranoia itself, but figuring out if the hunted magician's paranoia was the right sort of paranoia. 2 weeks ago, the blessed artificer received news that troubled her a great deal. The hunted magician told me. I know not what they were, but I do know that some of the other chosen here began acting oddly around the same time. And how would you know that? I mildly asked. The bitter blacksmith was herself unchanged, and did not seem to notice any difference. The magician said. I traced the rim of my cup with a finger. You misunderstand me, I said, and perhaps on purpose. I did not speak out loud. How do you know that the blessed artificer received such news? The man did not answer, his face turning into a pleasant mask that was just a little too sloppy to be believed. It didn't reach the eyes, which to a priest would be counted as a beginner's mistake. He did not trust me, which was fine, but that distrust was getting in the way of my finding answers, and that was not acceptable. Using coercion here would only make things worse, I decided. Threats would serve to make me an enemy, and that was not the role I wanted to play in this conversation. Another approach would be needed. I am observant, the hunted magician replied. So you are, I mused. You must work closely with the artificer? His eyes narrowed. On occasion, he said. This is unrelated to the current conversation, I elaborated. I'm told she wishes to lodge a complaint under the terms about some device being broken, and I would like some understanding of the technicalities involved coming from someone else than the plaintiff. A chance to exert influence, which I knew he'd want to take. One did not become the informal speaker for villains in the arsenal by accident. It was ambition, and ambition was a familiar beast. It is not my field of speciality, but I do have some insights, the hunted magician said. Do you know what it was meant to accomplish? I said, or at least what it might have been based on. The underlying principles had some similarity to an artifact displayed by the repentant Magister last year, the magician said, though I am unsure whether or not you'd be familiar with it. Underlying principles, huh? No, that could still be shop talk between colleagues. Made of the same materials? I asked, pitching my voice in surprise. The Procerant mage suppressed a smirk. That's right. I thought. I'm just some uneducated mudfoot from Callow. Lord your knowledge of me, you know you want to. I'd bet rubies to piglets the man was highborn, and some of that stayed in the marrow even when you left the life behind. Light favors different materials than sorcery. The hunted magician told me. She chose them accordingly. So you saw the device as it was being built, I said. The man went still as stone. Adjutant, I mused. Do remind me, can projects without official sanction be built in the official crafting rooms of the workshop? They cannot, Hakram gravelled, though it is allowed in one's private quarters on their own time. A beat passed. So, I smiled, you've been sleeping with the blessed artificer. I was simply visiting Dash. I would invite you, I mildly said, to consider very carefully whether or not you want to lie to me. The haunted magician's mouth closed. Yeah, I thought as much. I like to operate by a simple rule when it comes to keeping an eye on my damned fellows. I told him amicably. Don't make it my problem, and I won't treat it like one. Looming behind me, a tower of muscles and fangs and burnt plate, Hakram stared the man down. Are you going to be a problem, haunted magician? Adjutant growled. I came to lend aid. The man protested. Good, he was off balance. Time to press. So aid me. I smiled. Have you been sleeping with the bitter blacksmith as well? He did not immediately answer, and I had to hide my utter surprise. Goddamn, that had been a shot in the dark since he'd specifically named her as well. I'd actually wanted him to deny it so I could twist it into a confirmation he was sleeping with the artificer. The silence was as good as an admission, though. I cocked my head to the side, studying him carefully. I am impressed, I said, and he smirked, that you haven't gotten your head caved in. Would you look at that? The smirk was gone. Probably helped that neither of those heroines were fighting named, I mused, though that hardly made them shyly blushing maidens. Still, if he'd tried to pull something like that with, say, the painted knife and the vagrant spear, there'd be a mistake-shaped corpse propped up in front of me instead of a living man. That makes you a useful source of information, I mused. That reassured him as it was meant to, though he tried to hide it. If I tried to assure him I held no ill intentions towards him, he wouldn't have bought it for a second. But from villain to another, an open admission of usefulness was one of the most prized guarantees of safety. You said the artificer was troubled, I said, and others began acting oddly. Expand on this. She put an end to our trysts, irregular as they were, the hunted magician admitted. And I saw her speaking with the repentant magister frequently afterwards, when they have never been close. Shit, Nephili too? She'd not struck me as the scheming type when we last met, but a flirty acquaintance wasn't exactly understanding in depth. And the oddness? I asked. They've several times gone to the general archives, both together and separately, the magician said. And the 2 times I spied on them, it was the old assembly transcripts they were going through. Specifically, those of the monthly sessions. What were those for again? Roland had not long ago joked about bringing up my complaint about lack of railings in one, but they couldn't be just a general venting of complaints. It'd be a waste of time to make the 10 named based at the arsenal sit through these. Of course, asking would make me look like I'd missed what he was implying, which I had, but he didn't need to know that. Cowing people stopped working when they saw you stumble. Allocation of personnel and resources, general financing, Hakram said. Do you have a notion of what they were trying to piece together? Adjutant to the rescue. So, going scavenging through the records of what and who had been allocated to projects, those 2 had been trying to figure out the nature of one they hadn't been brought in on. There weren't many of those, only 3. As I recalled, the hunted magician and the sinister physician, who was also one of mine, were working on a plague that would affect undead, under the appellation of late regret. Roland and the concoctor were working on a brew that'd affect undead like holy water and could feasibly be produced in sufficient quantity to contaminate the northern lakes, called sudden abjuration. The last was actually under debate to be open to all named, an attempt by Blind Maker and the repentant magister to make an artifact that'd prevent the dead king from actively possessing undead within a certain range. Only the last of the 3 was showing promising results, though it was also the one whose success would be hardest to prove. Neshama was clever enough to pretend it was working to take us by surprise after we'd come to rely on it. The haunted magician hesitated, and not because it was Adjutant who'd asked the question. It was well known to everyone by now that when Hakram spoke, it was with my voice. I believe, he finally said, that they were not interested in what was in the records so much as what was not. My face remained calm, because it was not the first time an ugly surprise had been sprung on me today. Hells, it wasn't even the first time. Today, I reached for my cup of Eric and sipped. Shit. Was this about quartered seasons then? Hierophant was the only named on that, and we'd kept it very, very quiet. Hazenbach knew the name and that it could yield a potential tool for deicide. But on the Dominion side, the only one I'd told was Tarek, since Levantine nobles had famously loose lips. I'd wanted the pilgrim to be able to vouch someone from Levant had been told, and picked him in particular, because it had put out any talk of dishonor the moment the Peregrine's involvement was mentioned. It was even true that the funding and resources for quartered seasons wouldn't be discussed in their little-named councils, since I'd made it clear to Masigo that if need be the Crown of Callow would fund it entirely on its own. But there's only many-so people within the arsenal, and for some parts he would have needed helping hands. I thought, for drudge work and fetching records, or even assembling mundane objects. Hells, just the use of limited ritual resources like high-quality scrying tools or rare substances were trails that could be followed if you knew where to look, which Nephili would, since she was in on one of the quiet projects. The two heroines had been trying to figure out what had been used by figuring out what hadn't been allocated in the actual sessions, resources and staff that mysteriously never made it to the discussion, unexplained holes in the budget. Even if they had managed to pull it all together, it still wouldn't be enough to actually know what Masigo was trying to accomplish, but it might be enough to allow them to make a few educated guesses, which is a lot more dangerous than them actually knowing, in my opinion. Interesting, I finally said, putting down my cup. But it's the killing of the wicked enchanter you mentioned when making claim of a plot. There have been rising tensions for weeks, the hunted magician said. Incidents occur more and more frequently, and become graver. And then, in a fortress the size of the arsenal, the Red Axe and the wicked enchanted simply happen to meet. Someone filled the cup, Black Queen, and then arranged for the drop that would make it run over. And the thing was, that made perfect sense to me. But then I was speaking to a man for who paranoia had been the path to survival for years, and coming back from fighting on a front against the hidden horror for 2 straight years. I was inclined to believe him because I'd grown used to death hiding in every shadow, which meant my judgment was not unbiased. And if I tightened my grip too strongly around honest mistakes by heroes, I thought, I might just cause the incident I am trying to avoid. There were more than 20 named in the arsenal. If I, a villain, however respected I was in some quarters, acted like I was trying to cover up something, then someone was going to do something stupid. And when the first stone in the avalanche came down, it'd be beyond my power to turn the tide back. That is speculation, not proof of anything, I said. The man's face fell into a mask again, this time trying to hide his anger. But I mislike the shape and timing of this, I conceded. You were right to bring this to my attention. I'll take the situation in hand personally. Anger was gone, a mix of relief and wariness in him instead. He must have been halfway decent at this at some point, I thought, since the reflexes were there. He was badly out of practice, though, and he'd learned some self-defeating habits since. Another detail adding an entry to the highborn who fled from the consequences of his actions tally I was mentally keeping. Then I can only thank you for granting me this audience, Black Queen, the hunted magician said, bowing in his seat. I didn't invite him to stay and share a drink, though it would have been good politics, as my mind was already considering what needed to be done and I was reluctant to let the pot keep boiling while I played courtesy games. Instead, I rose to escort him out, then closed the door behind him and leaned against the wooden frame. Hakram poured himself a finger Eric in the cup the magician had not used, then sat down on the edge of the sofa to sip at it. 2 named, if not more, were led to start digging around one of our most dangerous secrets, I said. Another 2 named, between who conflict is good as certain, happened to run into each other here. And now the Mirror Knight was sent here to prevent a murder, when even with the fluidity of time and the ways it's near certain, he was warned about the circumstances before they took place. I grit my teeth. Once is accident, twice is coincidence, I began. Thrice is enemy action, Hakram finished. Except that, when it came to named, coincidences were nothing of the sort, which meant my enemy had drawn first blood and then struck again before I even realized I was in a fight, so I was in dire need of catching up. I limped back to low table and took my drink in hand, tossing the rest of it back in a single swallow. You have a plan, Adjutant said. I have a step, I corrected. What I need is someone with utter disregard for other people's privacy, an inveterate hunger for juicy gossip, and a pathological need to screw with everyone until it's clear what makes them tick. Wouldn't it have been simpler, Hakram asked, just to say Archer? I'd meant for Indrani to come to us, but apparently she was currently eating, not all that inclined to move, and the attendant we'd sent to fetch her was afraid of her. Which, in all honesty, was probably smart of him. So instead I limped my way down to the meal hall with Hakram at my side, the two of us, and our guide passing through corridors ghostly empty. The Alcazar, the part of the arsenal meant to host important guests, was apparently connected to quite a few other sections by private halls not meant to be used by anyone else. It made sense, I supposed. If Cordelia Hazenbach needed to use the Mirage, she wouldn't want half the scholars in this place to watch her every time she headed there. I learned from our chatty guide that Archer had ignored her own guest rooms in the Alcazar to bunk elsewhere, Masego's quarters in the Belfry, at a guess, and that she'd never bothered to use the private eatery in there. She was eating the same commissary fare as everyone else, which I found odd given her appreciation for luxury. It all made a great deal more sense when we entered a hall that could have seated 400, and I saw it was the only person in it, sprawled lazily on a bench as she dipped pieces of bread in melted cheese and popped them into her mouth. Indrani did not need decadence to be brought to her. She brought decadence wherever she was. Did you make the kitchens cook this for you alone? I called out. I'd call it abuse of power, but honestly by your standards this is almost reasonable. Practically inhaling another dipped piece of bread, Indrani swung around and rose to her feet in a single fluid gesture. It would have been a lot more impressive if she didn't have a string of melted cheese hanging off the corner of her mouth. Your queenly majesticness. Archer solemnly bowed, smothering a grin. Your most humble servant hath returned. I now pray most faithfully that your great regality will smile on Dash. With great pleasure, I stopped leaning on my staff just long enough to smack her on the crown of the head, or would have, if she'd not twisted around and caught the U before pulling. Before I could so much as insult her, I was made to stumble, caught by the waist, and led into a dip before she kissed me. If I put a hand behind her neck, it was purely to hang on, not because I was trying to lean into it and feel a little more of her. She withdrew with a smug grin, leaving my lips pleasantly bruised. You smell like cheese, I told her. You sound a little breathless, she replied, the smugness deepening. From trying not to breathe it in, I scorned, then parted from her with a step to the side. That Eric I got from you, she asked, sounding interested. I leaned forward and stole a piece of bread from her plate, dipping it and deftly popping it into my mouth. Huh, that really was quite good. Adjutant cleared his throat, reminding Archer that he was also there. The attendant had retired during my passing moment of distraction, though the more honest word for it might have been fled. I'm happy to see you too, big guy, Indrani warmly said, clasping his arm. But you've got too much teeth for a dip of your own, if that's what you're hinting at. You've got too little to warrant a hint, Hakram replied without missing a beat. But it's good to see you too, Drani. Even as I laughed at the casual verbal backhand she'd received with a stunned oof. The tall orc picked her up in a hug as easily as if she were a bag of turnips. She shrieked in laughter, her surprise struggling somehow ending up with him being smacked on the side of the face quite a lot. She was put down on the long table little bird and tried to bat away my continuing pillaging of her meal. There was some Arlazite sausage there, the good stuff with the spices from the free cities, so I'd gleefully help myself, only to be ignored by right of queenly prerogative. Did you come all the way here just to eat my food? She complained. Callow pays for part of the food budget, I said, chewing on a mouthful. So in a sense it was really always my food. It's sad how power will go to the head of even the most sensible of women, Archer sighed. And you too, I guess, but Dash. I threw a stripe of mustard venison at her, though as expected she caught it. I'd been hungrier than I'd thought. I mused as I stole a stripe for myself. There was a sweet taste to the sauce as well that was delicious, and I let out a little noise of pleasure. In a sense the way I'd been when I'd still been sovereign of moonless nights, requiring neither sleep nor food, had been better. It had certainly been more efficient. But I still remembered the nights where it had all been like ashes in my mouth, when nothing but the hardest of liquors had tasted of anything at all, and I could only count my blessings that I was now rid of those times. Is no one going to offer me anything? Hakam Drilly asked. We ignored him, since it wasn't that large a plate. We have something of a problem, I told Indrani. She nodded. I brought the killer in from the cold and didn't keep close enough a watch on her. That's on me, Archer frankly said. Mind you, The man had it coming if even half the stories I heard are true. The wicked enchanter had been, from what I'm beginning to grasp, broadly disliked and held in disgust. It shouldn't be difficult to find out exactly why, though likely unpleasant, but that wasn't what caught my attention. He'd been a villain even other villains were lukewarm about. One the heroes would be able to hold up as the kind of monster deserving the headman's block instead of the protection of the truce. That was a problem, since it meant this wasn't just a thorny little mess to arbitrate. It was a knife someone had aimed at the truce and the terms themselves. If the Red Axe was killed over this, I suspected the heroes would riot. If the Red Axe wasn't killed over this, I knew sure as I knew my own breath that the villains would riot. And on top of that, just adding more disastrous insult to the injury, one of the heroes I'd find it most difficult to beat into humility without killing him, the Mirror Knight, had just blown in with supporters and no warning to meddle. If it even looked like I was lenient on the Red Axe, the perception among the villains I spoke for would be that I'd been leaned on by one of the luminaries of the other side and given ground. I'd look weak, and Below's champions did not follow weakness, much less obey it. "We're in a fight, Drawny," I murmured. "And it's starting to look like we showed up to it already bleeding. I'm going to need you." Archer's hazelnut eyes turned serious as she leaned forward. "You have me," she said. "Are the heroes taking a swing?" "I don't know yet," I grimly replied. "But we're in a story, Archer, make no mistake. And it's one meant to cut us deep. And it might just be my imagination," I thought. The habit of seeing a grinning skull in every dark corner, but I can almost smell the cheap booze in the air. Hear the mocking tune from the badly strung lute. I took the pretty silver knife on the side of Archer's plate, idly flipping it through my knuckles as I stepped back from the table. "There are now," I said, 23 named within these walls. That we knew of. Certainty was a necessity for named. If you wanted to ever be more than a middling sword hand in the middle of nowhere, but this early, and when the game afoot was still shrouded, it would be a mistake to believe we knew everything about the board there was to be known. The arsenal usually counts 5 heroes, 3 villains, and 2 named of unclear allegiance, Hakram said. I took to tapping the flat of the silver blade against the side of my fist, thoughtful. "The concoctor's one of ours," Archer said. "She keeps it quiet, but the things that end up in her cauldrons aren't always the sort the heavens would approve of, if you catch my drift." Charming. 5-4. Then, and with the doddering sage being the only uncertain, though more because his bouts of lucidity were rare than because of any reluctance to pick a side, as I understood it. That was still 10 named who stayed in the arsenal on a more or less permanent basis, and most of them would have ways to communicate with the outside world beyond those the Grand Alliance had made available to them. "You've got 4, I said, eyes turning to Archer. "Half and half," she cheerfully said. And she'd brought in the Red Axe as well, who was now being held in a cell. Then another 5 named after that, the Mirror Knight and his close friend the Blade of Mercy, the seemingly cautious, exalted poet, and the ambiguous Madden Keeper, and last of all the gallant, but decidedly dangerous Kingfisher Prince. Throwing in adjutant, and more generously my own nascent name, brought us at 23. 12 heroes, 9 villains, and 2 whose nature was not so clear-cut. Enough that the villains would feel outnumbered, and dangerously so since one of them had just been killed. Yet the heroes would feel pressured as well, given the quality of the opposition, for of the woe were here, and our reputation was a weighty thing. The 2 poor bastards in between would be seen as potentially decisive in any clash, and so worth forcing the allegiance of, either to get rid of liabilities before blades came out, or to secure a nasty surprise to spring on the opposition when they did. It was a murderous brew someone was pressing to the lips of the entire truce in terms, and all it'd take was for one fool to be scared enough to drink. "The Arsenal regulars are the thread that should be quickest to unwind," Adjutant said. "Someone set the repentant Magister and the blessed Artificer after a secret. It may truly be quartered seasons, it may be something else. But they were contacted, and that is a concrete thing. There were 5 under above in these Arsenal regulars: Roland, the blind maker, the repentant Magister, the blessed Artificer, and the bitter blacksmith." The hunted magician had implied that his close study of the blacksmith had revealed no change in mood around the time the Magister and the Artificer began digging, so she was not a likely suspect. I closed my eyes to think. "So we find them in their rooms and make them spit out a name," Indrani mused. "As it happens, the blessed Artificer has already requested an audience to lodge a complaint under the terms." Adjutant gravelled, pleased. Something about that had me begin tapping the side of the blade against my knuckles, the coolness of the silver against my skin grounding me. "It's bullshit," Indrani flatly said. She was pushing Z's, not the other way around. I don't think she meant to actually blind him. She looked surprised by how harsh his reaction was, but she was definitely trying something. What he means is that we should now consider ourselves watched at all times, I said without opening my eyes, and that an audience she requested is a reason to meet in private with her not even the heroes can grumble about. As it happens, Hakram had said, that was what had raised my hackles. It had happened, and it had happened in a fight where coincidence was nothing more the flimsiest of the lies at play. A story had been offered up to us. Adjutant, Archer, and the Black Queen met with the Blessed Artificer. It was only the first step, though, the air of the tune. Through guile and reason those three would reveal the machinations hidden in the shadows of the arsenal, to prevent madness from seizing the halls and keep the peace. It was a pretty story, true, and for more than a few named, it'd be a serviceable horse to ride. For us, though, I was a warlord, a killer and maker of pacts. Adjutant was my right hand and guardian. Archer was my blade and my eyes. It was a good horse, but one for which we'd make poor riders, which made it a shit horse in every way that mattered. After all, no matter how good the horse, if an ass was riding, it'd still lose the race. We'd been offered that hook, so we might bite it and be reeled into our defeat. Another angle was required here. The villains? There were 4 among them that were arsenal regulars. Masigo, the hunted magician, the sinister physician, and, if Indrani was correct, the concoctor. I was inclined to believe her, given that they'd known each other back in refuge when they'd been pupils of the Lady of the Lake. But no, it was still the same story from a different angle. We'd shake the tree until truths came tumbling out, and they would. I was not so naive as to assume that if some plot was afoot, there would not be at least one of mine involved. The hunted magician himself was not exempt from the suspicion for having brought this to me in the first place, for though I doubted he had the skill or know how to hook me onto a losing story, that did not mean he was not the tool of someone who was. Trouble was, we only had so much to go on here, and following any of those threads would take us back to the end. I was trying to avoid it. It's a shit horse, I muttered. But it's the only one we've got, isn't it? Ah, but that was my mistake. I was trying to win according to the rules when I should be trying to win despite them. If you were forced to run a race you could only lose, then the only way to win was to cheat. I opened my eyes and found both Hakram and Indrani were watching me in silence, waiting, knowing from experience that if I'd emerged from inside my head it was with an idea. This is a story, I repeated and smiled. I twirled the knife across my knuckles, enjoying the blur of silver and movement that danced according to my will. And we might not know how it goes, not exactly, but we know the shape of it, I mused. We 3 curious souls would learn things from our first step that only caused more questions, struggle and search, and perhaps even tangle with a mysterious or misguided opponent. It'd go downhill from there, though, but when it all seemed like it was going to fall apart, we'd get a moment of revelation from an unlikely source that flipped it all upside down and allowed us to turn it around at the last moment. We wouldn't, of course, because we were not the heroes of his story. I was likely to be executing the red axe before long. So it'd be like a chicken trying to fly in a sparrow's tracks if I tried to act like I had the right to that sort of providence. The thing about providence, though, is that once you understand how it works you can predict it, I told them with a smile. It can't do something out of nothing, and it uses the most appropriate tool for the job. And of the 10 arsenal regulars, who was it that was the best fit for a revelation at the edge of disaster? I caught the knife and flicked it down, smiling when it bit into the table with a satisfyingly sharp thunk. We're going to speak to the doddering sage, I said, to see if going backwards from the revelation allows us to quicken the pace. Disaster was on the horizon, I thought. I was in over my head, and even the trusted companions at my side might not be enough to get us through this unscathed. And still, as I hummed the first few notes to the old rebel song, The Fox in the Woods, I found myself smiling. Gods, but it was good to be home. Book 6, Chapter 16, Divine. Biting the hand that feeds you is another way to feed. Dread Emperor Vindictive II. There were 17 different repositories of books in the arsenal. It was a frankly absurd amount, and that number didn't even account the private collections some scholars, priests, mages, and sundry named had brought with them. The amount of knowledge held within these walls could be staggering to think about. There were a few places on Calernia where there might be greater collections, like the Tower in Aether or the House of Ink and Parchment in Delos. But those were fewer than 5, and even those would not draw from so many places and scholarly traditions as the arsenal had. Several of the libraries were restricted to individuals assigned to official Grand Alliance projects, and some held knowledge dangerous enough only a handful of people would ever be allowed to enter them. But we were not headed into the depths of this maze of a hidden fortress. The miscellaneous stacks were, in fact, a repository even guards had access to. People around here call them the stacks of this and that, Archer told me. She'd fallen into to my right and adjutant to my left as the three of us abandoned the eating hall and headed towards where the doddering sage was most likely to be at this hour. So it's the dumping grounds for everything that doesn't fit into another repository, I said. And wasn't either potentially useful or dangerous, I didn't add. Those books are people were most careful about leaving lying around. Might have started out this way, but it's a different beast now, Archer said. It's one of the largest rooms in the arsenal, and it's filled with little alcoves. Now there's 100 little secret nooks where people can sit with a cup of something, hide for a secret talk or a fuck, or even just a quiet nap. Wouldn't the custodians put an end to that? I said, eyebrow cocked. While I found it oddly charming that even in a place as alien as the Arsenal, people were finding ways to claw back a piece of normality from the world, at the end of the day the stacks had an actual purpose. I expect there aren't enough of them to make a proper attempt, Adjutant said. There's been 2 written requests to increase the people assigned to these stacks, since they frequently get their people temporarily poached for other work. I'd probably seen one of those requests and simply put it out of my mind within moments of reading it, I silently admitted to myself. Throwing more coin and people at something like the miscellaneous stacks wouldn't have even warranted a second look when there were only so many of either those to go around and so many more important matters requiring them. It doesn't seem to be causing trouble, I finally said. I was willing to let sleeping dogs lie. If the only consequence of letting this go on was the existence of few discreet places for people to wind down. Gods knew even Hazenbach's financial wizardry had its limits, and I wasn't going to be sending more coin this way if I could avoid it. The arsenal cost near as much as one of the war fronts to maintain, which was a damned burden on the treasury even if it was a necessary one. The 3 of us kept a brisk pace as we passed through the central nest of winding hallways that was the knot, the occasional pack of scholars in colored robes falling silent as we passed by. A few recognized Indrani and greeted her, either through actual greetings or hastily taking a turn leading away from her. But to my amusement, Hakram drew the eye more than I. I wasn't wearing the mantle of woe and my face was not well known here, while he was a towering orc in attention-catching blackened plate. We headed down through a set of broad stairs towards the part of the arsenal known as the Stump, named for its stout build, low ceilings, and the fact that it was where the leftovers of more important places ended up. It reminded me of the old Proserpine keeps sometimes found up north. Except the stone here was new and utterly bare, like it had been conjured up out of thin air, and there was a scent in the air. Almost like metal, but not quite. It was everywhere in the arsenal, I thought, but stronger here than anywhere else. It smelled of work done through sorcery, and the taste of it had seeped into every breath I took. We took a right on a crossroads where the other path would have, as the carving on the wall indicated, led us to the repository. You've met the doddering sage before, I said, breaking the silence. I glanced at Archer and found the trace of a frown on her brow. Met is a strong word, Indrani shrugged. It wasn't one of his good days. He grows confused, as I understand it, I said. He's an interesting fellow, she replied. But his conversation loops back around after a bit. He does not realize. Sharp, though, when he's there. Or so Z says, anyway. He must have been quite something in his prime. Or he was a skilled liar, and thought it in his interest for others to believe him as past said prime, I thought. Though Indrani could be frightfully perceptive at times, she was not flawless in her judgments. None of us were. Anything I should worry of? I asked. She considered that for a moment. I can't place his accent, Indrani said. More like he doesn't have one, and he speaks at least 4 languages. Maybe not Proserpine, then. Most named tended to be polyglots, but in that regard both heroes and villains from the Principate tended to be lacking. It wasn't a reflection of any inherent inferiority, but rather of the fact that most of them tended to be regional and might genuinely never meet someone who didn't speak their native tongue throughout their entire life. Then again, the old man was a sage, even if a doddering one, and that implied a certain knack for the scholarly. Something to keep in mind, anyway. A walk down a stunted little corridor brought us to broad open doors, and a carving in the wall spelling out miscellaneous works repository in 3 languages, Shantan, Lower Mizan, and Cesio. There was a bureau buried under an avalanche of books just pa the doors, and a harried-looking young man behind it who was frowning at an open volume by Magelight. Someone had written, "Department of this and that," in chalk on the side, as well as the even cheekier, "Ring if you need a custodian, we would like one as well," I noted with a suppressed smile. We entered, and as Archer took the initiative to go speak to the young man, I took a moment to study our surroundings. After the description of this being dumping grounds for every other library, I'd expected some sort of rampant chaos but it wasn't anything like that. The Magelight globes hanging from the low ceiling shone instead down on cramped but neat paths of shelves filled to the brim with books of all shapes and sizes. Chalk slates haphazardly distributing, revealing some arcane library reference symbols and broad themes to swaths of the collection to which I saw no rhyme not reason. History of Fish, probably untrue, sat side by side with Arlazite Romance, and both were across an entire stack filled with travel journal, but metaphorical. There was not a single lit flame within here, but Magelights and glass globes had been tied to tongs of leather in a way that made it so they could both be worn and used as a handheld lantern. The impressive part, though, was the size of this place. It was larger than the throne room in lore, at the very least, and every spare inch seemed to be used by either stacks or wagon-sized wicker baskets filled with books not yet classed. I could hide an entire company of legionaries in here, I thought, and not a soul would notice until the goblins got bored. While I'd been lost in my contemplations, Archer had apparently gotten what she needed from the young man at the bureau, who was now, I noticed, staring at me with fear and awe while trying very hard to pretend he'd gone back to reading his book. I winked at him, then turned to Indrani. "So?" I asked. "He's in there," Archer said, "though gods only know where." Last sighting was apparently near the fluorescent, neither flora nor fauna stacks. "Stacks," I repeated, "as in we have multiple of those. It's important to look on the bright side of life, Catherine." Indrani grinned at me, then winked. "You know, cause fluorescent means dash. You are the worst person I know," I informed her in disgust. Ugh, puns. At least when the sappers made one of those, something usually exploded not long after. That was as close as redeeming such atrocity against the laws of gods and men could be had. It was a true shame the sisters weren't willing to allow that in the holy book, but I'd just have to keep suggesting it. Maybe some sort of appendix, I mused. But I don't expect we'll have too hard a time finding him, I continued. "Will we, adjutant?" "That's about as clever as her pun," Hakram told me. "You just didn't wink afterwards, so it was less glaringly terrible." We both ignored Indrani's outraged noises. "Everybody's a fucking critic these days," I muttered. "Fine. My lord adjutant, kindly use your aspect to search for the doddering sage until we have obtained his presence." "Well, since you asked so nicely," adjutant gravelled, sounding amused. I found I was swallowing a grin. Gods, how was it that I'd missed those assholes so much? Without any more need for verbally jostling, adjutant called on one of 3 crystallized manifestations of his name. Find was adjutant's most subtle aspect, and in truth one of the most nuanced I'd ever heard of. Much like with Hakram himself, the apparent simplicity hid remarkable depth. While it could be used to significantly accelerate search for anything material, whether living or not, it had more abstract uses as well. They tied into the way the aspect itself functioned, in my opinion. For example, after we hit the first crossroads, Hakram closed his eyes and called on his aspect again before taking a swift left. This was not the act of finding information from a book where we knew it was or picking out a woman from a crowd. He was, in effect, going on nothing. And still he'd get us to the doddering sage. I had no worry whatsoever about that. Masigo had theorized, and Acua seemed to think it a reasonable inference, that what adjutant was doing was a phenomenon known among diabolists as tapering. It was apparently common among the most intelligent of devils when they grew ancient enough. It was an inherently inhuman degree of perception born from the fact that such devils could notice and remember every detail in a way that humans could not, and call on a sheer amount of experience physically unattainable by mortals. It allowed those creatures to adapt to wildly different surroundings, people, and situations with seeming flawlessness by taking in everything around them, and then refining the possibilities to what was the most likely truth, tapering the noise until all that was left was the true tune. It was why an incubus could take over a precise seraglio just as easily as it could break apart a Stygian line match. The devil had a degree of perception that could not be matched by humans, and it was helped along by decades, if not centuries, of learning about the ins and outs of human nature. It was the opinion of those two that Hakram's aspect essentially allowed him to tap into a similar state for a small amount of time. Vivian, on the other hand, had noted she'd seen similar behavior from the bumbling conjurer, Providence's golden son, whose every debacle turned out to be a masterstroke until he ran into a villain so far beyond him Providence was buried along with him. I was actually inclined to side with her on this. To my eye, Find looked a lot like Discount Providence put together for one of Belos. Luck put together from the possible, but only ever a story sort of luck. It could get us closer to what we needed, or what was already within our grasp, but it was not a panacea for all our ills, and relying on it for answers was putting our lives into the hands of fickle luck. Regardless of who had the truth of it, though, in practice Adjutant guided us through twists and turns until we were deep within the maze. Twice we passed hidden nooks, one occupied by a snoring priest on an armchair, and the other by an impressive collection of bottles from I confiscated what looked like genuine Harrow brandy in the name of the throne of Callow, until Hakram's steps slowed. I cocked my head to the side, taking a whiff of the air. Was that what I thought it was? Huh. I took the lead in turning the corner, stumbling onto my first sight of the doddering sage. The old man looked haggard, I thought, taking in the rumpled gray robes and ratty cloth shies, but somehow there was a sense of power to it. A mane of shoulder-length gray hair mixed with would have been a long and luxurious beard, were it not unkempt. The doddering sage licked wet red lips and narrowed his amber-brown eyes as he caught sight of me in turn, leaning back into a ratty brown armchair. In his hands was the source of the smell I'd caught, a polished little wooden pipe filled with freshly lit wake leaf. It's not for you, Constance, the doddering sage told me. You're much too young, and this is a fool's vice besides. Shit, Archer muttered. Not a good day. I stepped forward, ignoring the comment, and came to lean against the stacks at his side. Tell me about it. I sighed, reached for the pipe I carried in my tunic. I get headaches if I don't smoke at least once nowadays. The doddering sage watched me produce a small packet of my own wake leaf, Henno's gift, still with me, and stuff my own pipe before passing a palm over it to light it with a touch of black flame. Dragonbone, the old man said, eyes narrowing further. Expensive, rare, dangerous. You are not Constance. I breathed in, swallowing the smoke and spat it back out. I'm not, I said. I'm the Black Queen, and you have answers for me. Do I? The doddering sage said. How good of me. He brusquely snorted, then pulled at his own pipe. I could only watch in envy as he blew a smoke ring, then further showed off by blowing a smaller ring into it. Damn, but that is impressive, I admitted. I have a few years of practice on you, Foundling Queen. The old man smiled, face wreathed in the last wisps of his smoke. You come to me for my eyes, I take it. Do I? I asked. When completely out of my depth, I was in no way above smiling meaningfully and saying something mildly cryptic. A truly ridiculous amount of people were almost eager to fall for that. That boy of yours, the one with the deadly earnestness, he'll be a terror one day, the sage said. But he's a few years short still. That's why an old sack of bones like me are brought in even when there are all these swaggering youths. I can look, yes I can. But you'll not hurt Constance, will you? Promise me. His lip trembled in sudden emotion, and something in me clenched. He looked fragile in that moment, though the truth of his fragility was hidden from him. Pity welled up, but I pushed it down. You could be playing me, I thought, and so I'll offer kindness where I can, but never without keeping a knife in hand. I won't, I said. I promise. Good, he muttered. Good. You do remind me of him, you know. Robert. He was kind, but he was not soft. I said nothing, for there was nothing to say. Perceive, the doddering sage said, and creation shivered. I watched him, and saw his eyes had turned pure white. He looked blind, but only a fool would have made that mistake. I felt something skittering across my soul, like a spider against glass, and the old man exhaled. Twinned, he said. Incipient. You make your own role, and the name walks hand in hand with another. I cannot see them, there is refusal. I shivered, fingers clenching around my pipe, and did not believe this for a moment to be the mad ramblings of an old man. Not when my very soul was shivering along with the rest of me, lost and reaching. The doddering sage turned towards me abruptly, so quick I thought his head might snap. More? He said, sounding surprised. You? How? It isn't yours. Where did you take it? What? I said, leaning forward. What did I take? A rival, he muttered. A thief? A successor. You keep stories within you that neither your ear nor I ever knew. shapes and beats, and the sound of the knife kissing flesh. My pipe tumbled across the floor, though I did not remember dropping it, or catching the sage's robes, fists tightening around them as I pulled him closer. "Focus," I ordered, voice ringing with power. "The stories, where do they come from?" My hand was shaking, and the answer was on the tip of my tongue. I knew this. I'd had it since Slash, and my eyes were blinking. I pushed down the surge of rage that seized hold of me at the way I just couldn't seem to remember what I wanted. I would be mistress of my own mind, even if I had to rip out the parts that misbehaved. "Sage," I said, "tell me." "Reflection," he whispered, sounding odd. "No, an echo. You stole from her echo, and now it's in your head. How did you not break?" I released his robes, stumbling back. Oh. And at last I remembered what it was that Masigo and I had done in the depths of Arcadia, when we'd harvested the echoes left behind by things that would become gods. He'd learned dark secrets from that, deep magics. And I had Slash. "No, you fucking don't. It's my mind, and there is only one ruler here." I wrenched the world back from the blankness, wrestled it back into submission. I was kneeling, gasping, and Adjutant's worried hand was on my shoulder. But it didn't matter, even as I convulsed and threw up at the feet of the doddering sage. "Cat," Hakram quietly asked, "can you hear me?" "Yes," I laughed. "Yes, I can hear you. And I remember now what it is I got from the intercessor. The shape of 1,000 stories, the tune of the song, if not the words. An instinct, one that had sharpened something already existing into a blade capable of appending old monsters and empires. I wiped my mouth, and an apology to the sage was halfway to my lips when I realized his eyes were closed and he was, seemingly, sleeping. Unearthing what had been waiting in the back of my head had knocked him out, looked like. I rose to my feet, slowly, and allowed Hakram to tuck my clean pipe back into my tunic as I leaned against his arm. "Catherine," Indrani quietly said, "what the hells was that?" I forced myself to remember something my mind didn't know how to cope with, I said. But it was worth it. I know what's in the back of my head, and now that I know it can't be used against me. The augur had told us that the bard saw in stories, saw all the stories, and that when dealing with named, she was nigh untouchable. But she could be beaten, because the more we knew of her, the less power she held over us. And one of these days I would find a set of shackles even her smug immortal ass couldn't slither her way out of. The first step to that was realizing I'd stolen part of her and made it my own. That was on less surprise for her to pull on me when the time came. With surprising gentleness, Indrani reached out and took my face in hand. She withdrew after touching under my nose, fingers coming away flecked with blood. "Don't think too hard, cat," she said, sounding worried. "You're not made of winter anymore. Some things you won't get back up from." "The more I bleed now," I replied, "the less I'll bleed when the knives really come out." Still, I winced as I wiped away the blood beneath my nostrils. I had the most horrible headache. A glance at the doddering sage told me he was still out, so there'd be no more to learn here. "Find out who the Constance he was talking about is," I quietly told Hakram. "If she's still alive, see to it she doesn't want for anything. If she's not, see to her descendants. I owed the man for this, and I'd pay my debt in full. He'd have a warm place to stay in after the war, be it in Callow or at Cardinal. That much I could repay, for what I'd learned today and what it had cost him to tell me. I'll see to it," Adjutant promised. "I hate to be that girl," Archer said. "But we're in the shit now, aren't we? You said we were here for a revelation, but there wasn't anything about this that helps us figure out what's going on here." I pushed off of Hakram and took my staff from the stacks where I'd left it propped up against, rolling my shoulder to loosen it. She wasn't wrong about that, though she wasn't exactly right either. I found the bottle of Harrow brandy I'd liberated from oppression earlier pressed into my hand, uncorked, and Indrani gave me a steady look. "Your breath still smells like, you know," she told me, not unkindly. "Oh, that. Fair enough." I took a long swallow from the bottle, then another until the taste of vomit was quite gone and a pleasant warmth was beginning to settle into my belly. "Good stuff?" I muttered, passing it back. "Right, so us being the shit." "True enough, Drawny, but they actually told us exactly what we needed to know before we dipped into my little gift." "He told us things about your name," Archer skeptically said. "Which I've been curious about, true, but it doesn't get us out of this mess." "Sure it does," I said. "If you consider that, should we have followed the story as it was offered to us, we'd be learning this. Quite late. This is our revelation, Archer. We can go back from it." Hakram cleared his throat. "You're doing that thing again," he told me, "where you talk to yourself in your head and then expect us to keep up. You usually do, though, I muttered. Fine, hear me out then. The three of us are bold investigators for truth and justice dash. Hungering gods, Hakram swore under his breath. Yes, Indrani jeered. And let them kneel before us. Begging abjectly for mercy we will always deny. I'm not going to touch that, I decided. So, by going down that road we bite into a story. One that got set out for us to bite because we're a bad fit for it, so we'll fail. And we are a bad fit for it, because? Hakram asked. Indrani, I said. How many people have you killed this year? The ochre-skinned, named hummed. Define people, she finally asked. Because that, I told him. So we are avoiding this story, Adjutant said. No, I said. If I had something else to slap down instead I might, mind you. But I've got nothing. But that doesn't mean we can't cheat. The thing is, Hakram, that is a functional story. If we were a band of heroes, we could ride it to the finish. Now you're just making it too easy, Indrani reproached. For the trap to work, Adjutant slowly said, the story has to be functional for lack of a better term. It is simply us who would not function with it. Yeah, I said, which is why we went directly for the doddering sage. He was my guess for the guy who, when it looks like we're about to lose for good, reveals a truth to us and allows us to turn it all around. As heroes are wont to, the orc nodded. Hate to break it to you, Cat, but he didn't say shit about conspiracies, Archer pointed out. Yes, I agreed. He talked, instead, about my name. Which means someone's trying to fuck with my name, or maybe the one twin to it. A poetic way to talk about a nemesis, but it fit. For every villain with destroy, there was a hero with protect. That was the way the game of the gods was played, and I'd be no exception. I cleared my throat. Without sounding arrogant dash. That'd be a first, Indrani mused. I flipped her off. At least part of this is meant as a swing at me, as well as a broader attack on the truce in terms, I said. And that rather narrows down who it is we might be fighting against. If you cannot name the swordsman, name the sword, Archer snorted. Fair. Only so many people who'd come swinging at you this way. So we're in a scrap with the wandering bard, are we? She's come out of the woodworks at last, I grunted in agreement. And she took her sweet time before she did. Drani. So this isn't going to be some sloppy half-baked attempt. She's come for blood, and at the moment she's winning. The truce and the terms are holding, Adjutant said. And you have learned valuable information. Yeah, I had. Which I would have taken for a victory, if I'd not just learned that part of the instincts that had driven me to this decision had been ripped out of the old monster I was now facing. Which meant I was about to get taken for a ride, because she'd known about that, and until now I hadn't. The sage is unconscious, Archer suddenly said. But obviously alive, and not a hero besides, Hakram said. If stirring conflict is the purpose, that is a weak hand. Shut up, I said, both of you. Use your name. I called on Night instead, sharpening my senses to the very limit of what I could bear, and that was when I heard it. Hissing sounds. Like a gas being released. At least 10, probably more. There is something in the air, Adjutant growled. And I don't hear anyone out there moving, Archer said. Was everyone else out there dead? It might simply be a curse or a deep sleep instead, I mused, though death would likely be easier to arrange. I could not afford to take a moment and ponder how many innocents had likely just been snuffed out as part of a scheme, not when there were more lives on the line, so I tucked that away cleanly. The concoctor would be capable of making a brew that can do this, I said. I've known her to work with gases, sometimes, Indrani hesitantly agreed. But she wouldn't, Cat. It doesn't need to be her plan, I murmured. Just her work. It being used will be quite enough when heroes stumble into this. Because that'd be the logical move, wouldn't it? If someone was trying to start a fight between named in the arsenal, what better way to have a pack of heroes stumble unto me and two of the woe surrounded by corpses and an unconscious named? Hells, it was going to be the Mirror Knight and his band, wasn't it? That was the reason that little fucker was here at all, so that the intercessor would have someone capable of rallying the heroic side of the arsenal, but having no interest in talking this out with me instead of drawing a sword. Any moment now he and the worst possible combination of Name the Bard could muster were going to come in, and I needed to think how I could wiggle out of this mess. The moment the Mirror Knight and the Black Queen came face to face, I decided this was no longer recoverable. It had become a conflict between the two of us, and people would have to take sides. Even if I won and showed restraint, there was a decent chance the truce and terms would collapse in the aftermath of this debacle. I needed someone to distract the named coming, and then I needed to start tugging at the other threads of this story until it all came tumbling down and the intercessor had nothing left to work with. People just came in, Archer murmured. then paused as she pricked her ear. 5, 2 in armor. Hakram, I said, I need you to do something for me. The orc looked at me, then sharply nodded. It was my plot, he agreed. Will you have already arrested me? Or are we fighting? I clenched my fist, then slugged him in the side of the face. The day I throw any of you under the wheels like that is the day I slit my own throat. I hissed. You, adjutant, are investigating this on the behalf of the Black Queen. You're going to them for help, because you caught sight of 2 people running. Do what you can from me inside. He took a step back, staggered more by the words than the hit. Archer and I are going to make a run for it, I said. Make it look good. If the intercessor wanted to make me the villain of this fucking story, then she ought to have been more careful what she wished for.